Chapter 1. The World of Transport. The integration of memories was successfully completed. The damp and chilly air struck Su Mian, jolting her into full awareness. She coughed uncontrollably, realizing she was submerged in an endless expanse of water. The water was murky and turbulent, with no signs of any structures around her, only various debris and floating logs rushing by. As she surveyed her surroundings, it became evident that there was no end in sight. She was clad merely in a pink swimsuit. The outfit was not particularly revealing, and in the temperate climate of around 30 degrees Celsius, she felt no chill despite being immersed in the water. As her body was swept along by the current, Su Mian quickly assessed her situation. Soon, she spotted a tree trunk, roughly the size of her waist, drifting slowly about 50 meters ahead. With the next surge of water, she mustered her last reserves of strength and successfully dragged her weary body onto the floating log. Upon reaching the makeshift shore, her first action was to retrieve a bottle of nutritional supplement and gulp it down. Gradually, the discomfort in her body began to dissipate, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. In this apocalyptic world where food was scarce, her space stored only a limited supply of nutritional supplements, so, at least for now, she need not fear starvation. It was at this moment that she realized her previous sensations were not mere figments of her imagination. From the log, her perspective broadened, revealing 100 meters of water surrounding her, as if she were amidst a scene of catastrophic flooding. Su Mian closed her eyes, taking a minute to absorb the narrative of this world, and when she opened them again, her emotions were somewhat conflicted. So, it was a survival game of this nature. The world in which Su Mian found herself had been overrun by zombies. Although a few survivors struggled to endure, the dwindling human population made it clear to everyone that their efforts were in vain. At that moment, the survival game reached out to her, informing her that by completing an equivalent number of survival tasks in this disaster-stricken world, she could return to the time before the zombie outbreak. Su Mian agreed. This marked her first survival world. She had only just begun to assimilate the memories of this body, discovering that the owner, Su Jiao, had just turned 18 and was vacationing with her family on an island when a tsunami struck, obliterating their resort. Su Jiao was an average swimmer. Just before the tsunami hit, she had been urging her neighbor, who was also her secret crush, Zheng Heng, to take her swimming. When the massive waves approached, she immediately sought help from Zheng Heng. Unfortunately, Zheng Heng was preoccupied with his companion, Lin Yin, and paid her no mind. She might have been able to hold on for a while longer had it not been for the circumstances. Help! Is anyone there? The call for help interrupted Su Mian's recollections. She turned to see a woman clutching a piece of wood being swept toward her by the current. The wood seemed too small, causing her to bob and sway, yet she managed to keep herself afloat. Upon noticing Su Mian seated on the log, the woman's gaze locked onto her, her eyes filled with a fierce desire to survive. She appeared to be quite adept at swimming, skillfully navigating the turbulent waters with her arms to drift towards Su Mian. Su Mian observed the scene with indifference, neither offering assistance nor hindering her approach. Her mission in this world consisted of two tasks: to survive at sea for a month and to locate at least one family member of Su Jiao. The mission clearly indicated that the water disaster triggered by the tsunami would not resolve easily. She would be bound to the water for the entire month. This meant she must quickly find a place where she could survive for that duration. It was evident that this tree was not a viable long-term solution. As she pondered, the woman had already climbed onto the log. The floating tree was unstable, and the moment the woman ascended, it swayed violently. Su Mian steadied herself in advance, unaffected, while the woman gasped but quickly regained her composure. "Little sister, did you just escape as well?" The woman initiated conversation. It was likely the first encounter with another living person along this journey. Despite sensing Su Mian's aloofness, she remained exceedingly warm. Su Mian responded with a few curt replies. Yet, she learned about the woman's circumstances. Her name was Meng Ting, a private swimming instructor on the island. Before the tsunami struck, she had been teaching her students how to dive in the shallows. Had it not been for her proficiency in holding her breath, she would have already sunk to the depths. She informed Su Mian that an hour had passed since the island was submerged, and she had seen at least 10 corpses along the way. Su Mian was the first living person she encountered, and she had not spotted any rescue teams. They were currently drifting further into the ocean. Fortunately, my watch is waterproof, but the compass is broken, so I have no idea where we are, she lamented. Assuming Su Mian's silence was due to fear of the tsunami, she reassured her, do not worry. The magnitude of this tsunami is vast, and delays in rescue efforts are to be expected. I believe someone will come to save us soon, and we will surely reach safety. Her initial confidence faltered as she trailed off, lost in thought. Su Mian refrained from shattering her comforting lies. Seeing Su Mian nod, Meng Ting sighed in relief, though a sense of unease lingered within her. The island's rescue team was reputed to be the best in the area. Even in the face of a sudden tsunami, they should have been able to respond swiftly unless they too had fallen victim to danger. This speculation darkened her expression, but upon noticing the frail girl before her, who seemed as though a gust of wind could topple her, she chose not to voice her concerns. Prolonged exertion left both women silent as they floated along. The log drifted with the current for nearly half an hour, and at last, Su Mian spotted something other than themselves. Actually, it was not people, but rather a collection of floating corpses. The bodies, battered and disfigured by the tsunami's onslaught and the relentless waves, appear before them with a jarring impact. Meng Ting uttered a dry heave, warning, don't look. But it was too late. Su Mian was already staring at the corpses, her expression surprisingly devoid of the terror Meng Ting had anticipated, appearing instead remarkably calm, lost in thought. Surely the sight had terrified her, so Meng Ting rationalized her tranquility as a subconscious response. The corpses seemed to herald an ominous beginning, and less than 10 minutes later, a cacophony of voices erupted ahead. It sounded as if people were arguing, crying, and shouting. Yet, Su Mian detected the scent of blood, the metallic aroma mingling with the damp, cold air, drifting tantalizingly to her nostrils. She frowned and, seizing the moment when Meng Ting was distracted by the noise, discreetly concealed a dagger within the inner side of her wrist. After another 2 minutes, the scene ahead came into view. A yacht, capsized and trapped in place, bobbed in the water, surrounded by nearly a dozen survivors, the majority of whom were men, most displaying various injuries, with one particularly severe case featuring a shoulder impaled by a half-broken branch. Although it had been crudely bandaged, blood continued to seep from the wound. The few remaining women looked pale, their eyes filled with fear as they glanced nervously at the men surrounding them. Coincidentally, among the group were 2 of Meng Ting's students, and she rushed toward them, elated to see familiar faces, her enthusiasm palpable. Only Su Mian felt a twinge of wariness. Something about these people struck her as peculiar. Under normal circumstances, encountering fellow survivors in the wake of disaster would elicit reactions akin to Meng Ting's. However, aside from the 2 students recognized by Meng Ting, the rest of the group displayed 2 starkly different responses to their arrival. Half of them appeared disinterested, intentionally avoiding eye contact with Su Mian and Meng Ting, as if aware of something, their demeanor tinged with guilt. The other half, however, exhibited a brazen curiosity, their gazes lingering on the 2 women with an unsettling intensity, even exuding an air of nonchalance amidst the calamity. This unsettling sensation peaked with an ambiguous voice cutting through the tension. It's been a while since I've come across such tender prey. Be gentle with them this time. The speaker was a bald man whose imposing stature was evident even through his colorful beach attire. He commanded a significant presence within the group, and the others seemed eager to curry favor with him, echoing his crude remarks while fixating their attention on Meng Ting and Su Mian. Even Meng Ting, despite her typically carefree nature, sensed that something was amiss. One of her students' warnings reached her ears as he quickly intervened, urging her to keep silent. Meng Jia, please listen to me, don't say a word. They're not good people, they just killed someone. The revelation struck Meng Ting like a thunderbolt, her face a mask of disbelief. Su Mian, too, was taken aback by the student's words. While she understood that human nature often twisted under duress, to witness such a transformation merely an hour after the tsunami seemed excessively rapid. Moreover, The relaxed demeanor of these individuals suggested they harbored some form of security against the repercussions of the tsunami, which, to Su Mian, felt more like they had something to rely on. She was certain that these people were anything but normal. Unwilling to risk confronting this group all at once, she discreetly tucked away her dagger. The sudden disappearance of her weapon drew no attention. Perhaps their silence satisfied the group. The bald man generously proclaimed that until the yacht was repaired, they would temporarily spare Meng Ting and Su Mian. As if to validate the bald man's words, a figure suddenly emerged from the murky waters below. He was a young man in his 20s, with deep black pupils and an innocent gaze that seemed out of place among such individuals. As his eyes swept across the water surface, they briefly lingered upon two unfamiliar faces before he swam over to the bald man, speaking cautiously. "Brother Hu, I have cleared the obstructions. The yacht is fine and can be flipped over for use." Su Mian, with her keen eyes, noticed a splash of red on the man's shoulder. She had no time to ponder the origin of the bloodstain, as she was taken aback by another discovery, inadvertently gazing at him for a little longer. The young man, Zhao Tian, felt a chill run down his spine when he noticed the new girl looking at him, which took him by surprise. He could only muster an awkward smile in response. It was of no use to him. Brother Hu and his crew would not let her off easily, and he was powerless to save her. Brother Hu was the bald man, and upon hearing that the yacht was usable, he shooed away the crowd leaning against it and called over a few companions to the submerged side of the vessel. To the astonishment of the others, he effortlessly flipped the yacht over with his bare hands. By the time the onlookers processed what had happened, the yacht was already standing firmly on the water surface. This scene not only left those who were already frightened of Brother Hu pale, but also stunned Meng Ting, who had been somewhat defiant. She began to tremble, her complexion growing increasingly ashen. A power wielder, Su Mian, who was also observing, felt a flicker of intrigue, yet grew more perplexed. "What are you dawdling about? Get on board." A woman's cries echoed as Brother Hu's companions dragged the few women onto the yacht, showing no signs of tenderness. Not only were their actions rough, but they also seized the opportunity to manhandle them. The others turned a blind eye to it all. Soon, only Su Mian, Meng Ting, and the young man remained below. Su Mian hesitated, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to escape, when a voice beside her spoke. "You should get on. There's a tsunami coming, and the yacht can at least hold for a while. Though they are in the wrong, it could save your lives. By the way, my name is Zhao Tian." The young man flashed a grin at Su Mian. However, Su Mian detected a hint of something amiss in his words and promptly made her decision. All right. Using the protrusion at the side of the yacht, she pretended to struggle as she managed to climb aboard. Above her, the group of men scrutinized her with malicious intent. Once aboard, Su Mian grabbed hold of Zhao Tian, who had followed her. She could tell that while he was with Brother Hu's group, it was not by choice. Zhao Tian misinterpreted her intent. "I can't help you. It won't do any good to plead with me." Despite having faced several scenarios, Zhao Tian had encountered the clinginess of the locals. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities and never dared to overestimate himself, prioritizing survival. "I just have a few questions for you." Zhao Tian flushed with embarrassment at his own vanity, but seeing that Zhang Hu and the others were temporarily distracted, he agreed. The yacht was not large. It could accommodate a dozen people, though the standing space was uneven, necessitating the need to find something to hold on to. The two found a spot at the rear of the vessel, and Su Mian got straight to the point. "Are you the real deal?" Though her question seemed abrupt, Zhao Tian understood it, exclaiming in surprise, "Are you a player too?" Player? The system had mentioned that the place he entered was a survival game, so calling them players was not entirely incorrect. Su Mian did not deny it. She had always thought herself the only outsider here, but it seemed she was mistaken. No wonder those people felt off. They too were likely players. Indeed, Zhao Tian's subsequent words confirmed her suspicions. "You must be entering a scenario for the first time, right? I never expected you to be a player. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw you." Su Mian. We both seem to have drawn the short straw, encountering Zhang, who means we can only survive. It's better for me being a guy, but you're definitely at a disadvantage. If only my points were sufficient. I had exhausted them previously in a bid to preserve my life. and now I am left with nothing but items. I yearn to find a formidable ally for guidance. Su Mian had initially contemplated how to extract information, but now it is unnecessary, as Zhao Tian has divulged much that she was previously unaware of. She comprehends that such knowledge is not a secret among the players. Now, she can ascertain several facts. For instance, Zhao Tian's world is entirely normal, and they have been randomly selected to undertake tasks across various parallel worlds. Failure equates to death, while success not only grants points but also various rewards, allowing them to return to their original world and await the next quest. The more successful quest one completes, the greater the benefits accrued. The great player Zhao Tian refers to as one with a high completion rate in quests, having undergone various physical enhancements, much like Zhang Hu, whose strength stems from the cumulative effects of rewarded skill points. It is said that every player possesses a game store and a player forum. Su Mian felt a flicker of interest and mentally instructed, "System, open the store." After a brief silence, a cold mechanical voice resonated in her mind, "Command invalid. Please complete your tasks diligently." Undeterred, Su Mian accessed the forum. The response was an overwhelming silence. Su Mian observed Zhao Tian, who appeared lost in thought, staring at the empty air before him. Yet she knew he was perusing the forum. This forum allows players engaged in the same game quest to communicate. Though anonymous, benevolent individuals may assist in clearing quests, and many utilize it as a platform to vent their frustrations. Su Mian had little interest in chatting. Her curiosity was piqued by the various auxiliary game items Zhao Tian mentioned. Unfortunately, they seemed irrelevant to her. Which would you prefer, good news or bad news? Zhao Tian flashed a mischievous smile after finishing his perusal of the forum. Su Mian sighed. Good news. The good news was that this was a new quest, indicating that the difficulty was likely low. Feeling indifferent, Su Mian asked, "And the bad news?" Zhao Tian fell silent, his gaze fixed behind her, as he recoiled slightly, stating, "You'll find out if you turn around." Without needing to look, Su Mian sensed an approaching presence. Ultimately, she glanced back to see two individuals arriving with Zhang Hu, their demeanor clearly aimed at her. Frowning, she understood that confrontation was inevitable. "Apologies, but my items can only be used in water, and my combat abilities are nearly non-existent. If I assist you, I shall be the first to perish." Zhao Tian expressed his sincere regret and reluctance about this newfound acquaintance. He had noticed the distinct change in Su Mian's demeanor when he mentioned the water-related items. "Shall we collaborate?" "What?" Zhao Tian barely caught the word collaborate before witnessing Su Mian stride towards the two men, leaving him no time to intervene. Surprising them with her sudden action, the seemingly frail girl swiftly brandished a delicate dagger, slashing towards their throats, leaving their smiles frozen in shock. She has killed someone. A scream pierced the air, and chaos erupted on the yacht. Zhao Tian, splattered with blood, stood frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the expressionless Su Mian, who had just taken a life. After a few seconds of stupor, he suddenly realized something and urgently grabbed Su Mian. "Run." The commotion had drawn Zhang Hu and his companions over. Zhao Tian felt a profound fear of Zhang Hu, having witnessed him kill a grown man right before his eyes. Strangely, despite Su Mian having killed two individuals as well, she did not inspire the same dread. Rather, he instinctively felt compelled to aid her. The only escape route for the two was the water's surface. They leapt off the yacht almost simultaneously, and remarkably, it seemed as though something was supporting Su Mian, allowing her to float effortlessly on the water's surface. This sensation persisted until they returned to the tree where Su Mian had previously sat. As Su Mian climbed the tree, she caught a glimpse of Zhao Tian's tail swaying beneath them. Surprised to understand the situation, and no wonder they hadn't seen Zhao Tian when they arrived. He must have utilized an item that transformed his legs into a fish tail. During this delay, Zhang Hu and his crew had already plunged into the water in pursuit, furious and embarrassed at having lost two subordinates. Perhaps in his eyes, Su Mian's success in killing was merely a stroke of luck. Unworthy of fear, Zhao Tian hastily intervened. "Zhang Hu, we are all players. There is no need to escalate matters." Zhang Hu regarded Su Mian with unexpected scrutiny, taken aback that this slender girl was also a player. "Are you implying my men died in vain?" Before Zhao Tian could retort, Su Mian interjected, her tone icy. "Let us see whether your strength surpasses the swiftness of my dagger." I in the face of Zhang Hu's companions, Su Mian exhibited no signs of nervousness or fear. Zhang Hu, who had initially intended to capture her for retribution, also regained his composure. Having experienced numerous quests, he knew not to judge a book by its cover. Though reluctant, he could not dismiss the possibility that the girl before him possessed genuine skill. The quest had only just begun, and he had yet to gather any resources. Sustaining injuries now would be tantamount to death. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly shoved a companion beside him, saying, "You go." The man hesitated, glancing at Su Mian, who appeared anything but threatening, and chose to ACT. Su Mian recognized this as Zhang Hu's test. Before the man could reach her, she executed a swift kick, sending him flying several meters away. This spectacle shocked Zhang Hu, confirming his suspicion that she was far more formidable than she seemed. After a moment of restraint, he glared fiercely at Su Mian. "I'll remember you. Best not cross my path again." Those on the yacht were astonished by Zhang Hu's failure, including Meng Ting, who stared at Su Mian in disbelief. They could not comprehend the conversation but could see that the girl had instilled trepidation in Zhang Hu. Meng Ting even regretted not jumping into the water alongside Su Mian. Her gaze turned hopeful, wishing Su Mian would devise a means to rescue her. But throughout, Su Mian did not spare her a glance, feeling despair as she realized there was no escape. Meanwhile, until Zhang Hu departed on the yacht, Zhao Tian remained in shock that he had thought he was doomed, but thankfully, he was unscathed. Sitting against the tree, he patted his chest, lamenting his narrow escape, while his gaze fixated fervently on the dagger in Su Mian's hand. He was certain that when they were together, she had been empty-handed, suggesting that she had conjured the dagger from thin air. Su Mian waited until the yacht was out of sight before shifting her gaze back to Zhao Tian, who was staring at her with wide eyes. Su Mian thought, "This gaze is rather unsettling." Great player. Su Mian thought, "Oh no, the system truly favors me. I have finally encountered a great player. I am not." Zhao Tian wore an expression of disbelief. "Space Grid. The cheapest is 10,000 points for 10 square meters. You can't deceive me about entering the quest for the first time." He felt immensely relieved by his choice. It is often said that great players tend to be low profile, but he never expected them to be this understated. Thankfully, he had not committed any wrongdoing against them. Did he mention space? Realizing she had acquired new knowledge, Su Mian chose not to explain further. If the store sold space, even if her own was inadvertently revealed, it wouldn't be too grave a matter. Eager to replenish her supplies, Su Mian resolved to discuss collaboration with Zhao Tian. "Your item." Zhao Tian preemptively presented her with a small ring. Noticing the puzzled look on Su Mian's face, he eagerly explained, "Mermaid S-tail. Wearing it allows you to breathe freely underwater. It can only be used in this quest. I give it to you, but I have one request. Please don't abandon me." After a brief silence, Su Mian accepted the ring. Zhao Tian was overjoyed that my name is Su Mian. Zhao Tian nodded vigorously. "All right, great Su Mian. What shall we do now?" Su Mian absent-mindedly played with the ring in her hand. "Let us search for supplies. After all, one must stay for a month, and filling one's stomach is of utmost importance." Zhao Tian happened to know where food could be found nearby. Earlier, while submerged, he had spotted a small car trapped beneath a yacht, inside which lay provisions. However, before he could utter a word, Su Mian had already donned her ring and leapt into the water. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. There's also a corpse in that car," he thought, recalling the unfortunate fate of the drowned body, which had startled him to the point of hesitation when Su Mian discovered the vehicle. She immediately noticed the lifeless body within. The car belonged to a family of 3, clad in matching outfits adorned with cartoon characters. The child, not yet 7 years old, had clung desperately to his mother's arm in his final moments. A poignant image of suffering. Withdrawing her gaze, she swayed her tail, which seemed an intrinsic part of her being, towards the trunk. There she found children's snacks, neatly packaged bottled water, and a large bag of treats emblazoned with the supermarket's logo. Confronted with food that evoked memories of a bygone era, Su Mian quelled the surge of warmth in her heart and waved her hand, drawing the items into her spatial realm. She then discovered a well-sealed barrel of oil and unearthed a box of precision tools along with a supply of emergency medicine. The haul was quite satisfactory. Instead of rushing back, she decided to survey the surrounding area first. Thanks to the effects of her mermaid's tail, everything underwater was vividly clear. She could see canned beverages resting on the seabed meters away, as well as a grotesquely contorted corpse entangled among branches. To ascertain the direction Meng Ting had mentioned, she explored various angles for about 100 meters, only returning to Zhao Tian when she had a clearer understanding of the island's location. Above the water, Zhao Tian was growing anxious, just as he began to wonder if Su Mian had fainted from the side of the corpse and debated whether to dive in after her. She emerged, accompanied by a mass of orange plastic that barely resembled a defunct inflatable boat. Zhao Tian hurried forward to assist her in unfurling the boat, only to feel a wave of disappointment upon discovering a 5-centimeter-long tear rendering it unusable. Su Mian remained silent as she cleaned the debris from the inflatable. Placing her hand over the gash, the miraculous event unfolded. The deflated boat visibly rounded out before their eyes. Initially bewildered by her actions, Zhao Tian soon found himself wide-eyed in disbelief as he witnessed Su Mian effortlessly reinflate the boat, followed by her producing a black adhesive to seal the breach. He shook his head internally, convinced that it would be futile. Any adhesive exposed to water would surely fail. Yet, the ensuing spectacle defied his expectations. The substance seemed to possess an innate stickiness, and with a few gentle presses, it flawlessly sealed the leak. Even after Su Mian deliberately submerged it, no air escaped. Stunned, Zhao Tian could hardly believe his eyes, casting several awestruck glances at Su Mian, nearly offering his knee in reverence. Surely, this was an item from a high-end shop. The tools from the divine realm were evidently superior to those he had encountered, unaware that her ability, combined with over a decade of repair experience, was what impressed Zhao Tian. Su Mian finally revealed her intention to travel to the island. She did not mention searching for supplies, merely seeking a person. Expecting hesitance, she was surprised when Zhao Tian readily proclaimed he would accompany her. Adopting an attitude of unwavering loyalty, Su Mian swallowed her words, having initially planned to find a suitable place for Zhao Tian to settle before providing him with supplies as a form of gratitude for assisting her. Since he insisted on following her, she decided to focus on locating the island's supermarket and streets, hoping to gather provisions before they were completely ruined by the water. After all, it had been over a decade since she had tasted fresh food. The sudden onset of the apocalypse had left supermarkets, factories, and shops completely ravaged, and while she had indeed found some resources when her space had emerged, 10 years had seen the depletion of even the most abundant supplies. Now, apart from an array of weapons and daily necessities, her spatial realm contained only nutritional supplements. Her modes of transportation were limited to a bicycle, an electric bike, and an off-road vehicle, none of which were of any immediate use. With the gift of her mermaid's tail, all her problems seemed to unravel, and she was determined not to miss this opportunity for a bountiful harvest. Zhao Tian had already steeled himself to hold onto Su Mian's thigh tightly. He feared nothing, not even a journey to a volcano. With their plans solidified, there was no room for hesitation. While submerged, Su Mian had calculated the time. Su Jiao would emerge to swim at 9 in the morning. Given her own hour of unconsciousness and the time they had just spent, it would not be later than noon. Even if they took 2 hours to return the same way, she would still have over 4 hours to gather supplies. Coupled with Su Jiao's memory of the shop's location, she felt confident that time was on their side. Once aboard the inflatable, Su Mian retrieved 2 military shovels from her space to serve as makeshift oars. Zhao Tian initially felt they were inadequate, yet upon seeing Su Mian begin to paddle, he threw caution to the wind and followed her lead. However, as they paddled, he began to notice something amiss. The speed at which they were moving was astonishingly rapid. Wait, this pace seems a bit too fast, he thought, pausing his movements. Yet the inflatable continued at its original speed, with only Su Mian propelling it forward. Fixating on Su Mian's silhouette, Zhao Tian found himself swallowing hard. Though he maintained a calm facade, internally he was elated, shouting in his mind, "Heavens! I, Zhao Tian, have encountered an immensely powerful deity. The most extraordinary kind." While he was curious about how she achieved such a feat, he dared not inquire further. After all, the secrets of a deity were not meant to be casually probed. Silently suppressing his excitement, he gritted his teeth and paddled with renewed vigor. Throughout the journey, Su Mian kept an eye on the floating debris on the water's surface. She noticed an increasing number of items that appeared to be human-made. She surmised she was on the right track. Unfortunately, there was no time for leisurely exploration. She pressed on to avoid any undue delays. During this time, as her powers were taxing, she took a moment to replenish her energy with some nutritional supplements. Feeling no immediate discomfort at last, when the debris surrounding them became so dense that they could no longer accelerate, Su Mian spotted a familiar sight, the diamond emblem of the hotel where Su Jiao resided. In stark contrast to her joy, Zhao Tian's face grew pale, fear gripping him. He had anticipated encountering numerous corpses upon returning to the island, but he had not expected to see so many. With the island's dense architecture, even the tremendous force of the tsunami had not spared the trapped souls, many of whom were now bobbing on the water's surface, their bodies marred by the passage of time. These bodies, though still intact, bore a grotesque appearance, many resembling tattered rags. Zhao Tian's silence shattered when his finger accidentally brushed against a cold object, revealing a partially submerged arm that he retched violently. Ugh! His already pale complexion turned even whiter. Su Mian glanced back at him, kindly suggesting that if he was frightened, he could close his eyes. After all, they had arrived. He could simply remain in the inflatable and could even afford to sleep if he wished, as long as he did not hinder her efforts. Zhao Tian waved his hand, unwilling to appear foolish before Su Mian. Yet, he could not suppress the question that had long lingered in his heart. Su Mian, aren't you afraid? He noticed Su Mian pause, then shake her head calmly. Her gaze was distant and indifferent, prompting Zhao Tian to feel a surge of conflicting emotions, ultimately choosing to remain silent. After Su Mian submerged, he did not truly close his eyes to rest. He lacked the fortitude to do so in an environment teeming with corpses. It instilled a terror within him that he might be pulled beneath the waves at any moment. Moreover, he feared that the inflatable, which Su Mian had painstakingly salvaged and repaired, might be seized by others. As the devoted follower of a deity, safeguarding their belongings was a fundamental duty, thus forcing himself to remain vigilant. Zhao Tian could not help but observe the grim fates of the bodies more clearly. Ugh! The echo of dry heaving resonated across the desolate waters for what felt like an eternity. At a depth of over 10 meters, Su Mian finally felt the solid ground beneath her feet. She surveyed the nearby structures. The buildings on the island were not tall, but they were densely packed. Now submerged, they cast a suffocating shadow over the landscape. With a weary sigh, she navigated through the drifting bodies and debris towards the planned 24-hour convenience store. The glass doors had been reduced to mere metal frames after the tsunami, and the store's contents floated chaotically throughout the interior. Even with half of the items missing, Su Mian's eyes still sparkled with excitement. First, she ventured into the food section, collecting snacks, spicy strips, instant noodles, and cookies, ensuring to gather everything with intact packaging, even seizing those floating in water. She did not overlook the various ostentatious beverages nearby: ham, vacuum-packed chicken and duck eggs, as well as preserved vegetables and condiments from the grain and oil section, such as pickled vegetables and lao gan ma sauce, were also included. All these items were well sealed, requiring no meticulous selection, but Su Mian felt akin to a bandit, unwilling to spare even a single item within her sight. Furthermore, she gathered daily necessities like tissues, sanitary napkins, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, and body wash, including mosquito coils and floral water, packing them away as well. The convenience store also offered an array of undergarments, slippers, and socks, despite many being soaked. Su Mian still selected a few to take. The quality was good, and she thought they could be washed and sanitized later for reuse. Lastly, she collected a mountain of bottled water from the promotional section. An hour had passed since her departure, and upon noticing a swimwear store next door, an essential item she might need came to her mind. She proceeded to the swimwear shop and gathered a pile of long-sleeved sun protection clothing, also finding a batch of uninflated swimming rings and conveniently taking a pump. After searching for 5 minutes, relying on her somewhat hazy memory, Su Mian located the dive gear shop that Su Jiao had frequented. Su Jiao had arrived at 8:10 a.m., and with few customers in the store, she had been attended to for over 20 minutes, thus knowing where the equipment was stored. Indeed, aside from what was displayed in the shop, she discovered a heap of diving suits and compressed air tanks stacked in the small warehouse behind the cash register, most of which were 15L capacity, along with a few portable packs. The warehouse, spanning dozens of square meters, was crammed with these items. Su Mian even found a dozen life rings, rubber boats, and half a box of waterproof glow-in-the-dark compasses and glow sticks. After collecting everything, she also took various ropes and locks from the accessories, all essential consumables. After completing her shopping, Su Mian returned to the specialty store she had previously scouted. Unfortunately, half of the items in the store had been ruined by water, primarily those in paper packaging, which offered no water resistance. Only the dried meats, fish, and various fruit pastries displayed in the showcases had survived. After a long period of emptiness, the space finally bore some semblance of order, and Su Mian looked mournfully at the damaged food, reminding herself that it was all just a ruse. There were numerous shops selling clothing and cosmetics on the island, and Su Mian only took some facial cleanser, cream, and masks. All the clothes were summer attire, overly trendy, and soaked through. Thus, she only selected a few lightweight short-sleeved shirts and shorts, piling the waterlogged items in one corner of her space. After searching for over an hour, Su Mian's space had already been half-filled. She finally arrived at a small mall near the hotel. After observing the directory on the first floor, Su Mian noted the floors she needed to search. First, she headed to the luxury goods store on the first floor, where she found the watch she had coveted for a long time, opting for a lightweight model. The time was roughly what she had calculated. It was now 5:15 p.m. Adjacent to the display was a collection of ostentatious jewelry, and recalling her plans to visit many places in the future, she decided to take everything. Next, on the second floor, she encountered a plethora of black backpacks and several pairs of shoes. The third floor was filled with clothing, but there was also an imported food store, where Su Mian successfully found another batch of food items. Then came the most crucial fourth floor. Aside from raiding a few gold shops near the entrance, the bedding was her second objective. Non-woven bags were useless, but the soft-shell wrapped 4-piece sets and comforters were still viable. It is said that the temperature difference by the sea can be significant, and Su Mian believed it prudent to prepare more, especially for Zhao Tian, as she had taken his equipment and felt it should not go to waste. Thinking of Zhao Tian, Su Mian returned to the third floor to find him some clothing and footwear. Inevitably, some were soaked, but it was better than nothing. At 5:30 p.m., Su Mian arrived at her final destination, the hotel where Su Jiao was staying. Earlier that morning, when Su Jiao left the hotel, her family had not yet departed. The Su family was in business, both parents busy, and they had intended to take a break during this trip, planning to enjoy a leisurely breakfast and then relax in the hotel balcony pool with a spa service days for her brother. Considering his character, Su Mian was at a loss for words, suspecting he might have already left by helicopter that morning. After considerable effort, she found the room where they were staying, relieved that the hotel was not very tall, which allowed for a relatively unobstructed view. She vaguely recalled the orientations of several rooms' balconies. First, she went to the Su couple's room, pondering as she opened the door if luck were against her. She might have stumbled upon 2 corpses. Fortunately, the room was completely empty, and the adjacent room belonging to Su Jiao's brother was also vacant. The good news was that her brother's luggage was absent, indicating that he had left the hotel. This meant that if she could not locate the couple, she could find a way to leave the island in search of her brother. With this thought, Su Mian felt less urgency. As 6 o'clock approached, Su Mian reluctantly set off to find Zhao Tian after gathering a few more items. However, the place where she had originally entered the water was now deserted, with no sign of rubber boats nearby. If Zhao Tian had left on his own, recalling his timid demeanor, it seemed improbable. Did he encounter an accident? For a fleeting moment, Su Mian considered ignoring him. After all, they were engaged in a survival game, and a backstabber was hardly a concern. Yet, recalling how Zhao Tian had provided her with equipment and shared valuable information, which she might need later, she abandoned that thought. Zhao Tian was fearful of death, and even if he was forced to leave, he would surely find a way to return. With this reasoning in mind, Su Mian silently searched within 100 meters radius. Ultimately, she spotted Zhao Tian along with 2 women. 500 meters from where they had parted, behind the rubber boat was a trawler, and from what she could see, there were at least 20 or 30 people on board. The 2 women sat beside Zhao Tian, seemingly engaged in conversation. Zhao Tian appeared troubled, gesturing helplessly as he moved aside, while the women pressed closer, nearly causing him to fall off the rubber boat. Flustered, he glanced around, and upon spotting Su Mian in the distance, his eyes lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Su Mian, you're back." Zhao Tian's voice alerted the 2 women, causing them to regard her warily, even drawing the attention of those aboard the fishing vessel, who seemed astonished by her youth. From 100 meters away, Su Mian removed her ring, approaching the rubber boat with an inquiring gaze directed at Zhao Tian. His expression was awkward as he first addressed the 2 women, saying, "I told you I have a companion. You should leave." The women acted as if they hadn't heard, their hostile gazes fixed on Su Mian, clearly intent on remaining. Recalling their previous obstinacy when they had approached, Zhao Tian felt an unfamiliar urge to confront the women, but could only helplessly confide in Su Mian. It was then that Su Mian learned that shortly after she had entered the water, a self-organized rescue boat had appeared, discovering the isolated Zhao Tian and inviting him to join them. After being declined on the grounds of waiting for his companions, they learned of Zhao Tian's ability to swim and changed their approach, pleading for his temporary assistance. Initially reluctant, Zhao Tian succumbed to the pleading gazes of the entire boat. They explained that their request for help merely involved clearing the nearby water surface to facilitate their search for people and resources. Upon learning that they had other rescue teams, Zhao Tian recalled Su Mian's earlier mention of seeking a refuge, so he decided to accompany them, concerned that Su Mian might not find him. He had ventured far, remaining nearby. A few hundred meters away, the manual nature of the rubber boat limited his strength, preventing him from going too far. However, midway through his assistance, two women abruptly jumped from the rescue boat onto his rubber boat, claiming they merely needed a place to sit for a while before departing. When the water surface was cleared, Zhao Tian politely reminded them it was time to leave, but they refused, insisting he follow them to the larger boat, promising they would not bother him further once they reached it. The people aboard the boat showed no inclination to intervene, allowing the two women to bind the rubber boat with extra ropes from the fishing net. Su Mian's arrival was perfectly timed, as any later, the rescue boat would have departed, and Zhao Tian would have been forcibly taken along with the two women. That we won't get off. You can go to the fishing boat. It is cramped and smelly up there, and we absolutely refuse to go back, they declared, their intentions now clear. Having resigned themselves to their predicament, realizing their plans had been exposed, they believed they were safe from repercussions. Not good. The boat is about to leave. Su Mian, hurry and come aboard. While keeping a watchful eye on Zhao Tian ahead, Su Mian suddenly noticed that the rescue boat had already begun to start up, prompting her to hastily urge, "What are you doing? There's no more room here. If anyone else comes aboard, it will capsize." However, the two women stretched out their hands to block her, clearly fearful of Su Mian's approach. Su Mian, her patience wearing thin, recognized their inability to communicate and, disinterested in further dialogue, swiftly drew a watermelon knife from behind her, positioning it menacingly against the throats of the two women. "Either I go down myself, or you both do. Make your choice." Her expression was far from benevolent, and as the two women recoiled in shock, one of them attempted to negotiate. "Please, don't act rashly. We're just trying to survive." "Oh, so you wish to forfeit your lives," she retorted, raising her hand with the knife. The swift motion startled the two women into a scream, instinctively causing them to back away, which resulted in one of them tumbling off the inflatable boat. While Su Mian's knife sliced through the air just before them, although she did not sever any heads, the few strands of hair that fell to the ground testified to her seriousness. Seeing the two women retreat in terror from the inflatable boat, Su Mian paid no heed to the various gazes cast upon her from the fishing boat due to her actions. With a decisive movement, she effortlessly leapt onto the inflatable boat, simultaneously removing her bulging backpack from her back. The engine of the fishing boat roared to life. Only then did the two women in the water remember they were still afloat, crying out, "Wait, pull us up. We haven't boarded yet." They seemed to have conveniently forgotten their earlier declarations of refusing to return, scrambling clumsily to the stern of the boat, allowing two lewdly smiling men to haul them aboard. They didn't even dare to glance back at Su Mian. It was terrifying. That girl was no ordinary person. She truly intended to kill them, regardless of the opinions of others. Once the inflatable boat began to glide steadily under the guidance of the fishing boat, Zhao Tian gave Su Mian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Su Mian, you're truly impressive." Su Mian shot him a disdainful glance, as if to say, "You can't even handle such a trivial matter." Zhao Tian shrugged it off, contemplating that it wouldn't be safe on the water at night. He had heard that their boat was quite large, suggesting they could go take a look. Even resting alongside the boat would be better than staying here. This explained why he had not intervened when the others secured the inflatable boat with a rope. Where there are survivors, there is news, Su Mian thought. Perhaps she could still locate Su's parents and didn't mind the detour. Both of them had envisioned a larger vessel, perhaps a freighter or a private yacht, but were astonished to discover it was a luxurious 8-story cruise liner. The deep blue ship was adorned with gilded floral patterns, exuding an imposing aura. It was perplexing how it had survived the tsunami, as the hull showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Su Mian estimated that such an 8-story liner could typically accommodate around 3,000 people if there were enough rooms. And if they squeezed in, it could easily house over 10,000 without strain. Noticing the sparse figures by the railing, an idea formed in her mind. The people on the fishing boat began transferring to the cruise liner. All had to ascend via the escape ladder, which took considerable time due to the height. When it was Su Mian's turn, she distinctly sensed something falling from above. Without even looking up, she sidestepped and kicked the falling piece of wood back. The people above had not anticipated her swift reaction and were caught off guard, resulting in a cry of pain as one was struck. Soon after, someone shouted about an injury and bleeding. By the time Su Mian and Zhao Tian boarded, several men approached her, insisting she take responsibility. Zhao Tian, utterly bewildered and unaware of what had transpired, queried, "What does this have to do with us?" The injured man, clutching his forehead, pointed at Su Mian, exclaiming, "She kicked that wood onto my head." Su Mian toyed with the watermelon knife in her hand. The men grew tense upon seeing the weapon, Yet they attempted to maintain their composure. Su Mian glanced at the two women not far behind them. Locking eyes, their evident unease quickly clarified the situation for her. She regarded the group coolly, her voice low. I merely seek a place to rest and have no desire to kill. Are you attempting to provoke me? She lifted the watermelon knife slightly. Then she uttered a chilling remark. To be honest, I initially aimed for your throat. Shall we test that now? The delicate smile on her pale face, devoid of genuine warmth, rendered the men speechless. Just as they were about to respond, a stern voice interrupted from afar. What are you doing? It was a security officer from the cruise liner, having heard the commotion and rushed over to restore order. A group of 5 or 6 tall men in white security uniforms, wielding electric batons, reminded everyone aboard the liner to adhere to basic conduct. Should any fights break out, they had the authority to intervene first. The men hastily waved their hands, assuring, it's nothing. We're just playing around. The leader of the security team, a serious-looking man in his 30s, bore the sharpness and righteousness typical of a soldier. Frowning, he remarked, everyone is busy saving lives. Instead of wasting time, you should assist others. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Su Mian and her watermelon knife, stating, the cruise liner has a strict policy. Guests are not allowed to bring dangerous items. Young lady, do you understand how perilous that is? Perhaps noticing Su Mian's youth, he instinctively softened his voice, wary of scaring her. Yet, he failed to observe the peculiar expressions of those who had witnessed Su Mian's earlier display of aggression. If anyone were to be deemed dangerous, it was surely she, far more than that watermelon knife. However, I wish to keep this knife, Su Mian asserted defiantly. On my way here, I encountered numerous individuals who bullied me, stealing my inflatable boat and launching surprise attacks. Without a knife, I fear for my safety. The officer appeared somewhat troubled. It was only when he noticed her glancing at the men intermittently that he comprehended the underlying tension. His gaze toward them growing increasingly hostile. Young lady, I am Lu Hong, the head of security. You can trust us to ensure your safety aboard the cruise liner. I will temporarily hold onto your knife. Should anyone cause you trouble during your stay, feel free to come to the security office on the first floor. If I'm unavailable, seek out one of my colleagues. The men, now under the scrutinizing gaze of Lu Hong, appeared utterly bewildered. Although they had indeed troubled Su Mian, it was glaringly evident to any observer that they were the ones truly bullied, and injured at that. However, no explanations came their way. They watched helplessly as Su Mian swiftly engaged in conversation with the security chief, even departing together, leaving them feeling regretful for having drawn attention to themselves. Consequently, their ire shifted toward the two women behind them. Throughout this, Zhao Tian's admiration for Su Mian never wavered. He had believed her to be taciturn and unskilled in conversation. Yet, he had witnessed her skillfully leverage her perceived weakness to not only strike a rapport with Lu Hong but also glean essential information regarding the current situation aboard the cruise liner. It wasn't until the two were personally escorted by Lu Hong to the entrance of the second-floor cabin that he realized the nature of their earlier private discussion, astounded when Lu Hong even returned her watermelon knife. The accommodations are ample. I will request the manager to accommodate your situation. You two can rest easy here. Should you need anything, simply call for cabin service. Zhao Tian remained silent throughout, fearful of jeopardizing Su Mian's good fortune. Once they swiped their cards to enter the room, he was captivated by the pristine environment. The space measured roughly 25 square meters, furnished with 2 beds. Upon card recognition, the room was bathed in a warm yellow glow, creating a relaxing atmosphere. Outside was a small balcony of a few square meters, offering a clear view of the sea for hundreds of meters. Zhao Tian marveled. What did you offer that captain? Not only did he assist in securing a room, but he even returned your knife. You two aren't related, are you? Before Su Mian could respond, his attention was drawn to the contents of her backpack. What have you packed in there? After entering the room, Su Mian began to unpack her bag, revealing several articles of clothing, 2 watches, a compass, and some shoes and socks. She took a moment to answer Zhao Tian's question, saying, I gave him a gem to offset the room cost. We are not relatives. As for the knife, perhaps he returned it out of pity for my youth. Zhao Tian thought, that sounds rather odd coming from her. She pointed to her belongings, instructing, wash the clothes and hang them to dry, switch them out later, wear one watch for telling time, and keep the other as a spare. The larger one is a compass. You can figure it out. Surprisingly, it seemed all of these provisions were for her own use. Zhao Tian remained in a state of astonishment and emotion, while Su Mian, unable to contain her eagerness, hastily entered the bathroom and locked the door behind her. The bathroom had a steady supply of both hot and cold water, and all the necessary toiletries were readily available. It was only when she was enveloped in the warm flow of water that Su Mian felt a sense of rebirth. However, she did not linger in this warmth. She quickly washed up, dried her hair, and changed into her own clothes. When Su Mian emerged from the bathroom, Zhao Tian nearly mistook her for someone else. Her swimsuit had transformed into a black leisure outfit, and her long, dark hair had been cut into a chic bob. Though her face retained a youthful innocence, the depth of her dark eyes conveyed an aura of coolness and aloofness, making her appear less like a vulnerable teenager and more like a formidable young woman. His gaze lingered a moment too long, and when Su Mian looked up, she exuded an air of authority, asking, "Is there something you need?" "No, nothing," Zhao Tian stammered, scratching his head and offering a silly grin. "I just think that outfit suits you perfectly." Su Mian nodded, mentioning that Lu Hong had informed her that the food and water supply on the cruise was currently stable. However, she surmised that this wouldn't last for long, and suggested that she take the opportunity to enjoy herself while she could. Stating that she would go for a walk, Zhao Tian contemplated joining her but quickly realized that his presence might not be beneficial, preferring instead to remain in the room. Su Mian's absence extended to several hours. During this time, Zhao Tian not only enjoyed a hot shower but also took the initiative to wash all the clothes and shoes that Su Mian had given him, as well as his own. He temporarily donned the bathrobe provided by the room. Had it not been for the murky water he observed while hanging up the laundry on the balcony, he might have genuinely felt as though he were on a holiday cruise. Earlier, he had not paid attention to the two watches Su Mian had casually handed him, but now he realized they were from renowned brands, leaving him astonished for quite some time before reluctantly wearing one. Such fine items were beyond his means, and he had not anticipated that the game would offer such an experience. He began to fiddle with the compass, which was both peculiar and cumbersome. Yet its simplicity of use promised great utility in the future. Feeling bored, he explored the room further, familiarizing himself with the various services the cruise offered, and spent over an hour on the phone conversing with customer service. When Su Mian returned, it was nearly 11 o'clock. She bore the faint scent of seawater, and a hat adorned her head, giving her a somewhat travel-worn appearance. Zhao Tian was momentarily taken aback when he opened the door, but quickly regained his composure and poured her a cup of water that had been kept warm. The sea breeze must be chilly. Drink some water to warm up. His attempt to please her earned him a glance from Su Mian. After leisurely finishing the entire cup, she revealed shocking news. A player had just seized control of the cruise ship. Zhao Tian's heart sank. Does that mean we can still stay? Just as he had begun to feel a sense of belonging in this room, he was struck by such dire news. Those bold enough to take action were often domineering. They cared little for the lives of the original inhabitants, let alone their fellow players. He glanced at Su Mian but dared not voice his concerns. Realizing that if they were forced to leave, they would have to find a new place to stay. Su Mian remained unfazed, explaining that the intruders had not resorted to violence. They merely took over the cruise's control. Their only demand was that no further rescue efforts for survivors would be allowed unless those arriving had sufficient supplies. As for those already aboard, a group led by Lu Hong had managed to protect them. But it came with a caveat. All future food supplies would need to be exchanged for equivalent items. Interestingly, they did not require cash, but rather sought jewelry, precious artworks, or other collectibles. This behavior struck Su Mian as oddly familiar, leading her to speculate that the leader of the group possessed a space that they intended to utilize in other game instances. Zhao Tian had previously mentioned that their space required a purchase of 100,000 points. And with a maximum reward of 10,000 per game, it suggested that the opposing player was at least a seasoned veteran who had participated in 10 games, uncertain of how much power the store would provide upon completion. Su Mian decided to observe the unfolding situation. She also realized that although her body was not her own, her abilities had largely transferred over, having been too weak to utilize them earlier. After consuming a few nutritional supplements, her condition now rivaled her peak in the real world. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed in her ears. Su Mian raised an eyebrow, only to find Zhao Tian's face tinged with embarrassment. "I'm hungry." His admission prompted Su Mian to feel a pang of hunger as well. In her previous busyness of gathering supplies and finding a place to settle, she had forgotten that this world did not have nutritional supplements, and everyone needed to eat regular meals. Inspired, she retrieved several types of bread and cookies that had previously piqued her appetite. Zhao Tian, aware of her space, was momentarily taken aback as food appeared out of thin air, and he swallowed hard at the sight. Meeting his pitiful gaze, Su Mian nodded. "Go ahead and eat." "Wait a moment." Suddenly recalling something, she produced 2 cups of instant noodles. "Let us eat this first." She had just learned that the cruise's supplies were delivered from the port at regular intervals. And those players were quite clever. Aside from food requiring exchange, water and electricity would also be cut off, making it wise to enjoy a warm meal while they still could. Zhao Tian nodded vigorously. As one was hungry and the other tempted, the two shared a meal in silence. The room filled only with the aroma of food and the sound of chewing at midnight, after checking the doors and windows. Locking the room and setting a small mechanism, they snuggled under a soft blanket, falling asleep in a comfortable temperature. Upon awakening, daylight flooded the room, and loud knocking reverberated from the adjacent room. Zhao Tian sat up, startled to find Su Mian's bed empty, the blanket neatly folded in a corner. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure entering from the balcony and hurriedly asked, "Did you hear any noise?" Su Mian nodded. "It's the announcement regarding the food charge." Moments later, raucous voices could be heard through the door. The individuals outside had prepaid for their stay, and since food was initially included in their package, they were naturally reluctant to pay extra now. Suddenly, gunshots and screams erupted, and a moment later, silence fell outside. Before long, there was a knock at their door. Zhao Tian's expression turned tense, while Su Mian calmly approached and opened the door, revealing 5 imposing men standing outside. "We are the cruise's administrators, here to inform you that all guests will now need to exchange additional items for water, electricity, and food. Do you have any objections?" What was framed as a notification felt more like a threat. It seemed they were confident that Su Mian had heard the earlier commotion and were unwilling to waste more words. They likely thought that if anyone raised further objections, they could effortlessly eliminate them to enhance efficiency and conserve energy. Su Mian cooperatively spoke up. "No objections. We understand." The men exchanged glances with her, seemingly satisfied with her compliance, and proceeded to the next room without further difficulty. The sounds of commotion and gunfire continued to echo down the hallway for some time. Zhao Tian, having seen the blood in the corridor through the door crack, wore a pale expression. Any noise made him flinch. Observing this, Su Mian asked, "Why are you so timid? How did you manage to navigate the game?" Zhao Tian couldn't help but defend himself. In the past, everyone was quite amiable. In the earlier instances, we helped each other, and we barely survived. But at some point, the atmosphere soured, and hostility became the norm. I've only encountered one player as ruthless as those outside, and these individuals are clearly far more dangerous. Su Mian has indeed come to understand. Much like her own world, after experiencing calamity, some individuals begin to exhibit distorted mindsets. The more hardships one encounters, even the kindest souls can become callous, and gradually regarding life with indifference seems almost natural. If only this were a dream, I would no longer complain about the exhaustion of preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. Su Mian momentarily lost herself in thought. After all, she is still a university student. How wonderful that is. At 8 in the morning, the two of them had a bit of bread. Su Mian drank a bottle of milk and brought Zhao Tian some orange juice. By 10 o'clock. It felt as though those individuals had completely subdued the cruise ship, prompting Su Mian to don a hat and step out of her room. Outside, the number of guests was noticeably sparse. Those who occasionally passed by were hurried, their faces grim, clutching large and small bags. When someone glanced at the items in their hands, they quickened their pace, as if fearing they might be robbed. Alone, Su Mian drew no attention. She made her way to the first floor and knocked on Lu Hong's door. A stranger opened it, revealing at least 7 or 8 others inside the room. Moments later, Lu Hong emerged from the crowd. The man, who had appeared spirited just yesterday, now bore a look of utter exhaustion, as if he had not slept in days. Weariness etched beneath his eyes. Recognizing Su Mian at once, he exclaimed, "It's you. Just in time. I was about to seek you out." Lu Hong closed the door and led her around the corner, retrieving an object from his pocket and handing it to her. "There has been a situation on the cruise. Keep this safe. You should know how to use it. Those people are not to be trifled with. Take care of yourselves, you and your brother." Upon seeing that it was the gemstone she had given him, Su Mian hesitated. "What about my family? I checked. There are no names matching what you mentioned on the cruise. You should let it go. Given the current circumstances, your own safety is paramount. Your family are adults. They can protect themselves better than you can." Lu Hong was taken aback by her boldness. Although he had been unable to board, he was aware of how many lives had been lost to those individuals. In such a precarious situation, she still thought of her family and dared to venture downstairs. He realized he had underestimated this girl. "Take the gemstone. I know you still have some authority to act. I hope that if you receive any news, you will inform me at the earliest opportunity." Without waiting for Lu Hong to decline, she turned and ascended the stairs, The situation was more troublesome than Su Mian had anticipated. She could not solely rely on Lu Hong. It seemed she would need to seek out those players. The upper deck of the cruise was where the players vying for control resided. The view was splendid and the rooms were the finest on the ship, complete with private swimming pools, restaurants, dance halls, and conference rooms. Song Kaishan had just seized control of the cruise ship yesterday, ordering all the food on board to be moved to the upper deck. Burdened with managing his subordinates and intimidating the local inhabitants, he was exceedingly busy, yet he felt fortunate to have acted swiftly. Arriving at the cruise before other experienced players and easily taking charge. Today, in addition to solidifying the ship's safety measures, Song Kaishan intended to gather supplies before the corpses spoiled the water quality. Just before departure, upon hearing that new players had applied to join and were offering 10 square meters of space, Song Kaishan was elated. He was a player who prioritized speed to ensure his own safety. He had always allocated rewards to speed and physicality, resulting in an inadequate accumulation of funds to purchase a coveted space. The only person nearby who possessed a space was rather ill-tempered. And to seek the other's assistance this time, he had to negotiate at length, agreeing on the types and directions of the supplies to be sought. Now, with someone proactively approaching him, it was as if a significant dilemma had been resolved. Overly eager, Song Kaishan failed to perceive the complexity in the tone of the individual as they spoke. When he finally laid eyes on the newcomer, he greeted her with a broad smile, ready to shake hands and express goodwill, only to find that there stood a young, petite girl in the room. He was momentarily taken aback, casting a probing glance at the guide, who nodded in affirmation, leaving him genuinely surprised. Everyone knew that the gender and age selected for players entering the instance were typically reflective of their actual selves, and the girl before him appeared no older than 18, meaning she could not exceed 30 in reality. Remarkably, she had traversed over a dozen instances to acquire a space. Song Kaishan was clearly astonished. "Hello, I am Song Kaishan. I hear you are willing to provide 10 square meters of space for us to store supplies?" After a brief moment of reaction, Song Kaishan felt no inclination to belittle her. Rather, his demeanor and tone became notably more earnest. Indeed, the girl in the room was none other than Su Mian, who had decided to approach the players and act without hesitation. She had anticipated encountering a group of unreasonable individuals and had prepared herself for suppression, but upon seeing Song Kaishan, she felt inclined to consider further collaboration. Although his methods of killing were somewhat brutal, his eyes did not convey malice. On the surface, Su Mian sensed she had made the right choice in coming. She proactively stated, "I know you wish to accumulate supplies while you still can. I happen to have an extra 10 square meters of space. However, the space is not free. I need your assistance in locating a few individuals." Setting aside Su Mian's request for the moment, Song Kaishan's ears were fixated solely on the phrase, "I have extra 10 square meters of space." He had not misheard. It was indeed extra, rather than merely only. He felt fortunate that he had maintained a positive attitude. Realizing that this girl was even more formidable than he had imagined, such a peer, even without a space, was worth befriending. Song Kaishan readily agreed, promising that any supplies obtained would yield a 10% share for Su Mian, ensuring her 3 meals a day on the cruise, and immediately instructing someone to note the names and characteristics of the individual she sought. Without any superfluous chatter, they reached a cordial agreement. "I understand this may seem hasty, but the task deadline is approaching. Are you available to accompany us now?" Su Mian nodded. "I can." Just before she ascended the stairs, she had inquired and learned that Song Kaishan's group was primarily searching for a pharmacy today. Coincidentally, that was precisely what her space needed most. Yesterday, she had scoured underwater but had yet to locate the pharmacy's position. Now, having someone to guide her was fortuitous. Song Kaishan personally escorted Su Mian to the docking area of the yacht, where players preparing for the mission stood in abundance. Upon seeing a young girl approach, various gazes were directed toward her, some approving, others disapproving. Song Kaishan cautioned the crowd, "This is Su Mian, our new partner, who will assist us in stockpiling medicines. I hope everyone will ensure her safety, especially since this is only the second day of the instance. We all understand the importance of accumulating supplies." Turning to a young man leading the way, he added, "Xiao Yu, Su Mian is young. You must prioritize her protection. Understood? I'm not a superhuman. One is enough, and now there's another." Although the other did not refuse, he appeared somewhat reluctant. "Don't play games with me. Otherwise, you'll stay behind to guard the ship." "All right, I got it. If we don't leave soon, it'll be dark." The young man, Wu Yu, was undeterred by Song Kaishan, and upon seeing Su Mian board the yacht, he directly commanded the crew to set sail. far enough away that Song Kaishan's dark expression was still visible. Some teased. Wu Yu, Song Gu is already bothersome enough. Don't provoke him further, or he might deny you food. The young man, Wu Yu, dismissed it nonchalantly. If I don't eat, I don't eat. Who told him to keep sending me on missions? I can't even have a proper sleep. After boarding, Su Mian remained silent, and the others did not engage her. From their conversations, it became apparent that Song Kaishan and the individual named Wu Yu were related, with Wu Yu being one of the more capable among them. Previously, he had mainly protected another man with a space, and now, with Su Mian joining, he was even less pleased about the mission he already disliked. Noting that he was not targeting her, Su Mian chose to disregard it. The yacht traveled for 30 minutes, finally halting in a seemingly indistinguishable area of water. The group appeared confident that the pharmacy lay below, and everyone was preparing their diving gear. It was at this moment that Su Mian noticed they each had an oxygen tank. Making her appear rather pitiable with empty hands, Wu Yu instructed the crew to lower the tools securing the yacht, and, upon turning around, spotted someone about to dive, exclaiming in surprise, "Who told you to wander off? Stay on the boat. Going down there will only create chaos." Su Mian was taken aback that it dawned on her that her role in accumulating supplies merely required her to wait on the ship. But what then was the purpose of her space? Was it merely to add 10 square meters to the yacht? I have a device that allows me to breathe underwater. Staying here is less helpful than diving down to assist. And I could complete the task sooner. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly questioning the veracity of her words. Su Mian, not wishing to engage in a debate, promptly donned her ring and leapt into the water. Wu Yu, caught off guard by her swift movement, could only shout in vain as Su Mian swam towards the distant figures. Those individuals, experienced divers, wore expressions of surprise beneath their masks as Su Mian approached. However, being fellow players, their initial envy quickly dissipated into acceptance. They worked harmoniously together, easily locating a pharmacy where the players sifted through bags to select usable medical supplies, with Su Mian mimicking their actions. While calculating how much could fit into a 10 square meter area, her hands deftly cleared an entire shelf in an instant, leaving her companions in awe of her speed. 30 minutes later, as they prepared to return, Su Mian trailed behind. When she was less than 100 meters from the yacht, an unsettling sensation swept over her, as though something was watching her. A foreboding feeling urged her to glance back, revealing a massive, dark shape lurking in the depths. The players only noticed Su Mian darting past them, urgently pointing behind them. Instinctively, they turned to see their expressions shift in horror as a 5-meter-long great white shark had silently followed them. Now closing in that moment of life and death, everyone exerted their utmost effort to reach the yacht. Su Mian, the fastest among them, broke away and, within 5 minutes, had clambered aboard, urgently informing Wu Yu, who stood at the stern, of the shark's presence. His expression turned grave. The appearance of one shark likely indicated more would follow, amplifying their troubles. After ascertaining the distance of the shark, Wu Yu felt a sense of dread wash over him. For apart from Su Mian, he could not discern a single other player in sight. Frantically running his fingers through his hair, contemplating their predicament, he suddenly noticed Su Mian swiftly untying the life rings and rubber dinghies from the yacht, securing them with ropes and tossing them into the water. He muttered under his breath, "Useless. Those things aren't even enough for it to swallow in one bite." Unfazed by his words, Su Mian retrieved a climbing rope from her space. As she wrapped it around the yacht's railing and secured it, fastening the other into her waist, Wu Yu was left bewildered. "What are you planning to do?" Su Mian cast him a calm glance, stating that excessive blood would attract more sharks, and even the yacht was not a safe haven. If they wished to survive, they needed to act swiftly. She urged him to gather the remaining players for support while she descended to assist. No one could have anticipated that, despite knowing the water was infested with sharks, Su Mian would choose to plunge back in. As she leapt onto one of the rubber dinghies, Wu Yu, realizing there were no better alternatives, hurriedly called out for those piloting the boat to join him. After a thorough search, he discovered one player was missing. Where's Yang Hao? Yang Hao is another player in their team possessing spatial capabilities. The helmsman grumbled that Yang Hao's sole task was to gather supplies, and they had no authority to command him otherwise. That scoundrel truly believes he is irreplaceable. He'd better hope we come out of this unscathed. Otherwise, I won't let him off lightly. The few players summoned were oblivious to the unfolding chaos, noticing Wu Yu's agitation yet refraining from questioning him. When they learned it was merely to assist players coming aboard, they felt puzzled but remained silent. That was until they spotted a dark, jagged fin breaking the surface of the water. That resembles a shark. As the dorsal fin of the shark emerged, the players' silhouettes gradually came into view. In their frantic race against death, no one dared to glance back, fearing that a moment's delay would lead them into the jaws of the predator. Yet, human speed could not rival that of marine creatures. With the yacht in sight, screams erupted from behind, filling everyone with dread. It was only when the crack of a gunshot rang out that they noticed Su Mian, who had returned ahead of them. Standing beneath the yacht, "Don't stop. Once you reach the boat, find something to hold on to, and come up. I'll assist you." Her voice was clear and composed as she brandished a watermelon knife at her waist. Holding a gun in her right hand, watching over them intently. In that moment, her slender figure appeared remarkably formidable to all. Believing she intended to sacrifice herself for their sake, the players were deeply moved. Resolving that they could not let a mere girl take such risks. In a surge of adrenaline, they swam towards the yacht, quickly seeing several of them climb onto the life rings. The last player, however, faced a grim fate. Yet due to Su Mian's bravery, the shark hesitated momentarily, sparing them for the time being. Blood began to pool on the water's surface, and the players, unwilling to delay any longer, scrambled up the soft ladder onto the yacht. As they neared the final few players, Su Mian, vigilant as ever, sensed something amiss beneath her feet and warned, "Shark below." But it was too late. Su Mian leapt, using the rope to propel herself onto the boat, but others failed to react in time. The splashes echoed as several players, along with their dinghy, were sent flying by the shark's powerful force. One unfortunate soul landing directly in the waiting jaws of the beast. The horrid crunching sound sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it, as the individual was gruesomely torn apart without uttering a single cry. Another player, terrified, flailed in the water, his desperate cries for help only attracting the shark's attention. Su Mian, noticing another player stealthily approaching the yacht, leaped forward and pulled him from the water, just as Wu Yu and the others formed a human chain to grasp his arm. Though it was a struggle, they managed to rescue him. Now, only 2 players remained in the water. The shark, having consumed 3 of its victims, still appeared unsated, its menacing gaze shifting towards the 2 left behind as it surged forward once more. "Help me first. Pull me up," one of them pleaded, recklessly darting towards Su Mian, while the other, intending to assist, was inadvertently shoved aside. "What are you doing, you fool?" The sight incited outrage among the spectators on the boat. Just when they believed the castaway was doomed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The man nearing Su Mian, thinking himself saved, reached out to grasp her arm, but before he could make contact, Su Mian delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling several meters away, landing perilously close to the shark's maw. The shark, not one to overlook an opportunity, seized the man by the waist, eliciting agonized screams as he cursed Su Mian. "You wretched girl," believing he was as good as dead. He seized the moment to escape, thanking Su Mian as he clambered up the rope attached to the life ring. Su Mian declined the players' attempts to pull her aboard, insisting they start the yacht. The engine's roar startled the shark, which abandoned its unfinished meal to pursue them. Wu Yu and the others were puzzled by Su Mian's continued presence in the water, only to witness an astonishing spectacle. The shark, chasing the yacht to its side, lunged at Su Mian, who preemptively swung her watermelon knife, severing a chunk of the shark's flesh. The pain enraged the predator, fueling its ferocity. Yet, it could not match the relentless determination of the human. In that moment, it seemed as though she faced not a shark but a mere plaything, easily evading its repeated strikes and leaving behind a trail of blood. The turbulent waves were stained with the shark's blood as they advanced approximately 300 meters, culminating in Su Mian's knife shattering the shark's eyas. The lifeless body of the creature floated on the surface. The players gazed at Su Mian with newfound respect and fear upon her ascent. The players instinctively parted to allow her passage, their gazes a mix of awe and trepidation. Su Mian, her expression unchanged, approached Wu Yu, proposing they continue their search for supplies. The survivors stared at her, incredulous that the harrowing ordeal had not shaken her resolve, but rather intensified her commitment to the mission. Wu Yu could not help but urge, "Are you certain you don't wish to take a moment to rest? If we fail to gather supplies promptly, within 3 days, the bodies will begin to decay en masse, and the seawater will become rife with bacteria. Even if the supplies remain usable, would you be willing to dive back in?" In a single utterance, silence enveloped everyone. Last night, Song Kaishan had explicitly stated that the supplies on the cruise ship would last at most 10 days. Even disregarding the guests, they could endure no more than 15 days. And that was a conclusion reached under extreme condensation. The thought that they might have to endure starvation for the subsequent 15 days aboard the vessel sent a wave of panic through all minds. Although the new mission was not particularly challenging, it did not imply a low mortality rate, and the near exhaustion they had experienced left everyone with a lingering sense of dread. How could they have forgotten about the threat of corpse contamination? It was imperative to hasten their search for supplies. Consequently, someone immediately echoed Su Mion's suggestion to head to the next location and prioritize finding diesel. That I propose we conduct a full-day expedition today. Once our supplies are fully loaded, we can return to the cruise ship before venturing out again. What does everyone think? Several task suggestions were put forth, and all agreed to extend their search efforts. They instinctively glanced at Su Mion, and upon seeing her approving expression, their morale soared. Wu Yu, unusually refraining from lamenting about the lack of food, first unfurled the map and organized the search directions based on the group's suggestions. Then established a rendezvous time and protocols for dealing with potential dangers. This time, he would not hinder Su Mion from joining the team. Rather, he hoped she would offer guidance to others. The group set off in a different direction, splitting into teams of 4 and pursuing 3 separate paths in search of diesel, convenience stores, and shopping malls, distinct from the location Su Mion had previously visited, aside from a portion swept away by the tsunami. Most items remained untouched, though 1/3 of them had been rendered unusable by seawater. Nonetheless, their haul proved substantial. Su Mion made 3 round trips, loading the yacht to over half its capacity, upon the return of the others from their first excursion. They were informed that it was time to head back. They were astonished to discover that, after only half an hour of diligent work, Su Mion had amassed such a significant bounty. Su Mion allowed their scrutiny, not out of an excess of goodwill, but to secure herself a contingency plan. The 1/10 promised by Song Kaishan was tempting. She aimed to reserve the items in her space as a safeguard. This way, regardless of whether the mission concluded within a month, she could ensure a sufficient food supply. Moreover, with the players being seasoned veterans, Su Mion felt she could seize the opportunity to learn a thing or two. Thus, it was all the more necessary to extend a helping hand and cultivate goodwill among them. Throughout the day, the search and rescue team worked tirelessly. Thanks to Su Mion's industriousness, their yield exceeded half of the planned expectations. Although fatigued, everyone remained spirited as darkness fell. You could no longer overlook the need to call the team back. They took 10 minutes to tidy up, and the yacht returned fully laden. The exhausted group settled on the yacht and began selecting food to replenish their energy. Most received quick meals like bread and biscuits, but when it came to Su Mion, she discovered something different. The red box in her palm radiated warmth, and through the lid, she could smell the fragrant rice within. Even in the hottest weather, water feels cold. We big men are not afraid of this. But you are a girl who has followed us in the cold all day. It would be detrimental to your health not to eat something warm. Others concurred, stating, "We informed you that the supplies are ours to share. This entire box of self-heating porridge is a bonus for you." And he agreed. Upon hearing her name, you gazed at them with incredulity. You all seem to have changed quite rapidly. This morning, someone secretly mentioned I should carry a deadweight. Now that you've seen Su Mion's prowess, you all know to protect her that I want some warm food too. Yet no one has mentioned saving one for me. Although Wu Yu was young, he was quite the seasoned player within the group. Many of them had collaborated through multiple missions, and they understood each other's personalities. The teased individuals did not take offense, but instead retorted, "You have not been shy about your sarcastic remarks." They then expressed their apologies regarding their earlier attitudes, acknowledging, "We underestimated you and did not regard you with due respect." Had it not been for Su Mion today, many of us would have perished at the jaws of that shark. I shall remember this favor. Should you require assistance in the future or in other missions, feel free to seek me out. By the way, I am Li Jiang, and I am Wang Lei. Count me in as well. Everyone eagerly introduced themselves, sharing their names from this world, regardless of which mission they were in. They recognized one another by name, even if their appearances had changed. Su Mion unexpectedly felt a warmth emanating from the group. Her heart slightly stirred. She was not one to express herself readily, simply conveying that she bore no ill will and expressing gratitude for their generous gift of warm porridge. Consequently, their interactions became even more cordial. Beyond the plain porridge, any appealing snacks or seemingly precious items they stumbled upon were quietly handed to Su Mion. Though not in abundance, they filled her arms, and she once again expressed her thanks as she stored the items in her space. Inciting envy among the onlookers, Tai was at that moment they recalled that Su Mian was indeed a multi-mission player. Their earlier underestimation based on her gender had been a grave error. Thankfully, they had learned their lesson and resolved never again to judge by appearances. By the time they returned to the cruise ship, it was already 7 in the evening. The ship's interior had lost power, with only the exterior lights illuminating the surroundings for patrols. Su Mian did not assist in tallying the supplies, though some merfolk offered to help. She was weary after a full day of activity. With tomorrow's tasks looming, she needed ample rest. She informed Song Kaishan before descending the stairs amidst the varied farewells of her companions today as she left. She faintly heard Song Kaishan's puzzled query, "When did you all become so enthusiastic about newcomers?" Upon reaching her room, it was barely 8 o'clock. Zhao Tian seemed to have been waiting for her. Promptly opening the door upon hearing her approach, originally brimming with excitement to converse, he noticed Su Mian's weariness and refrained from bothering her, merely reminding her, "I've left water for you in the bathroom. Make do with a quick wash and get some rest." Su Mian nodded and entered. When she emerged, she had changed into a comfortable set of pajamas, only then noticing the curtain that had been placed between their beds. Zhao Tian scratched his head and explained, "I found a new curtain from the cleaning staff. It can block the light and won't disturb your rest. I occasionally get up and didn't want to wake you." Little did he know that after years in the apocalypse, Su Mian had long since forgotten the basic decorum of avoiding situations between men and women. Understanding Zhao Tian's good intentions, she accepted it graciously. "You should sleep too. I've already had something to eat." Su Mian nearly forgot he needed to eat as well and did not pry into where he had obtained his food. "You should also rest. I will likely return around this time for the next few days." Zhao Tian waited until she settled into bed before finding comfort in his own sleep, while the two of them slumbered. A small meeting convened on the top deck of the cruise ship. The members included only Song Kaishan, Wu Yu, and a few trustworthy friends to whom they could entrust their backs. Everyone else is willing to assist. But you, like a grandee, seem to think it's just a 10 square meter space. You overly value him. Wu Yu vented, having held back his frustrations until now, unleashing a torrent of complaints about Yang Hao's inaction. The space backpack was indeed a rarity. Because of its scarcity, most players sought to befriend its owner, and this very mindset had inflated the egos of those possessing such spaces. While this could be tolerated before, Wu Yu's patience with Yang Hao had reached its breaking point following Su Mian's stark contrast today. Song Kaishan furrowed his brow, allowing Wu Yu to finish before stating, "He does indeed have his issues. But he is also a special case. I granted that I recognize that Su Mian was a tremendous help today, but we cannot abandon Yang Hao at this juncture. 10 squares may not seem like much, but in a critical moment, it could save lives. Let us not forget that this is a survival mission. No one knows what may transpire ahead." He emphasized to Wu Yu, "You should temper your temperament. When I am not around, your impulsiveness will surely lead to trouble." The lecture commenced, and Wu Yu's expression contorted in pain, regretting his earlier verbosity. Meanwhile, the others patiently listened. Song Kaishan was the most experienced among them, and even the smallest of his words warranted attention. "That I feel like my head is going to explode. Otherwise, let's wrap this up for now." Su Mian mentioned that it would be best to rise early tomorrow. "You can save your lectures for another day." More than 10 minutes passed, and Wu Yu appeared to be suffering from a headache, a pretense easily discerned by any astute observer. Song Kaishan contemplated chastising him, but ultimately refrained, noting the late hour. After all, it was a rare occasion for Wu Yu to proactively mention the tasks for the following day, and understanding the underlying reasons for this, he felt a growing fondness for Su Mian. Indeed, he had found the right girl. After Wu Yu's departure, Song Kaishan sought confirmation from others regarding the events of the day. Upon hearing several accounts of Su Mian's actions, he pondered briefly before instructing them to cooperate with her as much as possible. When Su Mian rose, the sky was still shrouded in darkness. She washed her face and changed her clothes. Just as she placed Zhao Tian's daily rations on the table, he stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. Surprised at the early hour, concerned that she might have left the back door unlocked, potentially posing a safety risk, Su Mian felt compelled to remind him to refrain from venturing outside, for the moment. The cruise ship maintained a semblance of order, yet one could not guarantee that certain guests would not create chaos in pursuit of food. Observing how Su Mian took it upon herself to care for him, as if he were a child, Zhao Tian felt a mixture of gratitude and a tinge of embarrassment. He nodded earnestly in response, and, after watching her leave, rubbed his face to shake off the drowsiness before changing his clothes and stepping out. The yacht was populated by the same individuals from the previous day, but Su Mian arrived early and joined a few others in tidying up the vessel, where she encountered another space user. Yang Hao, who had not shown himself the day before. He was of a similar age to Wu Yu, with unkempt hair reaching his collarbone, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. He spoke little, though a few in the group greeted him, to which he merely nodded before heading straight into the cabin. "But I truly admire him. He can sleep more soundly than I can," Wu Yu remarked as he gazed at Yang Hao's retreating figure, his tone ambiguous, hinting at either envy or admiration. Turning around, he noticed Su Mian observing the control panel through the glass. He raised an eyebrow and approached her, asking, "Are you interested?" Su Mian withdrew her gaze and did not deny it. She had learned a bit and simply had not piloted for quite some time. Before the apocalypse, she had no such skills, but life's exigencies had compelled her to acquire knowledge in a variety of vehicles. From cars to helicopters, though she had never handled a heavy yacht or a large passenger plane, she had dabbled in cranes and bulldozers. "Would you like to give it a try?" Wu Yu suggested, his tone laced with encouragement. Not expecting her to possess such abilities, the few players who had gathered around overheard his proposal and began to cheer her on to take the helm. Feeling a surge of motivation, Su Mian readily agreed. The nearby captain remained, prepared to offer guidance as necessary. However, to his surprise, he noticed the girl's movements were astonishingly adept. Within a minute, she had familiarized herself with the various buttons and levers. And upon confirming the crew was ready, she smoothly started the yacht. The vessel glided away from the dock, moving steadily at first. As Su Mian found her rhythm, it accelerated rapidly, her handling no less skillful than that of an experienced driver. Wu Yu and the others watched in awe from outside the glass, their perception of Su Mian evolving yet again. The destination for this mission lay farther away than the previous days, and it took nearly an hour to arrive. However, shortly after their arrival, another yacht approached on the water, larger than theirs, carrying at least twice as many people. The group preparing to disembark halted their movements. Wary of the newcomers, the other yacht deliberately stopped a mere 10 meters away, and as they drew closer, various voices reached their ears. Then, a man emerged from the opposing yacht, brandishing a loudspeaker, and shouted, "This territory belongs to us. You need to relocate." His arrogance was palpable, seemingly disregarding their small group entirely. Su Mian felt a strange familiarity with these individuals. She halted the yacht, opened the door, and stepped outside. Noticing Wu Yu and the others' apprehensive expressions, it dawned on her that these individuals were also players. It seemed the number of players within the dungeon exceeded her expectations. In just 2 days, she had encountered nearly 100 of them. "Isn't that Taigo?" one of her companions remarked. "You marked this place as yours long ago. We wouldn't have come here otherwise. However, Brother Song instructed us that we must gather supplies today." The team recognized the man known as Taigo, who responded with a dismissive grunt. "That doesn't matter. If it weren't for the fact that we are in the same line of work, I wouldn't have bothered to come out here." Aware of Taigo's reputation for loyalty, yet understanding the dire circumstances of the current situation, with corpses floating everywhere and the seawater rapidly deteriorating, one of the team members, Li Jiang, interjected, "We can't carry much, and if we happen to find something valuable, we'll gladly bring it back to honor you. How does that sound?" Li Jiang's demeanor was cheerful, devoid of any embarrassment at being rejected, and he lavished praise upon Taigo, who seemed to appreciate the flattery. After a glance at the people on their yacht, Taigo ultimately relented, stating, "5 of you can go down. How much you manage to gather is up to your own abilities." "Thank you, Taigo," came the grateful reply. With the negotiations concluded, the opposing yacht moved forward a little more. Wu Yu called Su Mian over to discuss the plan and, after some deliberation, decided it would be best for her to go into the water. He cautioned her repeatedly to remain vigilant around the opposing group, known for their nefarious deeds, noting that under normal circumstances, they would not allow her to dive. However, time was of the essence, and searching for another location would consume far too much time. "I'll have a few of them accompany you, so be sure not to go off alone," he insisted, wary of the potential for trouble. Su Mian had no objections, with her mermaid tail in hand. She felt confident against this group. She cast a glance at Yang Hao, who was reluctantly donning an oxygen tank, realizing that Wu Yu had compelled him to join as well. The descent into the water unfolded smoothly. Su Mian and her group chose a direction somewhat distant from Tai Ji's subordinates, who were preoccupied with their own search for supplies and did not pose a threat to them. Su Mian, possessing keen eyesight, quickly located several connected storefronts as described by her companions. Enhanced by her physical abilities, Wang Lei took Yang Hao to a convenience store, while Su Mian opted to explore a fruit shop alone. Upon entering, she was surprised to find that Yuan Hong, the young man who had nearly been thrown to the sharks, had followed her. Su Mian remembered that he was not particularly talkative, since she had saved him the previous day. He had been by her side, assisting her throughout the mission. Noting that he had chosen to search in the opposite direction, Su Mian turned her attention to selecting fruit. The store was nearly 200 square meters, filled with a wide variety of fresh fruit, indicating it had likely thrived before the tsunami struck. Unfortunately, many delicate fruits like grapes and bananas were severely damaged, while the tougher-skinned varieties such as mangosteen, durian, and coconuts remained intact. Su Mian could not recall the last time she had seen such fresh produce. She began selecting what she desired, also setting aside items she needed to take back. When she turned to see Yuan Hong with a full bag, she approached him to transfer her selections into her space, returning the empty bag to him. This operation had been repeated countless times, and Yuan Hong accepted the bag with an expression of calm, continuing his work. The group had previously agreed to avoid drawing attention from Tai Ji's men, collecting supplies without regard to type, and working quickly. Determined not to leave until her bag was full, Su Mian remained steadfast, and Yuan Hong mirrored her resolve. As she noted the diminishing capacity of her space, she felt a mix of satisfaction at the increase in food and frustration over its limited size. Beyond essential supplies, she longed for various impractical yet desirable items, such as exquisite beds and cabinets, that would add comfort to her world. However, she understood that her space, with its 200 to 300 square meters, would inevitably attract envy, and encountering such a bountiful world made it challenging to remain composed. If only my space could expand infinitely, she mused. The search concluded in a mere 40 minutes. Su Mian and Yuan Hong exited the fruit shop. The others awaited them at the entrance, all burdened with bags. Seeing the two of them empty-handed, the initially frowning group instantly brightened with anticipation. With a knowing nod, Su Mian understood their unspoken meanings, prompting their excitement to escalate further. They deftly approached and handed their bags to her. Moments later, the bags were entirely emptied. To Yang Hao, it merely appeared that Su Mian had collected less than the others, and he thought little of it as they ventured onward, remaining together for their next sweep. As the figure of Tai Gu appeared in the distance, they resolved to depart at the first sign of trouble to avert any mishaps. Their foresight proved accurate. Before Su Mian could finish packing the compressed beef in her possession, someone approached to obstruct them. It was evident that this butcher shop had caught their attention. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mian hastily packed a bit more. Not everything in the shop was vacuum sealed, and the finest items had already been secured by her, so giving them the remaining goods was of little consequence. However, while the first few individuals left unscathed, when it was Su Mian's turn, one of them attempted to seize her ARM. In an instant, before Wang Lei and the others could react, they turned to find Su Mian flinging a man who was a head taller than her away with ease. The group quickly moved to shield Su Mian, and perhaps due to their numerical advantage, the three assailants did not dare to act further. Though the man who had been thrown regarded Su Mian with fervent intensity, evidently having taken a liking to her prized possession. Realizing his intentions, the group failed to notice Su Mian drawing her weapon, and they hastily pulled her away. It wasn't until they surfaced near the yacht, removing their breathing masks, that Wang Lei let out a sigh of relief, cursing their fortune that they could still stash their items, lest they have secured but a meager haul. He remarked on Tai Ji's generosity, suggesting that he might be preparing to reap the spoils for himself. In his view, it was best to change locations while there was still time. They had all witnessed the hungry gazes directed at Su Mian, and if they lingered, she would surely be in peril. It wasn't uncommon for players to resort to violence over items from the marketplace. If Su Mian weren't their teammate, they might have entertained ulterior motives for her belongings. Moreover, Tai Ji's group seemed intent on seizing what they desired without hesitation, rendering any risk for supplies unnecessary. One by one, they boarded the yacht, and upon learning of the events that had transpired below, the awaiting Wu Yu and Li Jiang also resolved to relocate. However, they could not renege on their promises. Despite their displeasure, Li Jiang tossed a few selected cigarettes into the other boat as a token of gratitude. Just as they thought the matter settled, the yacht was suddenly intercepted. Taigo, holding the cigarettes Li Jiang had sent over, flashed a cryptic smile at the group. You were supposed to bring me something nice, and this is all you have. The group sensed an underlying meaning in his words. Indeed, His gaze shifted to Su Mian in the cockpit as he continued. I hear you possess a little gadget that can conjure a mermaid's tail and allow for free breathing underwater. I want that. Otherwise, the items you just acquired will have to be left behind. His demand was shockingly direct. While they had anticipated Tai Ji's unscrupulous nature, they had not expected such blatant audacity. Li Jiang and the others, having received repeated instructions from Song Kaishan to protect Su Mian, were naturally unwilling to let anyone take her belongings. As negotiations faltered, Taigu waved his hand, and a dozen individuals emerged from the water, surrounding the yacht, clearly intent on a brazen theft. Su Mian, waiting in the cockpit for a signal to set sail, noticed Li Jiang and the others retreating cautiously, their vigilance indicating an unforeseen complication. As she prepared to step outside, her mentor grasped her arm, signaling the danger that lurked beyond. After soothing him, she instructed, just watch for my signal, and set sail immediately. When Su Mian exited the cabin, a confrontation appeared imminent. The first to spot her, Yang Hao, shouted, if you want something, just grab her. It has nothing to do with us. Yang Hao, shut up. Wu Yu glared at him furiously, simultaneously gesturing to Su Mian not to approach. Yang Hao furrowed his brow in protest, asserting, Brother Song promised to protect us all. I came out for just one item. Does it matter more than our lives? The entire crew turned their gaze upon him. Unable to argue further, Yang Hao turned to Su Mian, urging, quickly, just give them what they want, and advanced, seemingly ready to take matters into his own hands. With the external conflict unresolved, their own ranks began to falter. Taigu watched their squabble with a smile, as if relishing the spectacle. Meanwhile, Li Jiang and the others were seething with anger. Before they could intervene, Su Mian delivered a swift kick toward Yang Hao, sending him sprawling. She stepped forward, placing her foot firmly on his neck, leaning down to glare coldly at him. If you're afraid, find a place to hide. Don't worry, I'll spare your pathetic life. Under the terrified gaze of Yang Hao, as her fist descended, he lost consciousness. Wu Yu and the others, momentarily forgetting their intentions, stood in stunned silence as Su Mian disdainfully withdrew her foot, transforming her previously icy demeanor into one of calm reassurance as she looked at them. The group collectively pondered, what just happened? Su Mian sensed the weight of Tai Ji's gaze upon her, yet she disregarded it, moving to the edge of the boat, without needing Wu Yu to inform her. She recognized the encirclement of the yacht and quickly grasped the situation. Wu Yu approached her, whispering, a wise man does not court unnecessary conflict. Let them have the items. We still have what we've stashed away, so we won't suffer losses. Su Mian understood this implication, but why should she relinquish the fruits of her labor to them? She had overheard Yang Hao's words. These individuals were merely after her mermaid's tail. Since they had failed to uphold their end of the bargain, there was nothing left to negotiate. Although they might have the advantage in numbers, it did not mean they could not prevail. Noticing Wu Yu and the others were cautious yet unafraid, Su Mian shared her plan in hushed tones. Upon hearing her intent to charge out, they worried it would lead to a fallout with Taigu. Unapologetically, Su Mian doused their fears with cold logic. We have no ties to worry about. What's the point of pretending? They halted our progress for their items today, and when the day comes they lack supplies. They will not hesitate to target our yacht. Such people will inevitably cross paths with us. If we cower now, we will struggle to pass this chapter. Her words, though blunt, rendered the group silent. They recognized that Taigu and his crew had always succeeded in their endeavors due to their ruthless nature. Only they had overthought the situation, paralyzed by the fear of losses. Su Mian was correct. The opposition was merely exploiting the situation, while they fretted over trivialities. Those on the other side were ready to board and claim what they desired. Their awareness was clearly lacking, even beneath that of a young girl. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances, they resolved to entrust the reins to Su Mian. Whatever she decided would dictate their course of action. Satisfied with their compliance, Su Mian signaled to her mentor in the cabin. Taigu, ever vigilant, swiftly noticed the yacht's engines revving, taken aback that this group dared to make a break for it. He grew anxious. They were about to flee, and he needed to act fast. He had his sights set on that item, and he would stop at nothing to acquire it. Being players, they possessed certain skills. The seemingly pristine hull of the yacht bore the marks of their ascent, and in a flash, 5 or 6 individuals managed to clamber aboard. Tai Ji's group followed closely behind, some wielding crossbows to provide ranged support. Su Mian surveyed the situation, identifying the positions of the newcomers while pulling Li Jiang aside to dodge a hidden arrow. Her fingers deftly withdrew the watermelon knife from her waist as she swiftly approached. delivering a lethal strike to a player who had crept too close. Blood erupted, shocking the others into silence. While interplayer violence was not uncommon, such brutal efficiency was rare. Particularly unsettling was Su Mion's calm demeanor. As though she had merely sliced through a cabbage, leaving a chilling impression on those who witnessed it. The individuals who had initially intended to attack her hesitated, their resolve wavering as none dared to approach her. Su Mion spoke up. "I offer you one last chance to leave willingly." Yet the assailants merely hesitated, refusing to retreat. Observing their indecision, Su Mion cast aside any lingering doubts. Why linger when death was inevitable? Regardless of timing, this provocation incensed her adversaries. Spurred by impulsiveness, they charged toward her en masse. Wu Yu, taken aback by Su Mion's decisive actions, noted that she had drawn the enemy's attention, unable to remain passive. He signaled to the others to flank the attackers. However, they soon realized their assistance was unnecessary. The assailants lacked any martial prowess and were merely relying on brute strength against Su Mion. However, there was not a single challenger, and before Su Mion, they resembled a group of clumsy geese, utterly bewildered by her playful manipulation. After a few evasive maneuvers, Su Mion, without expending unnecessary energy, dispatched several individuals with a single stroke of her knife for each. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the gruesome scene that was too shocking to behold, we would have been unable to suppress his applause. He had never witnessed anyone execute such lethal precision, as if they had traversed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Not only Wu Yu, but even the formidable Taigu across from them wore a grave expression, especially when the crossbowman attempted another stealthy strike, only to have Su Mion deftly return the arrow, grazing Tai Ji's face. The overwhelming panic and dread rendered him incapable of issuing another command. The yacht glided away from them with an air of nonchalance, while the girl with the knife, her eyes as dark as a demon's, held everyone in a paralyzed silence. It was not until the yacht had receded to a mere speck that Taiga finally wiped his face. Discovering a fresh cut, the crossbowman, seated on the ground, was ashen-faced, with the arrow having pierced through his palm, leaving a gory hole. Heaven knows the speed and force of that strike had been so immense that the excruciating pain flashed through him, rendering him voiceless. Taigu, should we pursue? In an instant, they had lost several comrades, a first for them to suffer such a significant setback. Pursue what? Can't you see? That woman is not to be trifled with. Remember her face. Be cautious in the future. I will ensure she pays for these lives. The others nodded in agreement. A peculiar silence enveloped the yacht. The bodies were unceremoniously cast into the sea, and they washed away the blood from the deck with seawater. Perhaps it was an illusion, but they felt drenched in blood, the metallic scent lingering in their nostrils. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this chaos, Su Mion, appeared oblivious that it was only when Yuan Hong approached with a bucket of water, hesitating as he gazed at her, that Su Mion understood his intent. "Thank you," in front of everyone. She dipped the blood-soaked watermelon knife into the bucket, swirling it around. What appeared to be an ordinary knife now made onlookers instinctively want to retract their necks. As Yuan Hong poured the water, he garnered admiring glances from his companions. It wasn't fear of Su Mion that prompted this admiration, but the shock from the earlier scene had left them feeling as if an insurmountable chasm had opened between them and her, rendering them hesitant to approach her. They had initially planned to return home, but once again, Su Mion declined, reiterating the need to gather supplies promptly. The crew had already adopted a mindset that revolved around Su Mion, and having witnessed her capabilities, no one dared to oppose her. Thus, the yacht veered off towards the area they had intended to search the following day. This time, fortune favored them. The yacht returned laden with supplies, leaving little room in Su Mion's storage space. On the journey back, they noticed that the murkiness of the water had not dissipated, and Su Mion observed that the buildings she had previously noted had vanished. This indicated that the tsunami's tide had not receded but rather intensified. What was more concerning was the early onset of darkness, signaling an impending storm. The crew was filled with trepidation, fearing that the rain might be abnormal, hastening their return to the cruise ship. They arrived earlier than usual, and Su Mion did not rush to depart. She accompanied a few people to the top deck to organize the supplies and retrieve items from her storage. Glancing at the overflowing cruise ship and the ominous clouds outside, a sense of unease settled in her heart as she contemplated the possibility of being unable to venture out tomorrow, making the search for supplies all the more challenging. While Su Mion's mood grew heavy, others reveled in the joy of their newfound abundance. Song Kaishan arrived half an hour later, his expression grim and exuding an air of menace. He revealed that a faction of guests on the cruise ship had covertly allied to resist them. Although the attempt had failed, it resulted in the loss of 2 of his aides. The others offered words of comfort to Song Kaishan while proposing countermeasures. Yet, Su Mian seemed isolated from the lively chatter, standing in a corner, her gaze fixed upon the boundless depths of the ocean, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity. The feeling within her grew increasingly potent, as if something imminent was about to transpire. This sensation was not new. During the apocalypse, she had evaded several disasters because of it. Now, experiencing it again in this deep sea, she instinctively sensed a significant problem was looming, likely connected to the night's weather, perhaps due to the arrival of several individuals who attempted to engage her in conversation. Su Mian paid little heed, leading Wu Yu and his companions to mistakenly believe she was merely worried about a potential retaliation from Taigyo. Seizing the opportunity, they recounted the events following their encounter with Tai Ji's group. Some expressed concern over offending formidable players and incurring their wrath, while others believed such encounters were inevitable. Amidst the debate, Song Kaishan approached Su Mian, stating, "I am aware you possess the means to protect yourself, but I have stationed numerous guards aboard the yacht. Rest assured, I will not allow him any opportunity for a sneak attack." Su Mian, returning to reality upon hearing his voice, noticed that many were fixated on her. Having been lost in thought, she vaguely perceived their discussions and understood their misconception, yet she refrained from clarifying, merely nodding in agreement. Song Kaishan regarded her with gentle eyes, saying, "I will handle the matter concerning Yang Hao. I regret that you have been put in a difficult position, and I will ensure to compensate you with supplies that I hope you will not find it inadequate." Logically speaking, given the scarcity of resources, one would expect a protective instinct to kick in. However, after Song Kaishan's statement, no one present felt discontent. On the contrary, they concurred. Reflecting on their brief interactions over the past few days, although these players were somewhat ruthless towards the natives, they treated one another with a degree of camaraderie. Su Mian, too, was no paragon of virtue, and there was no need for her to adopt a moral high ground to criticize others. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly called out to Song Kaishan, "It would be best if everyone refrained from sleeping tonight." Her statement was somewhat perplexing, leaving not only Song Kaishan but also the men accompanying Su Mian looking bewildered. Su Mian hesitated for a moment, then directed her gaze outside once more. "I have a foreboding feeling that something will occur tonight." Upon hearing this, the smiles of those present faded. "You may choose not to believe me, as it is merely my intuition. I would like to stay on the top deck for the night. Is that acceptable?" Those who had interacted with Su Mian understood she was not one to speak frivolously. Seeing her suddenly so cautious, they exchanged glances, uncertain whether to trust her. The weather at sea was notoriously fickle. Even now, it was merely a touch darker than usual, with temperatures dropping slightly, showing no signs of abnormality. But what if it were? After all, this was a game scenario where a clear sky could suddenly give way to a torrential downpour. Song Kaishan pondered for a moment, and, upon confirming that Su Mian was genuinely warning them, replied, "I had intended to invite you up here myself, but hesitated, fearing you might find it inconvenient among a group of men. Since you've proposed it, it saves me the trouble of persuading you." His implication was clear. Once you came up, there would be no need to leave. The situation would only worsen from here, and those on the lower deck would eventually be pushed to their limits. When that time came, the second floor would undoubtedly become a troublesome place. "I hope you grasp my meaning." It was understandable for Song Kaishan to be cautious. The proportion of female players in the game was only slightly above half, and the odds of clearing the game were even slimmer. A player like Su Mian, of her age and attractiveness, would undoubtedly attract the attention of many men. Previously, Song Kaishan had not known her well enough to invest effort. But now that Su Mian had assisted him significantly and proven her capabilities, he was determined to look after her. "All right, I have a companion named Zhao Tian. We will share a room." Su Mian accepted Song Kaishan's proposal, and he arranged for 2 men to escort her downstairs. While she initially felt it unnecessary to make such arrangements, upon descending, Su Mian realized it was indeed quite essential. Typically, at this hour, the lower deck of the cruise ship would be devoid of power, with most guests opting to remain in their cabins. Yet today seemed different. The guests were milling about near their doors, congregating in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Upon their arrival, the 2 men accompanying Su Mian immediately recognized them as the individuals who had commandeered the yacht, causing them to scatter as if nothing had transpired. However, it was precisely this calmness that heightened the sense of unease. The 2 men escorting Su Mian also sensed the tension and muttered, "What a hassle. Who knows what they are plotting now?" Indeed, they were preoccupied with gathering supplies while also needing to manage these interlopers. If it weren't for their innocent demeanor, tossing them overboard would have been a much simpler solution. Su Mian discerned that this was merely a complaint. She feigned ignorance to the subtle glances lingering on her throughout the journey and hastened to the second floor, after knocking for an extended period without a response from Zhao Tian. She sensed the emptiness of the room, and her heart sank. Yet, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Turning around, she spotted Zhao Tian, breathless as he approached Su. Su Mian, wait for me. Confused, Su Mian regarded him. Weren't you supposed to stay in the room? Zhao Tian, catching his breath, replied, I understand the room is safe, but I can't bear the thought of leaving you, a girl, to fend for yourself. That IT troubles my conscience. Only then did Su Mian realize that he had also located one of Song Kaishan's subordinates today, securing a clerical position on the rooftop, his sole task being to run errands without leaving the cruise ship. He had just been cataloging the additional supplies for the day, intending to seek Su Mian's company, only to learn she had already descended. I heard you're moving to the rooftop. If that's the case, I want to go. This place is quite fine, Zhao Tian offered, feeling a touch of embarrassment at the thought of imposing further on her generosity. After all, the cruise ship was vast, and he would be content with any shelter from the elements. However, Su Mian rejected him outright, stating, there might be trouble tonight. You should come with me. There was no room for negotiation. Zhao Tian found himself obliged to accompany her. To refuse such a fortuitous opportunity would be rather ungrateful. Upon their return to the top floor, they discovered that everyone had already retreated to their rooms. Although the number of rooms on the top floor was limited, each was spacious, before Su Mian arrived. Every room had been occupied to capacity, averaging 4 to 5 occupants per room. However, Song Kaishan had specifically vacated a room for her, one with a view of the sea just outside the door. Complemented by nearby deck chairs for relaxation, indeed, a pleasant spot. The room was luxurious, with utilities functioning normally. It contained 2 separate compartments, perfectly accommodating 2 beds, representing a unique privilege for her, aside from Song Kaishan. Zhao Tian, feeling elated upon seeing the room, momentarily forgot everything else. Su Mian, preoccupied with her thoughts, quickly bathed and changed. She then positioned the deck chair to a spot that offered a clearer view of the ocean and lay down. Shortly after, she heard noises beside her, and upon opening her eyes, she noticed 2 additional deck chairs had appeared on either side of her. The first to arrive was Wu Yu, carrying a thin blanket. We don't believe anything will happen tonight. It matters not where I sleep, that I can manage here for a night, he declared. Following him were Wang Lei and Yuan Hong, and lastly came Zhao Tian. Though his motivations for joining the gathering remained unclear, the group tacitly suggested that Su Mian return to her room to rest, assuring her they would keep watch. Yet, Su Mian declined, not out of distrust, but rather a desire to maintain optimal conditions for her escape in the face of potential danger. After all, she would not sleep soundly even if she returned to her room, out of the corner of her eye. She noticed Zhao Tian had taken out his backpack and placed it by his feet. Su Mian hesitated momentarily before inquiring Wu Yu about the storage of supplies. Rest assured, he values the supplies more than anyone. As soon as you mentioned the possibility of danger, he gathered people to organize the supplies. Wu Yu reassured her. The term organize, as Wu Yu described, referred to securing the floating supplies together, placing heavier items atop the air mattresses they had retrieved, while simultaneously reinforcing the rooms. This way, even if the cruise ship encountered trouble, the supplies would remain intact, albeit requiring retrieval from the water later, a minor inconvenience. Li Jiang added. Brother Song is also concerned about potential mishaps. He has quite the worrywart. The cruise ship will be relocated to a safer spot, calculated by a captain to minimize risks even in the event of a tsunami. As if to validate his words. Su Mian sensed the cruise ship moving slightly. Could they truly predict a safe haven from the tsunami? It seemed the ship's survival amidst the tempest might not solely be attributed to luck. Regardless of the truth, this thought provided Su Mian with a modicum of comfort. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Occasionally, players venturing out for fresh air or a smoke would spot the group lying in a row and exchange a few words. Mostly teasing them for choosing discomfort over the comforts of their beds. They simply did not understand. For those living on the edge daily, such rare opportunities to appreciate the ocean's beauty were a form of elegance, not suffering. The group readily concurred. Only Su Mian, with her keen eye, noticed that not long after Wu Yu made his remark, he began rubbing his arms, which had become sticky from the sea breeze. Covering himself more snugly, far from indulging in elegance, he had spent most of his time lying down with his eyes closed, scarcely glancing around. Su Mian couldn't help but smirk. The night at sea was serene. and the gentle sway of the water easily lulled one to sleep. It was only when the sound of snoring awakened her that she realized she had dozed off, raising her hand. She glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the morning. She had slept for half an hour, which explained why it felt as if so much time had passed. However, the clouds appeared larger than they had before she fell asleep. Wait a moment. Su-mian squinted at the distant dark clouds, staring for a long while before suddenly sitting upright, her expression grave. What's wrong, Su-mian? Zhao Tian, who was seated beside her, felt the chair bump into his arm as she adjusted her position. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Su-mian gazing intently into the distance. Thinking of their mission for the night, he immediately lost all drowsiness and joined her at the railing to look outward. Yet, no matter how they examined it, nothing seemed amiss. Nevertheless, Su-mian's demeanor indicated that something was indeed wrong. Sure enough, moments later, Su-mian raised her voice. Wake them up. Wu Yu and the others had already heard Su-mian's call. And without waiting for Zhao Tian to assess the situation, they sat up. Unlike Zhao Tian, Wu Yu and the others had undergone multiple physical augmentations, granting them heightened visual and auditory acuity. After observing for a moment, they too discerned that something was off. Wu Yu dashed off. I'll pull the alarm. This thing has a knack for choosing the dead of night. The others, clearly less composed, hurriedly went to alert others on their floor. Within 5 minutes, players on the top floor gathered on the terrace, clutching essential items, as the ship's alarm blared. Signaling a rising sense of unrest, a voice over the loudspeaker announced that Brother Song urged everyone to gather their belongings and prepare to abandon ship. Shattering the tranquil night. Su-mian's concerns proved accurate. Whether it was a thunderstorm or a tornado, neither spelled good tidings. Others began to notice irregularities on the water's surface. Do you feel that? It seems we're sinking. More precisely, the water's surface was descending at an unnaturally rapid pace. Those with even a modicum of understanding recognized that a sudden drop in seawater typically heralded the approach of a tsunami. As they glanced at the increasingly ominous clouds and the sinking cruise ship, the previous lightheartedness dissipated, replaced by tension. Several individuals began searching the ship for items that might serve as lifelines. In the midst of their anxious preparations, Wu Yu led a group carrying a pile of life rings and various diving gear. Stop dawdling. There's not much gear. Everyone take a share. If the ship capsizes, there's no need to fear. Survival is all that matters. Everything else is secondary. Though they understood that such items would offer minimal assistance during a tsunami, having them was certainly better than being without. Given her possession of certain tools, Su-mian naturally did not partake in the distribution. She observed as the others frantically donned life jackets, some even tethering themselves together with ropes, securing one end of the ship. Others maneuvered an oversized rubber dinghy, intending to act in unison. The lifeboats and yachts were stationed outside the cruise ship as backups. Amid the tense atmosphere, Su-mian heard a commotion. Someone had seized Yang Hao's arm and thrown him to the ground, delivering a punch. The mark from the blow Su-mian had given him earlier in the day had yet to fade. Now it appeared symmetrically matched. Curious onlookers inquired about the altercation, but the assailant, too enraged to articulate his grievances, gestured at the chaos around them. While everyone was busy preparing for escape, he had the audacity to attempt to steal supplies, even oxygen tanks reserved for Brother Song and the others. I could just strangle him. Yang Hao had always enjoyed the best treatment among the group, having kept a fair share of oxygen tanks for himself. It was shocking that he would even consider pilfering from others. In an instant, all eyes turned to him with disdain. Remarkably, he seemed oblivious to his wrongdoing, claiming, I have no means of self-defense. If I can't protect myself, how can I contribute to the supplies for everyone? I'm not doing this for my own sake. Yet, could someone who would steal vital supplies from their companions in a critical moment truly be trusted to share any hidden resources? The answer was evident to all. However, there was no time to continue judging Yang Hao. Initially, Brother Song had said to keep him safe, but who could predict whether someone like him might betray them in a moment of peril? I'm done looking out for him, she thought. Yang Hao was suddenly alarmed, exclaiming, No, this won't do. A tsunami is imminent. You must protect me, otherwise, I won't spare a single supply. Little did he know that his words only served to incite further disdain among the crowd. As he noticed their indifference, Yang Hao's anxiety escalated. Ignoring the pain on his face, he hastily donned a life jacket, followed by swim gear for his limbs. The sight of his complete protective gear elicited laughter from onlookers, revealing his utter lack of self-preservation skills. Suddenly, Su-mian glanced into the distance and cried out, The tsunami is coming. Not long after her voice echoed, the crowd witnessed a scene that would haunt their memories for a lifetime. Towering waves, over 10 meters high, loomed silently in the darkness, the approaching curtain of water resembling an impenetrable wall, inducing a sense of suffocation. Fear washed over them in an instant. rendering them motionless as they stood frozen. Seemingly forgetting the appropriate course of action, Su Mian shouted at Zhao Tian, who had already suited up, "Hold on to me tightly. If all else fails, remember the method I told you." Her urgent call not only snapped Zhao Tian back to reality, but also roused the others from their stupor. In that moment, tension aboard the vessel reached its zenith. Zhao Tian, trembling with fright, fumbled for the glow stick in his pocket, a gift from Su Mian, meant to guide her to him should they become separated. Despite wearing a breathing mask, fear still gripped him. Even after surviving several trials, he remained an ordinary person. The previous tsunami had passed without incident, leaving him relatively unscathed, but this time, he was uncertain of his fate. When terror reaches its zenith, one often forgets their dignity. Overcome with emotion, he choked out, "You must find me. I still have so much to live for." Not only Zhao Tian, but even the previously composed players could no longer maintain their calm. As the water curtain drew closer, panic set in, forcing them to kneel against the railing of the ship for support. Ultimately, amidst the screams and shouts of the crowd, the tsunami crashed upon them. All preparations and precautions seemed futile in that moment. The force of the 10-meter wave was no trivial matter. The cruise ship was violently toppled, and the first to suffer were those few players tethered together by ropes. The impact stretched their distance apart, rendering the binding ropes lethal. One unfortunate soul was grotesquely torn in two, that the others, witnessing the horror, frantically attempted to untie themselves but had no time to spare. Su Mian had intended to assist, but Zhao Tian was swept into the air by the colossal wave, leaving her no choice but to wait until he descended before pulling him to her side. The force of the impact was so strong that even Su Mian, with her considerable strength, felt a sense of discomfort. Without hesitation, she dragged Zhao Tian down to the depths of the water. As she had anticipated, the currents below were swift, yet devoid of the peril found above. With the overturned cruise ship providing shelter, they managed to stabilize themselves momentarily. During this time, Su Mian glanced back at the vessel. Witnessing countless hands pressed against the windows, desperately trying to escape, yet the tumultuous waters made it nearly impossible to break free. Before they could flee, the water filled their lungs, leaving behind lifeless eyes that weighed heavily on her heart. Previously convinced she had grown indifferent to such suffering, Su Mian found herself struggling to adapt to the scene unfolding before her. The waves continued to churn above, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. As the massive cruise ship was tossed about like a child's toy in the tumult, uncertain of how long this chaotic cycle persisted, Su Mian only realized the oxygen tank was empty when Zhao Tian began to struggle. She swiftly replaced it, ensuring he was all right before pulling him towards the surface. When they finally broke through, the tsunami had passed, the ominous clouds overhead had dissipated, yet the water was murkier than before. To her dismay, not a single soul was in sight. Had everyone perished, she silently observed the devastation, only to be startled by the sight of the cruise ship, miraculously righted by the force of the tsunami. In that moment, she was torn between feeling fortunate and recognizing the ship's luck. After hauling Zhao Tian back onto the deck, they sat on the floor, taking a moment to recover. Zhao Tian tentatively removed a corner of his mask and murmured, "It should be over now, right?" "Perhaps," Su Mian replied, gazing into the distance where the night sky gradually returned to normal, a few stars twinkling above, a sight she found somewhat absurd. A sense of frustration enveloped her. For no matter how advanced the waterproof systems were, the cruise ship was undoubtedly ruined, and she couldn't help but wonder about the fate of the others below deck. Su Mian remained silent. After such a lengthy ordeal, not a single player had emerged, and it was likely that very few ordinary people had survived. Even if they had, the currents would have carried them away, making it a daunting task to find safe ground. Soaked to the bone, she realized that if she were to catch a chill, it could spell trouble. Although she lacked the motivation to move, Su Mian urged Zhao Tian to ascend to the top floor. They each used dry towels to wipe down, changing into clean clothes. Zhao Tian stood by the edge of the cruise ship, searching for signs of his companions. But alas, not a shadow was in sight. Dejected, he sank to the ground, feeling lost. Meanwhile, Su Mian quickly gathered her composure. She retrieved 2 folding beds and thin blankets, choosing a corner of the terrace that offered a view of the outside while shielding them from the ocean breeze. Ignoring Zhao Tian, who remained unsettled, she lay down to sleep. Sleep was imperative. Dawn was approaching, and she estimated that if there were survivors, they would likely come searching for them soon. It was essential to rest and regain her strength for what lay ahead. Perhaps influenced by Su Mian, half an hour later, Zhao Tian obediently lay down beside her, initially believing he wouldn't be able to sleep. Yet, the moment he relaxed, slumber overtook him swiftly. The following day, Su Mian awoke to the warm rays of the sun. The azure sky, pristine clouds, and the sun, just risen, painted a picturesque scene. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, this should have been a perfect time for sunbathing. As she rose to gather the bed and blanket, she noticed Zhao Tian sleeping soundly in the shadows and chose not to disturb him. Instead, she ventured to the supply room. The door remained locked, but through the small window, she could see the interior. Aside from a bit of disarray, everything was still intact, a somewhat reassuring revelation. Descending the stairs, she noted that the water had receded somewhat, though the area remained damp, with corpses strewn about. Su Mian had no time to clear the area and headed to the fourth-floor cockpit. Inside, the instruments were all dark, and exposed wires were scattered everywhere. Given her limited skills, she knew she couldn't repair them. She then proceeded to the first floor, where discarded ropes littered the ground, with one end submerged in water. Some were entangled with tattered life rings, while others were tethered to the bodies of those who had been unable to escape, even including an overturned yacht. The water's surface remained turbulent, littered with debris and mud. Uncertain of her exact location, Su Mian deduced that the presence of these objects indicated proximity to a residential area. Time slipped by, and after waiting in vain for any sign of rescue, she abandoned the idea of being saved and returned to the top floor, where she found Zhao Tian already awake, clearing the bodies from the rooftop. Most of the deceased were players who had been swept into rooms or corners and drowned, approximately 7 or 8. Some she had spoken to, even encouraging them just before the tsunami struck. Su Mian joined him in moving the bodies to a designated spot. Zhao Tian lamented, "It's a pity we're at sea. Otherwise, I would want to cremate them. Left to rot here, they would surely suffer even more if they were aware." Su Mian responded quietly, her fingers twitching as a small flame flickered to life. Zhao Tian, taken aback, momentarily forgot his sorrow, staring wide-eyed at the dancing flame. It took him a while to regain his voice, stammering, You exchanged for the ability to conjure fire." His tone was filled with astonishment and envy, yet devoid of any confusion regarding the flame. In that instant, Su Mian realized that abilities could indeed be exchanged in the marketplace. Judging by Zhao Tian's expression, it must have been quite costly. Little did she know, abilities were not just expensive. In the minds of every player, they were akin to a fortune. Just the points required for a single instance could purchase a space slot. Some fortunate souls might encounter special instances where they received personal attribute rewards, but such extraordinary luck was exceedingly rare. This was why Zhao Tian was convinced she had acquired it through points. For the first time, Zhao Tian felt a profound curiosity about Su Mian's capabilities. While he may have lacked certain qualities, his memory was exceptionally sharp. The spatial lattice, the ability to inflate a rubber boat seemingly out of thin air, and the strength and techniques with which she dealt a blow to Tiger G's 2 subordinates have now been augmented by an additional supernatural power, even if her physical strength could be enhanced. Other aspects could not. So, how many instances had Su Mian truly experienced? Zhao Tian could not help but voice his curiosity, albeit in a different manner. Accumulating such a plethora of points must have consumed a considerable amount of time. Right? Unbeknownst to Zhao Tian, as Su Mian pondered the myriad thoughts that flashed through her mind, she adhered to the principle of saying less to make fewer mistakes, providing an ambiguous response. Yes. Quite a bit of time. Fearing that probing questions might reveal her secrets, she gestured for him to step back, subsequently expanding the flame into a fireball that she hurled onto the corpse. The flame scorched the visage of the deceased, casting a glow that illuminated Zhao Tian's bright eyes. He was intrigued to discover that the fire seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, consuming only the corpse while sparing the boat. Although the high temperature left black marks on the hull, it showed no signs of igniting. As the corpse turned to ash, Zhao Tian was about to search for something to contain the remains when he saw Su Mian raise her hand. A gentle breeze swept past his ear, and when he turned, he noticed that the ashes on the ground had vanished completely. His gaze towards Su Mian grew brighter. This was indeed the ability related to air. Had Zhao Tian been familiar with zombie novels or diligently studied the classifications of supernatural powers within the marketplace, he would have recognized that this was not merely the ability to blow air, but rather an air-based supernatural power. Su Mian had not anticipated that the wait would last 5 days. Not a single player, nor even a solitary survivor, appeared on the surface of the sea. It was as if everyone had vanished into thin air. It was not until the 8th day, just as dawn broke, that an exclamation from Zhao Tian pierced the stillness of the cruise ship. Su Mian instinctively reached for her knife as she noticed Zhao Tian pointing outside, struggling to articulate his words. "Look, quick, look." Only when Su Mian approached the ship's edge did she comprehend the reason for his disarray. A multitude of white objects had drifted to the surface of the sea, and as they drew closer, she realized they were swollen corpses, bleached and bloated, even from a distance of 7 or 8 stories. The horrific state of the bodies was evident. These corpses seemed to be floating from a singular direction, passing the cruise ship without pausing, carried away by the current for over an hour. Zhao Tian transitioned from fear to discomfort, eventually succumbing to numbness as he collapsed onto the deck, covering his face. That wasn't it supposed to be an easy instance. I've never encountered so many corpses in my entire life. Is it a lot? Su Mian observed the few remaining corpses adrift and maintained a serene expression. If this constituted a significant number, then what could one call the towering mountain of corpses stacked at the base? As memories of the sea of corpses flashed before her eyes, Su Mian shut them tightly, dismissing those unbearable recollections. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and asked Zhao Tian, "Is there no one speaking on the forum?" Zhao Tian seemed to snap back to reality, replying, "Not exactly. However, there are not many people in the same instance, and the conversations are all anonymous. If someone reveals their location on the forum and encounters someone like Tiger Gu, it would only worsen the situation. Ah, I see." She mused internally. If the forum allowed for real-time conversations, there would be no need for communication. Players could simply exchange information there, but I recall there being a satellite phone on the ship. We should attempt to contact other cruise ships. Su Mian firmly believed that the system would not lead players to a dead end. There had to be other survivors in places unknown to them. Do you want to undertake a side quest? I believe the food on the cruise ship is sufficient for us to last until we reach the instance's conclusion, but if we seek out others now, not only might we fail to secure supplies, but we could also encounter further troubles. Su Mian was puzzled. What side quest? Zhao Tian, equally bewildered, explained, "It's a task to protect family. The main objective is to survive for a month, and we can choose to focus solely on the main quest. Although completing the task will reduce our points, it will not affect the outcome." Oblivious to Su Mian's unique circumstances, Zhao Tian assumed she wished to accumulate all the points. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Mian was momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she called upon the system in her mind. "Can I opt for a task that only requires survival for 30 days? A static sound akin to a long-dormant machine surged through her mind, followed by the cold, electronic voice of the system. "The host must complete all aspects of the task. Failure will result in the loss of eligibility to play the game." Su Mian thought. "Isn't it supposed to be a complete erasure?" She instinctively inquired. "Is your system not the same as these players?" The system responded more swiftly this time. "Please keep all information regarding this system confidential. Any inadvertent disclosure may pose danger to the host, possibly preventing them from ever leaving the game." Although it did not provide a direct answer, it clearly implied an acknowledgement of Su Mian's assertion. With that, her confusion deepened. The potential danger of revealing the system suggested that her system was fundamentally opposed to Zhao Tian's. Just moments ago, she considered having an honest conversation with Zhao Tian. But now she had to abandon that thought. It seemed her initial instinct to speak less had proven wise. Fortunately, she had yet to reveal anything incriminating. Su Mian, are you all right? Zhao Tian waved his hand in front of her, causing her to snap back to attention. She instinctively replied, "I was looking at the forum." Zhao Tian displayed a look of realization. "So, you also enjoy browsing it? I thought you weren't interested since you asked me every time." Once again, her seemingly innocuous behavior had aroused Zhao Tian's suspicions. Su Mian chose not to pursue this topic further as she and Zhao Tian disembarked from the ship. Ultimately, they located 2 functional satellite phones in the cockpit and on the top deck. After some fiddling, they managed to power them on, but Su Mian's attempts to search for a signal were met with silence. As if they had sunk into the ocean, they continued their efforts until the deep of night. When hunger compelled them to pause their tasks, Su Mian resolved to open the storeroom door. She instructed Zhao Tian to select some food he had been craving over the past few days, while she stored the other perishable items within her spatial domain. Observing the diminished supplies, Zhao Tian munched on a still crisp apple, exclaiming in astonishment, "This must be over 10 square meters. Su Mian, your backpack is truly enormous." Not really, she replied modestly. In the ensuing days, the two repeated the cycle of searching for signals, seeking others, and resting. The good news was that the weather was favorable. Not a single tsunami or even rain had occurred, making it pleasant enough for an outing. If only there were somewhere to go. The bad news was that the cruise ship had become completely inoperable, and the satellite phones remained unresponsive, as if they had lost all connection. Unbeknownst to them, 15 days had passed since Su Mian entered the game instance. With the task halfway through, she felt no sense of joy. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian became increasingly immersed in the comfort of their situation. Many of the supplies were not suitable for long-term storage, prompting him to devise new ways to prepare food each day. especially after learning that Su Mion's use of her supernatural ability faced no restrictions. On his first day of staying behind, he crafted a simple rack to dry the perishable meats with seasonings. Su Mion noted his culinary skills and brought out some of her meat from the spatial domain for him to assist in grilling. Her spatial domain did not have a flow rate. Whatever was placed inside retained its original state, except for living creatures. Thus, in the initial days, they busied themselves with grilled meats, fruit salads, and leafy green salads. In the following days, they transformed soon-to-be spoiled fruits into juices, utilizing a 12-liter glass bottle equipped with a tap from her spatial domain. Although lacking ice, the fresh juice was delightful. Zhao Tian skillfully crafted the remaining fruit pulp into dried snacks, which, while not exceptionally tasty, were still far more palatable than what Su Mion had consumed during the apocalypse. Batches of semi-finished and finished products filled Su Mion's spatial domain, which remained capacious, though it was evident that it now contained far more items. In her spare time, she reorganized, maximizing the height and width of her spatial capacity. Even her small cart became overflowing with supplies, leading to a significant depletion of the original provisions on the cruise ship. On the 20th day of the instance, Zhao Tian caught sight of his plump face in the mirror and was so frightened that he could not eat. He actually looked quite decent. His skin was fairer than Su Mion's, and he stood at around 1.78 meters tall, but his limbs were too thin, giving him a frail appearance. Now, having gained some weight, he bore a semblance of health. Although it was somewhat bloated and greasy, noticing the disdain in Su Mion's eyes, Zhao Tian began exercising. However, his so-called weight loss workout seemed to Su Mion more akin to child's play, consisting of a few laps followed by lounging around to rest. Both were idly waiting when she decisively took him downstairs to ascend the staircase. The 8 flights of stairs were not overly strenuous, yet it proved sufficient for Zhao Tian. As the other party huffed and puffed with exertion, Su Mion busied herself with the task of clearing away the odorous corpses. After 5 days of coordinated effort, Zhao Tian finally managed to ascend to the 8th floor without collapsing, proactively practicing the self-defense techniques Su Mion had taught him. Although his strikes were somewhat feeble, diligence could indeed compensate for lack of skill. Meanwhile, Su Mion, having some free time, navigated the surroundings in a rubber boat, but still found nothing of note. By the 25th day, Zhao Tian had begun to show some promise. He diligently recalled the training process, planning to continue his physical conditioning in reality after completing the game. On the night of the 26th, Su Mion lay on a folding bed, watching Zhao Tian practice his punches when she suddenly heard a crackling sound. Is someone there? What is happening? Where is this signal coming from? Are there still survivors? The vague voice, intermingled with electrical static, was particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night. Su Mion almost instantly sprang to her feet, while Zhao Tian darted over to grab the intercom from his bed. Half an hour later, they received exhilarating news. They had located a human offshore base, reportedly housing numerous survivors. Prepared for a failed mission, Su Mion immediately began to pack her belongings, noticing Zhao Tian, who was quicker on his feet than she was. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Before departing, she cast one last glance at the massive vessel standing resolutely in the ocean, asking, "Are you sure you want to come with me? There are only 4 days left. You could stay here comfortably until the end of the game." Though the human base sounded enticing, it could not compare to the freedom of their current location. She recalled Zhao Tian mentioning more than once his desire to remain in this place until the game concluded. "What's the point of staying alone? I've grown accustomed to being with you," Zhao Tian replied, sniffing slightly. "It's pitch dark here. With you around, I feel at ease. Now, looking at it, it resembles a haunted house. In any case, I refuse to stay." However, Su Mion noticed that he did not dare to meet her gaze as he spoke. Despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, she could sense a hint of his inner turmoil. Reflecting on her own anxiety over the impending failure of their mission, she surmised that Zhao Tian had perhaps noticed her distress. Thus, his words were likely an intentional invitation to accompany her on the mission. She chose not to confront him, simply saying, "Then let us depart." This was not their first venture in a rubber boat. This time, Su Mion utilized a brand new model equipped with a propulsion system. Zhao Tian, with a compass in hand, studied their direction while Su Mion exerted her strength, the two working in perfect harmony. Although they miscalculated their course a few times, everything was proceeding smoothly thus far. The morning light filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle glow upon the water. Su Mion rubbed her now healed wrist. Gazing into the distance, there stood a tall, black building, strikingly prominent and magnificent amidst the vast ocean. The previous night, they had successfully located this place, situated at least 30 kilometers from the cruise ship. To ensure a safe landing, they opted to approach with the dawn. As 6 o'clock approached, The two consumed a light meal and drank water to replenish their energy, then swiftly made their way towards the base. The guards promptly lowered a soft ladder as they drew near. They secured the rubber boat to a sturdy-looking pillar before climbing up to the base. They first proceeded to the registration desk to record their information, where they learned that communication with the mainland had yet to be established. Consequently, resources were scarce, and if they possessed any surplus supplies, they could exchange them for living quarters. Otherwise, they would have to temporarily reside in the base's lobby. It seemed that even the base was not faring well. Nearly a month had passed without any contact with the mainland, underscoring the extent of the tsunami's impact. Su Mian did not rush to change rooms after filling out the forms with Zhao Tian. She inquired of the staff regarding the location for searching for missing persons. It appeared that many, like them, were seeking lost individuals, and indeed there was a designated area for such purposes. Upon their arrival at the search hall, the cacophony of voices hit them like a wave. A multitude of people traversed the space, some appearing vibrant and full of life, while others bore expressions of fatigue. Most seemed quite disheveled, though not entirely destitute. Su Mian felt overwhelmed by the myriad of papers plastered around the room. The tsunami had rendered most electronic devices inoperative, leaving the search information primarily in textual form, with hardly any accompanied by images. If she were to scrutinize each one individually, she feared it would take until the mission's end to finish. While pondering a more expedient method, Su Mian spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. The person evidently recognized her as well, their expression morphing into one of sheer fright before they bolted into the throng. Su Mian narrowed her eyes, noting the direction in which they fled. Her fingers instinctively brushing the dagger in her pocket. Finding those lost in the tsunami was no easy feat, yet locating someone within the same base proved far simpler. Su Mian required only a piece of bread. And within a minute, the staff provided her with the room number of the individual, surprisingly located in area. Her gaze deepened upon reading the name associated with the room. The living quarters in the base ranged from E to A, with S being reserved for the base's core personnel. Su Mian called out to Zhao Tian, who was still searching for her, and, holding the temporary access card, led him into Area A, where confusion was evident on his face. Simultaneously, in a double room within Area A, 6 or 7 individuals were crammed into the 50-square-meter space, separated by gender. Despite the limited area, the room was equipped with necessary amenities. However, the large number of occupants made it difficult to maintain cleanliness, as the stench of sweat and urine was overpowering. Just then, the door swung open, and a young man hurriedly entered. The occupants were startled by his abruptness, and an older man voiced his concern. "What's wrong? Is there trouble again?" Despite the presence of military personnel at the base, some individuals still attempted to take advantage of the chaos. Recently, an altercation had erupted over a single bond, resulting in a fatality. Though the perpetrator had been apprehended, the atmosphere remained tense. Fearing that his son had encountered yet another dangerous situation, Zheng's father expressed his worries, lamenting, "It's been over 20 days. If they could find her, they would have by now, with food running low. Venturing out consumes significant energy." "Dad, what are you saying?" Zheng Heng quickly interrupted. Recalling the figure he had just seen, he endeavored to maintain a calm facade. Turning to the only man seated on the lone sofa, "Our family owes a debt of gratitude to Uncle Su for helping us get here, let alone assisting in the search. I would gladly venture out with the rescue team. Jiao Jiao is like a sister to me, and as long as I haven't seen her, I will continue the search." Deep down, however, he wished that what he had just seen was merely a figment of his imagination. Yes, it had to be an illusion. Given the circumstances, how could Su Jiao Jiao possibly have survived? Furthermore, the individual he saw had short hair and moved differently from Jiao Jiao. He must have been mistaken. After reassuring himself, Zheng Heng relaxed. At that moment, Lin Yin approached, linking her arm through his and pulling him aside to whisper, "How's the inquiry about that matter going? Do they still need people? I haven't eaten enough these past few days. If I could start working soon, I could exchange for some food." The increasing population at the base had resulted in more internal affairs, prompting the opening of several task windows for ordinary individuals to join in exchange for sustenance. Coincidentally, Su's father knew someone at the base and learned that a clerical position would be made available today, so Zheng Heng took note, eager for his girlfriend to seize the opportunity. Indeed, after surviving the tsunami together, Lin Yin was touched by Zheng Heng's care, leading to their successful union. Using this connection, Lin Yin was able to reside there and even locate her mother, who had injured her leg. However, since Su's mother had been ill from the cold and worry over her daughter, she had been bedridden, while Li's mother temporarily occupied a corner of the room with a makeshift bed. Although it felt cramped with so many people, it was still far better than conditions in other areas. Moreover, they were all staying in a room that Sue's father had secured, while other rooms in Area A were noticeably more spacious. The Su family had made such efforts not only due to their amicable relationship with the Zheng family, but also in hopes that the Zheng family would assist in locating their missing daughter. Su Jiao Jiao. A harsh cough echoed through the room. As if the lungs were being expelled, that Zheng's father stared at the half-open door, suppressing the irritation in his eyes. The drawback of the small room was that even the slightest noise was audible to everyone. Besides Li's mother, who constantly groaned due to her injury, it was Su's mother's periodic cough that disrupted the fragile peace. However, the base is severely lacking in medication. Even a mere chill leaves one utterly helpless. In just a few days, Su's mother's condition has visibly deteriorated. Su's father expertly retrieved a cup and filled it with water to bring into the room. But this time Su's mother merely shook her head. Refusing to open her mouth, he realized that she had heard his earlier words. He wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words, observing the tears that slid down his wife's pale face. Su's father silently wiped them away. Just yesterday, someone had been brought back, and Zheng Heng had said that the base had not given up on sending out rescue teams, which indicated that Jiao Jiao still had a chance of survival. Yet as he spoke, Su's father found himself at a loss for words. Both were acutely aware that their daughter, Jiao Jiao, could not swim. On that fateful day of the terrifying tsunami, she would have been unable to escape, let alone their pampered daughter. Suddenly, the outer door seemed to be knocked upon, followed by the sound of it opening. The couple, lost in their sorrow, failed to notice Zheng Heng's frantic calls or the clattering of objects knocked over in haste, until the voice echoed at the door. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Initially, they thought it was a figment of their imagination, until Su's father looked up and saw the figure leaning against the door, but he abruptly stood up, overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Jiao Jiao?" Upon hearing her name, Su's mother looked up, stunned, and despite her illness, she threw aside the covers and rushed to the door. Su Mian was reminiscing about the family dynamics when Su's mother enveloped her in a tight embrace. The motion of her pulling away halted abruptly upon feeling warmth on her shoulder. Su's mother's wailing echoed loudly in the room, a mix of laughter and tears. As Su's father pulled her into his embrace to comfort her. Her eyes were already red from crying, yet they sparkled with joy in that moment. The sense of unfamiliarity that had accompanied Su Mian upon entering vanished entirely. She repeated her earlier words, "I'm back." "Sorry to have worried you." Su's mother shook her head, unable to articulate a response through her sobs, while Su's father nodded, reassuring her that it was enough she had returned. If she hadn't, her mother would have cried herself dry. Though he spoke lightly, the serious man in his memories discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. "How wonderful! Jiao Jiao is back. Now your Uncle Su and his family can finally be at ease, and you won't have to search every day." Zhang's father's voice suddenly rang out, hurried and anxious, intending to speak well of Zheng Heng. Yet he failed to notice Zheng Heng's panic-stricken face, as he seemed desperate to hide after Su Mian's entrance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zheng Heng cautiously raised his gaze, only to meet a pair of icy eyes, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. In his memories, Su Jiao Jiao always looked at him with a smile. Even a fool like Zheng Heng understood the girl's intentions, yet he had no interest in the pampered Su Jiao Jiao, feeling obligated to feign politeness due to their family's connection. After all, Su Jiao Jiao's favoritism could benefit the family business. However, he never anticipated encountering a tsunami. The event had unfolded so suddenly. His actions were purely instinctive. "Jiao Jiao," he stammered, searching for an explanation. But Su Mian cut him off. "Don't call me that. You don't deserve it." Su's father had never heard his daughter speak in such a manner. He instinctively remarked, "These past days, I've been taking care of your mother, and it was Zheng Heng who helped look for you. I know that day he failed to protect you and frightened you. But that is not his fault." Su Mian interrupted Su's father, her gaze fixed on Zheng Heng with a smile that was not quite a smile. Under her scrutiny, he could not bear to meet her eyes and instead averted his gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. All present were adults. Zheng Heng's reaction was unmistakable to everyone. Originally intending to chastise Su Jiao Jiao for her lack of gratitude, Zheng's father quickly realized something was amiss. He knew his son well. Seeing Zheng Heng's evident avoidance sent a jolt of concern through him. Su's father also recalled that although his daughter was spoiled, she was not the type to deliberately make things difficult for others. Moreover, her long-standing affection for Zheng Heng would not lead her to speak so harshly, unless Zheng Heng had committed an act that warranted such a drastic change in her demeanor. "Jiao Jiao, what truly happened on the day of the tsunami? Speak, and your father will take charge." Su's father, a seasoned businessman, despite feeling utterly drained from the ordeal, could not mask his commanding presence. Su Mian disregarded Zheng Heng's desperate, pleading gaze and quietly revealed the astonishing truth that left everyone in disbelief. On the day of the tsunami, I had originally planned to learn how to swim with a coach I had arranged. I brought enough equipment, including a portable oxygen tank. However, I failed to notice the waves in time, until someone stole my gear and pushed me into the sea. Su Mian still vividly recalled the fear and disbelief that lingered within her. The boy she secretly adored, Zheng Heng, had taken away her only chance of survival, and all for another woman. Indeed, he had given all her belongings to Lin Yan. The last memory she held was of Zheng Heng holding Lin Yan's hand as they drifted away with the current. Even in her final moments, she could not quell her resentment. How could this be? Even if he did not love her, why must he harm her? The room fell into an oppressive silence, while Sue's father and mother remained in shock. Zhao Tian, who had been eavesdropping at the door, could no longer restrain himself and rushed in to punch Zheng Heng, exclaiming, "I've never seen someone so shameless. Su Jiao is so young and cannot swim. You actually took her life-saving gear to give to another woman. You scoundrel." No one knew who Zhao Tian was, but once Zheng Heng was knocked to the ground, the Zheng family reacted swiftly to intervene. Zhao Tian had only taken them by surprise. Before he could throw another punch, he was stopped. Yet that could not silence his incessant chatter. Su Mian introduced him, saying, "He is my friend. He helped me after I fell into the water." Sue's father, already grateful for Zhao Tian's actions on his behalf, rushed forward to stop Zheng's father from retaliating, shouting, "Stop. Was he wrong to hit him? I treated your family as my own, only to find out that you conspired to harm my daughter." Zheng's father panicked. "Old Su, I truly had no idea. Jiao is just like my daughter. You know how we've treated her in the past. Had I known about this outrageous act, I would not have let it go." His words were sweet, yet if he truly wished to hold Zheng Heng accountable, he would not be aiding him in resisting. Su's father was not one to be easily placated. Very well, he nearly caused Jiao's death. I ask for nothing else. Let him stay in the sea for 20 days, and I will let the rest of your family go. How can that be? That would be tantamount to murder. Zheng's father blurted out, only to realize he had misspoken. You know well that staying in the sea could lead to death. My daughter endured over 20 days of suffering, and who should be held accountable for that? Su's father's eyes reddened, unable to fathom how his daughter had survived those harrowing days. The Zheng family remained silent, heads bowed in submission, while Zheng Heng, realizing the gravity of the situation, knelt on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. "Uncle, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Jiao, I never meant to harm you. But Lin Yan cannot swim. I had no idea how it had come to that. By the time I realized it, you were already gone. I swear I am not lying." Knowing that Lin Yan could not swim, how could he forget that Jiao also could not swim? Simply put, he had never regarded Jiao as important. Yet he claimed to treat her like family, a disparity even I, an outsider, could not overlook. In my view, you are not truly remorseful. You are merely afraid of being cast out. I've heard that this house belongs to Jiao's father. How dare you murderers continue to live here, expecting gratitude for searching for Jiao? Bah, none of you are good people. Zhao Tian spoke candidly, having only half listened and half guessed the events that transpired. However, he could not help but feel sympathy for Su Mian's original owner. Regardless, his words intensified the fury in Su's father's eyes. Even though the Zheng family was angered by this outsider's intervention, they dared not retort. That Su's father raised a hand, bellowing, "Get out! From now on, our families shall have no ties." Seeing the Zheng family still wishing to plead for mercy, Zhao Tian stepped in front of them, declaring, "What are you glaring at me for? You deny your shamelessness, yet here we are. The host family has expelled you. So why are you still lingering? However," he added, "you should not think you can escape the consequences. We will be reporting this to the base authorities. Such perpetrators shall not be left unpunished." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those who had initially considered delaying their departure changed dramatically. Fearing the imminent arrival of personnel from the base, Zheng Heng immediately stood up and pulled Zheng Fu outside. As they reached the door, he intended to turn back and apologize, but before he could utter a word, Zhao Tian, who had been waiting, hurled a discarded shoe that struck the other's face with precision. Zheng Heng glared at Zhao Tian, his face a shade of green, yet he complied and left obediently. Lin Yan, however, was reluctant to depart. She wished to converse with Su Mian, yet upon encountering Su Mian's gaze, which was markedly different from the past, she could only silently follow Zheng Heng out. With their exit, the room was instantly vacant. Zhao Tian, cursing under his breath, retrieved some clothing to wear. As he closed the door, he noticed a few onlookers who had come to investigate the commotion, and when someone inquired about the situation, He eagerly embellished and recounted everything Zheng Heng had done. From now on, keep your distance from these people. My friend S family has suffered greatly at their hands. His heartfelt lament resonated with the onlookers, who joined in the collective ire. When he returned to the room, those people urged him to console the family and encourage them to persevere. Even the glances cast towards Su Mian and her family were laden with pity. As Zhao Tian approached, introducing himself to Su Fu and Su Mu with an air of familiarity, Su Mian decided to acquiesce to his approach. Seizing the opportunity, she tidied the room, as the lingering odor was unbearable. Especially with Su Mu still unwell, cleanliness was essential for recovery. Unbeknownst to Zhao Tian, he inadvertently hindered the couple from assisting, as he rushed to work alongside Su Mian. With deft movements, she swept the floor while he mopped with seawater, all the while holding his nose as he scrubbed the bathroom to pristine condition. In the end, he requested some orange peels from Su Mian to use as an air freshener. After half an hour of bustling activity, the floor and walls sparkled anew. The filthy quilts used by the Zheng family were bundled and tossed out of the window. Finally, he retrieved self-heating porridge from his backpack for Su Mu, while Su Fu received self-heating rice, knowing that Kanji would be gentler for her recovery. Su Mu stared in astonishment at the steaming bowl of fragrant porridge, exchanging a bewildered glance with Su Fu, both at a loss for words. When Zhao Tian effortlessly produced an assortment of fruits sufficient for the couple, they became increasingly restless, glancing at their daughter, Zhao Jiao. This, though confined to the base and rarely leaving their room. They understood the significance of food, especially such fine-quality fruits. It was only after Su Mian repeatedly assured them that there was more to be had that the couple finally settled down to eat. Zhao Tian took the opportunity to remain nearby, sharing stories about Su Mian, recounting amusing incidents from their time on the cruise. With his vivid descriptions, the couple visibly brightened, their underlying sorrow dissipating somewhat. Su Mian reflected on how wise it had been to bring Zhao Tian along. She doubted her own ability to charm them as he had. With this thought, she stood up, announcing, "You two should rest here after you finish eating. I'll take a stroll." Upon hearing this, Su Mu, abandoning her meal, rushed over to grasp Su Mian's hand, pleading, Jiao, please don't go. I fear you may not return. Whatever you need, just tell your father. By the way, your brother is also at the base. We have enough supplies, so please don't venture out. Su Mian stood frozen in place. Zhao Tian, taken aback, recalled hearing about Su Mu and Su Fu's situation from Su Mian, but had never heard about her older brother. To allow the couple some well-deserved rest, Su Mian reluctantly shelved her plans to go out. Yet, as she waited, several hours passed, culminating in an unexpected visitor. When the door opened, the newcomer initially mistook the room for another and even began to retreat. After a few moments, the door swung open again, and the person hesitantly entered, their uncertain gaze resting on Su Mian. Jiao, did I just hear Qin Chuan's voice? Came Su Fu's voice from within. Zhao Tian followed Su Fu out, only to find a tall, handsome man in the room, momentarily failing to associate him with Su Mian's brother. But it was only after a brief exchange that Su Fu excitedly recounted their daughter's experiences before turning to introduce Zhao Tian. Whether it was a trick of the light or not, Zhao Tian sensed a scrutinizing gaze from the man, which made him quite uncomfortable. As Qin Chuan entered the inner room to check on Su Mu, Zhao Tian discreetly mentioned his observations to Su Mian. She raised an eyebrow, replying, "What a coincidence. I felt the same way. Is your relationship with him that strained? I mean, the original Su Jiao. Not exactly. Qin Chuan is a workaholic and maintains a rather indifferent relationship with the family," Su Mian reflected, struggling to articulate her sentiments. If she had to offer a comparison, it was akin to the behavior of someone unhinged, emotionally volatile, with occasionally peculiar gazes directed at others. Of course, these were merely aspects of the original Su Jiao. To Su Mian, it merely seemed that she was not fond of socializing, having encountered various eccentric individuals. She did not find it particularly strange. With his sister's candid remarks, Zhao Tian dismissed his discomfort. He harbored an inexplicable sentiment, but chose to refrain from overthinking it. With the mission nearing its conclusion, he had no further side quests to consider, having witnessed his family's demise upon arrival, and now that Su Mian had found her family, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Qin Chuan's visit primarily revolved around matters concerning medication. Su Mu had been ailing for quite some time. What could have been resolved with a simple cold remedy had become a more complicated affair. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had some connections within the base and could procure a limited supply of medicine, which he would prioritize for Su Mu. He had come to share this good news. Su Mu had been overjoyed since her daughter's return, and the prospect of medication only heightened her elation. The atmosphere within the family was harmonious, and Su Mian lingered at the doorway, reluctant to intrude. After about 10 minutes, Qin Chuan emerged, pausing momentarily upon spotting Su Mian. He remarked, "As long as you're back, that's what matters. Later, I'll have someone bring over some supplies. If you need anything, just let me know." It was a rare display of concern. "Please compile a list of the missing medications for me," he added as he reached the doorway. "What did you say? I heard you mention that the medications you have for Mom are insufficient. Perhaps you could inform me of what is needed. I've been at sea for over 20 days and have managed to gather some supplies." Qin Chuan seemed to have something to say, but, under Su Mian's watchful gaze, ultimately hesitated before nodding. He found a piece of newspaper in the room, retrieved a pen from his clothing, and shortly thereafter, he had written down several names of medications. "Whether you find them or not is inconsequential. I will ensure to take care of Mom and Dad. Your task is merely to keep them company. I may not have much time to spare." With the time spent deliberating, Qin Chuan remained for less than half an hour. Watching his son depart, Su Fu sighed. He considered himself a business enthusiast, yet he had never imagined that his son surpassed him in capability. Despite being a family, he currently knew little of what his son occupied himself with daily. He only knew that he wielded some influence at the base. Yet, during such times, he wished his son would remain uninvolved, and with the impending tsunami, he was uncertain when it would cease. He longed for the day he could reconnect with the mainland. Drawing upon his commercial experience, he reassured himself that starting from scratch would not be a concern. This time, he would undoubtedly dedicate more time to his family. "Father, Mother is tired. You should rest with her for a while. I'll take Zhao Tian with me to the front. I know someone who might have medication for Mom. You needn't worry. I'll return swiftly." Fearing Su Fu might object, Zhao Tian also assured him he would look after Su Mian. Su Fu, less sensitive than Su Mu, noticed some changes in his daughter, but he merely instructed the two to be cautious. He also mentioned that he had already tasked Qin Chuan with handling Zheng Heng's affairs, assuring her that he would seek justice. Su Mian nodded, obediently agreeing. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhao Tian could not contain himself, stating, "I've heard that those who have committed murder here are merely detained. Zheng Heng has definitively caused Su Jiao's demise. Just look at how pitiful Su's parents are. If we leave and discover the bodies, it would undoubtedly shatter us, while that scoundrel continues to thrive." Bodies? Su Mian momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Unperturbed, Zhao Tian continued, "You've forgotten. Haven Tu, the bodies we inhabit are those of the deceased natives. Once the mission concludes, we will return to the state we were in upon arrival. They will see us as we were." Su Mian fell silent. She genuinely had not been aware of this. Yet, it was an unavoidable circumstance. At least they would retain their original appearances if they left behind corpses that had been dead for a month. That would indeed be catastrophic. Recollecting herself, she remarked, "You are right. Such scoundrels cannot be let off easily." Zhao Tian's eyes sparkled with recognition as the two exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to refrain from further discussion. Su Mian approached the registration desk to submit her identification details, subsequently including their residence in the room with the materials provided by Su's father. The information regarding Zheng Heng had vanished, presumably handled by Qin Chuan. As they pondered how to locate Zheng Heng, they spotted a familiar figure. Zhao Tian exclaimed in delight, "It's Wu Yu and the others." Su Mian was equally astonished that the individuals they had been searching for over 10 days would appear in the base. Upon their approach, Wu Yu also noticed them, his face lighting up with surprise. "You're here too." Alongside Wu Li Jiang, Yuan Hong, and a few other familiar faces, yet there was no sign of Song Kaishan. Finding a suitable spot for conversation, they exchanged stories and discovered that Song Kaishan was assisting at the base. On his first day there, he had saved a significant individual, who in gratitude had granted him a position. Ensuring that his group would not suffer from hunger, Wu Yu inquired about Su Mian and her companion's arrival at the base. They explained that they had been on a cruise ship, tirelessly searching for them until they inadvertently received a signal from the base. The news moved them, as their time together had been brief, yet Su Mian's willingness to continue searching for them despite the dangers was commendable, a feat not easily achieved by most. It is also due to the supplies, Su Mian added. The group shared a laugh, acknowledging that her skills were hardly dependent on mere resources. However, the reunion was a fortuitous occasion. I've already sent someone to find Song Go. Let us gather tonight, Zhao Tian proposed. Su Mian, envisioning the plentiful supply she had amassed, nodded in agreement, deciding to treat everyone to a hearty meal. With only 3 days remaining for their mission, Wu Yu and his companions took to searching for the families of the bodies they had occupied. With a small fraction fortunate enough to find theirs, while most remained untraceable, they harbored no obsession over the side quests, feeling indifferent about the outcomes. Zhao Tian, elated by the familiar faces, learned that the others were residing in Area A with ample living space, insisting he must visit them for a night. He then mentioned accompanying Su Mian in her search. Yes, Su Mian attempted to interject. Zhao Tian had already divulged half the details. Upon hearing of Zheng Heng's actions, everyone erupted in anger. Although they possessed lives in their hands, they were not indiscriminate killers, especially not when the victim was a recently adult young girl who had been shamelessly using her parents' identities to indulge for over 20 days. Who wouldn't be outraged? We know this place better than you. Let me handle the search. Zhao Tian has seen that man before, and we guarantee we will find him. Wang Lei chimed in. I happen to have some free time. This will be fun. Su Mian, exasperated, refrained from arguing. They agreed to meet at 6 that evening at Wu Yu's residence in Area A, while Su Mian wandered the base alone, setting aside the scarcity of supplies. The base had established a basic operational model. Su Mian wondered how things might evolve in the future, but was certain that no one would leave within the month. She contemplated that Qin Chuan was entirely capable of guarding Su's parents. Thus, if she could secure the necessary medicine, her worries would be alleviated. Truthfully, she envied Su Jiao, for at least her parents were alive and well. After meandering for over 2 hours, Su Mian reluctantly departed without encountering Zheng Heng or his companions, but did spot a subordinate of Zhang Hu. The individual resided in a corner of Area E, adjacent to a restroom, in a bustling and odorous area, yet he showed no reaction. She speculated that either Zhang Hu had discarded him, or something had gone awry. For it was unlike their personalities to remain so inconspicuous. In fact, Su Mian's intuition proved correct. Zhang Hu had initially struck luck, being the first to discover a yacht and food, and had attracted numerous players for daily revelry, only to meet his downfall during the second tsunami. Leaving no remains intact, his subordinates had scattered, eventually arriving at the base. They initially intended to emulate Zhang Hu's success, but were apprehended by players who had defected to the base before they could act. The one Su Mian observed was timid, too scared to assert himself, and had been compelled to hide in order to complete his mission, living on scant rations at T5:30 that evening. Su Mian explained to Su's mother that she had encountered an old friend who had aided her previously and wished to pay her respects. Su's mother displayed evident reluctance, and Su's father seemed equally perturbed. It wasn't until Zhao Tian arrived with Song Kaishan, personally inviting Su Mian, that the couple began to relent. I just finished work, and Su Mian has assisted us considerably, and everyone is eager to see her. Rest assured, I will return her in no more than 2 hours. This is my identification badge, Song Kaishan stated, appearing quite upright despite his age. Su's parents were initially skeptical of their friendship, but they finally felt at ease when he produced the identification badge issued by the base. Thank you for taking care of my daughter Jiao during this time. I just fear she might go missing again, Su's mother said. Zhao Tian added, I'll be with her, so please don't worry, uncle and aunt. Once the three departed and the door closed, Su's father noticed something amiss with his wife. He sighed. You needn't worry, Jiao has matured significantly. Zhao Tian, as you can see, is quite protective of her. As for Song Kaishan, in my judgment, he is not a bad person, and the base is unlikely to harbor those with ill intentions. To his surprise, this reassurance caused Su's mother to shed tears. Believing he had misspoken, Su's father offered, if you're truly concerned, I can accompany you to check on her. Su's mother shook her head vigorously, and after calming her emotions, she choked out, I just ache for Jiao. I can't fathom how much she has endured to transform into this. In the past, she would cling to my arm and cry for half an hour, always questioning if her name was the reason for her fragility. Now, she has truly toughened up. She even evades my grasp. The more she spoke, the more her voice broke. Su's father felt a pang of discomfort, having contemplated worse scenarios, but that was merely a thought. It was too late for any regrets. All that mattered was that their child was safe and sound. I believe Jiao is doing well. She may speak less, but she has become more poised, he remarked, to which Su's mother could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, upon arriving, Su Mian found that Wu Yu and the others had gathered from their 2 rooms. Totaling 9 familiar faces, they had arranged 2 makeshift tables on the floor, adorned with an array of snacks and biscuits. Although the pile was considerable, it still fell short for the group of mostly adults. This is the food everyone pulled together over the past few days. Upon hearing you were coming, Zhao Tian explained with a somewhat mischievous demeanor. Understanding his intentions, Su Mian chose not to confront him. After being warmly invited to sit, she remained silent for a moment, then began gathering a bag of fruits, a case of beer, and some jerky and instant noodles, comfort foods that elicited joy. She did not stop there. She also selected sausages, salted eggs, and large chicken legs. Let us start with these. Once we finish, I'll bring out more. I utilized some supplies from the cruise, but most were taken with me. You needn't worry about food for the next 3 days. She reassured them. In just 3 days, no matter how much they consumed, it would hardly dent the abundance she had collected from the cruise, and there was no need for her to be stingy. The response was met with tear-filled eyes. Wu was on the verge of tears. I have been waiting for this day for so long. You have no idea what kind of life we've been living. I can't hold back my drool. The others, while not as dramatic as Wu Yu, were equally captivated by the food, their eyes glistening with anticipation. One by one, they proclaimed Su Mian to be their angel sent just before the conclusion of their mission, showering her with compliments. Even Su Mian, who had seen much, was left both amused and overwhelmed by the praise. It was only when Song Kaishan shot them a glare that they snapped back to reality. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. There's more than enough to fill your mouths. Su Mian was no naive girl to be easily swayed by mere flattery. They should be cautious not to overstep, lest they end up with nothing but AI or to her surprise. This remark proved effective, as the group immediately fell silent, hastily scouring the spread for their favored morsels. Each one moved with fervor, engaging in a friendly battle for the delectable offerings. However, it did not evoke any feelings of distaste. Rather, the atmosphere was exceedingly pleasant. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Kaishan began to share some anecdotes about the base with Su Mian, displaying his conversational prowess and elaborating on topics that piqued her interest. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian, concerned that his chatter might distract him from eating, had set aside a considerable amount of jerky for him. The group enjoyed the jerky and beer, with a bag of loose peanuts on the table, engaging in lively conversation that radiated warmth and camaraderie. It hardly felt like 2 hours had passed. When Su Mian suggested it was time to return, the others felt a twinge of reluctance, partly due to her hearty appetite but also because they hadn't gathered like this in quite some time. Nevertheless, they were mindful of Song Kaishan's prior commitment to Su's parents and refrained from putting Su Mian in an uncomfortable position. Under the pretext of escorting her home, Wu Yu and a few others stealthily guided Su Mian along a different path. Sensing something amiss, Su Mian chose not to confront them and followed as they traversed a narrow trail and crossed a precarious ditch. Arriving at what appeared to be an unused platform that was scarcely 3 square meters in size. With everyone squeezed tightly together, Wu Yu gestured for Su Mian to lower her head and look down, prompting her to notice that the lower end of the railing was tied with a rope. Yuan Hong, standing at the forefront, tugged at the rope, which seemed to be tethered to a heavy object below. As he lifted and lowered it, a faint commotion could be heard. Su Mian appeared to deduce something, leaning closer to the railing to peer down at the water's surface, approximately 10 meters below. After a moment, her eyes narrowed as she discerned something was at Zheng Heng. The others admired her keen eyesight. Zhao Tian, brimming with pride, recounted how Wu Gu had sought him out earlier that afternoon, intending to deliver the news immediately. However, with so many people around at the base, they had to conceal it for the time being. Rest assured, he hasn't had it easy. He has been soaking for several hours now. He reassured, perhaps sensing the presence of someone above. Zheng Heng, who was already fatigued from his ordeal, emitted a sound of surrender. Wu Yu and the others, possessing sharp hearing, caught the sound but chose to ignore him. They turned their attention to Su Mian, inquiring about the next course of action. Su Mian retorted, asking, "What do you all think? What's it like to be submerged in water?" The sentiment resonated with everyone present, leading to a chorus of opinions, all converging on the same conclusion. It was akin to a living hell. Su Mian remarked. Compared to outright execution, his current predicament seems far more befitting. She had a strong sense of fairness. Since he had sacrificed Su Jiajiao's life to save Lin Yin, it was only just that Su Jiajiao's life be exchanged for his. Ultimately, Su Jiajiao had the greater misfortune. She was barely of age and had loving parents. With that thought, Su Mian glanced around, realizing the location lacked sufficient concealment. The others quickly understood. Leave it to us. Once we depart, we will take care of it. Su Mian paused before expressing her gratitude. Thank you all. After all, this was a personal vendetta and no need for formality. This is a trivial matter if you truly wish to thank us. Join us for a meal and drinks tomorrow. After all, we may not meet again in the next chapter. Su Mian nodded. That can be arranged. Subsequently, Yuan Hong and the others remained behind while Zhao Tian and Wu Yu escorted Su Mian back. Su's parents appeared to be waiting right at the door. As soon as Zhao Tian knocked, the door swung open. The couple sat in the outer room, clearly having waited for quite some time. Wu Yu politely declined their invitation to enter, remembering Su Mion's request, and handed her a black backpack. Inside were the medications Su Mion had recently procured for Su's mother, which she planned to present under the guise of Song Kaishin's endorsement, given that the recipient was also part of the base. When Su Mion revealed the contents of the bag, Su's parents were visibly taken aback, but Su's father, incredulous, approached to examine the boxes of medication, his eyes welling up as he realized these were precisely what his wife needed. These medications are scarce, and the supply in Song Ji's possession is limited. If you give us some, there won't be any left. Therefore, aside from your brother, please do not disclose this to anyone else. The urgency of her words was not lost on Su's parents, who nodded in agreement. We must wait for your brother to return for specific instructions on how to administer these medications. I will seek him out first thing tomorrow morning. Your mother's condition cannot be delayed any longer, Su's father declared gravely as Su Mion nodded, assured that with the medications secured, Su's mother would be fine. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing her mission was nearing completion. That night, lying on the freshly changed sheets, Su Mion heard her host quietly conversing in the next room, although she made a deliberate effort not to eavesdrop. She occasionally caught snippets of her name. Closing her eyes, she acknowledged her envy for Su Jiajiao's being cherished by others. Yet, it was merely envy. She could never fully immerse herself in such emotions. She was acutely aware of what belonged to her and had no desire to cling to such ephemeral feelings. Life was already arduous enough, and it was best not to seek more. The following day, Su's father sought out Qin Chuan for instructions on administering the medication, which was promptly given to Su's mother. After receiving the appropriate treatment, her condition improved significantly that very day, bringing joy to the family. Qin Chuan unexpectedly lingered in the room for half a day that he spoke very little, mostly sitting in silence. When Su's mother spoke, he would respond, but for the most part, he gazed out the window, lost in thought. Just before leaving, he called out to Su Mion, inquiring once more about the source of the medication Su's mother was using. Su Mion's explanation remained unchanged, and it was evident that Qin Chuan harbored doubts about her integrity, yet she felt no guilt. She was doing a good deed, and even if she had misled him, it was inconsequential. As Qin Chuan turned to leave, he suddenly paused, regarding Su Mion with a complex expression. I know Meng Ting from the search and rescue team. After hearing you returned, she mentioned the things you both experienced. Su Mion's heart stirred. Had he noticed something amiss? However, her face remained impassive as she asked, what do you wish to convey? Qin Chuan opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from voicing his suspicions. Forget it. It's nothing. Since you're back, just stay safe. Su Mion regarded him in silence, realizing that even if Qin Chuan had not suspected her before, he certainly did now. In the subsequent 2 days, everything proceeded smoothly. During the day, aside from the necessary trips to collect supplies, Su Mion remained in the room with Su's parents. The good news was that after taking the medication, Su's mother's recovery was rapid. By the 3rd day, it was as if she had never been ill. Su Mion was acutely aware that night marked her departure. She stayed put that day, quietly observing the couple chat while inserting a comment here and there to affirm her presence. In the afternoon, Su's mother expressed a desire to take a stroll. Having been bedridden since falling ill, she was now in better spirits and eager to interact with the outside world. As the family of 3 stepped out, they encountered a neighbor from next door. Thanks to Zhao Tian's earlier promotion, the news of Su Jiajiao's ordeal had spread, and upon seeing the family reunited, the neighbors all greeted them warmly. Such moments of peaceful coexistence following a disaster were rare. And sensing the goodwill of those around them, the couple's smiles deepened. Drawing on her excellent memory, Su Mion led them to the rooftop terrace. The view was splendid and far-reaching, although the seaside scenery was mediocre. The open vista was refreshing, but Su's mother even lamented that had it not been for the tsunami, she would likely have been sunbathing at that very moment. With a sigh, she turned to express her hope that the tsunami would not return and that everyone could soon return to solid ground. Su's father echoed her sentiment, agreeing wholeheartedly. As they chatted, Su Jiajiao's past exploits inevitably came up, particularly her insistence on purchasing a sports car before embarking on her travels. They promised that upon their safe return, they would fulfill her wish. Su Mion smiled in agreement, but as she turned away, her smile faded. That sports car was a dream forever out of reach. After spending over an hour on the rooftop, Su's mother felt fatigued. The illness had taken its toll on her, and although she was recovering well, she still felt somewhat weak. As they returned, they were halted just before entering Area A by a group of people. It must be your family that has been hiding my son. He may have been in the wrong, but he knows he has erred. Must you pursue absolute vengeance? The voice belonged to Zheng Heng's father, his face drawn and haggard. In just 3 days, he had lost the composed demeanor Su Mian had first observed. His clothes were disheveled, and an unpleasant odor emanated from him. Accompanying him were Zheng's mother and several relatives, including Lin Yan. Although her injured mother's absence was notable, their sudden appearance, coupled with the security personnel's attempts to block them, created a tense standoff. Although they were unable to approach Su's parents closely, their voices were far from muted, and their words were clearly audible to those nearby. Su's father's pleasant mood, having just returned from a stroll, was abruptly shattered. He gazed perplexedly at the rambling Zheng father and retorted in a deep voice, asserting that if one recognizes their wrongdoing, they should strive to perform good deeds to atone, rather than disturb those whom they have repeatedly harmed. My family has no time to deal with you these days. However, I have already informed Qin Chuan about Zheng Heng's actions. The people at the base will handle it accordingly. Save your explanations for someone else. Unexpectedly, Zheng father became increasingly agitated, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Leave it to the people at the base. My son has been missing for 3 days. Don't think that just because you deny it, I want to find evidence. You speak so sweetly. But I know you must have harmed my son. Suit, if anything happens to him, we will not let this go." Over the past 3 days, Zheng father had nearly turned the base upside down. He even gathered all the food he could find to solicit help in searching for his son, yet there was still no news of Zheng Heng. Deep in thought, he concluded that while their family had remained unharmed for so long, it was only after being expelled by the Su family that this calamity befell them, leading him to naturally conclude it was an act of vengeance by Su father. "You say Zheng Heng is missing?" At that moment, Su father finally comprehended the gravity of the situation and regarded Zheng father with even greater curiosity. The disappearance of a person at the base was no trivial matter. He could have simply reported it to the authorities there. I admit, I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Zheng Heng, but I have yet to act upon it. While this situation may indeed benefit me, you cannot lay the blame at my doorstep. Su father's demeanor was remarkably forthright. Inwardly, he even felt grateful to whoever was responsible for Zheng Heng's disappearance. After all, had it not been for his daughter's extraordinary luck, she would not have survived such an ordeal. Yet, within the confines of the base, even if Zheng Heng had committed a transgression, he would merely be detained until a future judgment. However, when that time came, lacking evidence, he doubted his daughter would receive justice. Zheng father was left in a state of confusion. Is it not you? Having known Su father for a considerable time, he had some understanding of him, and his reaction did not seem like that of a liar. But if it wasn't him, then who could it be? Before Zheng's family could continue their relentless pursuit, the security personnel had already escorted them away. The security system in Area A was robust. Were it not for these individuals possessing permits from their time in Area A, they would not have been able to approach so closely. Fortunately, no major incident had transpired. Thus, a farcical scene came to an end. The Su couple dismissed the matter entirely, secretly hoping that Zheng Heng would receive the retribution he deserved. Su Mian was even less concerned. At 9 o'clock in the evening, she bid farewell to everyone and left. Su Mian, wait for me. Zhao Tian panted as he hurried after her, seemingly bursting with words he wished to express, yet unable to find the right ones. After a moment of awkwardness, he managed to say, "Don't forget me, okay? If we happen to meet again in any of the instances, don't pretend you don't know me. I'm quite recognizable. They all say my personality is very distinctive." He spoke, then felt a bit embarrassed, adding, "I'm not trying to cling to you or anything. It's just that what you taught me has proven to be very useful, and I hope to learn more from you when I get the chance." Su Mian patiently waited for him to finish before promising to do her best. Ultimately, she departed under Zhao Tian's reluctant gaze at 11:30, once she was certain that her family was sound asleep. Su Mian rose and placed the carefully chosen food items on the bedside cabinet. There was tea much left, just some hunger-satiating biscuits and a pack of 330 milliliters mineral water, completing this task. She lay back down and began to communicate with the system in her mind. "If I leave behind a corpse, wouldn't they find it strange?" The system replied, "No, when a player departs, all related memories will be rewritten, and they will not perceive any anomalies." This meant that all memories of her existence here would be erased and transformed into something entirely different. Previously, she had pondered the large number of players at the base. If they were to meet their demise simultaneously, it would surely lead to chaos. It seemed the system had anticipated this in advance. She was also curious about what those memories would be altered into. As midnight struck, the ceiling she had been staring at suddenly seemed to stretch infinitely upwards. Realizing that the bed beneath her had vanished, she found herself lying in a pitch-black void. There was nothing here. She couldn't even see her own hands. Congratulations, player Su Mian, on completing your first survival task. The initial reward package has been redeemed. Please explore on your OWNAN. Electronic voice echoed in her mind. And Su Mian listened intently to every word. Upon hearing that her points were merely 100, she could hardly contain herself. System, why are my points so few? Didn't Zhao Tian and the others say that a successful completion yields a minimum of 2,000 points? 100 sounds rather paltry. This system does not mistakenly allocate points. Please confirm whether to retain or expend your points promptly. Taking a deep breath, Su Mian chose not to dwell on the matter and asked, "What items can I choose from?" Identifying that the host currently possesses the item Mermaid's Tail, which is about to expire, the host may opt to extend it to permanent status for a cost of 100 points. Su Mian thought to herself, is this the system's way of saying it 1T leave me any points? Considering the utility of the Mermaid's Tail, she hesitated not and agreed to expend her points. Whether it was her imagination or not, the system's previously monotone voice seemed to carry a hint of excitement. Selection confirmed. The Mermaid's Tail has been extended to permanent status. 100 points have been automatically deducted. And the host's current points balance is now 0. Please continue to strive earnestly to accumulate points and achieve peak life accomplishments. Su Mian thought. So where exactly am I? The host is currently situated in the endless void between the real world and the instance world. A place of absolute safety. The host may rest and adjust here to ensure a pleasant mental and physical state before entering the new instance. Glancing around the pitch-black surroundings, Su Mian mused that anyone, no matter how cheerful, would find themselves discontent in such a place. Fortunately, after ample rest in the previous instance, she did not feel fatigued. I'm ready to rest. Please transition me to the next instance. Understood. Initiating instance transfer. The system acted swiftly, leaving Su Mian no time to inquire about the specifics of the next instance before she felt a blur before her eyes, and she found herself in a new location. Compared to the suffocating sensation of the previous instance, this time she experienced a strong sense of weightlessness, with scenes rapidly descending on either side, clearly indicating that she was plummeting from a great height. Her survival instincts kicked in, prompting her to grasp a sunshade erected by a resident, using the brief moment of suspension to propel herself into the owner's balcony. The pain of landing struck her suddenly. And Su Mian keenly sensed that something was amiss with this body. She felt as if she had been beaten up by a mob. The household was in the midst of dinner. And upon hearing the commotion, they rushed to the balcony, covering their mouths in shock at the sight of the girl. Isn't that the daughter of the Yang family? Did she fall from upstairs? My heavens, quick, call for an ambulance. The speaker was a familiar-looking woman in her 40s, her concern genuine as she urged her family to call for help while fumbling for her phone. Su Mian was absorbing the memories of the original owner, which were predominantly filled with violence and bloodshed, causing her head to throb painfully. She noticed that the man of the house seemed to be trying to restrain the woman, whose expression reflected a mix of sympathy and difficulty as she regarded Su Mian. Su Mian vaguely understood the situation and, seeing the hesitation on their faces about whether or not to call for help, she quickly said, "Uncle, Auntie, please help me call for an ambulance. I'll go down myself later. I want to tell my father that you helped me. But can you even walk?" They were situated 4 floors away from the Yang family, and more alarmingly, her home was on the 6th floor. While they were unsure how Su Mian ended up on their balcony, if she had truly fallen, it was unlikely she would survive unscathed. "I can still hold on. I just damaged your sunshade. Why are we even discussing this? As long as you can walk, that's what matters. Let me take you to the entrance. It was that this family was cold-hearted, but everyone in the building knew how difficult the head of the Yang family could be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recognized Su Mian at a glance. This child is also a pitiful case. Her father is a scoundrel who beats her when he is drunk, and no one can restrain him. Her mother is equally ineffectual. They're divorced, yet she still caters to that man. There were well-meaning neighbors who tried to help, but after the confrontation, she was the first to retreat, leaving both parties in a precarious position. Now, no one is looking after them. Su Mian was escorted to the stairwell by the family, who also managed to contact the hospital, assuring her that help would arrive within 20 minutes. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. You should head back now. I'll just go with the ambulance." The family remained somewhat uneasy. "What if your father comes down and doesn't let you go? Should we take you downstairs?" Su Mian shook her head. "He'll be passed out after pushing me. He won't wake up any time soon." What? This child was actually pushed down by her own father, observing the calm demeanor of Su Mian as she spoke these words. An unsettling feeling enveloped the hearts of those present. The soft-hearted matriarch had already begun to discreetly wipe away her tears. Her own child was a few years younger than Su Mian. Yet the two stood side by side, with Su Mian appearing noticeably shorter. After urging everyone to enter the house, Su Mian sighed in relief as she noticed them glancing back hesitantly. If one were to inquire whether being left behind was disheartening, Su Mian felt no such sentiment. After all, having assimilated the memories, she was acutely aware of the environment this body inhabited, given the family's various troubles. It was already commendable that this household showed any concern by making a phone call. Yet, they still had to be cautious of being reprimanded by Yang's father for meddling in affairs that did not concern them. Such incidents had occurred more than once. Indeed, this body had endured violence before. Though it was the first time being pushed down the stairs, clearly, had she not intervened, the outcome could have been fatal, after experiencing the tender affection of Su's parents towards Su Jiaojiao in the previous narrative. This storyline presented an extreme contrast, prompting Su Mian to reflect on the myriad instances of mistreatment she had endured. Alas, the urge to commit violence resurfaced. The ambulance arrived 5 minutes earlier than anticipated. When medical personnel emerged from the elevator with a stretcher, they were met with the sight of a blood-soaked girl sitting alone at the base of the stairs. "Are you Yang Xiaohua, the one who just fell?" Su Mian nodded in response to their astonished gazes, asserting that she could walk, yet was forcibly placed onto the stretcher by the attentive medical staff. Fortunately, the elevator was spacious, and the team worked swiftly, managing to transfer her to the ambulance without attracting much attention from onlookers. When Su Mian repeatedly insisted that her family was not home, the nurse offered reassurance that they would first take her to the hospital and then contact her family, continually comforting her with the promise that she would be all right while conducting some preliminary examinations. However, upon inspection, the various wounds on Su Mian's body became glaringly apparent. The nurse, with her extensive experience, immediately recognized these as inflicted injuries, not consistent with having occurred simultaneously, and promptly inquired about the perpetrator. Su Mian lowered her head in silence, perfectly emulating the character's self-doubt and timidity. She observed several nurses exchanging glances and even overheard them contacting the relevant authorities after disembarking. Satisfied that her objective had been achieved, Su Mian allowed herself to succumb to unconsciousness. The fragmented dream left her with a sense of disorientation, as she occasionally felt the presence of others moving about her, followed by a cacophony of voices, eventually coalescing into a singular voice filled with vitriol and chaos. Furrowing her brow, she opened her eyes to meet a gaze that seemed intent on her destruction. "Well done, you dared to report me. How is it that I haven't killed you, you wretched creature?" Su Mian had arrived during daylight, but it was now shrouded in darkness. As she regained consciousness amidst the tirade, a grimy, foul-smelling shoe suddenly appeared before her. Upon seeing her turn her head to evade it, the man's fury only escalated. Before he could strike again, however, a nurse finally reacted, incredulously shouting, "What kind of father are you? Do you even realize how serious her injuries are? It's one thing to be indifferent when she awakens, but how dare you resort to violence?" The nurse, unaware of the full circumstances, mistakenly believed that there was a familial dispute at play. Does a man not have the right to discipline his own daughter when she misbehaves? Do I need to pick and choose the moments? Yang Jianjun cursed without regard for the setting, even including the nurse in his tirade. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my family affairs? I haven't even brought my grievances against your hospital to light. Go fetch the director. You've taken it upon yourselves to treat my daughter without my consent. If I don't receive compensation today, I won't be leaving." The nurse, still reeling from the insult, was momentarily stunned by his audacity. Fortunately, a colleague familiar with the situation discreetly pulled her aside, whispering something urgently. The nurse's expression shifted from bewilderment to shock, ultimately culminating in outrage, leaving her at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang Jianjun carelessly settled into a spacious seat, even reaching out to grab the nurse's ankle, lewdly suggesting, "If you want me to leave, you could stay and keep me company for a while. You rogue. I'll go summon security." The nurse, frightened, nearly leaped up, abandoning any concern for Su Mian as she fled alongside her colleague. Due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding Su Mian's arrival at the hospital, she was housed in a single room. As soon as the coast was clear, Yang Jianjun resumed his vitriol, lamenting her presence in the hospital, claiming she interrupted his sleep and delayed his plans to fetch Zhao Shili, his newly acquired partner. Zhao Shili was the woman Yang Jianjun intended to marry the following day. Her only requirement was that he treat her son as his own and that the apartment be transferred into the name of his son, Yang Tao. After all, it's fitting that our son bears the Yang surname. Once the ownership is transferred, we will truly be a family, and I'll have someone to care for me in my old age. Ironically, Yang Jianjun had indeed acquiesced to her demands, and even more amusingly, the original owner of this apartment was none other than Yang Xiaohua herself, after marrying Dong Suejuan. Yang Jianjun inherited the property following a tragic incident involving her parents that left them with the house when Yang Xiaohua was merely 3 years old. In a bid to demonstrate his selflessness, Yang Jianjun generously placed the house in Yang Xiaohua's name. Little did he know that Dong Tsuejian would later suffer an accident that rendered her incapable of bearing children, leading Yang Jianjun to change his demeanor drastically. He became a man who drank excessively, gambled, and resorted to violence, initially directing his wrath solely at Dong Tsuejian, but eventually unleashing it upon Yang Xiaohua as well. The residents of their building were well aware of the family's turmoil. With a new partner on the scene, Yang Jianjun had seemingly abandoned all restraint, pushing Yang Xiaohua down the stairs under the influence, thinking to fabricate a narrative that she had merely fallen while hanging laundry. However, fate had other plans. Not only did she survive, but she also ended up in the hospital, and he received a call from the police. Su Mian understood Yang Jianjun well. The more one engaged with him, the more he reveled in it. Thus, she chose to remain silent, lowering her head and refraining from responding. After a lengthy tirade, and seeing Yang Xiaohua's lack of reaction, Yang Jianjun's temper flared, compelling him to rise and strike again. However, this time, his plans were thwarted as several uniformed officers entered, their expressions stern as they positioned themselves in front of him. Accompanying them were several doctors, including the nurse who had previously left, clearly having informed the authorities of the unfolding events. Despite his bravado, Yang Jianjun dared not confront those in official capacity, defiantly asserting, "I admit I can be a bit heavy-handed at times, but it's normal for a man to unwind with a drink after a taxing day. It's not as if one can always control their actions when intoxicated. No matter how much authority you wield, you cannot prevent me from disciplining my own daughter." He spoke with a hint of pride. "This isn't my first time. After all, you can turn a blind eye. My family won't pursue it further, so why should you?" His words grew more brazen, and the expressions of those present darkened in response. The officers regarded Yang Jianjun with cold disdain, ignoring his protests as they turned their attention to the girl sitting up in the hospital bed. "Yang Xiaohua, we are from the Shuncheng Police Department. Your situation is quite unique that if you seek assistance, we can intervene on your behalf, so you need not fear. Anything you wish to discuss can be conveyed to us. We will advocate for you." Primarily, the officers were concerned for the welfare of the underage Yang Xiaohua. If she chose not to press charges, their efforts could be rendered futile, as they would struggle to hold Yang Jianjun accountable. What could she possibly say? Do not placate her. If she speaks out of turn, I will ensure that both she and her mother are cast out upon our return, Yang Jianjun threatened vehemently. Glaring at Yang Xiaohua, confident that she would remain silent. He believed that the timid duo would be rendered powerless without him. Yet, his smug expression quickly faltered. The room fell silent as everyone heard the clear, resolute voice of the girl. "Uncle, I want to report my father for domestic violence against my mother and for abusing me. I hope you can arrest him. I do not wish to be beaten any longer." Her words, imbued with strength and courage, seemed to resonate with newfound determination. Yang Jianjun stared at her in disbelief. "Wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I am your father." However, Su Mian turned away from him, focusing instead on the group of sympathetic onlookers at the door. "My mother refrained from pursuing matters to protect me, but this time, I nearly lost my life. I have resolved to fight back. I must safeguard myself and my mother." The outside observer. It appeared as though the girl had narrowly escaped death. Compelled by desperation to utter such words, no one found anything amiss in her statements. Regardless of Yang Jianjun's attempts at justification, it proved futile. He was swiftly taken away under the pretext of further investigation. Due to her injuries, Su Mian was permitted to provide her account at the hospital. Once the statement was concluded, which lasted less than an hour, Su Mian waited until everyone had departed before she lifted the covers and approached the bedside. In her recollection, it was currently June. However, the pedestrians outside donned long sleeves that seemed ill-suited for the season, suggesting a shift in weather that began 2 days prior. A sudden drop in temperature was reported, attributed to a cold front passing through Shan City, potentially leading to an unseasonable chill. Su Mian surmised that this particular scenario was connected to the temperature drop. She possessed thicker garments in her storage space, yet to survive the ordeal of the quest, ordinary clothing would not suffice. With this thought, she instinctively checked her inventory, only to find herself momentarily stunned. The 300 square meter space had undergone a remarkable transformation, and it seemed she could no longer discern its boundaries. Suddenly recalling the end of the last quest, she remembered the system's notification regarding the first-time reward package that had been redeemed, requiring her to explore its contents independently. Now, she understood. This was an expansion of her space. Gazing into the seemingly infinite expanse, Su Mian felt a rush of excitement. This initial reward package was extraordinarily valuable, even alleviating the lingering disappointment of her depleted points. After calming her emotions, she began to contemplate how to prepare her supplies. At present, her physical form was merely 16 years old, devoid of any savings. However, she recalled that Yang Jianjun possessed a bank card and a credit card, likely due to his extreme trust in her and her mother. As Yang Xiaohua had overheard him mention the password, with this in mind, she resolved not to remain in the hospital any longer. The superficial wounds had already been treated. Ironically, while Yang Xiaohua appeared frail, years of abuse had rendered her more resilient than most. The injuries that seemed alarming to others were not as grave as they appeared. When she had jumped from the balcony, old injuries had flared up, and the recovery of her physical senses had made the pain feel severe. Now that her abilities were gradually returning, the sensation of pain began to fade, leading her to believe that it would not be long before she could transcend the limitations of her current body. Seizing the moment when the nurse stepped away, Su Mian removed the needle from her hand, changed into suitable athletic attire, and trimmed her once dull, long hair to a manageable length, donning a hat and mask. She exited the ward, passing by the nurse she had previously encountered, who failed to recognize the girl who had once been severely injured in a fall, lacking both money and a phone. Su Mian found herself outside as it approached 7 o'clock. As she opened the door, she nearly collided with Dong Sueju, who was hastily leaving with 2 bags in hand. Upon seeing Su Mian, she froze. "Xiaohua, why are you back? I've been so busy today, just finished tidying up to bring you some food." After speaking, she glanced behind Su Mian, inquiring, "Where's your father? Aren't you two together?" Unsure how to respond to this woman, Su Mian chose silence as she stepped into the house, which no longer bore the signs of the chaos left by Yang Jianjun's drunken antics earlier that day. Reflecting on Dong Sueju's earlier comment about being busy, Su Mian felt a pang of sympathy for Yang Xiaohua. Her daughter lay in a precarious state in the hospital, and a normal mother would have rushed there upon receiving the news. Rather than staying home to clean, a lapse of more than 6 hours. "You should speak. You know, your father hasn't had dinner yet. I've just finished preparing it. If he returns later, I won't have to go." "Mom," Su Mian interjected, cutting through Dong Sueju's incessant chatter. "I remember you saying you never wanted to be beaten again. The police took Yang Jianjun away today. As long as I persist in my testimony, he won't be getting out anytime soon." Dong Sueju was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? No, we can't let the police take him away. How can a family survive with only women? Come with me to bring him back." "Just say you were lying." Su Mian deftly evaded her outstretched hand, replying coolly, "Have you forgotten? He was the one who put me in the hospital. Also, I'm hungry. It seemed to dawn on Dong Sueju that her daughter had returned from the hospital. Yet she looked at Su Mian with a hint of unfamiliarity, puzzled by her demeanor. Nevertheless, she took a step back, saying, "Well, you should eat first. After dinner, we can go pick him up." Su Mian ignored her entirely. She took the open thermos of food, the enticing aroma of rice capturing her full attention. She had forgotten how long it had been since she last tasted freshly cooked rice. It was a world apart from the self-heating rice from the previous quest. Throughout dinner, regardless of how Dong Sueju probed about Yang Jianjun, Su Mian feigned deafness. After finishing her portion, she disregarded Dong Sueju's protests and opened Yang Jianjun's meal, consuming it as well. With 2 servings in her stomach, she rubbed her now rounded belly, feeling not discomfort, but an invigorating rush of energy. So this was the sensation of being well fed. Only then did she turn her attention to the increasingly anxious Dong Sueju. "Give up. This time it's not a matter of me narrowly escaping death. From now on, he is not my father, but a murderer. You want me to help him out? That will never happen." Observing the stunned Dong Sueju, Su Mian did not forget her purpose for returning. She dashed into the room shared by the couple, rummaging through their belongings until she finally unearthed a wad of cash and a half-destroyed card holder at the bottom of a drawer. "What do you need his cards and money for? If your father finds out, he'll kill you." "What's wrong with you, Xiaohua? Didn't we agree that if you just endure a little longer, get into university, you could earn money to support the family? Then we could work together, and your father wouldn't treat us like this anymore. After all, it's all my fault for not being able to bear a second child." Su Mian felt her head spinning, unable to contain her retort. "You're only sick in body, not in mind. Yang Jianjun intended to kill me today to transfer the house to his new woman and son. How long will you continue to deceive yourself?" Dong Sueju shook her head repeatedly. "No, this is all a misunderstanding. I've said so much, and all you can think about is Yang Jianjun. To put it plainly, you don't care one bit for your daughter's life. You truly do not deserve to be a mother." With that, Su Mian declared, "I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back later." She left without a backward glance. Behind the closed door, The sound of a woman weeping echoed, deepening Su Mion's frown. She was not Yang Xiaohua. Such poisoned tears held no power over her. Su Mion's first destination was an internet CAF. Lacking a phone, she was woefully uninformed about her surroundings and needed to gather supplies quickly and efficiently. After paying 10 yuan for internet access, she borrowed paper and a pen from the front desk, promptly searching for nearby shops and factories, jotting down their addresses. Once both sides of the paper were filled to capacity, Su Mion returned the card and departed. Her first stop was the nearest biomass fuel factory to the city center, which closed at 8 o'clock, arriving just in time. Upon explaining her intentions, the factory supervisor, though puzzled, had no reason to refuse a large order. Within 10 minutes, they settled on a price. She was quoted 900 yuan per ton and agreed to purchase 15 tons. While this seemed substantial, Su Mion's current mission spanned 3 months, and the more supplies she could gather, the better. Unfortunately, the factory had only a limited amount of stock available. The supervisor provided her with the warehouse address and a note allowing her to collect the goods at her convenience. The location was not far. After swiping Yang Jianjun's credit card for the transaction, Su Mion headed straight to the warehouse. The elderly guard was sipping tea when she arrived, after presenting the note. He glanced behind her and asked, "Just you? Where's the vehicle?" Su Mion replied smoothly, "My father's convoy is just behind. Could you please open the gate for me? They'll be here shortly." They proceeded to the warehouse, where the guard indicated which areas contained her goods before returning to his small room. Su Mion inspected the premises, confirming the absence of surveillance cameras, and began to organize her supplies. The large bags of pellets were neatly stacked. And after securing her share, she left, making sure to close the warehouse door behind her. Watching her depart, the guard scratched his head in confusion. However, he was too lazy to inquire, as he would soon finish work. After a while, when someone arrived, it was not his concern if no one opened the door. Su Mion found the taxi that awaited her and proceeded to her next destination. This time, it was a materials technology factory, where Su Mion purchased a substantial quantity of thermal membranes. Following this, she acquired emergency thermal clothing, also produced by a specialized factory. To located. Su Mion even offered an extra 100 yuan to a driver who was contemplating a strike. Fortunately, while this item was not commonly sold, supplies were not scarce. She took all the available stock and selected numerous emergency supplies at 10:30 in the evening. Su Mion was reluctant to return home. She had not managed to find a driver and instead flagged down a private hire car. The driver, who was in his 20s and working a side job after finishing his main shift, planned to stay up late since he had the following day off. Upon noticing that a young girl like Su Mion was heading to a factory, he could not help but ask her a few questions out of curiosity. Su Mion responded briefly, and perhaps sensing her reluctance to engage, he refrained from pressing her further. Upon arrival, Su Mion entered the small factory to select items while the driver waited outside, smoking. At that moment, a phone call came in from his home, urging him to return quickly and not to work part-time that day. The driver, Dai Tian, received this call from his younger brother, Dai Yong. This reminded Dai Tian of the earlier incident when his brother had asked to borrow money after returning home from his afternoon break. The two had not seen each other that day, as he was busy taking orders, and due to his brother's anxious tone, he had not inquired about the purpose of the money. After all, his brother had always been obedient and not one to act recklessly. However, the urgency in his brother's request now made it seem as if something serious had occurred. Dai Tian pondered that earning money surely could not outweigh the importance of family. So he decided to ensure that the young girl got home safely. He explained to his brother that it would take at least an hour, as the girl had come alone and the factory was in a remote area, making it unlikely for her to find a taxi if he left. Unexpectedly, Dai Yong, who was insistent, began asking about the route. Unable to withstand his brother's probing, Dai Tian reluctantly went to the security office to inquire and then relayed the information back to his brother. "Of course, a furnace. How could I not think of that?" came Dai Yong's strange yet excited voice through the phone. Shortly thereafter, Dai Tian was left bewildered when asked to buy a furnace to take home. Their family lived in a commercial apartment, and he thought that such a furnace was only suitable for commercial use or private courtyards. Was he really going to buy something useless? "Brother, I've never asked you for anything before. If you trust me, please buy a furnace to bring back. It's a matter of life and death. I'll explain everything when you return. I beg you," came the sincere plea from Dai Yong on the other end of the line. Unable to refuse his brother's request, Dai Tian, though perplexed, steeled himself and entered the factory. On the way, he thought about how, once he brought the furnace home, the residents of the community would surely find it amusing. Yet, he decided to trust his brother this once. However, he remained skeptical about the so-called matter of life and death. Sumion had prepared thoroughly before arriving at the factory and quickly selected several furnaces of varying sizes, the smallest of which was compact enough for an average person to lift. She instructed them to move the furnace to the woods beside the factory, and just as she spotted Daetion entering the factory, she seized the opportunity to discreetly store the furnace in her space. 10 minutes later, Daetion returned to find Sumion comfortably seated in the passenger seat. Sumion also noticed the type of furnace that had been brought out, a modern, square-topped model, perfect for family gatherings around a fire during cold weather. Although this model was pricier than the ordinary kind, Sumion opted for a slightly less appealing variant to save costs. She did not inquire why Daetion was buying a furnace, but he, unable to contain his frustration, began to vent about his brother's inexplicable behavior and his request for the furnace, while Sumion maintained a composed exterior. She began to suspect that his brother might also be a player. However, she was uncertain about the nature of his predicament. Otherwise, Daetion would not be so anxious. With this newfound common ground, they engaged in conversation during the drive back. Daetion learned that Sumion was interested in buying a mobile phone and generously offered to take her to a relative's phone shop that was conveniently on his route home. He did not conceal from Sumion that he would earn a commission of 100 yuan from the transaction. Sumion agreed to accompany him, and indeed, she made a purchase. It was a phone from the previous year, priced at 1,500 yuan, which came with a SIM card plan, using Yang Jianjun's ID from her cardholder. "This is my phone number. Let's add each other as friends. I often drive late at night, and it's not safe for a young lady like you to be out alone at that hour. If you ever need a ride, feel free to reach out to me," he said. By the time they were in the store, he had already downloaded various useful applications on the phone, and Sumion registered for a chat app. She was now adept at navigating the software and added Daetion's phone number to her contacts. They successfully exchanged contact information, and soon they arrived outside the community where Sumion lived. Daetion was surprised to discover that they lived not far from each other, and he watched her enter the community before driving away. As soon as Sumion exited the elevator, she sensed something was amiss. It seemed as though someone was arguing in the corridor. Her home was on the 10th floor, with 4 households on each level. One unit had just sold, while the other 2 were occupied by elderly residents and a couple with a child, who typically turned in early, making it unlikely for there to be any noise at this hour. The commotion was quite loud, and the more she listened, the more it sounded like it was coming from her home. It suddenly dawned on Sumion that she had overlooked a crucial detail. Yang Jianjun's woman was indeed coming over today. She hurried to her door, and sure enough, she saw several people standing outside her home. The scene outside featured a middle-aged woman in a meticulously arranged red dress and a short, stout man, likely Yang Jianjun's fiancée, and her son. In front of them stood a familiar face, one of Yang Jianjun's dubious friends known as Scarface. The trio faced off against Dong Suejiu, who had red-rimmed eyes and was currently blocking the door, seemingly trying to prevent them from entering. Scarface appeared to be advocating for the mother and son, attempting to persuade Dong Suejiu to back down. "Sister-in-law, you should be generous. After all, this has been going on for years because of Brother Jun's lack of a son. If you truly want a good life, let Brother Jun save face. We can help smooth things over, and you can continue living together." Divorcing and wanting to bring a new partner into the house of his ex-wife. Was that even reasonable? Any normal person would be furious upon hearing such a thing. Yet Sumion noticed that Dong Suejiu seemed hesitant. What she said was undoubtedly true. This woman was clearly not in her right mind. Sumion would not allow such a situation to unfold, so she walked past the 3 individuals and approached Dong Suejiu, stating firmly, "Do you still dare to claim this is a misunderstanding?" The appearance of her daughter pushed Dong Suejiu's grievances to a boiling point, making her momentarily forget the earlier argument, and for the first time, she stammered, "What can I do? It's not my fault. You are all forcing me." But who was truly forcing whom? With a house, a daughter, and no need to serve in-laws or a man, along with her good health, how many people would wish for such circumstances? Yet for her, it had become a misfortune. Sumion did not wish to debate with her at that moment. She gazed at the 3 individuals who were clearly losing patience and declared, "Did Yang Jianjun not inform you before coming here that the house is under my name? Not to mention unrelated individuals. Even if Yang Jianjun were to return, I would not allow him inside again. Otherwise, you can test whether you can intrude faster than I can call the police." Scarface indeed seemed intent on barging in. In his memory, Yang Xiaohua had hardly registered as a presence. This was the first time he had witnessed a young girl speak with such authority, especially when Sumion took out her phone and dialed the 3 digits in front of them. Scarface began to consider waiting to contact Yang Jianjun, while Zhao Xiuli, who could no longer contain her impatience, retorted angrily, "So what if the house is under your name? Old Yang has said that it's fake and can be changed at any time. Don't try to scare me. Although this is our first meeting. Old Yang has already told me that once you two mother and daughter leave, he will be desperate. In any case, I will eventually move into that house. If it weren't for the freezing weather, I wouldn't even bother coming. Now, get out of my way." Clearly, Zhao Xiuli had a thorough understanding of Yang Xiaohua's situation. Had it truly been the original Yang Xiaohua, she would likely have obediently complied with her instructions. After all, Dong Sueju had already begun to retreat. However, just as her foot touched the doorframe, everyone present heard a distinct voice emanating from the phone. "Hello, this is the Shunqing Police Department. May I ask?" The operator's crisp voice resonated through the speaker, followed swiftly by Su Mian's hurried response, "Someone has forcibly entered my home. I reside in the Old Citytime Community, Unit 5, 10th floor, West Unit. Please send someone over as soon as possible." Everything unfolded so rapidly that even those present, including Dong Sueju, could barely react before Su Mian had completed her conversation and hung up the phone. Zhao Xiuli, trembling with a pale face, stared wide-eyed at Su Mian. "You really called? Is there any room for jest in matters like this?" She glanced at the stunned Dong Sueju beside her. "You should go rest. I will wait here for the police. It just so happens that they wanted to see Yang Jianjun, and now they might just cross paths." Initially shocked that the police had indeed been summoned, Zhao Xiuli instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" "Jianjun pushed Xiaohua down this afternoon, and the people from the Xinqing Police Department took her away," Dong Sueju replied, her words tumbling out without thought. Su Mian calmly added, "I personally identified him. He won't be back for a while. I advise you not to run. You might still catch a ride to see him and discuss whether to move in together or end up on the streets." The weight of these words left Zhao Xiuli dumbfounded. And even Scar was momentarily taken aback. For the first time, he earnestly scrutinized the inconspicuous daughter of Yang Jianjun, realizing that the young girl remained frail, yet her gaze seemed different than before, evoking a chilling sensation upon near contact. Had she been harmed by Yang Ji's push down the stairs, it was undeniable that Yang Gu was ruthless enough to turn against his own daughter. Scar felt an urge to withdraw but, recalling the still captive Yang Jianjun, knew he could not escape this ordeal, opting instead to heed Yang Xiaohua's wishes and await the police's arrival. Zhao Xiuli, dressed lightly, felt the temperature drop further as night fell, hugging her arms and pacing uncertainly, unsure whether to leave or stay. Fortunately, she did not have to wait long. Within about 20 minutes, personnel from the nearby precinct arrived. As the one who had reported the incident, Su Mian held the most authority, succinctly clarifying their relationships and detailing the events that had transpired, concluding with Zhao Xiuli's forced entry into her home. Upon hearing her account, even the male officers could not help but cast peculiar glances at Zhao Xiuli and the others. Scar continued to maintain his silence. Ultimately, the three were taken away together, leaving the corridor in an instant hush. Pulling the still-dazed Dong Sueju into the house, the latter mumbled, "Now we've really caused trouble. When your father comes out, we're all finished." Su Mian paid no heed to such trivialities. She surveyed the excessively simplistic home, noting that the balcony had no glass, and the doors and windows were the cheapest kind. With the cold front arriving, it was scarcely better than being outdoors. She had initially considered renovating the place, but after calculating the resource expenditure, it seemed impractical. Frowning, she stared at the old-fashioned thermometer on the wall, which indicated the temperature had already dropped to 0 degrees. It had only been a few hours since the afternoon warmth of over 10 degrees. At this rate, they would need to don winter coats by morning. With this thought in mind, she hurried to her room to rummage through Yang Xiaohua's clothing. Fortunately, Yang Jianjun had a penchant for violence, but his outerwear wasn't excessively worn. Yang Xiaohua had both cotton and down jackets. She gathered thermal base layers and a few pairs of seemingly warm boots. Finding little else to take, Dong Sueju knocked on the door, but Su Mian replied that she was tired and wished to sleep, refusing to open it. Soon, familiar cries echoed from the doorway, prompting Su Mian to change into more comfortable sleepwear and bury her head under the quilt. Perhaps due to the day's events weighing heavily on her, she quickly fell asleep. How cold? Did the quilt fall off? Su Mian, in a daze, felt her arm turn icy. She reached out to find the quilt but realized it was still draped over her. Strangely, it lacked its previous softness and instead felt chilling. A gust of inexplicable cold air brushed against her face, and just as she was about to burrow into the bedding, she suddenly became aware of something and bolted upright. The room was still illuminated, and after a few seconds of adjustment, she opened her eyes to find the window ahead seemingly covered in white. she retrieved a down jacket from her space. Wrapping herself snugly before approaching the window, upon touching it, she left two distinct impressions from her fingertips, but the white quickly reformed over them, restoring its original state. She decided to wipe a section clean with a nearby cloth, only to be astonished to find the outside world transformed into a blanket of white. Snowflakes were drifting down from an unknown time, silently falling into the night, with only faint exclamations from outside breaking the stillness. Yet no one seemed to take notice in the depths of night. As Mion approached the thermometer, discovering the temperature had plummeted to a staggering -10 degrees. The thermometer was an older model, with a minimum measurement of -10, suggesting that the temperature could be even lower. No wonder her down jacket seemed ineffective against the cold. She turned on her phone, which had been charging since last night, revealing it was now 4:30 in the morning. With dawn approaching, a premonition washed over her. The cold front would not linger long. Realizing she had many items still unprepared, sleep fled from her mind. When she checked the bathroom, she discovered the faucet had frozen, compelling her to retrieve water from her space to brush her teeth and wash her face. After donning thermal underwear and an additional layer of clothing, she finally slipped into her down jacket and draped a scarf around her neck. She layered 2 pairs of socks, thankful that Yang Xiaowa was thin, allowing her to wear shoes without issue. Before heading out, Sumian recalled Dong Tsuejiu and ultimately turned back to fetch a thick quilt for her. Indeed, in such frigid conditions, Dong Tsuejiu remained sound asleep. Though her slumber was restless, Sumian placed the quilt over her and located an electric heater, directing its warmth towards her. By the time she completed these tasks, it was 5 o'clock, and she stepped outside. The city was already bustling with early risers, especially near the community where many vendors had begun preparing breakfast as early as 3 o'clock. At the corner, Sumian stumbled upon a vendor, bundled up yet still shivering in place. She purchased a few not-so-hot buns and eggs, consuming them as she continued on her way. The buns released a delightful aroma upon reaching her mouth, prompting her to turn back and buy all the remaining buns. With fewer people in the morning and the community's facilities aging, the surveillance was barely effective. After satisfying her hunger, Sumian stored the leftover buns in her space and then rented a shared bicycle at the street corner. It was still too early. The manufacturers would likely be closed, so she planned to scour the main street for more breakfast options. Having grown accustomed to nutritional supplements, she now found herself craving warm food as she encountered more edible items. With several hundred cash still in hand, she intended to spend it all today. After wandering for half an hour, her space was filled with an assortment of large and small bags. She noticed that after her space had expanded infinitely, everything within it seemed more vivid. For instance, the youtiao she had just placed inside displayed visible smoke condensing in the air, a truly wondrous sight. Approaching 7 o'clock, Sumian hurried towards her first supplier. The previous night, she had downloaded maps of the surrounding cities, ensuring she could navigate without internet access. This particular location was a mobile home sales point. She had verified that they offered the most comprehensive inventory at reasonable prices. Arriving just before 8, she noticed the doors still closed, prompting her to quietly enter through a side door and stroll around the display area. Numerous finished products were displayed here, ranging from 30 square meters to 300 square meters, encompassing everything from the most unsightly blue boxes to those that bore an uncanny resemblance to villas. She calculated Yang Jianjun's credit card limit and found it more than sufficient for these purchases. Approximately 10 minutes later, Sumian heard a commotion at the front door. Assuming it was the arrival of someone, she went over only to witness an ambulance pull up, followed by individuals emerging from the security room carrying a stretcher. However, they took their time before loading it into the vehicle, and soon after, another group arrived to cover the individual with a bag. From a distance, Sumian caught a glimpse of the person, whose hands had turned purple and were coated in white frost, resembling someone frozen to death. While temperatures below -10 degrees are not excessively cold, a rapid drop over the course of several hours could prove unbearable for those in poor health or the elderly. Such incidents were likely occurring across the city. Once the vehicle departed, Sumian approached the person in charge. The transaction proceeded smoothly. She continued to purchase the least expensive option, which still included a bathroom, at a unit price of several thousand yuan, acquiring 3 in total. Upon learning she had arranged for a vehicle to collect the goods herself, she was granted a discount, and the other party returned to address the recent incident. Regardless of the cause, a death necessitates compensation, leading to yet another round of turmoil. Sumian noticed that the staff at such places were rather few, as the large items posed little risk of theft. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was around, she stored the container house in her space, indifferent to the potential discovery of its disappearance later on. In any case, It wouldn't be long before everyone was preoccupied with their own concerns. With the housing situation resolved, her next priority was ensuring proper heating. She planned to procure items such as a refrigerator and a washing machine, things she had previously not dared to consider. However, she intended to wait until societal order had unraveled further before embarking on a zero-cost shopping spree. With her limited funds, she aimed to acquire more practical items, such as cold-resistant helmets, coal, and alcohol. Such items could be found in the larger department areas, allowing her to browse and select as she went. It wasn't until she had exhausted Yang Jianjun's credit card that she finally ceased her shopping. The department area also offered an abundance of cotton-padded coats. While inexpensive, they were rather unattractive. Su Mian believed these garments to be warmer than down jackets. Given their ample size that as she walked, she mentally noted many expensive items she couldn't afford. Planning to return later to take advantage of the chaos. 18 noon, typically the warmest time of day, the situation was quite the opposite. Su Mian, glancing at the thermometer she had just purchased, noted it had plummeted to minus 25 degrees. And the temperature was still rapidly declining. She sensed that tonight would herald the arrival of a cold front. Consequently, she sought out an unfinished building, selecting a room of similar dimensions to the container house to begin her renovations. The container house featured only 2 windows with ordinary glass, but equipped with security bars outside. Su Mian lined the interior with insulation film, securing it with nails and leaving an opening for ventilation at the window. She then layered aluminum foil over that, followed by another layer of insulation film, repeating this process 3 times. Dressed warmly and constantly moving, she was surprised to find herself breaking a light sweat. The door of the house was also somewhat insecure, so she added several old-fashioned locks, which, while unattractive, were sturdy. She applied the same method in the bathroom, although she hadn't yet installed the toilet, which remained unoccupied. She temporarily sealed the space and provided several clean buckets and basins. In these extraordinary times, one must make do, and she resolved to study how to complete the installations when she had the opportunity. As the methods were straightforward, before leaving, she placed a half-meter-long stove inside, prepared with combustion pellets, connected the exhaust pipe, and finally stored the entire container house before departing from the unfinished building. By the time she returned home, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Upon entering, Su Mian found no sign of Dong Sueju, and, upon opening her room, discovered her lying in bed, still unrisen. When she saw her daughter return, she finally sat up. "Xiaohua, where have you been? Did you see that it's snowing outside? This morning when I got up, I noticed an extra blanket and an electric heater. You must have arranged these for me. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have surely frozen. You wouldn't believe it, but 2 elderly people next door were taken away by a car this morning." Dong Sueju's chatter did not cease upon seeing her daughter. Su Mian remained silent, yet gleaned a wealth of information from her words. For example, 4 or 5 elderly residents in the community had succumbed to the cold, their bodies found stiff. The water pipes in their building had also frozen and burst, and repairs were ongoing, with no certainty of completion that day. Additionally, she had left food for Su Mian in the kitchen. Had it not been for the final remark, "Let's go check on your father," Su Mian would have thought she could tolerate her mother's incessant prattle. Su Mian reheated the food in the kitchen, serving herself a generous bowl of rice, which she devoured completely. Finally, she turned to Dong Sueju. "It's already around minus 25 degrees outside. I've heard it's going to drop even further today. Are you sure you can go out?" Dong Sueju was about to retort, "But you just came back from outside." When the chilling memory of emerging from under the covers silenced her, tentatively, she asked, "Aren't you going to check on your father? What if that woman goes instead? Perhaps if they meet, they truly won't need us anymore." What kind of scoundrel deserves to be missed? Su Mian couldn't help but interrupt her. "If you wish to follow him, I can take you there. Think it over and let me know. If you choose to be with Yang Jianjun, we will no longer be mother and daughter. Whether you live or die will be of no concern to me." Stunned by her daughter's chilling words, Dong Sueju found herself momentarily at a loss. She had never anticipated such a heartless declaration from her child, feeling as though she was being cast aside. Yet, considering the absence of a man in their home, she was left in a state of panic. Unsure of what to do, torn between 2 desires, she found herself unable to make a choice. That moment, the electric heater in the room flickered and extinguished completely. "Why has it gone out?" Dong Sueju, wrapped in her blanket, fiddled with the socket, only to discover that the power had been cut off. In the sudden chill, it was common for both water and electricity to be interrupted. After all, the lowest temperature recorded in Xinjiang had typically been merely a few degrees below zero. Now, with a drastic plunge, Those who were astute should have been preparing. Yet, in this era of peace, people had grown accustomed to comfort and failed to recognize the severity of the drop in temperature. This was evident from how few individuals Su Mian had seen gathering supplies despite her busy day. Earlier, she had encountered a few players scurrying about, purchasing substantial amounts of cold-resistant clothing. As to how she could discern them, it was due to their urgent demeanor and the considerable quantities they were stockpiling, coupled with an innate sense of alertness toward them. Su Mian surmised that while a water outage might be manageable, a power cut would undoubtedly incite panic among the populace, with no central heating in Xinjiang. Most relied on home heating appliances. In temperatures dipping below 20 degrees, it would be unbearable for anyone to remain indoors without heating. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, voices could be heard in the corridor as neighbors began to inquire about one another's situations. They mentioned having relatives who had called to report that temperatures would continue to drop, advising them to purchase thicker down jackets. Dong Sueju donned her thickest down jacket and stepped outside her door. Coincidentally overhearing the remark about further temperature drops. Su Mian had already subtly warned her several times, hoping that this external caution would incite some preparation on her part. However, upon hearing her mutter, "Your father is sensitive to the cold. I remember he wore short sleeves yesterday. I wonder if the police station will provide him with clothes." Su Mian thought to herself, "Let him freeze to death." Observing Dong Sueju approach the group to verify the authenticity of the information, she noticed that the previously lively conversation among the neighbors came to an immediate halt upon her arrival. The neighbors, clearly dismissive, replied, "I'm not sure. That's just what my relatives said." Those on the same floor were well aware of Dong Sueju's stubborn nature, likening it to a dog biting El Dong Bin, and any sympathy had evaporated over the years of neighborly familiarity. To put it plainly, those who were still willing to respond to her inquiries were doing so out of respect for her being both a woman and a victim. However, not all victims elicit compassion. Yang Xiaohua had once been brainwashed and left with no choice, but now that Su Mian had arrived, she found the woman to be quite abnormal. Fortunately, this task did not require her to guarantee her family's safety. And through these past 2 days of testing, she had already abandoned the idea of taking Dong Sueju with her. After watching the neighbors return to their homes, Dong Sueju approached with a troubled expression. "Xiaohua, let us go buy some food and water. It sounds quite serious." Su Mian nodded. Though she had just returned, having eaten her fill and feeling neither tired nor weary, she wished to make the most of the limited time available to gather more supplies. As Dong Sueju prepared to lock the door and leave, Su Mian reminded her to take some money. Dong Sueju nodded, but as she stepped back into the house, she suddenly recalled something, saying, "Don't forget to return your father's money. When he comes back, I want to mention this." This woman truly could not go a moment without bringing up Yang Jianjun. It appears that the previous issue need not await her response, as her answer is quite evident. Exhaling a deep sigh, Su Mian resolved to take further actions to facilitate the final moments of this mother-daughter duo. As the two descended the stairs, they encountered a throng of individuals congregated at the stairway's entrance, evidently driven out by the cessation of water and electricity, compelled to procure supplies. Yet, upon glimpsing the vast expanse of white outside, many began to reconsider their decisions. Perhaps it would be wiser to endure a day at home. After all, there was ample meat in her household, and they could manage a few days without issue. Who knows, water and electricity might return by evening. Indeed, just earlier, I ventured outside, and you would not believe the wind. It was as sharp as a blade. I have never felt such cold in my life. I too felt it. It was colder than my refrigerator. The crowd engaged in lively discourse, weighing the pros and cons of venturing out. Noticing Dong Sueju furrowing her brow in contemplation, Su Mian felt a surge of admiration. The woman had reserves, while her own home was bare, the refrigerator cleaner than her own visage, albeit stocked with a fair amount of beer. Would that suffice? Ignoring her, Su Mian decisively opened the door and stepped outside. As the door swung open, an icy gust rushed in, prompting several individuals to exclaim about the cold. Upon seeing her daughter venture out, Dong Sueju quickly followed suit. Stepping outside, she was immediately frozen in her tracks. How frigid it was! The breath she exhaled turned to mist in an instant, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth and nose with her scarf and shove her hands into her pockets. Looking up, she realized her daughter had already strayed far ahead, as if the cold had no effect on her. With a start, Dong Sueju regained her senses and hurried after her. Their destination was not far, merely the nearby convenience store. The store had yet to lose power, with the air conditioning still running, though the cash register was stationed at the entrance. Customers came and went intermittently, while the cashier, donned in cotton gloves, huddled over an electric stove, stamping her feet and exhaling warmth. Su Mian cast a covetous glance at the functioning air conditioner, knowing full well it would soon cease to operate. Observing Dong Suejo still perusing inexpensive vegetables, Su Mian grabbed a shopping basket and began to sweep up instant noodles, small loaves of bread, and ham sausages, filling her basket to the brim while deliberately leaving the space-consuming snacks untouched. When Dong Suejo approached, arms laden with turnips, Su Mian could not restrain herself any longer and seized her, exclaiming, "What are you planning to do with those vegetables without water or electricity?" Ignoring the look of dismay on her face. She instructed Dong Suejo to queue and check out, while she took another basket to explore the snack aisle for peanuts and dried fruits. The small supermarket boasted a wide variety of goods, though in scant quantities, with no more than 10 of each item available, resulting in Su Mian not being able to fill her basket entirely with snacks. Instead, she opted to purchase sanitary napkins and toilet paper. Ultimately, she made 2 trips to acquire 2 boxes of 5-liter water bottles. "Why are you buying all of this?" Dong Suejo mused, feeling that it bore little difference from snacks, though she said nothing about the water. Su Mian paid her no heed as she placed items on the checkout counter. The cashier was efficient, swiftly scanning and packaging her goods, even kindly informing her of the availability of shopping carts. Though there were no extra staff to assist with deliveries today, upon hearing this, Su Mian returned to retrieve 2 more boxes of water, perfectly filling the shopping cart. Dong Suejo, with a pained expression, settled the bill, and the 2 coordinated remarkably well as they pushed their cart homeward. Upon returning to their community, they were surprised to find those who had been loitering at the entrance still present. Su Mian found these individuals rather amusing. With all this time to gawk, they could have made 2 trips for supplies. Perhaps seeing the 2 women emerge with their cart brimming with goods spurred several others to dash out. Once inside, they unloaded their acquisitions, and Su Mian instructed Dong Suejo to return the cart. As soon as Dong Suejo departed, Su Mian retrieved a small stove from her space, added a few bags of combustible pellets, and insulated the room with thermal film. This particular room was the most suitable for cocooning, and Su Mian cleared out the cluttered shelves, creating a warm spot, relieved to see that the small room no longer let in the cold. This was the last thing she could do for Yang Xiaohua. As long as they endured the cold spell and adapted to the weather, with any luck, Dong Suejo would persevere as well. Finally, she left home for the convenience store once more. As expected, there was no sign of Dong Suejo inside. Given her reluctance to descend unless absolutely necessary, it was clear that she had ulterior motives. Yet, to quell her suspicions, Su Mian approached the cashier to inquire about what the returned cart user had done. She asked me how to get to the Shuncheng police station. I instructed her on how to use navigation. And when I realized she was confused, I suggested she flag down a car on the street. Despite many vehicles being unable to operate due to the weather, some still ventured out to earn a living. The cashier herself had caught a ride with someone else that morning, though the fare was higher than usual. Su Mian received the answers she sought, her mind untroubled. Some individuals are intent on their own demise, and no one can dissuade them. She stepped forward and grabbed some of the snacks that occupied an entire shelf, then proceeded to load 10 boxes of instant noodles, whether for dry consumption or hot water preparation, onto her cart. The sheer amount made the cashier urge her not to panic. Over the years, Shuncheng had never experienced such cold. Yet, it had endured earthquakes and floods, though those events had caused considerable chaos and shortages. They eventually overcame those challenges. In the cashier's view, stockpiling was acceptable, but such extremes were truly unnecessary. However, her words of caution fell silent upon witnessing a middle-aged man who had just entered the store, sweeping up snacks even more extravagantly than Su Mian. Without needing to turn around, Su Mian recognized him as a player, for he specifically targeted all the instant noodles, not even sparing the cup varieties. When he approached the checkout counter, Su Mian was still placing items into her cart. The middle-aged man leaned over to inspect her purchases, shaking his head. "You don't have enough here. I advise you to buy more, particularly compressed biscuits and water." Without lifting her gaze, she replied, "This is sufficient. I still have plenty of rice and flour at home." The man, somewhat puzzled, surmised he must have misjudged her, deeming her merely an ordinary resident. Su Mian pushed her cart to the greenbelt of the neighboring community, stowing her goods away in her space before meandering about for a while to ensure she didn't overlook any essentials. Finally, she checked her balance at an ATM, then visited 5 pharmacies, purchasing frostbite ointment, anti-inflammatory medication, fever reducers, and various disinfectants and bandages. After noting down the addresses of the pharmacies, Su-mion observed that dusk had fallen and decided to return to the unfinished building. On her way, she noticed the temperature dropping once more, distinctly perceiving a gust of wind accompanied by a flurry of white sweeping past her, as if the air had solidified. Upon arriving at her destination, she hastily set up her container home, igniting the stove on the lowest setting. She hung thermometers by the windows and walls, waiting for the temperature to rise to 20 degrees before shedding her down jacket for loungewear. Next, she unfolded a folding bed, laid out a blanket and comforter, and finally placed a sleeping bag to ensure warmth. By 7 in the evening, the sound of the wind outside had become quite pronounced. Su-mion, unable to feel sleepy, retrieved a lounge chair to position before the stove, checking the window every half hour to observe the situation outside. The snowflakes fell with increasing intensity, producing a rustling sound against the window. Time passed without her notice, and soon she felt a chill, discovering that the room's temperature had silently plummeted to 10 degrees. After a moment of surprise, she quickly added more fuel. By 10 o'clock. Visibility outside had diminished significantly. Su-mion placed a lamp on the floor and checked her phone, only to find that she had received a message from Dai-tion an hour earlier, along with a reminder about an unreceived transfer. After they had added each other as friends yesterday, he had sent her a red envelope upon arriving home, stating it was a share of the benefits from their phones. Su-mion had not accepted it, leading to the reminder he had sent not long ago that he mentioned that his brother had received official news that a super cold front would strike Xinjiang at midnight, with temperatures potentially plunging to -60 or 70 degrees or even lower, advising her to stay indoors, avoid sleeping early, and keep her home warm. The gravity of his words was palpable even in text. Though they were merely acquaintances, his willingness to alert her indicated his character. She replied to express her gratitude. Seeing her response, he sent another message stating, "I'm glad you saw the message. I'm not joking. Please remind your family not to sleep. Temperatures that low can be deadly." Certainly. Here is the improved translation. It is essential for you to keep warm as well. Typically, temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees are not unheard of. However, in regions accustomed to such conditions, humanity has long since adapted and is largely unaffected. In contrast, for those in Xinjiang who have never experienced such frigid temperatures, this degree of cold can be likened to a calamity. At 11:30 in the evening, the reminder alarm set by Su-mion began to sound. Without hesitation, she rose to change her attire. This time, she first enveloped herself in a layer of emergency wrap, followed by successive layers of undergarments, thermal wear, and a down jacket. She even set aside an oversized cotton coat as a contingency. Having completed this preparation, she began to fervently stoke the stove, while at her feet, a small brazier blazed with a heap of charcoal. The charcoal posed certain dangers. Su-mion intended only to endure the immediate cold snap, momentarily disregarding any potential risks. Next, she sought out heat packs, applying them generously to areas of her legs that were inadequately covered. As she observed the room's temperature gradually rising, Su-mion stole a glance at her phone. It was merely 5 minutes until midnight. She hoped the cold front would not be excessively severe. Meanwhile, the Dai family, also engaged in late-night preparations, found themselves even busier. With the official news from her younger brother, the family could hardly dare to sleep. Even while succumbing to drowsiness, comprising 5 members, Dai's parents and her grandfather, concerns for the elderly prompted them to position him near the stove once it was lit. Subsequently, the family huddled in thick clothing and wrapped in quilts, awaiting the arrival of the hour. Midnight arrived punctually. In unseen corners, a white cold front congealed into an icy wall, swiftly spreading from the outskirts into the heart of the city. Those on duty to combat the chill merely stifled yawns, only to feel a sudden jolt of pain in their heads, freezing them in place as if they had become statues. The harvest of life surged forward unnoticed by all, those vigilantly tending to the stove, the comfortably sleeping residents, and the security guard bundled tightly in his booth. All were caught in a fleeting moment, as if a gust of wind had swept through, turning everything to ice, while everyone maintained their steady breathing. Life was suspended at that very instant. As the icy wall crept toward the abandoned building, Su-mion was the first to sense the impending change. From the window, frost appeared as if conjured from thin air, and the thermometer plummeted to its lowest reading. The stove was filled to capacity, and Su-mion, sitting nearby, even felt the heat becoming oppressive. Yet, this warmth was insufficient to fend off the encroaching cold. With her own eyes, Su-mion saw the white mist seep into the room, rapidly approaching her. The tangible danger of its proximity heightened her apprehension. Fortunately, the mist halted at a distance of about 50 centimeters from the stove and herself. While beyond that boundary, it continued its relentless advance. The rustling sound gradually faded, and after waiting for 10 minutes, with the mist receding another 5 centimeters, Su Mian finally exhaled in relief. This indicated that the surrounding temperature had stabilized, allowing her to temporarily lower her guard. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Su Mian gazed outside from the window. The world remained enveloped in a blanket of white, though this whiteness appeared different from before, more luminous, glinting with a reflective quality. After observing for 2 hours, she finally nestled into her sleeping bag to rest. The previously close proximity had rendered her folding bed frozen to the ground. Once it was free to move, she shifted it closer to the stove. She extinguished the charcoal basin and added more fuel, setting an alarm on her phone for every hour before finally closing her eyes in a semblance of peace. After a night spent repeatedly waking to check and then returning to sleep, Su Mian's slumber was far from restful. As dawn broke, she did not linger in the warmth of her room but instead donned her full gear in preparation to venture outside. This time, she added a thermal helmet, switched to thick, plush leather gloves, and donned insulated snow boots. The moment she opened the door, despite her preparations, Su Mian was caught off guard by a sudden blast of cold, akin to being splashed with a bucket of icy water. Although she was relatively adept at acclimatizing to the weather, the penetrating chill still seeped through to her bones. Undeterred, she stood for a moment, allowing her body to adjust before locking the door and departing from the container house. Having foreseen the necessity, she had stowed a shared bicycle in her space the previous day, and now it served her well. After exerting considerable effort to ride to the main road, Su Mian felt fortunate that she had not opted for an electric vehicle. The few cars parked along the roadside were all frozen in place, their engines and bodies rendered inoperable, with none escaping the fate. She understood that even if the fuel had remained ignited through the night, under such conditions, typical antifreeze would likely falter, leaving only a heap of scrap metal. Not fixating on changing her mode of transport, Su Mian headed to a nearby 24-hour convenience store. Upon entering, she paused momentarily. The store appeared exactly as she had seen it during the day, save for the staff behind the counter, who had become statues, and the merchandise, which was shrouded in a crystalline layer, exuding an eerie beauty. From the gestures of the staff, it seemed they had been in the midst of pouring a cup of hot water when they, along with the water, were frozen in time. The cold front capable of transforming a person into an ice sculpture suggested that the temperature upon its arrival last night must have been well below -70 degrees. This realization sparked an unsettling premonition within her. Under such conditions, miscalculating the temperature could spell disaster for ordinary people, not to mention players, who would likely suffer significant losses. She swiftly gathered the frozen bottles of drinking water from the ground, and for the food items bound to the shelves, Su Mian simply cleared them out along with the fixtures. Observing that her space remained unchanged in size, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Her space was her greatest asset, and she aimed to stockpile as many supplies as possible. From 7 to 9 in the morning, she systematically swept through several stores, amassing whatever goods caught her eye. During this time, she encountered countless frozen figures, each frozen forever in their most vivid expressions, yet eternally suspended in that moment. Words failed her as she deliberately avoided contact with them, ensuring not to touch a single one. By 11 o'clock, the temperature had not shifted from the morning, and a slight breeze had even begun to stir. After several hours of activity, Su Mian's hands and feet remained icy cold. Fortunately, she detected no signs of frostbite, prompting her to continue moving. With the cold front having arrived, she saw no reason to remain in the abandoned building. Wherever convenient, she would establish her camp. This notion reached its zenith after hours of encountering no living souls. At 12:30 in the afternoon, Su Mian arrived at the city center. The scene here was even more harrowing. Not only within buildings but also on the streets, she observed numerous frozen individuals. After merely a glance, she made her way to a large electronics store. The air conditioners, washing machines, and refrigerators she had previously hesitated to purchase were now within her reach. She also scoured the small appliances, selecting only the best quality, most expensive options. Passing by the smart home section, despite knowing their impracticality, she could not resist acquiring a few sets. She harbored a dream that one day, when the apocalypse ended and the world returned to peace and beauty, she would reside in her own little house, basking in the sun and enjoying the breeze. Now that she had her small house, all that remained was for the world to be at peace. A faint vibration from her phone in her pocket caught her attention. Had she not paused to ponder, she might have missed it entirely. She retrieved her phone to find a message from Dai Tian. Aside from him, no one else had reached out during this time. Upon reading the message, a smile involuntarily crept across Su Mian's face. It read, "Little girl, are you still alive?" In previous times, such a remark might have seemed somewhat impolite. But Su Mian understood the sentiment behind it. Just as she was about to respond, a thought halted her. Regardless of whether they were locals or players, she was still hesitant to engage. At this juncture, if one were to contact the other party, it would inevitably involve complications. After much contemplation, it seemed best to let the other person believe she had perished. Glancing at her phone, which now held a mere 60% charge, Su Mian promptly stowed it away in her spatial compartment that a resounding boom echoed from afar, prompting Su Mian to turn her gaze in that direction, where she caught a fleeting glimpse of a wisp of black smoke swirling in the air. It was unlikely that a spontaneous explosion would occur at this moment. It appeared to be a man-made disturbance. Instinctively, she thought of the surviving players. Such a commotion could only be stirred up by someone difficult to deal with, and it would be prudent for her to keep her distance. Surveying her surroundings, Su Mian recalled that the market she had previously explored was nearby, so she retrieved her bicycle and ventured down a narrow path. Upon entering the market, she quickly discerned that it had been thoroughly searched. Numerous shop doors had been violently forced open, and the ground was littered with shards of glass and scattered footprints, which appeared to be fresh. Seizing the opportunity, she entered one of the shops to collect any overlooked items, planning to return later. However, before she could make her exit, voices began to emanate from a distance. Growing progressively closer, the shop she had entered offered little in the way of concealment, making it impractical to hide. Thus, she boldly stepped outside. "There's someone here." The individuals who spotted Su Mian seemed momentarily taken aback before calling over their companions. 4 or 5 people, bundled up tightly against the cold, gathered to scrutinize her, seemingly assessing her potential threat. Su Mian overheard their hushed discussions about the terrifying nature of the weather, speculating that not many had survived, and that with resources plentiful enough to last, there was no need for mutual slaughter. This aligned perfectly with her own thoughts. Noticing that they had no intention of obstructing her, Su Mian chose a path opposite to theirs. As she walked away, she caught a snippet of one of their names, causing her to pause briefly before continuing on her way. Around 1 o'clock, Su Mian found a suitable spot to set up her container house. Indulging herself with a pot of hot porridge, into which she added several fresh vegetables, for reasons she could not quite fathom, the mere biscuit that had once sufficed in the previous instance now left her yearning for something warm. It seemed that even in such frigid conditions, a bowl of hot porridge could lift her spirits, quickly warming her frozen body. After several bowls, she let out a satisfied sigh, tidied her utensils, and left the room to stow away the container house. She was uncertain as to why she was so fixated on gathering supplies. It was as though each incremental increase in her resources bolstered her sense of security. Moreover, it was not in her nature to huddle in a room and sleep. She preferred to venture out and engage with the world, which helped her acclimatize to the local atmosphere. 3 months was no trifling duration. What Su Mian did not anticipate was that despite her deliberate avoidance of players, she continually encountered them. It was as if the surviving players had congregated in the city center. Throughout her journey, she crossed paths with multiple groups in search of supplies, though each group consisted of only a few individuals. Their frequency was notable. She speculated that these players had experienced numerous challenges, possibly possessing the expertise or items to withstand the current cold snap. That it seemed she alone believed that players would be unable to endure the chill. Realizing her dismissive mindset, Su Mian resolved to reflect on her approach and to exercise greater caution when dealing with players in the future. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than she emerged from the shopping mall's stairs and nearly collided with a few individuals entering. As she habitually feigned ignorance and attempted to sidestep them, one of them called out, "Hey, don't go just yet. What's the situation inside the mall? Is there plenty of food, or has everything frozen over?" His tone suggested he was quite the talkative fellow. Perhaps sensing her reluctance to engage, he lowered his voice. "We've searched several places, but either someone else has claimed them, or the food is frozen solid. If we can't find anything, our entire camp is going to starve. You look like you're in good spirits. Could you give us some pointers?" Su Mian cast him a sideways glance and asked a seemingly unrelated question. "How many people are in your camp?" Upon hearing her query, he froze. "You're a girl?" Then, sensing his rudeness, he quickly apologized. "I didn't mean to offend. I just didn't expect a girl like you to be out in this weather. Please don't be upset. As for our camp, we have around 40 to 50 people. Are you one of us?" Most players still harbored a slight wariness towards the locals, making such inquiries quite common. Su Mian nodded, affirming her status as a player, and added, "There's food on the basement level of the supermarket. In the back, there's a storage area that should have what you need." The group was taken aback by her unexpected generosity. and aside from the one who had questioned her, the others expressed their gratitude enthusiastically. Observing their eagerness to enter, Su Mian discerned her direction and headed towards a nearby shop. The location was conspicuous, but it had already been visited by others. Fortunately, they were primarily taking food items, leaving behind those that were bulky and not immediately filling. For instance, the liquor store still held various bottles of spirits and cigarettes. All intact, Su Mian began with the pricier items, clearing out half the store. Next, she ventured into a tea shop. Having not indulged in tea for quite some time, she felt that a bit of occasional enjoyment would be delightful. Even taking with her a tea table that seemed freshly stocked, she wandered from shop to shop, treating them as her own backyard. She momentarily forgot the biting cold. It was not until she encountered the individual who had inquired about supplies earlier that she became aware of her surroundings once more. Despite their heavy layering, there were still subtle differences in their appearances. The person who had spoken to her earlier bore a resemblance to Zhao Tian, which made Su Mian remember him distinctly. It was evident that they were approaching her with purpose. Upon reaching her, they explained, "We have girls in our camp too. It might be safer for you to join us. Of course, we want to pressure you. It's entirely your choice. I'm just offering a kind gesture." Su Mian asked for the location of their camp, but declined the invitation to join them. She still had medical supplies to search for, and there were too many places she needed to explore. A communal living arrangement did not suit her at this time. Although they felt a tinge of regret, they did not press the matter further. After all, someone who could venture out alone was unlikely to be an ordinary girl. They had their own intentions of recruitment. They parted ways. Su Mian successfully located the only pharmacy in the vicinity. As expected, essential medications were in high demand. While frostbite ointments were depleted, other special medications, including some expensive ones, remained available. Although she lacked knowledge about pharmaceuticals, she understood that certain medicines could be life-saving in critical moments. Without hesitation, she collected every last remaining item, including those that had fallen to the ground but were still intact. By 6 o'clock, Su Mian concluded her day of searching. She found a hotel rooftop to set up her defenses on the staircase. Then, she placed her container house in a sheltered corner of the rooftop from the wind. The room still retained some warmth, and fearing she might sweat, she changed her clothes after acclimating to the temperature inside. Although she longed for a shower, the plumbing issues in the bathroom had yet to be resolved, and she did not wish to take any risks. Instead, she boiled some water for a brief wipe down, feeling considerably better afterward. Thus, as the days turned into nights, Su Mian continued her solitary explorations in the city center for another 5 days, amassing a more comprehensive collection of items in her spatial compartment. Particularly, her collection of gold jewelry had nearly reached mountainous proportions. On the 10th day of her current challenge, Su Mian's routine was once again disrupted by a group of players. The catalyst for this upheaval was that her residence had drawn unwelcome attention. In a bid for simplicity, she had set up her container house near the greenery of a high-end residential area. It seemed the smoke emanating from her dwelling had been too conspicuous to ignore. Su Mian, always somewhat vigilant while sleeping, reacted instinctively when she heard noises at her door. The clock on the wall indicated it was 4 in the morning. The individuals outside were deliberately quiet. Yet Su Mian's heightened senses allowed her to detect their breathing. Although only one person was nearby, at least 2 others were lurking in the distance, signaling a coordinated effort. The heavy lock on her door began to yield to the sound of being picked, and Su Mian sensed the intruder attempting to push the door open, only to find it unyielding. Gripping her trusty watermelon knife, she was unwilling to let the painstakingly installed lock be compromised further. So she took the initiative to open the door. The intruder had not anticipated that the occupant would emerge. Clutching a tool in hand, he instinctively attempted to flee upon seeing Su Mian. However, she swiftly delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, she pressed the knife against his throat, eliciting a panicked cry, "Please spare me. I was just too cold and saw your place was warm. I merely wanted to come in and sit for a moment." Su Mian's lips curled into a cold smile. "So you thought it wise to sneakily pry open my door?" Upon hearing that Su Mian, concealed beneath her helmet, was a woman, the man initially felt a pang of guilt, but suddenly, a surge of confidence washed over him. "You cannot kill me. I am not alone. If you take my life, they will not spare you. In that case, the house will still be occupied. It would be wiser for you to relinquish it willingly, and we promise to allow you to continue residing within." However, the latter part of his statement remained unspoken, yet the desire evident in his tone made it easy to infer his intentions. Without hesitation, Su Mian struck with her knife, though she harbored no desire to take a life. She understood that displaying softness would only invite further predation from those lurking in the shadows. Indeed, Upon witnessing her unflinching act of severing the man's neck, the two individuals hidden behind the tree panicked. Creating a commotion, Su Mian heard their hurried footsteps as they fled, yet she made no attempt to pursue them. Casting a disdainful glance at the corpse on the ground, she wiped the blood from her blade onto the man's clothing and, in a fit of irritation, returned to pack her container home. Regardless of whether those two would return, she knew her night's rest was irrevocably disrupted. It would be wiser to seek refuge elsewhere. In contemplating this, Su Mian realized that since the onset of the cold front, the nights had grown markedly longer. One benefit of this chilling phenomenon was that the surrounding area was sufficiently illuminated by the reflection of the ice, rendering artificial light unnecessary. Though prolonged exposure could cause discomfort to the eyes, she pedaled her bicycle along the deserted road, traversing the path she had taken during the day, arriving at an opulent office building. Opting for the vacant 9th floor, she set up her container home, leaving a window open for ventilation, and promptly fell asleep. This time, Su Mian drifted into slumber swiftly, experiencing a rare and peculiar dream. She dreamt of Su Chuan, the elder brother of Su Jiao Jiao from the previous instance, who called out her name with a fierce and cold gaze. He shouted something, lunging toward her, but before he could reach her, he was swept away by a massive wave. Su Mian jolted awake, her palms slick with sweat. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 10 in the morning, and the room's temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees. The vividness of the dream lingered in her mind, particularly the eyes filled with hatred that she had seen before the wave struck. Though she recognized it was merely a dream, a sense of discomfort and unease gnawed at her. She rose to add fuel to the stove, changed into dry clothing, and sat for a moment before beginning to prepare her meal. Today, she opted for a mixed rice dish, following a trendy recipe she had discovered in the post-apocalyptic world. She separated the rice and various ingredients in the pot, added an array of seasonings, and covered it to heat. This time, her ingredients were abundant: corn, ham, tomatoes, shiitake mushrooms, and meat chunks. As it was her first attempt at cooking, the stove's heat was too intense, and while the dish emerged fragrant, the bottom was slightly charred. Su Mian, unwilling to waste, discarded the burnt portion and mixed the remainder together, yielding an unexpectedly delightful taste. After finishing her meal, her stomach felt pleasantly full. Just then, the water boiled, and Su Mian set the tea table, unwrapped a packet of renowned green tea, and brewed a small pot. The first sip was bitter, followed by a gentle sweetness, the delicate fragrance of the tea perfectly alleviating the greasiness in her stomach, leaving her feeling utterly comfortable. However, lacking the finesse of a tea connoisseur, the diminutive teacup left her craving more, prompting her to pour a generous portion into a larger cup. Subsequently, she took out her phone to peruse the map of the city. The downtown area was replete with numerous places to explore. Even after 10 days, her ventures had merely skimmed the surface. The advantage was that many locations remained to be discovered, yet the downside was that riding her bicycle was somewhat laborious. Today, she resolved to utilize her new equipment, roller skates. The single-blade skates were quite manageable, and in this natural ice rink of the city, they proved advantageous for travel. As anticipated, her speed significantly increased upon donning the skates. However, the biting cold wind was more piercing, prompting Su Mian to add a scarf around her neck as she ventured to previously unexplored locales. She searched through 4 or 5 pharmacies, successfully locating some frostbite ointment and an array of antipyretics. Su Mian collected the medications and stored them on the shelves in her space, taking a moment to inspect her inventory. Since the addition of the shelves, the medicinal section boasted dozens of rows, resembling a large pharmacy, which was quite impressive. However, the organization was lacking in detail. She would need to rearrange it when time permitted, lest finding a specific item become a Herculean task. Lost in thought, she continued on to another store. This time, before she could step inside, she sensed something was amiss. She pivoted on her heel and exited the store, just as a loud crash echoed. The frozen glass door shattered into fragments. Su Mian turned her gaze toward a distant high-rise, her eyes glinting with cold determination beneath her goggles. 200 meters away, behind the window of a residential building, a man with a firearm stared in disbelief at the bullet that had missed its mark. "She actually evaded it," he exclaimed, astonished. Beside him, another person shared the same incredulity, muttering, "Just a coincidence, surely. This time, aim for her arm. Do not miss again. She clearly possesses valuable goods." "Taking her down is worthwhile," the man nodded, repositioning his aim. However, he soon discovered that the target had vanished. The other individual gasped in disbelief. "That's impossible. I've been watching her." "Wait, she's truly gone," They both lamented their carelessness, having waited so long for such a perfect opportunity. Only to have it slip away. Do not fret. It is not just us waiting for her. Others will surely respond if they sense something amiss. The captain has issued orders. She must be captured. Thus, the two reassured themselves and prepared to relocate to set a new ambush. Yet, as they sheathed their weapons and turned, they felt an ominous chill envelop them. One companion let out a scream. Realizing too late that he had aimed his gun at the figure charging through the entrance, the intruder was faster, instantly snapping his fingers and seizing his firearm. By the time the man comprehended the situation, his companion lay lifeless on the ground, a long knife piercing his throat, meeting a gruesome end. Meanwhile, he found himself at the mercy of a small dagger pressed against his neck. The forceful proximity caused him to retreat uncontrollably until he was pinned against the wall. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he begged for mercy. I did not intend to ambush you. Our captain has set his sights on your property and capabilities. They are aware that you possess at least 30 square meters of space and wish to incapacitate you to utilize it for the team. I was merely following orders. I beg you to spare me. Sumion continued to regard him coldly. Were the individuals from this morning also your cohort? Yes. They were sent by the captain to scout the area. But their mission met with misfortune. Sumion remained puzzled. How did you locate me? The captain has placed observers around your vicinity. From the moment you left the neighborhood, they were monitoring you. However, they lost you momentarily. Later, they noticed the smoke from the office building and devised today as planned. Besides us, others are lurking in the shadows, waiting for you. He deliberately revealed everything he knew, hoping to elicit mercy from Sumion. After all, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. This girl was ruthless in her actions, and it was evident they had underestimated her. Unfortunately for him, Sumion would not allow any potential threats to linger. Before the man could utter another plea for mercy, Sumion swiftly slit his throat with a knife. He clutched his neck, eyes filled with terror as he watched the woman clean her dagger on the body of his companion. She was far too merciless. Only after he had breathed his last did Sumion exit the room, choosing not the back alleys but the main road instead. It wasn't long before she sensed the feeling of being watched. Sumion possessed an innate sensitivity, and upon realizing that they had discovered her trail, she deliberately veered into a less observable side path, vanishing around a corner. Minutes later, several figures clad in heavy military coats appeared at the intersection, quietly discussing their route distribution before scattering. No one noticed the swift shadow leaping above them. While they were still searching aimlessly, Sumion had already moved in closer, her knife striking with lethal precision. Murder was truly a skill Sumion had mastered. At times, she questioned whether she was innately a cold-blooded killer when the apocalypse first began, while others were paralyzed by fear and hesitant to confront the zombies. She had already taken down a man who harbored ill intentions towards her. From that point on, everything fell into place. As long as her life was preserved, her hands became stained with blood. Now, in order to safeguard herself, she opted to eliminate threats preemptively. The members of her team soon sensed something amiss. Having traversed the side path, they found not only Sumion absent but also the whereabouts of their companions lost. It was only when a corpse fell from above that the last of the newcomers, struck by shock, stumbled back. He immediately recognized it as the body of a comrade, indicating that their intentions had been exposed, and that they were now being watched. Yet, Sumion did not materialize. She appeared to lurk in some shadowy corner, ominously observing him. This disorienting sensation gradually unsettled the newcomer. Ultimately, under the pretense of searching, he hastily sprinted towards the main entrance. Unbeknownst to him, Sumion had intentionally allowed him to escape. She had already claimed numerous lives today. If the captain were wise, he would know better than to provoke her again. And this man was merely left as a message. Sumion believed her plan was flawless, yet she had underestimated the persistence and greed of the players. After being disturbed during her rest that night, her patience plummeted. She donned her attire, stowed her container, and set off in pursuit of the distant figure, her skates gliding over the frozen ground. Though she appeared to move slowly, she expertly maintained a distance of 10 meters behind him. The watermelon knife clutched in her hand intentionally struck the ground, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. The man evidently sensed her presence, having heard tales of this woman's ferocity. And after witnessing her slay 10 of their own in a single day, he was reluctant to approach. However, the captain's orders were absolute. Disobedience would result in a fate worse than death. Although he was puzzled as to why this woman did not kill him and merely followed him like a specter, his instinct for survival overshadowed any contemplation of escape routes, leading him directly to the main base. Upon seeing him return, the personnel at the entrance noticed the threatening figure tailing him and immediately recognized the danger. Calling for assistance, warning that an ambush was imminent. As he turned back to inform the captain, despite the mission being a failure, it seemed as though the enemy had come to them, which could be deemed a success. Su Mian, upon following, soon discovered that the individuals were leading her to an underground passage, its entrance blocked, with a sign nearby ominously declaring, "Intruders will die." The bravado was palpable. She observed numerous individuals emerging from the shadows and, undeterred, produced a prepared box. With a mere touch, flames ignited instantaneously. Just as a throng of people marched out of the passage, the leader, feeling a shift in atmosphere even through his thick clothing, recognized this as a high-level player. Delighted at the prospect of an unsuspecting prey, he was about to boast about the throng surrounding him when unexpectedly, a box was hurled in his direction. Instinctively, he caught it, bewildered. "What is this?" Before he could finish, his companions noticed the rapidly burning fuse at the corner, their faces paling in horror. The man too realized the danger, not from sight but from the scent of smoke, yet it was too late. With a thunderous explosion, the entrance to the passage erupted like a firework display. Su Mian's expression remained cold as she witnessed the dismembered remains raining down. Did they truly believe she had come alone? In the apocalypse, such devices were ineffective against hordes of zombies, but against humans, they proved devastating. Thankfully, she had retained a few, perfectly suited for this occasion. She glanced at the two surviving players nearby, their expressions frozen in shock as they processed the sudden obliteration of their formidable captain. When they finally turned to face Su Mian, they lacked the strength to rise. Only when she approached did they prostrate themselves, weeping and pleading, claiming they had never killed anyone, merely running errands and maintaining cleanliness. Begging for their lives, without a moment's hesitation, Su Mian struck with her knife, dismissing their hollow excuses. Their claims of innocence were nothing more than desperate pleas for survival. She had no intention of leaving herself with further complications. Aware that the explosion would attract attention, Su Mian felt no fear. She had already taken many lives and would not mind adding a few more. Observing the collapsed passage and finding no other survivors, she departed, oblivious to the fact that shortly after her exit, individuals in a distant building, having secretly witnessed the scene, excitedly shared the event with their companions. They were the indigenous inhabitants of this instant's world, fortunate to have survived the cold wave. However, resources were scarce, making survival exceedingly difficult, especially with a group of domineering individuals seizing nearby supplies and indiscriminately robbing ordinary people. As a result, the community had grown fearful of venturing outside. And even when they did, they would travel several miles away, leading to increasing casualties. They had contemplated resistance, but the strength of the invaders had proven overwhelming. In their first encounter, half their number had perished. No one had anticipated that on this very night, someone would obliterate their stronghold, eliminating all within. Upon hearing of the incident, the inhabitants of the building could no longer sleep, eager to express their gratitude to the one who had acted, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to salvage nearby supplies. However, when they descended, Su Mian's figure had already vanished, leaving them with no choice but to relent, after enjoying a few days of relative peace. Fearing that continued complacency might lead to moral degradation, Su Mian compelled herself to spend the majority of each day outdoors. One day, while skating along the road in search of supplies, she nearly stumbled over an outstretched hand protruding from a snowbank. Reacting swiftly, she spun around to steady herself, only to find a figure emerging from the snow. The individual was bundled up so thoroughly that it was impossible to discern their gender. As Su Mian prepared to leave, she heard a weak voice inquire, "Excuse me, is there a pharmacy nearby? I can offer payment if you guide me." As they spoke, the person revealed their layers, and Su Mian noticed several dirty thick quilts. Upon catching sight of the stranger's face, she hesitated momentarily. It was a man whose face was marred by numerous frostbite wounds, serious but not life-threatening. More importantly, his visage seemed familiar. A flicker of doubt ignited within Su Mian. Though she masked it well. In truth, it mattered little if she revealed her thoughts. She was bundled up sufficiently that even standing before him, he would not discern her gender unless she spoke. She fixed her gaze upon him in silence, gesturing for him to follow. Remarkably, he did not question her. Instead, trailing behind, wrapped in his quilts, the burden appeared heavy, and as he struggled, Su Mian slowed her pace to accommodate him. She noticed his hands trembling as they clutched the quilt. Su Mian had already scoured the nearby pharmacies. Nearly all useful supplies had been looted, and even the irrelevant items had been collected by her. Thus, when the two arrived at a still intact convenience store, the man hesitated at the entrance. Unsure, Su Mian paid him no mind, clearing a table. With a flick of her finger, A steaming bowl of instant noodles appeared out of thin air. The man stood dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Su Mion broke the silence. Eat first. It will freeze soon. This was something she had prepared for herself in the container house, fearing that there might be times when she would not have the luxury of returning home, thus allowing her to enjoy a warm meal. In addition to instant noodles, there was also hot congee in a thermos, but she refrained from using shared utensils, keeping it to herself, when the other party heard her voice. Their shock was palpable. They seemed poised to utter a name, yet ultimately swallowed their words. Silently, they stepped into the room, took a seat at the table, and grasped the container of instant noodles, the warmth prompting them to abandon their reservations and eat voraciously. Su Mion closed the door and seated herself opposite him. Feeling her gaze upon him, he hastened his eating, ultimately choking slightly. Upon receiving a cup of hot tea that was offered, he drank it all before realizing the significance of the moment. Muttering a grateful, "Thank you," the name that lingered in his mind remained unspoken. Su Mion, unhesitant, voiced her curiosity. "Your face." The other party quickly interjected, "Did I frighten you? I meant, why does your face look the same as in the last instance?" The person who had intended to conceal their face froze at her words, looking at Su Mion in disbelief, a glimmer of recognition flashing in their eyes. "You are Su Mion." Hearing the familiar name, Yuan Hong sprang to his feet in excitement. "You've come to this instance too. I suspected it was you but didn't dare to confirm." He explained that the resemblance of his face was due to a reward item received after clearing the novice instance. Admitting that he was not particularly fond of this ability. It made him easily recognizable, and currently, he had no way to remove the item. Su Mion agreed that it was indeed a hassle. She inquired how Yuan Hong had ended up on the street, to which he responded with a hint of embarrassment. "I encountered opposing players and got separated from my team. I was exhausted and collapsed on the street. Had I not heard footsteps, I would have thought I was dead. So I mustered my remaining strength to take a chance. He hadn't anticipated his luck would lead him to Su Mion. Grateful, he cast a glance at her and continued. "In the early stages, many players gathered together, and we got along relatively well. However, now sourcing supplies has become cumbersome. There are always those who feel they are doing too much, leading to instability among the group. Although the team leader is an experienced player, their methods lack decisiveness, and the camp has experienced internal strife several times. The temperature in the air raid shelter is tolerable, but the air quality is poor, and recently, more people have been falling ill with fevers. The camp has run out of antipyretics. I ventured far in search of medicine, but not only did I fail to find any, but my supplies were also stolen. If it weren't for you, I might have truly succumbed on the street. In essence, Su Mion had saved him on 2 occasions. In her memory, Yuan Hong had rarely spoken, and it was evident that life in their air raid shelter was arduous, given that he had shared far more this time than during their last encounter. Currently, the daytime temperature hovered around -6 to 7 degrees Celsius. While cold, it was within the realm of human adaptability. She asked, "Haven T, you thought about seeking another place? Not only have we thought about it, but we have also made plans. But a powerful player has emerged in Shin City. It is said they indiscriminately kill and steal others' points, making everyone fearful that they cannot compete." Su Mion felt puzzled. Having been there for half a month, she had not heard of this individual. As for points, wasn't it said they couldn't be stolen? Could it be a special ability of the other party? After chatting for half an hour, Yuan Hong hesitantly asked her, "Would our presence nearby cause you trouble?" This had been a topic Su Mion had broached herself. It was not out of nostalgia for communal living, but rather a desire to lend them a helping hand. Yuan Hong and his group were not lazy. If utilized properly, they could assist her with certain tasks. Su Mion also contemplated having an agent search for supplies on her behalf. Yuan Hong was aware of some of her circumstances, alleviating her concerns about confidentiality. She replied, "It won tea, but the people you bring must be trustworthy." Yuan Hong understood this well. The few he intended to bring along were limited, and Su Mion was familiar with half of them. He calculated the return journey time. If he headed back now, he would likely arrive by evening. However, Su Mion had yet to decide on a place to linger, and he wished to wait until a suitable location was selected before departing. After pondering for a moment, Su Mion resolved to go to a park where she had initially planned to stay temporarily. Although the park was indeed in the city center, the nearby main road meant there were not many residential buildings, yet plenty of trees, providing an appealing environment. Moreover, the park boasted both mountains and water, capable of dispersing smoke, and served as a natural training ground. With 2.5 months remaining, she intended to embark on a physical training regimen to acclimatize herself to the temperature. A cumbersome feeling was rather uncomfortable. as even slight exertion would cause her to sweat. She longed for a normal life of dining and personal hygiene. From her observations, the success rate of this plan seemed quite high. After agreeing on a rendezvous point with Yuan Hong, he expressed confusion as to why it was still a park. Was there even any cover there? Yet, he did not question Su Mian's decision. Before leaving, Su Mian gifted him a spare bicycle. She had ample space and intended to modify it to remove the surveillance devices. Knowing it would eventually be useful, with time to spare before their meeting, Su Mian visited the container house manufacturer, acquiring several standalone small houses, including more of the type she intended to inhabit. She also selected a few villas and even a sunroom, gathering anything that caught her eye and seemed appealing. Passing by the sales hall, she discreetly took various electrical gifts prepared for prospective buyers. By 8 o'clock that night, Su Mian had chosen a location in the woods, setting up 3 small containers and 1 large one as she locked the smaller ones, while the larger one housed 2 stoves. With several bags of fuel piled in a corner, sensing that the time was nearing, she lit both stoves, using the time it took for the room to warm up to insulate half of the wall with thermal cotton. She left the remaining materials for herself to handle upon their arrival. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the park, Yuan Hong and more than 10 others stood outside, hesitating. It felt even colder here than outside. Are you certain you haven't mistaken the location? Yuan Hong shook his head, insisting that the address was correct as he had been there once before. He glanced at the sickly and injured individuals beside him, anxiously advising, Su Mian doesn't appreciate meddling. She is quite capable. Remember to measure your words before speaking. Even if the living conditions are inferior to the camp, do not show it. We are guests in her domain. Keep that in mind. Among those present, only Yuan Hong, Li Jiang, and a few others from the previous instance who had limited interaction with Su Mian were familiar with her. However, the remaining players had spent a considerable amount of time with Yuan Hong and his group in this instance. Possessing decent character and some self-preservation abilities, despite their trepidation about possibly walking into a trap, they had grown weary of remaining in the air raid shelter, treading carefully on the icy ground. They moved forward cautiously, feeling their hands and feet grow increasingly cold, their bodies rapidly losing warmth. Fortunately, Su Mian had mentioned she would be waiting near a small grove by the lake, making the location easy to find. They had not walked long before spotting a conspicuous light in the woods. The milky white container house stood out distinctly, not only because it was illuminated but also due to smoke billowing from one corner, indicating the presence of a heat source within. Logically, seeing this place should have brought them joy, yet they were instead filled with tension, even more so than before. Yuan Hong remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings and refraining from urging the others forward. It was not until a voice called from behind, "Why aren't you going over?" that the players lagging behind nearly jumped in fright. They let out exaggerated cries, quickly surrounding themselves and drawing their weapons towards Su Mian. Realizing the misunderstanding, Yuan Hong hurried forward. "Don't be alarmed. It's Su Mian." Su Mian was taken aback by their reaction as well. Although she was wearing more layers, she hardly appeared fearsome. Why did they look at her as if she were a ghost? She noticed some of them casting uncertain glances in her direction. Only after Yuan Hong clarified the situation did they collectively breathe a sigh of relief. The one who had initially shouted apologized to Su Mian, explaining that they had been frightened by that murderous player. "I saw that house and thought he was nearby. When you suddenly appeared, I mistook you for him. We were rude just now. Please don't take offense." Su Mian, however, was even more curious. These individuals appeared robust, yet the infamous player was said to act alone. What sort of person could instill such fear in them? It is either exceptional skill or formidable equipment. "I assent it?" She did not press further, merely indicating that the house ahead was prepared for their rest tonight. "I am uncertain about the number of you, so let us huddle together for the night. And tomorrow during the day we shall allocate spaces. Once you have acclimatized, we can venture out to gather supplies." Su Mian busied herself with these instructions, oblivious to the peculiar glances cast by a few individuals. Initially hesitant to approach the container house, once they followed Su Mian inside, they were instantaneously awestruck by the surroundings. The warmth enveloping them was palpable even through their masks, and upon discovering the source was 2 stoves. Their curiosity compelled them to touch and examine the appliances, their eyes drawn to the energy-saving lights affixed to the walls, incredulous that they would spend the night here. Li Jiang, noticing the fuel stacked in the corner, inquired of Su Mian about its purpose. Although granular fuel is prevalent in certain industries, most were unfamiliar with its function. Upon learning that it was superior to firewood, their expressions reflected a newfound understanding. They also spotted a large pot filled with water, which was already boiling. Su Mian had set it aside to cool, accompanied by a bag of disposable cups. Opposite the fuel lay several folding beds adorned with clean, soft blankets. Nearby, some open cardboard boxes revealed instant noodles, bottled water, and an assortment of bread and biscuits. When they realized these provisions were meant for them, they were nearly moved to tears to Li Jiang, the forthright strongman. Choked up as he recounted how he had struggled to find enough to eat, recalling how he had instinctively wanted to follow Yuan Hong, knowing Su Mian would have food, unlike the rest of them who had gone 3 days with barely enough to sustain them. Suffering from frostbite as a result. Su Mian smiled and said, I was fortunate. Upon my arrival, I began preparing supplies. The night the cold front hit, I had already lit the stove and was unaffected. You possess foresight. We too had made preparations, Yuan Hong replied. But who could have anticipated such frigid temperatures? Even with heavy coats and roaring fires, survival felt serendipitous. I had it worse. When I arrived, I was laid up in the hospital getting injections to reduce my fever. And the hospital didn't even know when the original occupant had passed. By the time I recovered and could get out of bed, the cold front had already arrived. All right, you all have your hardships. What about me, shackled in a cell until death? Had I not seen the signs of trouble and escaped with everyone, I would have turned to ice by now, listening to their spirited banter about their peculiar circumstances. Su Mian felt a sense of relief. However, upon hearing that someone had emerged from a bureau, she couldn't help but inquire further. Which bureau? Shincheng Police Station. Don't be alarmed. I haven't committed any misdeeds. The original owner of this body was caught stealing. I assure you it wasn't me. Su Mian, initially pondering the similarly confined Yang Jianjun, waved her hand dismissively at the anxious explanation, indicating she would not press the matter. She assigned tasks to the group, most of whom set about applying the remaining insulation, while one prepared the instant noodles and others fetched water from the lake at the entrance, intending to use it for soaking their feet after dinner to alleviate frostbite. With many hands at work, they completed the task swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the house was organized and dinner was ready. Upon seeing the warm food, their faces lit up with joy, especially with the addition of hot tea. What once seemed mundane now felt like a divine blessing. Those who hadn't yet satisfied their hunger prepared a second bowl of noodles, adding the ham Su Mian had provided, continuing to eat until their bellies were content. Observing that they had no further needs for the moment, Su Mian decided to return to her own quarters. Before departing, something crossed her mind, prompting her to ask, by the way, why were you so apprehensive about the house earlier? She had been anticipating this moment, eager to gauge the reactions of Yuan Hong's companions, yet she had witnessed their evident trepidation towards the container house. After enjoying Su Mian's hospitality, both familiar and unfamiliar faces felt a newfound comfort with her, thus shedding their initial fears. It's not the house we feared. We thought it belonged to that murderous player. Is the container house so sought after? Su Mian mused, unable to recall any other players residing in such accommodations. After all, container houses are notoriously cold in winter and hot in summer, making them unsuitable as shelters. And no one else had prepared as many supplies as she had. Yet Yuan Hong, noticing her curiosity, explained, in truth, we have never encountered that individual. We have only heard rumors that he delights in killing, and his notable characteristic is residing in a mobile container house. Su Mian's steps faltered suspiciously. She overheard one player mention, I heard he stores his container house in a spatial grid, but the house appeared to be merely 20 to 30 square meters. Hardly spacious enough for such a feat. Moreover, he was said to vanish without a trace, relocating daily, though primarily operating near the city square. Su Mian thought, this sounds increasingly familiar. Something felt amiss, and she interjected, if none of you have seen him, how can you be certain he has killed many? The moment she uttered the words, she regretted it, as it triggered thoughts of the player forum. Indeed, the responses from the others aligned with her suspicions. They informed Su Mian that everyone was on guard against this dungeon's demonic player. In truth, murder seemed secondary, his brutality was the real concern. We experienced several dungeons, and this is the first time we witnessed a complete team annihilated. The manner of killings reveals that this player's psyche is quite disturbed. What kind of rational person takes pleasure in decapitation? Although the slain individuals were not paragons of virtue, his actions amounted to indiscriminate murder. Su Mian felt the weight of the diagnosis settle upon her. Unnoticed by the others, she stiffly excused herself from the room. What she did not realize was that once the door closed, some of the more perceptive individuals sensed something amiss and conferred with one another, deciding to refrain from mentioning the murderous player again. After all, she was a girl, and discussions of murder and decapitation would frighten any normal person. Only Yuan Hong felt something was off, yet he could not grasp why. Of course, this confusion would soon be clarified the following day. After a restful night, the group had the rare luxury of a good sleep. Even though Su Mian had mentioned there was no need to rise early, they did not linger in comfort. At dawn, they began to boil water, wash their faces, and tidy the room by day. The space felt cozier. With the assistance of 2 stoves, it was akin to having air conditioning. There were no strange odors within, ventilation was adequate, and the occasional sounds from the fuel created an ambience reminiscent of a typical winter requiring warmth. However, upon opening the door to confront the biting cold, they were instantaneously reminded of the harshness of this frigid world. The hole they had drilled in the lake the previous night had frozen over. Yuan Hong, the earliest riser, broke the ice to provide water for everyone, bringing a bucket for Su Mian as well. Initially, he had not noticed the few smaller blue houses situated behind the container house where the group was staying. Assuming Su Mian was in one of those, he approached only to discover they were all empty and cold. He resumed his search, eventually spotting a milky white container house about 20 meters away. Simple and unremarkable, it spurred a moment of disbelief within Yuan Hong. As he approached, his mind raced with thoughts he dared not believe. Numbly, he knocked on the door, which opened after a brief wait, to reveal Su Mian. Warmly bundled against the cold, clearly having been awake for some time. Controlling the instinct to glance inside, he placed the bucket at the doorstep. I was concerned the lake water might freeze, so I brought you a bucket. It can be used for washing your face or hands. The rest of his sentence remained unspoken, for he witnessed Su Mian set the bucket inside before stepping out, and with a mere gesture, the house vanished from view. A flash of realization struck him, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Seeing Su Mian lost in thought, she explained, by retracting it, the room can maintain warmth. Yours can remain as it is. During the day, someone needs to stay behind to secure the area. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan Hong's focus was far from the logistics. He gazed at Su Mian, his heart growing heavier. The two proceeded into the larger room together. Everyone appeared in good spirits, greeting Su Mian as she entered and expressing gratitude for the medicine left behind the previous night. After dinner, they had followed Su Mian's advice, soaking their frostbitten hands and feet in water around 40 degrees Celsius and applying the ointment, only to realize in the morning that their legs had not itched at all. Understanding the importance of the medication, they decided to venture out in search of supplies that very day. Even if the medicine cannot be found, alternatives must be sought to settle the debts for Su Mian. Observing their unwavering determination, Su Mian refrained from insisting on a break and instead spoke of the day's agenda. They would first seek out insulation cotton and pellet fuel, tidying up the several container homes and placing them on the stove, thereby enhancing their comfort. Upon realizing this was for her own benefit, the group found themselves at a loss for words. Su Mian interrupted their expressions of gratitude, stating that she was merely seeking labor for herself. They should have heard from Yuan Hong that she had space and was accustomed to collecting supplies. Despite her candidness, the others felt no offense. Rather, they felt more at ease. Li Jiang interjected, saying, "Don't be polite with us. Just give us orders." With the prospect of enjoying a comfortable night's sleep, sourcing materials seemed trivial. As they had previously done much of the same in the camp, the others echoed his sentiment, their tone almost belittling themselves. With this affirmation, Su Mian felt more at ease in her arrangements. There were 11 of them in total, and she assigned 2 individuals with severe frostbite, including the somewhat organized Li Jiang, to remain in the park, tasked with clearing more suitable areas for activities while also setting up a simple warning trap at the park's entrance. The remaining 8 were divided into 2 groups. One group of 4, led by Yuan Hong, would search for insulation cotton, which was light enough to gather in abundance. The other 3 would scout the vicinity for any usable supplies, requiring only to note their locations and report back to Su Mian. She then prepared bicycles for everyone, all of which had been freed from their electronic locks the previous night for unrestricted use. In the end, it was her turn. Su Mian intended to check on the availability of fuel. With more people around, she sought to store as much as possible while her inventory was plentiful, ensuring she wouldn't feel remorse over its use. Su Mian found the division of labor quite satisfactory, though the others felt she might not be entirely safe on her own. Some suggested assigning 1 or 2 companions to her, but Yuan Hong interjected. They waited for Su Mian to depart before expressing their concerns, insisting that more eyes would be beneficial and that they would not intrude but would keep their mouths and eyes in check. Yuan Hong struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally saying, "She prefers solitude. Our presence would be a burden." This assertion did not sit well with several of them. They may not be particularly skilled, but they certainly did not consider themselves a burden. However, considering Yuan Hong's familiarity with Su Mian, they acquiesced. Little did they know, Yuan Hong was also wrestling with his own thoughts. Throughout the day, they made 2 or 3 trips, returning only to warm themselves and fill their stomachs. Nearly immersing themselves in the search task, the results were indeed promising. The quantity of insulation cotton they brought back was sufficient for current needs and more, and they discovered 4 supply points. One of which was a large warehouse, albeit with an entrance frozen shut. The best news was that Yuan Hong found a car fuel heating cover, meaning they could soon make use of a vehicle. Upon hearing this, Su Mian immediately altered her plans to begin searching for fuel the following day, having long desired an upgrade to her mode of transportation. That evening, everyone gathered in the large room to partake in a meal of rice. Specifically a large pot of mixed rice, generously laden with meat, leaving no room for conversation as they ate. Su Mian also stayed behind, for the first time removing her helmet in front of others. When her distinctly youthful face was revealed, everyone present, including familiar faces like Yuan Hong, was taken aback. Li Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Su Mian, how old are you in this instance? You look like an elementary school student." While such a statement was surely exaggerated, it stemmed from the fact that Yang Xiaohua's background was quite poor, despite Su Mian having indulged in extra meals over the past half-month. Her weight had not increased, and fortunately, her physical condition remained unaffected. Otherwise, the cold winds following the cold wave could have easily frozen the young girl to death. At 16, she had endured frequent beatings and hunger, leaving her somewhat thin and darkened. While they had previously considered their own circumstances tragic, they now unanimously agreed that hers was the most pitiable. Surely, the troubles you encountered upon your arrival far exceed ours. Your status as a minor must have made it quite perilous. One can only imagine the violence you faced. Among the locals, there are certainly scoundrels. You should wait for the cold wave to retaliate against them. Indeed, after we leave, the locals will have no memory of us. Su Mian smiled at them, replying, "On the day I arrived, I reported him to the authorities, hoping he would freeze to death in jail. However, upon hearing you mention someone from the headquarters, I suspect he may have escaped." She had contemplated returning to Yang Xiaohua's home to check. If Yang Jianjun had returned, her carefully prepared supplies would be wasted on him. It wasn't about taking on Yang Xiaohua's identity, but rather the food she had painstakingly gathered, meant to repay Dong Tsuejuan for her mother-daughter bond. Ending up in Yang Jianjun's mouth would be akin to feeding a dog. "Shall we accompany you to take a look?" Su Mian shook her head. "No need. Gathering supplies is more pressing. I will return home when I have a moment. There's no need to mobilize everyone for such a minor matter." Upon considering that the man was just an ordinary person while Su Mian was a player, they nearly forgot her capabilities. Yet, curiosity lingered. Both Yuan Hong and Li Jiang remarked on Su Mian's prowess. While they were aware of her space ability, they had yet to witness the full extent of her skills. Surviving so comfortably through the cold wave surely required some means. After the meal, they enjoyed the hot tea that Su Mian had brewed herself, reluctant to leave the warmth of the cozy room. The same division of labor as the previous day was maintained. The few remaining in the park were responsible for installing thermal membranes on the other small container homes, but did not ignite the stove Su Mian had left behind. They had already considered that staying together was not only lively but also warm, rendering any resource waste for comfort unnecessary. They would wait until Su Mian required new personnel before seeking shelter. Meanwhile, Yuan Hong, accompanied by someone with a modicum of automotive knowledge, scouted for several spacious vehicles that were merely frozen and undamaged, marking them before searching for diesel and generators. Su Mian and a few others ventured to the supply points they had discovered the previous day. The first 3 collections went rather smoothly, requiring minimal effort on their part. Su Mian simply entered to store items in her space. However, when it came to the last warehouse with a frozen entrance, they pondered how to gain entry. Suddenly, they witnessed Su Mian approaching with a tool. The next moment, there was a resounding boom, momentarily stunning them. When they regained their senses, they saw Su Mian stepping through a large hole she had created in the door. The 3 exchanged glances, swallowing in unison. That evening, as they gathered to assess their supplies, Su Mian distributed rations sufficient for 3 days to the group. With an abundance of items left outside, spoilage was a concern. Thus, 3 days' worth would allow them to mix and match. Considering they were all men, Su Mian allocated a significant amount of frozen meat. Additionally, she prepared some cigarettes and alcohol, but stipulated that each person should consume them in moderation. Not to interfere with their workload in the coming days, the group eyed the provisions with envy, nodding in acknowledgement. Li Jiang, emboldened, requested a tea set from Su Mian. Having discovered that sipping tea from such a vessel in the room provided an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Even more so than a full meal during critical moments. Su Mion understood his sentiments and not only provided the tea set but also included several packets of different tea leaves for him to sample, encouraging him to ask for more of his favorite variety once he had finished. The others laughed at Li Zhang's pretentiousness, yet once he prepared the tea, not a single person refrained from requesting some for themselves. After leaving the large room, Su Mion did not return to her small quarters. She intended to take a trip that night to retrieve the diesel that Yuan Hong and the others had left behind. This resource was invaluable in the cold and highly sought after, making her uneasy about it being left outdoors. Additionally, the direction of the diesel location was close to the Yang family, and she planned to take a quick look. At 7:30, a graceful figure gliding on ice skates flitted through the streets. This time, Su Mion successfully acquired 3 diesel vehicles along with a collection of scattered diesel barrels, resulting in a bountiful haul. Aside from the generator she had brought back during the day, she actually had several others in her space, all collected from her original world. However, it was rather outdated back then, considering the limited space. She had piled everything together, resulting in low usage, yet she couldn't bring herself to discard any of it. This time, however, she could make a change, as she had just acquired several sizable generators, all in quite new condition. Moreover, she discovered a small food processing factory less than 2 kilometers away. Upon entering, Su Mion found that others had indeed been there, though plenty of items remained. Various loose snacks like cookies, tofu, and small breads typically found in supermarkets. These little treats were quite to Su Mion's liking. After she finished collecting, she noticed a few large trucks parked in the factory's loading area and decided to gather those as well. During which she realized that one of the trucks was filled with goods, seemingly prepared for delivery the next day before the cold snap. Unfortunately, that opportunity had passed. By the time she left the factory and reached the vicinity of the Yang household, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Perhaps due to the fact that nearly 20 days had passed since the cold front, many survivors had found ways to endure. Occasionally, Su Mion could glimpse faint lights from passing buildings or shops, along with signs of human activity. Upon arriving at the Time community, she noticed that the faint lights here were even more abundant than those she had seen along the road. Her gaze lingered on the 10th floor of the Yang residence, which appeared brighter than the rest, instilling in her an unsettling premonition. The elevator had ceased operation, and the 10 flights of stairs were merely a warm-up for Su Mion. As she passed the 6th floor, her pace faltered, and she stepped out of the stairwell to the very household that had previously called for an ambulance on her behalf. There were indeed people inside, as Su Mion could hear the sounds of breathing and coughing. She rummaged through her belongings, producing a small black bag, and then knocked on the door. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the room, but soon someone approached from behind the door, hesitating to open it. Su Mion lowered her voice. "Auntie, it's Yang Xiaohua from the 10th floor. May I trouble you to open the door?" The door creaked open just a crack, revealing the male head of the household. He scrutinized Su Mion for a moment, noting how thoroughly she was bundled up, obscuring her face. Just as he was about to speak, a bag was thrust into his hands, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What is this? I never had the chance to thank you for the last time, so I've brought you some things on my return today." Observing the man's increasingly complex expression, Su Mion continued. "Inside, there are just some food items and some medicine that your aunt might find useful." The man's eyes reddened. He had initially intended to refuse the bag, but upon hearing there were medicines, he changed his mind. After handing over the items, Su Mion prepared to leave, but the man called out to her, "If you can survive out there on your own, it's best not to return." Sensing the hesitation in his words, Su Mion realized that the residents of this building likely knew about the situation with the Yang family. She decided to inquire further. Initially, the man was somewhat wary, but seeing no one else around and encouraged by the goods she had provided, he began to share the details with her. The unfolding events were even more dramatic than Su Mion had anticipated. Just as she suspected, Yang Jianjun had indeed escaped from his cell. He hadn't managed it alone, but had been assisted by someone quite formidable. The man explained that this individual had warned that there would be a significant drop in temperature that night, potentially leading to deaths by freezing, and indeed such calamity had ensued. Due to the commotion they caused, others who had come with them seized the house of an elderly couple next door, prompting the residents to remain vigilant and forego sleep, only to discover the sudden frost that night, preventing immediate death by freezing. A significant portion of the community perished, and the elderly couple met a tragic fate, freezing to death in the hallway. Later, when your aunt fell ill, I had no choice but to go up and seek some medicine, but the person who opened the door threatened me with a knife, so I left in haste. It's strange. Your home seemed quite warm when I passed by. There was still warm air coming from the door. While I was envious at the time, I could tell those people were not to be trifled with. So I had to venture out on my own to find medicine. Unfortunately, in the bitter cold, I barely managed to return with some food. This meant that Yang Jianjun still resided in the house. And the individuals inside were likely players. With that group around, how could Dong Suejuan fare any better? Before leaving, Su Mian advised the man to quickly adapt to the harsh weather outside and informed him that this cold would not dissipate anytime soon. Whether he was willing to heed her warning was no longer her concern. Upon reaching the 10th floor, she found the stairwell's main door ajar. Pushing it open, she was greeted by a scene of chaos, the corridor littered with discarded trash bags and cigarette butts. The Yang family's door was tightly shut, yet standing outside, she could feel a hint of warmth radiating from it. The voices within were quite loud, indicating that no one had yet fallen asleep. She removed her helmet, thickened her mask and ear pads, and put on a regular hat, initially intending to knock. However, remembering that she had a key, and noticing no signs of a changed lock, she simply used the key to unlock the door. As the door swung open, a rush of warm air enveloped her. Though it did not quite compare to her own cozy abode, it was undeniably inviting. The moment Su Mian stepped inside, everyone in the room turned their attention toward her. One person shouted, "Who let you in? Get out." Su Mian ignored him, surveying the room instead. Both bedrooms had their doors closed, and while she could hear breathing inside, she could not discern if it belonged to Dong Suejuan. In the living room, 5 or 6 individuals sat, each exuding an intimidating presence, with Yang Jianjun positioned among them, utilizing the very heater Su Mian had left for Dong Suejuan. Upon spotting Su Mian, he stared for a prolonged moment before finally recognizing her, suddenly erupting with fury. "You little wretch. I was wondering who it was. You dare return to me?" He turned to the man beside him, ingratiatingly stating, "Brother Chong, this is my dead daughter's doing. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have ended up in jail. You don't need to intervene. I'll teach her a lesson myself." The others, upon hearing this, settled back into their seats, their expressions a mix of amusement and anticipation, seemingly intrigued to witness Yang Jianjun discipline his own daughter. As Yang Jianjun approached, Su Mian calmly asked, "Where is my mother?" He seemed not to have heard her, his eyes blazing with rage as he raised his hand to strike her. "You wretched girl, I've waited so long for this day. Did you think I feared you freezing to death out there?" Naturally, that slap never landed on Su Mian's face. Instead, she seized his wrist and deftly flung him back. The maneuver was executed with such skill that even an adult like Yang Jianjun could not evade it, leaving him momentarily dazed, much to the astonishment of the others present. "I'll ask you again, where is my mother?" Yang Jianjun's fury intensified, but Su Mian's grip was unyielding, akin to iron. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. His face grew red from exertion before he begrudgingly replied, "That burden of a person. She's in the room. You came back to find her, didn't you?" There was an unexpected glimmer of envy in his eyes as he spoke. Following that, Su Mian overheard his disgraceful remarks. "It's hard to believe that even a little bean sprout like you has someone willing to take care of you. After all, I am your father. You can't keep thinking about your mother when you have a good life. You should give me a hand too." Su Mian promptly threw him to the ground, the loud crash prompting irritation from the players. But before they could rise, they were halted in their tracks by the glint of her knife. The blade pointed directly at Yang Jianjun's face, and Su Mian mocked, "I thought you might freeze to death in your cell. I never expected you to return alive. Truly, a calamity that befalls generations. Don't be impulsive. I'm your father. Do you realize this is illegal? And let me tell you, these people are my friends. They're formidable. If you kill me, you won't escape either." Yang Jianjun had not anticipated that Yang Xiaohua would exhibit such audacity. He instinctively believed that it was the people behind her who had given her this confidence. Yet, with his life at stake, he dared not speak too harshly. Su Mian, however, chuckled coldly. "If they were truly formidable, they wouldn't be holed up here like turtles with the supplies I brought. By the way, all these things are meant for my mother. You're using my resources. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You all can figure out how to compensate me." The last statement was directed at the players. Initially angered by being labeled as turtles, the players rapidly began to consider Su Mian's words, arriving at an astonishing conclusion that in the meantime, Su Mian had already sheathed her knife and entered Dong Suejuan's room. As the door swung open, she was met with a room full of women, mostly young girls. One lay on the bed, barely clinging to life, uncovered and exposing skin that had already turned black. She was but moments away from death. Su Mian frowned, disregarding the nauseating stench that filled the air, and ultimately spotted Dong Suejuan trembling in a corner of the cupboard. Beside her was another familiar face. Zhao Xiuli. Su Mian gently tapped Dong Sueju's arm, eliciting a frown and a soft grunt from the latter, who took a considerable time to regain her senses. Upon seeing the familiar features, her initial joy quickly faded, and she murmured to herself, "Am I destined to die? Why do I keep encountering Xiaohua? She no longer wants me as her mother, that ungrateful wretch. If death is my fate, then let it come. Su Mian's brow furrowed at these words. Once Dong Sueju had finished her ramblings, she stated, "I left you food and means to keep warm. I warned you not to let anyone else into this room. If I am the ungrateful wretch, then you are the foolish one without a brain." This reprimand seemed to awaken Dong Sueju somewhat, as she incredulously asked, "Xiaohua, is it really you? Have you come to find me?" As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Su Mian's hand, but her clumsy grip merely brushed against Su Mian's glove, yet it did not hinder her from feeling elated. However, Su Mian felt no joy. She surveyed the surroundings. Ever since her entrance, the other occupants had witnessed her arrival, yet remained unresponsive. Though they were alive, they seemed as if they were in a stupor. Even Chen Xiuli beside her showed no reaction. And Su Mian noted the bruises on her neck, pondering how Yang Jianjun could treat her so cruelly. Dong Sueju continued speaking, "I saw the note you wrote, but he is your father, and I wish for his survival." Her speech flowed more smoothly now. Su Mian retorted mockingly, "And then he steals what is rightfully yours, leaving you to suffer in the cold." Not entirely, for he did not act of his own volition. He was coerced. "While this room may be frigid, we can still step outside to warm ourselves for a time. Your father has provided me with ample food. Among this group, I am the one who has eaten the most." Her tone suggested a strange pride in this admission. Su Mian fell silent, realizing perhaps she should not have come here at all. With this thought, she rose, looking down upon Dong Sueju. "You are moved by his meager offerings. Yet you seem utterly indifferent to the plight of your own daughter, whom you raised for over a decade. She was pushed down the stairs, and you feel nothing, instead expressing gratitude towards her assailant. Dong Sueju, you are beyond redemption. I even regret leaving you those provisions." This statement weighed heavily, and though Dong Sueju seemed to want to explain herself, words failed her. She merely gazed at Su Mian with a pleading expression, as if to say, "Yet we must rely on him to survive. How can you not understand my anguish?" Su Mian had grown weary of such discussions. To her, as long as Yang Xiaohua was alive, Yang Jianjun bore no guilt. Regrettably, she could not present Yang Xiaohua's body to her. Even if she could, she feared that this woman would merely concoct another excuse to cling to Yang Jianjun. "Your thoughts no longer matter. From now on, consider Yang Xiaohua dead." After uttering these words, Su Mian directed her gaze towards the women who had lost all hope of survival and declared, "In 10 minutes, you are to go to the living room to warm yourselves. You need not fear whatever you may witness. Since the world has transformed into this, strive to endure. Humanity possesses great adaptability. Survival is not insurmountable. Consider these trials as mere hardships. In truth, living is still quite good." Without waiting for their reactions, Su Mian disregarded Dong Sueju's outstretched hand and exited the room. Outside, a group of players were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Su Mian's emergence, they immediately regarded her with suspicion, while Yang Jianjun sat on the ground, his gaze tinged with a hint of malicious delight, feigning ignorance of the weapons concealed behind the players' backs. Su Mian stated plainly, "Have you decided how you will compensate me?" The watermelon knife, which had somehow reappeared in her possession, caught the players' attention, their eyes ablaze with anticipation upon witnessing her departure from the room unarmed. One of them spoke, "Since we are all companions, I believe there is no need for such hostility. Wouldn't you agree?" However, as he finished his last word, he suddenly produced a peculiar object, launching a small black sphere at her. Su Mian deflected it with her knife, feeling a tremendous force behind the impact. Fortunately, her strength allowed her to absorb the shock, and she sent the projectile back to its origin. The assailants were caught off guard, and the resulting impact echoed with a loud bang, scattering their flesh and blood. The hall erupted with their anguished cries, while Yang Jianjun was rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. Su Mian approached, watching as they recoiled. Still attempting to wield their weapons against her, she stepped on their wrists, seizing 2 guns, a crossbow, and the weapon that had launched the earlier black sphere. Finally, amidst their terrified gazes, she delivered a swift blow to one of them. The stench of urine permeated the air as Su Mian glanced at Yang Jianjun, whose trousers were now stained. "Didn't he proclaim I was your father? I grant you a privilege. You have 10 minutes to escape. If I do not find you, I shall spare your life." Realizing Su Mian was not jesting, Yang Jianjun summoned whatever strength he could muster, disregarding his own safety as he stumbled to his feet. falling 3 or 4 times before finally managing to open the door and flee. Su Mian chose not to pursue him. It was intentional. She wished to witness Yang Jianjun perish in panic and cold. A fate far more satisfying than a swift death. At that moment, another door opened, the one of the room Su Mian had previously occupied. She turned to see the bloodied watermelon knife in her hand. An unsettling sight. Those behind the door momentarily displayed fear, but it quickly dissipated as one of them stammered, "We are not with them. They took my daughter and threatened us to find food." We heard the commotion and managed to break free. As the explanation unfolded, the speaker recoiled in terror upon seeing Su Mian approach, inadvertently sitting on the ground, causing the door to swing open wide. Inside were 5 or 6 men, the youngest barely 10 years old, all unfamiliar faces marked by frostbite, some with their features already darkened. Su Mian refrained from attacking them, instead uttering an unrelated remark. These individuals may appear formidable, but they are not invincible if you unite as one. It is not impossible to turn the tide. The world has changed. It is wise to temper your moral compass. For you still have loved ones to protect, do you not? Clean this place thoroughly. I will not take the stove with me, but I have but one request. Keep an eye on that woman named Dong Tsuagio. Should she perish, bury her for me, but do not afford her any kindness that I ask for Zhao Xiuli. She likely has little time left. There is no need to dirty your hands. Throughout her speech, no one interrupted Su Mian. In contrast to the women in the other room, these men appeared genuinely eager to survive. With her words concluded, she did not linger further and exited the room. What Su Mian was unaware of was that upon her descent to the lower floor, both the men and women from the 2 rooms gathered at the windows to gaze outside as they witnessed her solitary figure vanish into the cold night. Something shifted in their expressions. Subsequently, all who could move silently convened in the hall, methodically clearing away the bodies, devoid of fear or excitement, quietly spending this extraordinary night together. By the time Su Mian returned to the park, it was already 10:30 in the evening. She had scarcely set down her portable room when someone knocked at the door. It was Yuan Hong. Noticing he had something to convey, Su Mian invited him inside. "I forgot to mention earlier, the person you inquired about is not there. I asked around, and they merely resemble each other. They are both players. However, their names and personalities differ. They are not the same individual." Yuan Hong recalled that in the previous instance, their relationship had seemed quite close, prompting him to wait for her return to inform her of this revelation. Su Mian's reaction was calm as she nodded. Acknowledging his words, "That I understand." Yuan Hong, wishing not to disturb her rest, spoke briefly before taking his leave. Once he departed, Su Mian shed her cumbersome outerwear, wiped her body, and changed into more comfortable clothing before settling into the lounge chair. Tasking Yuan Hong and his companions with gathering intelligence was something she had long desired to do but had not found the time to pursue. During her earlier encounter at the supermarket entrance with players who invited her to join their camp, Su Mian had noticed one individual whose features bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Tian. In truth, the two were remarkably alike. Yet the stranger's dark gaze and lack of presence starkly contrasted with Zhao Tian's vivacious and sunny demeanor. Although she had promised Zhao Tian not to feign ignorance of him, she found the other person rather peculiar and chose to act as though she had not seen him. Later, preoccupied with searching for supplies, she reasoned that given the other's well-equipped appearance, he was unlikely to be in dire straits, and thus she let the matter slide. Now, with assistance at hand, she provided the camp's address for them to inquire further, never anticipating such an outcome. Indeed, while items that could fix player appearances might seem trivial, they were likely quite rare. It appeared that the individual was merely a doppelganger of Zhao Tian. And if that were the case, it bore no relevance to her. After resolving these 2 matters in one night, Su Mian felt considerably more at ease. After a brief respite, she rose to enjoy some warm congee before returning to bed. The foldable bed was still far less comfortable than a proper one, and she resolved to make time the following day to visit the mall in search of a mattress, contemplating the items she intended to find the next day. Su Mian gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, Su Mian discovered a plethora of high beds and soft pillows she had been yearning for at a department store, unconstrained by space limitations. She procured over 10 beds of various sizes and styles, neatly storing the mattresses by quality, while also gathering a substantial collection of bedding sets and pillows. What delighted her most were the fluffy down comforters. Although these items were not inexpensive in the store, Su Mian reasoned that if left in this environment for too long, they would surely be ruined by the cold. Thus she decided to take advantage of the situation. She retained only those comforters displayed in the showcase, which had been handled by numerous customers, and removed the rest, Shortly thereafter, she passed by a newly established grain and oil store at in addition to everyday rice and flour. It offered a variety of snacks and frozen goods. Mion managed to cart away 8 large freezers, amassing a significant quantity of pork, beef, chicken legs, and even several boxes of ice cream she had never encountered before. Ultimately, she pried open the store's small warehouse, taking away a mountain of rice, flour, and cooking oil. She ensured nothing useful remained in the store, only to realize she had spent nearly 2 hours inside. To her astonishment, this small shop contained even more goods than the department store, prompting Su Mian to resolve to explore such seemingly modest establishments in the future. However, she understood that such opportunities were becoming increasingly rare. She distinctly sensed that the number of survivors visible on the streets had risen, not only players but also indigenous inhabitants. Perhaps they had deduced that the temperature would not rise in the short term. Although the current cold was biting, it was not lethal, and in a bid for survival, many had mustered the courage to venture out in search of supplies. In the afternoon, Su Mian encountered several small teams diligently scouring for resources. Employing flatbed carts and appearing to yield considerable results. Su Mian felt no envy. Just the previous evening, Yuan Hong and his group had successfully started a car, indicating that the insulation function was viable in the current weather. Consequently, it was only a matter of time before they could utilize automobiles for travel. This development would enable them to venture to other locations at will, though it would inevitably expose the increased size of their storage space. Upon returning home that day, Su Mian noticed 7 or 8 vehicles parked in the park, while Li Jiang and his companions fretted over the fuel consumption and contemplated how to preserve the vehicle's warmth. Su Mian made her entrance in front of everyone. She effortlessly stored the 8 repaired vehicles, which were fully fueled and ready for use, into her spatial storage point. One could only imagine the astonished expressions of those present. After all, their understanding was that Su Mian's space was approximately 30 square meters, perhaps a little more. Yet, 8 cars would require at least 100 square meters, not to mention the considerable volume of supplies they had witnessed her store. With numerous pairs of eyes fixed upon her, Su Mian appeared oblivious, calmly sharing her additional plans to expand their resource-gathering efforts and commence personal training. Gathering supplies was, of course, permissible, as it was their primary task. The moment training was mentioned, the group looked utterly bewildered. In such frigid weather, engaging in physical activity would waste energy, equating to a waste of food. Surely it would be wiser to simply hibernate for 3 months? Su Mian was not surprised by their reasoning. Survival was already a daunting challenge, and seeking additional hardships was not something a rational person would undertake. She merely smiled and replied, "You may observe for yourselves. This training is tailored for personal development, enabling us to swiftly adapt to such weather in the future." She had overlooked this aspect during her training with Zhao Tian in the previous instance. Since they were relying on their inherent abilities, the results of such training would inevitably reflect in their physical forms, making this endeavor a valuable investment in enhancing physical fitness rather than a futile exertion. Ultimately, it was a shrewd decision. She found herself curious about how the system managed to separate the physical body while still consolidating strength. The others exchanged glances, neither responding nor expressing their opinions. On the following day, when Su Mian arrived early at the area cleared by Li Jiang and his team, she noticed someone waiting nearby. Yuan Hong appeared to have engaged in some activity, though not with much success, as his face was slightly pale from the cold. He approached Su Mian, voicing his concerns, primarily conveying one message: such actions might risk frostbite to her face. None among them possessed striking features. And as a girl, Su Mian might be particularly sensitive to such matters. In response, Su Mian swiftly removed her outer coat and helmet, perhaps due to the multitude of hardships faced in this post-apocalyptic world. Her resilience surpassed that of the average person. Moreover, she had merely shed her thick cotton jacket. Her fundamental warmth remained intact. Although the initial contact with the cold air was brisk, she knew it would soon pass. On the first day, Su Mian did not overexert herself. She engaged in activity for half an hour before retreating indoors, her fingers inevitably tinged with a slight itch. The second day, she extended her activity to an hour. By the third day, it had increased to 2 hours, and so forth. While her fingers had reddened and her ears had grown slightly frostbitten, the application of ointment prevented any further deterioration. By the 5th day, Su Mian's training group had expanded to include several more individuals. They silently endured the cold while practicing their martial forms, just as they were nearing the conclusion of their training session. The sound of an explosion abruptly shattered the harmonious atmosphere. The blast was alarmingly close, likely occurring in the vicinity of the park, given the lack of nearby areas to scavenge for supplies. Su Mian did not believe the explosion to be coincidental. She instructed everyone to don their clothing and ready their weapons, while she deftly slipped on her outer coat and retrieved a new watermelon knife from her spatial storage. Although she did not take it out just yet, instead, she held in her hand the black ball launcher she had acquired the previous night. It resembled a small bomb. After examining it, Su Mian realized that while it was a useful item, it could only accommodate 3 small black balls at a time. More intriguingly, each black ball required a point for activation. When the system responded to her inquiry, Su Mian sensed a hint of mockery. As though it were questioning whether she had any points to spare, she felt compelled to retort, wondering if she had points. Could the system not conjure up a marketplace for her? Yet, the system refrained from elaborating and merely advised her to keep it safe, indicating it was a form of guidance. Presently, the launcher contained 2 small balls, barely sufficient for emergency use. As they approached the park's entrance, they encountered a group of individuals rushing in, compared to the bulkiness of the others. These newcomers wore lightweight clothing that resembled ordinary cotton jackets. However, judging by their facial expressions, it was evident that their attire was quite warm. Each of them radiated vitality, and their movements conveyed an air of thriving existence. Su Mian surmised that these individuals were not only players but also possessed some degree of resources. However, she remained uncertain about their intentions for coming over. Of course, she would soon find out. Everyone is here. How fortuitous. It saves us the trouble of going inside to search for you. To cut to the chase. We know you are all players, and at least 1 or 2 of you have purchased spatial slots. We are in need of talents in that regard, and considering our prior acquaintance, I propose we establish a friendly cooperative relationship. What do you think? Although this was framed as a discussion, the speaker's tone conveyed arrogance. Seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of rejection. In fact, a few among them even cast provocative glances at Yuan Hong and the others. After observing closely, Su Mian realized that Yuan Hong was familiar with them. However, it was evidently not a friendly relationship. They were likely the antagonistic players they had mentioned earlier. It was possible that her recent commotion while searching for supplies had drawn the attention of this group. More likely, they had been covertly observing her for quite some time. Even if Su Mian was cautious, it was impossible for her to evade all prying eyes. It could only be said that misfortune had arrived, and there was no stopping it. What? Having departed from her original team, now she found herself without anyone daring to speak. Well then, it was fortuitous that she had joined us. She would no longer have to suffer the cold in this desolate corner. Li Jiang had long been unable to contain his impatience, but out of respect for Su Mian's silence, he refrained from intervening. Witnessing their scornful remarks, however, he could no longer endure, with so many players around. There were plenty of talents to choose from. If you look down on us yet still come here in person, do you think we're easy to bully? Another person chimed in, stating that with ill intentions comes a multitude of schemes. We are all players here. What is the point of this bluster? We can find supplies on our own. Joining forces with you would merely turn us into beasts of burden. Spare us the pretense. If it comes to a confrontation, it's not guaranteed that you will come out unscathed. The group did not seem angered. They merely exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The one who had spoken earlier remarked, "You do possess some backbone, but since you're aware of our team, you must also know the consequences of refusal. I'm in a rather good mood today and wish to avoid bloodshed. Are you truly not considering it?" Li Jiang spat disdainfully. "What is there to consider? Your refusal is abundantly clear. If you intend to make a move, do it swiftly. Don't waste our time." His words were indeed impolite and arrogant, causing the smiles of the opposing group to gradually fade. The man suddenly raised his hand, and 5 or 6 slender ice spikes erupted from his palm, aimed at the group. That a serious expression washed over Li Jiang and the others as they quickly huddled together. Su Mian, who had been observing with keen interest, realized, so, it's an ice-type ability. No wonder he is so arrogant. Su Mian understood what abilities meant for these players, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where ice powers were considered quite advantageous. Noticing that the others behind the man seemed to be merely spectators and had no intention of intervening, Su Mian glanced down at the launcher in her hand. The man wore a cruel smile, and as he thrust his palm forward, the disdain on his face remained, only to be frozen in place the moment a faint explosion rang out. Blood mist sprayed across his face like scattered snowflakes, and no one saw what the black sphere that had appeared was. By the time the man regained his sense of pain, the ice spikes in his hand had vanished. It wasn't just the man's hand. 4 or 5 others beside him were also affected, with those uninjured spitting blood. The sudden reversal left Li Jiang and the others utterly bewildered. Only the players closest to Su Mian witnessed the unfolding scene in its entirety and, stunned by the shock, remained unresponsive. Su Mian calmly stepped forward, fixing her gaze on the man's severed hand. You were right. Bloodshed at this moment is indeed unfortunate. The opposing party glared back in fury. Yuri seeking death that he raised his other hand, ice spikes sprouting from his palm, and aimed a swift strike towards Su Mian's face. That Su Mian. Be careful. Li Jiang and the others watched, hearts pounding in fear. A more bizarre scene unfolded. Without hesitation, Su Mian grasped the man's hand. With her face partially obscured, her emotions remained hidden, while his expression shifted from calm to confusion, and finally, to panic. As he desperately attempted to withdraw his hand, he found it held firmly in place. Others were completely oblivious to what had transpired. Li Jiang and his companions even worried that the ice spikes had pierced Su Mian's palm. Only the man's expression grew increasingly pained as he screamed, "What have you done to me? Let go! You insane woman!" My hand. Behind him, uncontrollable cries of agony erupted. His companions deemed him overly dramatic, thinking it was merely a hand being grasped, while his earlier injury seemed less severe, until a burst of flames suddenly erupted, enveloping the man's palm before swiftly climbing up his arm. The entire event transpired in a mere 7 or 8 seconds. The flames rapidly ignited his body. No matter how he screamed, struggled, or cursed, Su Mian held on firmly. It was not until he was burned alive, reduced to ashes before everyone, that she released her grip and discarded the glove with a gaping hole. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Both Li Jiang and his companions, as well as the man's group, were left speechless, paralyzed by the sight before them. The opposing party finally reacted, their gazes towards Su Mian filled with trepidation. As she approached, they began to retreat, stammering, "Our leader is far more formidable than the team captain. You didn't suffer any losses just now. We're merely here to recruit. There's no need for slaughter." Yet Su Mian recalled the arrogant expressions they had worn upon arrival. Their inaction stemmed from the belief that the individual with ice powers could handle all of them at once. Now, seeing no chance of victory, they were lowering their heads. Su Mian was unaware of their thoughts, but she understood that individuals grouped together often share similar qualities. They were undoubtedly unclean, especially since Yuan Hong had mentioned the various vile acts committed by this group. While they may not be irredeemable, they had harmed many and could be likened to rats among players. She stowed the launcher away, her wrist flicking as a brand-new watermelon knife glimmered with a chilling light in her hand. Many players wielded cold weapons, and they had initially assumed Su Mian would deploy her ominous hidden weapon against them or incinerate them with her terrifying flames. They never expected her to draw a knife, particularly a watermelon knife, a tool most would not utilize in combat. Perhaps realizing that Su Mian would not let them go, they exchanged glances before shifting from initial discussions to a sudden offensive. However, such trivial tactics had long been seen through by Su Mian. When the leading man unexpectedly lashed out with a peculiar rope, she deftly sidestepped, and a loud crack echoed in the air, revealing that the whip had produced a sound of explosion. Su Mian regarded the whip with keen interest. As the opponent made a second move, she entangled the whip with the watermelon knife, swiftly advancing to seize it and began to toy with it. The nearly 2-meter-long whip appeared similar to a hemp rope, and Su Mian tested it by swinging it through the air. Once again, the explosive sound resonated, suggesting it possessed considerable lethality. She noted the pained expression on the player whose weapon she had taken, realizing that this item was also a product of the marketplace. Meanwhile, Li Jiang and the others, regaining their senses, rushed forward to engage. Each drew upon their personal skills. Some brandished axes, while others wielded glowing electric swords, with many resorting to unarmed combat. Su Mian observed their actions. Although they were swift, they lacked a certain ferocity, indicating they had not fought desperately before. As the group began to retreat, contemplating escape, she swiftly stashed the whip into her space, brandished her knife, and with a leap, landed behind them. The fleeing individuals turned only to discover a merciless blade awaiting them. Realizing they were surrounded, several pressed against one another in a tense defensive posture, but Su Mian advanced, kicking them apart without any unnecessary theatrics. Each received a swift strike, leaving no opportunity to cry out in pain as they fell lifelessly. Her strikes were swift and decisive, and there was little blood left on the ground, yet the scene remained grim, particularly for Li Jiang and his companions, who, upon arriving, had barely exerted themselves before Su Mian had resolved the matter. They did not perceive her as cruel but rather admired her skill. However, as they were left to deal with the corpses strewn about, they noticed the deep gashes on the victims' necks, triggering a sudden realization. Almost instinctively, they all turned to gaze at one another, their wide eyes reflecting shock and disbelief on their faces. After an indeterminate period, someone exclaimed, "No way." Though no words were spoken, everyone understood. They exchanged glances, instinctively swallowing hard, looking from the corpses to the room Su-mian had departed, their gazes inevitably landing on their own container home. Now devoid of any hope. At that moment, the three individuals who had previously ventured out in search of supplies recounted another detail. In fact, when we first accompanied Su-mian to gather supplies, we had suspicions. Yes, indeed. When the warehouse door was sealed with ice, we were at a loss, and then Su-mian detonated a bomb to blow it open, but we thought it was merely coincidence. After all, Su-mian doesn't seem what? Certainly, it is not akin to the rumors of a player who indiscriminately slaughters others. However, at this moment, Li Jiang, typically composed, is now at a loss for words. As if the forum had never mentioned whether the other party was male or female, another person remarked, "Do you all recall our first day here when we discussed that player? Did you notice Su-mian's rather peculiar reaction? I thought she was frightened. She must have realized we were talking about her, right?" Upon this reflection, an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped the group. After all, they had used a plethora of adjectives to describe that individual, particularly labeling them as a deviant. Yet, the very person in question was standing right before them. Yuan Hong had remained silent, having guessed the truth on the first night, but it did not alter his perception of Su-mian. Observing that the others were merely awkward and embarrassed, rather than exhibiting the anticipated aversion or fear, he felt a sense of relief and stepped forward to suggest, "Let us swiftly dispose of the body. This matter can remain known only to us. What transpired before shall continue henceforth," as if we were oblivious. His words garnered unanimous agreement. Some even sighed in relief, admitting, to be honest, if that person were an enemy, I would be on edge at every moment. But knowing they are one of our own brings a newfound sense of security. In truth, I share that sentiment. And me as well. They exchanged glances, and laughter erupted among them. Su-mian began to worry that her actions might have been too severe, causing these players to fear her, yet she soon realized they were not significantly different in demeanor. This alleviated her concerns, for if a group were to follow her with trepidation and misgivings, there would truly be little reason for her to keep them close. As evening fell, the temperature dropped, and Su-mian generously produced several lamb legs, inviting a few to roast them over the fire. She began to sift through the ingredients, intending to prepare a mixed rice dish. Yuan Hong noticed that every time food was involved, she seemed to furrow her brow, appearing indecisive. Initially, he presumed it was due to a lack of ingredients, but upon realizing she had a wealth of options, he understood the true reason. After a moment's hesitation, he approached her and inquired, "Shall I assist?" Su-mian visibly brightened. "Can you cook?" Having previously worked as a chef, he was familiar with several regional cuisines. Su-mian's delight escalated. She had assumed that none of these individuals possessed culinary skills. To be candid, while mixed rice is delectable, she yearned for a change in flavor. Her own culinary skills were lacking, and she had never had the opportunity to learn, often left pondering what to prepare from the abundant ingredients around her. If Yuan Hong could cook, it would certainly ease her burden. Sensing her excitement, Yuan Hong continued, "Tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it." Su-mian nodded eagerly, this time without hesitation, as she selected steak, chicken feet, and an assortment of vegetables. Watching her animated demeanor, Yuan Hong did not intervene, waiting until she gathered a substantial amount before crouching down to specify which ingredients would be used for which dishes. After discussing for a while without a response, he finally looked up to find Su-mian gazing at him with sparkling eyes, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. Just feel free to create. We have plenty of seasonings. If you need anything, just let me know." Her tone was tinged with excitement, as a brilliant idea dawned upon her, one that would alleviate her concerns about meals in the future. That night, the group gathered around the fire to indulge in a lamb oil hot pot, while Su-mian had her own small pot. In addition, a beautifully arranged plate of steak adorned her space, accompanied by greens and noodles, with a small bowl of carefully prepared fruit salad alongside. Since Su-mian was not fond of salad, Yuan Hong adjusted accordingly. On the communal table, there was also a fragrant platter of braised chicken feet. The lamb legs were prepared in 3 different styles, roasted and stewed, each delicious, and even before they were fully cooked, everyone was eagerly ready with their bowls. When it came time to eat, decorum was abandoned. Each person filled their bowls to the brim with rice, relishing the meal with gusto. Initially, Su Mian thought Yuan Hong had prepared too much for her alone, yet she found herself enjoying it just as much. Were it not for the fear of discomfort while sleeping, she would have gladly indulged in more of the roasted lamb legs. She caressed her somewhat bulging belly upon returning to her room. Su Mian still felt a lingering desire for more. The following day, upon arriving at the training ground, Su Mian discovered that everyone had already gathered, appearing to have been there for quite some time. They were all following Yuan Hong as he practiced the set of body conditioning exercises that Su Mian had taught. This routine was developed at the base during the apocalypse and subsequently became widespread. It could be said that individuals from the age of 80 down to the very young could learn at least a few moves. The movements were not challenging but were effective, and regular practice could enhance physical fitness. Su Mian had previously taught Zhao Tian during a dungeon run. He lacked talent and appeared to be flailing about, only managing to mimic some semblance of technique until they reached the ocean base, where there was little room to execute anything further. Returning to the present, Su Mian resumed her practice. After an hour of training, the majority of the group had reached their limits. Yuan Hong reminded them to take it step by step, ensuring he did not push them too hard and encouraging them to go inside and rest to avoid delaying their upcoming tasks. After a half-hour break, just as they were about to leave, Yuan Hong was called over by Su Mian, who informed him of a change in his assignment. The others had planned to venture out, but he was handed a task sheet instead, assuming it was a significant mission. Yuan Hong solemnly assured that he would complete it, but upon opening the note and reading its contents, he was left utterly stunned for a considerable time. There was little in the vicinity worth searching for, as they had already collected what was available, and his task was simply to produce the items listed on the sheet, with a greater quantity being preferable. Su Mian had conveyed this with an expression of neutrality. By the time Yuan Hong had finished reading the note, his emotions had largely settled, and he nodded with a calm demeanor. I shall take this back to study and see what materials are necessary. Once you gather them, I will begin the preparations. Pleased with his response, Su Mian eagerly sought out paper and pens for him, adding, if you think of anything not listed, feel free to write it down. I would love to experiment. Yuan Hong's response was left unspoken. That evening, upon returning from a long day of tasks, the players discovered that Yuan Hong had moved into a single room. Upon learning that Su Mian had assigned him a special task, they expressed envy mixed with curiosity. Li Jiang, feeling familiar enough, approached to inquire, and upon emerging, his expression was quite complex. Encountering companions who questioned him, he hesitated for a moment before stating, it's a major task, one that none of us can tackle. The following day, Li Jiang received an assignment of his own, which required him to seek out large quantities of eco-friendly packaging boxes, thermal containers, or various insulated bags, as well as any health-conscious items suitable for carrying meals. The others were left perplexed, yet Li Jiang understood all too well. Time flew by, and nearly 2 months had passed since their last dungeon venture. The nearby resources had nearly been depleted, and the number of survivors was steadily increasing. Even the park where Su Mian and the others resided had welcomed several groups of survivors. Initially, Li Jiang had barred entry, but when Su Mian expressed a desire to leave, he no longer obstructed them, and soon enough, the park was home to multiple new arrivals. These newcomers maintained a respectful distance from one another, and for a while, they coexisted peacefully. However, it was not long before Su Mian and her group's ample food and drink, coupled with the enticing aromas wafting from their abode, drew attention. One fateful night, someone devised a nefarious plan, but they were unfortunate enough to target Su Mian. Ultimately, after she decapitated one of them as a warning, such incidents ceased altogether. Nevertheless, her act of violence became widely known among the indigenous residents, leading later arrivals to keep their distance from their makeshift abode, unbeknownst to them that this was precisely what Su Mian desired. Had it not been for her concern about delaying Yuan Hong's progress, she would have departed long ago. 10 days later, Su Mian exceeded the production quota she had set for Yuan Hong, prompting her to gather everyone and discuss the migration plan. Departure was scheduled for the following evening, with the day reserved for rest. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mian ventured out during this time. She went to the Shiguang community, this time dressed more modestly in a simple, thick cotton coat, her thermal helmet replaced with a plush cap. Yet she felt no chill. This transformation stemmed from over a month of physical conditioning. Both Su Mian and Li Jiang had noticeably improved their cold resistance, albeit the frostbite from earlier still lingered. Even with Su Mian's medicinal assistance, some marks remained. A group of men, already robust, now bore scars that made them appear even more formidable. Li Jiang self-deprecatingly remarked, I used to be on par with Yuan Hong in terms of looks. But now I resemble a thug. Su Mian found this metaphor amusing, recalling that Yuan Hong indeed possessed a rather delicate visage. As for the true appearance of Li Jiang, perhaps only he himself is aware. The entrance of the time community was cleaner than Su Mian had anticipated. She had thought that after the previous incident, the residents here would have vacated, but to her surprise, upon stepping through the gate, she noticed a considerable number of people coming and going. In fact, shortly after Su Mian entered, several individuals took notice of her. She was certain she possessed nothing remarkable, and just as she was feeling puzzled, someone approached her to inquire about information. It dawned on her that the community must have been acquired and even managed by someone. Unsure if the person was friend or foe, she had no intention of revealing her identity, merely stating that she was there on behalf of someone else to find the elderly couple residing on the 10th floor. The individual seemed well acquainted with the community's circumstances and sighed in response. You read too late. That household has been vacant since last month. Su Mian, contemplative, chose not to respond. The person assumed she could not bear the news and offered some words of consolation, seizing the opportunity. Su Mian engaged in casual conversation and learned that the community had not been taken over, but rather, the residents within had voluntarily formed a cohesive group, resembling a well-organized small base. It would be disingenuous to say she was not surprised. Nonetheless, the lively atmosphere devoid of malice was rather pleasant. Politely declining the individual's invitation to join, Su Mian refrained from further inquiries about Dong Zhejuan and departed from the area. Little did she know, had she ventured just a few more meters forward, she would have encountered an artificially crafted ice sculpture within the community, eerily resembling the watermelon knife she had once left behind, with even the blood on it replicated using some red pigment. Half an hour before their departure, Su Mian changed into a relatively comfortable and not overly thick outfit. Li Jiang and the others had little to pack. They finished breakfast swiftly and had already prepared for departure before Su Mian's arrival. This outing involved 12 individuals sharing 2 vehicles, each a 7-seater, providing ample space for movement. Just right. The cars were equipped with heating devices, and the air conditioning functioned properly, ensuring they wouldn't suffer from the cold. At 4:30 in the morning, Su Mian retrieved the car, while Li Jiang took the keys to start the engine and turn on the air conditioning, having used the heating cover last time. The residual warmth lingered inside the vehicle. However, they still waited an additional 10 minutes before exiting the house. Entering the cars in 2 groups, Su Mian was the last to leave, storing the house into her space before taking her seat in the front passenger seat of the lead vehicle. Driven by Yuan Hong, while Li Jiang was responsible for the rear vehicle, concerned about potential skidding, they maintained a 50-meter gap between the 2 cars to avoid falling behind. They equipped both vehicles with walkie-talkies for instant communication regarding their status. The temperature inside the car was just right, not too hot, yet not cold. Su Mian had prepared food and drinks in the rear vehicle, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry or thirsty on the journey. The journey progressed smoothly, save for the numerous obstacles on the main road, which necessitated a detour. Around 5:30, they were approaching the outskirts of the city, planning to exit via the highway. The toll booth's barrier had been deliberately damaged, and the work kiosk had been encased in ice, resembling a large snowball. The vehicles passed through the widest artificial passage, and from there, the road became even more unobstructed when the cold front arrived. It belonged to the night. There were not many vehicles on the highway. Yet, they could see several cars frozen on the road, and occasionally, they caught glimpses of shadows within. Su Mian withdrew her gaze. Leaning her head against the pillow, intending to take a brief nap, time seemed to escape her as she was jolted awake from a strange dream. Without pausing to reflect on the oddities of her dream, she noticed something in the distance along the highway and quickly sat up. To ensure it was not a trick of her vision, she swiftly cleared the fog from the windows beside her and in front of her. Taking another look, her actions immediately alerted Yuan Hong. What's wrong? Did you see that mass of fog? Su Mian pointed towards the white shape suspended in the distance, although the cold front had rendered everything white. This was distinctly different. Regrettably, after driving for so long, Yuan Hong's vision was not as sharp, and he failed to discern the unusual aspect. The others, upon hearing her words, began to wipe their windows clean. With many eyes observing, and aided by Su Mian's specific direction, it did not take long for them to realize something was amiss. That fog seemed to be moving. No, I feel it's not fog. It's shifting. and the sky over there appears different. Although they were still some distance away, the distinctions became evident with time. Yuan Hong felt his tension rise, instinctively easing off the accelerator at that moment. The walkie-talkie crackled to life, and Li Jiang's voice came through. Yuan Hong, have Su Mian check if something's wrong. After we got onto the highway, the temperature inside the car dropped by 5 degrees. And it continues to decrease the further we go. Upon hearing this, the others glanced at the temperature gauge hanging in the back, and only then did they realize Li Jiang was indeed telling the truth. During their time in the instance, aside from the significant temperature fluctuations before and after the cold front, the temperature had remained fairly stable at around -60 degrees, regardless of day or night. Yet now, with daylight breaking, the temperature was still dropping, which was evidently abnormal. Su Mian, what should we do? Should we pull over? Su Mian was deep in thought about what to do when she spotted a sign up ahead and made a decision to head for the service area. The occupants of the vehicle could clearly sense that something was awry outside. Those who were keeping a close watch on the thermometer reported the temperature dropping continuously. Li Jiang received the update and remained silent. Likely aware that they were facing an unexpected situation, and quietly increased their speed. 20 minutes later, the car came to a stop in the highway service area. Su Mian instructed everyone to find a suitable place to rest inside the building, while she took the opportunity to secure the vehicle and did a quick sweep outside. Her thin clothing seemed inadequate against the cold, so she hastily donned a thick down jacket and rushed into the building. Li Jiang was waiting for her near the entrance. Upon seeing her, he grimaced and rubbed his arms, unable to tolerate the stark contrast between the cold and warmth. They say the second floor is spacious and empty. Let us head up there and wait. Su Mian caught the underlying implication in his words, feeling somewhat surprised that there were indeed other living souls present. Some are in the first floor restaurant, thinking we've come to steal food. They glared at us as if we were intruders, he added, indicating that they did not appear to be players in the absence of conflict. Li Jiang and the others bore no ill will towards the locals and opted to keep their distance on the second floor. The walls of the building were of similar thickness, and the upper level was indeed more spacious. Su Mian followed him upstairs. A few had already cleared out an office, a space designated for the service area staff, furnished with a table and chairs, and the floor was carpeted, appearing quite tidy. Save for a large window facing outward, Su Mian positioned the few makeshift sleeping quarters away from the window, not rushing to enter, but instead utilizing the height of the room to observe the direction of the fog she had previously noted. She could sense that the fog had drawn closer, and simultaneously, it felt even colder. It bore a resemblance to the sensation when the cold front descended that night, yet it was distinctly different. Yuan Hong emerged as well, and now he finally saw the fog that everyone had been discussing, bringing him to understand why Su Mian had insisted they come here. He couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The fog must surely be connected to the drop in temperature. I fear this time it may be even colder than last time. As he uttered these words, Yuan Hong comprehended the implications behind them. During the previous drop in temperature, many had not managed to escape. If it were colder this time, what would become of the remaining individuals? Let us go inside and assess the situation first. Yuan Hong contemplated for a moment. I think I should go downstairs and warn those people. To his surprise, he was quite considerate, and Su Mian certainly would not stop him. Watching his figure descend the stairs, Su Mian wrapped herself more snugly in her down jacket, gazing calmly into the distance. At 11 o'clock sharp, a gust of cold wind swept through the service area. Li Jiang came out for the second time, urging Su Mian to enter the building, and the others would also check in periodically. Yet aside from observing the fog drawing nearer and the temperature continuing to plummet, they discovered nothing else. All right. This time, Su Mian did not refuse. She calculated that by the latest, the fog would reach the service area by 11:30. Rather than retreating to her makeshift quarters, she decided it would be best for everyone to stay together and monitor the situation. Not long after sitting down, Yuan Hong handed her a cup of hot tea. Here, have some water. Su Mian accepted it and took a sip, then recalled something and asked Yuan Hong. What was their reaction? They sent someone out to take a look. They already believe me, so I think they will be prepared. Yuan Hong's demeanor was notably relaxed, and it was only through the curiosity of others that it came to light that he had descended to alert those below. Some regarded his actions as benevolent, while others speculated that he might be meddling unnecessarily. Should they falter in their response, they might unjustly cast blame upon him, thus courting trouble for himself. It seemed that Yuan Hong had only just realized this. As a wave of regret washed over him, Su Mian reassured him that there was no cause for concern. As long as those individuals dared to approach, she was confident she could ensure their swift demise before they even neared the container house. Su Mian reasoned that he had ultimately rendered her significant assistance, and such a minor misstep was something she could rectify. She could afford to be lenient to others. It appeared that Yuan Hong and Su Mian shared a close bond, which only served to encourage his behavior. Yet, Yuan Hong himself felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Life alongside Su Mian had grown too comfortable, and he had nearly forgotten the gravity of their circumstances. The thought that his indiscretion might bring trouble to Su Mian only deepened his self-reproach. The time spent in conversation flew by, and before it was even 11:30, everyone began to sense a shift in the atmosphere. First, the thermometer before them abruptly plummeted by 5 degrees, followed by an ominous howling sound that the container house could not muffle. Su Mian haltedly Zhang's impulse to venture outside, opting instead to lift a corner of the window curtain for a glimpse. From her vantage point, she could see through the office window that the once clear view had become obscured, and within 2 or 3 seconds, frost began to cover the glass. She heard a sound, as if something were striking the glass, and soon cracks began to form in the thick pane. Fortunately, the glass did not shatter, though it seemed perilously close to doing so. The only downside was that the outside world had become completely invisible. Just as Su Mian prepared to draw the curtain, a haze began to envelop the container house's glass as well. It was reminiscent of the night when the cold front had first arrived. Albeit without the visible frost encroaching upon them, perhaps it was simply not yet time. Another 10 minutes passed, and those seated nearby began to feel a chill at their backs. Truth be told, they had never experienced such coldness within the confines of the room. This was a first. Li Jiang promptly urged everyone to don their thicker clothing, while Su Mian retreated to the restroom to change into warmer attire. Upon her return, she found that everyone had dressed in garments comparable to those they would wear outdoors. Tension hung in the air as they anxiously awaited the passage of time. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from outside, followed by a cacophony of additional sounds. It felt as if something had plummeted from the sky, and though the noise gradually diminished, the sound of impacts on the ground intensified. Could it be hail? Someone asked. Have you seen that movie? Hail the size of fists can be deadly. Honestly, now is not the time to be discussing disaster films. Who are you trying to frighten? As they continued their conversation, they found themselves veering off topic. Initially, they had intended to engage in light-hearted banter to ease their nerves, but now they found it increasingly difficult to relax, especially as they donned their thick clothing. The sense of urgency reached a fever pitch. Su Mian, however, remained unperturbed. She trusted her instincts that the temperature would not plummet to unbearable levels. Indeed, around midnight, the tumult outside began to quiet, and the room gradually warmed. The entire cooling episode had lasted merely an hour. Yet it felt to everyone as if they had endured a century. After another half hour, they started unbuttoning their heavy coats. An hour later, the room had returned to its previous warmth. The previously silent group now felt inclined to converse, and eventually they began to express their hunger. Su Mian instructed them to prepare food with the supplies available in the room while she changed into warmer clothing and stepped outside. Shortly after she exited, another figure followed her, a familiar face. Yuan Hong. I too wished to assess the situation without intruding, he remarked. Su Mian nodded. Do not stray too far. With that, she descended the stairs. The ground floor was eerily quiet. The distance to the dining area was considerable. Su Mian did not hear any commotion and had no immediate intention of venturing over. She positioned herself behind the entrance wall to observe. Indeed, her companions had been correct. The sounds they had previously heard were indeed from hail. However, the hail varied in size, the largest resembling a basketball, while the smallest was akin to a ping-pong ball. As she surveyed the area, the once even path had become uneven, littered with hailstones. Should all the roads be in such disarray, their plans to travel to the neighboring city might be thwarted. To be frank, the neighboring city had been a destination she had contemplated for quite some time. It lay at the edge of Shan City, a mere 100 kilometers away. However, the climatic conditions differed significantly, making it a city rich in agricultural land and suitable for habitation. She had intended to search for seeds or similar resources during her last month there, never anticipating such fortunate circumstances. On her way back, Su Mian noticed a pot frozen solid in the hall. Li Jiang had previously procured several for her, but none were quite as suitable as this one. After melting the surrounding ice, she found the pot intact and decided to keep it. Upon returning to the second floor, she encountered Yuan Hong, who had just emerged from the adjacent room. The adjacent room is a lounge, sized appropriately for your container house. I have tidied it up. Feel free to take a look. Su Mian had initially planned to explore it herself when time permitted, but at his words, she nodded in acknowledgement and mentioned that the glass in her current room might shatter. Yuan Hong replied, Li Jiang has already taken a look, but they are situated further inside. They intend to make their home in the corridor. The primary concern was their feeling of being too distant from Su Mian. Though Yuan Hong refrained from voicing this thought, deeming it somewhat presumptuous, by evening, Su Mian's container house had been settled. The lounge also featured a window, albeit a small one, which had sustained considerable damage but remained usable. Su Mian placed her hand against it, the warmth of her palm dispersing the fog, revealing the outside world. The roads appeared even more frozen and uneven, and she would need to inspect the highway the following day. If it proved impassable, they might have to walk part of the way. She was reluctant to abandon her migration plans. That night, Li Jiang came to invite Su Mian to join in their activities. But she declined, opting instead for an early night. The dream she had experienced while sitting in the vehicle that day had left her feeling restless, to the extent that it affected her overall state of mind. She needed to regain her composure swiftly. The following day, Su Mian awoke early without the aid of an alarm. She tidied the container house without disturbing the others and made her way downstairs. Exiting the service area, the soles of her shoes felt uncomfortable against the road, and she climbed over the railing onto the highway, discovering that it too had not escaped the hail's wrath. Undeterred, she walked for another half hour, only to find that the once smooth road had become a jagged expanse of icy crystals. The distant city now resembled a colossal ice sculpture. However, there was a glimmer of hope. The corridor appeared somewhat level, though it would require a trek to reach. Upon returning, Su Mian quickly made a decision. She informed her companions of her intention to go to the neighboring city and inquired who among them wished to accompany her. Should anyone choose to remain, she would ensure there was sufficient food for them to last until the conclusion of the episode. Aside from a few who struggled with mobility, the rest expressed their willingness to follow. As Su Mian contemplated how to ensure the safety of those few individuals, she suddenly heard a noise from the stairs. She gestured for everyone to remain silent, opened the door, and stepped outside, only to catch sight of several individuals sneaking up the stairs. As they reached the corridor, they found themselves face to face with Su Mian. Her instinct was to act, but the group unexpectedly knelt before her. They urgently explained, "We are from downstairs. We came up to express our gratitude for your warning about the drop in temperature yesterday." It turned out that after Yuan Hong had gone downstairs to alert them, they had noticed something was amiss with the fog and had taken precautions early on. Although it was unbearably cold, due to their ample preparations, most of the group remained unharmed, with only a few slightly affected by the chill. After much contemplation, considering the harsh words exchanged among a few individuals, she felt a mix of guilt and gratitude, prompting her to bring some food as a gesture of thanks. Su Mian, however, refused the offering. Observing the sincere expressions of the few individuals, she concocted a plan in her mind. Half an hour later, an agreement was reached, and a few players who were physically impaired stayed behind to look after the survivors. Su Mian had contemplated the possibility of these individuals not honoring their commitments, but reasoning that their gratitude indicated they were not ill-natured, she decided to trust them. Although the players faced mobility challenges, they still possessed enough capability to protect themselves, making them a viable defense against potential threats. Her remaining concerns dissipated upon encountering a familiar face among the crowd. Initially, the person did not recognize Su Mian. But after she approached and greeted him, he squinted for a moment before recalling her identity. "It's you. What was your name again?" "Su Mian," she replied. Yes. Why didn't you respond to my messages? I thought you had perished." The person in front of her was Dai Tian, who had warned Su Mian before the cold front hit. His joy upon seeing a familiar face was evident, and he even brought his brother over to introduce him to Su Mian, briefly recounting their family's escape to this place. Among players, little needed to be said. They all understood the unspoken bond. Dai Yong, appreciating Su Mian due to their previous interactions over the stove, spoke to her warmly. Upon learning that Su Mian and her group planned to leave, Dai Tian attempted to persuade them to stay, while Dai Yong assured her that he and his companions would coexist harmoniously with the survivors, subtly indicating they would help keep watch. Li Jiang and the others recognized Su Mian's connection to this family and felt fortunate. After waiting 2 more days and becoming well acquainted with Dai Yong, Su Mian decided to allocate one of the container houses to her group while reserving another for Dai Yong's family. Dai Yong also brought along his stove, which, though now out of fuel, was still capable of burning scrap paper and pre-dried wood. leading to significant consumption and a dwindling supply of materials. Su Mion left behind a portion of fuel and supplies, entrusting the remainder to her own group. On the day of departure, Dai Tian arrived early to bid farewell, still puzzled as to why they would risk venturing into an uncertain neighboring district when they had supplies and warm accommodations. However, his brother reminded him they had their own plans and should not be interfered with by outsiders. Reflecting on this, he acknowledged that Su Mion, despite her youth, had managed to survive and thrive in such harsh conditions, demonstrating remarkable capability. This brought to mind the mysterious container house that had seemingly materialized on the second floor. He was certain that everyone had thoroughly inspected the area upon arriving at the service station. Yet no one had seen such a container house before, nor did they know where Su Mion had obtained IT. IT was impeccably clean and perfectly sized to accommodate their group, with ample fuel stored in the corridor. This suggested that even in the face of further cold, they would be well prepared if only they had had such resources earlier. Their grandfather had succumbed to the first cold front, followed by their father. Su Mion and her group traveled for most of the day before finally leaving the highway. Initially, the national road was uneven, but 3 kilometers away, a small village offered a footpath beneath the highway, just wide enough for a vehicle, granting them a moment to catch their breath. Their 2 vehicles progressed at varying speeds, eventually entering the suburbs in the early morning hours. This location had been deliberately chosen by Su Mion, who had researched seed factories and shops prior to departure, pinpointing the nearest suburban farm. Before the cold front arrived, the farm had been large and operational, renowned in the area for its seed distribution as one of its sales lines. After resting for a night within the farm, Su Mion explored the premises the following day. She discovered a large warehouse filled with stored grains and countless packages of seeds ready for distribution. The next day, Li Jiang and the others found many similar farms within a dozen kilometers. Despite not fully understanding Su Mion's desire to collect seeds, they decided to disperse and search independently. Over the course of nearly a month, they engaged in various activities centered around different farms. They exercised in the mornings, sought supplies in the afternoons, and relaxed in the evenings, initially finding this routine somewhat tedious. They gradually embraced it, feeling fulfilled in their endeavors. Yuan Hong continued with his special task, but now everyone was aware of his activities, and no one envied him anymore. After all, who would want to spend every day in a house cooking? Even if it wasn't exhausting, it was undeniably monotonous. Yuan Hong, however, took pleasure in his role, using his spare time to experiment with new recipes and asking Li Jiang and the others to bring back ingredients whenever they encountered interesting recipes. Consequently, he became the team's designated chef, much to the amusement of his companions. Su Mion recognized that it was somewhat unfair to exploit his talents, but upon inquiring, Yuan Hong reassured her that his storage of food was nearly sufficient. Allowing him to take a break, he expressed a desire to continue developing recipes, believing that should the game conclude one day, he might return to his culinary roots. With this in mind, Su Mion was more than happy to oblige. In the final 3 days leading up to the end of the game, she ceased all search tasks, granting her companions time off to engage in leisure activities. However, instead of resting, they flocked to Su Mion to learn how to ice skate and wield a watermelon knife. In this manner, they had genuinely practiced under Su Mion's guidance for a month. Everyone could distinctly feel a difference in their bodies, not merely an increase in muscle mass, but a newfound ease in walking and smoothness in breathing. Even in the same temperature, they dared to stroll around bare-chested without fear of frostbite, attributing their resilience to the martial arts Su Mion had taught them, refusing to acknowledge that their bodies had merely acclimatized to the cold. Su Mion was not one to remain idle, and with her companions brimming with enthusiasm, she did not wish to dampen their spirits. Within just 3 days, she selectively instructed them, imparting all necessary knowledge while their progress depended on their own efforts. On the final evening before the game concluded, everyone gathered for an outdoor barbecue. As the flames flickered, Su Mion observed the inebriated group with a somewhat dazed expression. In the final moments, she heard a soft voice, barely a whisper, promising, "Next time we meet, I'll cook for you." The word good had barely left her lips when a familiar sensation of detachment washed over her, plunging her into darkness, adjusting her breathing. She realized that returning to her original form had its advantages. Her mind felt clearer, and her strength more abundant, though the inability to see anything left her with a suffocating sensation over time. Congratulations, player Su Mion. You have completed the task. Points are being calculated. The delayed electronic voice prompted Su Mion to grumble about the triviality of 100 points. The next moment, a series of notifications nearly overwhelmed her. Player has exceeded the task requirements for the first time. System reward package has been redeemed. Please explore at your leisure. Task completion reward. 100 points, excess reward. 3,000 points. Please choose whether to retain or exchange items. Identifying host with expiring items. Please decide whether to extend their validity. Available items. Explosive gun or air whip. After taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she inquired, "Can I extend both? Please make your selection promptly." Sumion muttered, "You really never do prefer straightforward answers." The explosive gun and air whip were undoubtedly the two items she had seized from the players, and to be honest, she was quite satisfied with both. If she chose one, would the other become invalid immediately? The host may choose to temporarily freeze. Just as she was about to express her approval of that option, she heard the continuation of the sentence. Freezing an item requires the expenditure of 100 points. After a brief moment of contemplation, she made her decision. Extend the air whip's validity and freeze the explosive gun. Selection confirmed. The air whip's validity has been extended to permanent, and 100 points have been automatically deducted. The host's current point balance is 2,900, but please continue your efforts to accumulate points and unlock the strongest champion as soon as possible. That Sumion responded. Not particularly interested. Why was I notified of exceeding the task requirements this time? Her tasks in this instance had simply been to survive for 3 months and rescue 3 individuals. She was calculating with Li Jiang and the others. But even if there were a few more people, the points shouldn't have doubled to such an extent. It all felt rather implausible. The system's response exceeded her expectations. Players were not counted within the task. Instead, the system recognized the host's salvation of the humans in this world, automatically tallying points based on headcount. That Sumion was taken aback. When had she ever saved the indigenous people? Even accounting for those saved in the community alongside Daitian and a few others. There weren't even 3,000 individuals. Where did the rest come from? The system provided no answer, merely mechanically reminding her to take a break. Still somewhat dazed, Sumion opted for the next dimension. Understood. Initiating dimension transfer. Once again, darkness enveloped her, yet this time, she could discern a glimmer of light piercing through the obscurity in the blink of an eye. She found herself in a new location that was a cramped space barely large enough to accommodate 2 of her. With walls whose material was indiscernible, devoid of windows, save for a door less than half a meter high, which bore a gaping hole, while the lock beside it remained intact. At her feet lay a small, glowing stone, the source of the light she had just seen. That Sumion was uncertain why she was hiding here. A foul, fishy odor lingered in the air. It resembled that of marine fish, albeit tainted with a hint of decay, an amalgam of rotten fish and shrimp. Complex and difficult to articulate. Her previous encounters had been perilous. She did not expect this one to be an exception. After a moment of sensing no immediate danger, she closed her eyes to absorb the memories of the original owner. 5 minutes later, Sumion opened her eyes and instinctively reached for her abdomen. The texture was smooth, devoid of any sign of injury, yet she knew that just half an hour prior, a creature had emerged from within her. It was a slippery, toothy monster, swift and fierce, drawn to human entrails, an initial form of an alien. Indeed, the world she had entered was not one plagued by natural disasters, but rather one integrated with aliens. However, the timing of her arrival was unfortunate. Humanity was already aware of the invasion and had begun to prepare and retaliate. The good news was that humans still held a significant advantage in survival ratios. But the bad news was that aliens grew rapidly, and no method to eradicate them had been discovered. The authorities had indeed developed a batch of firearms capable of penetrating the alien's exoskeleton. Yet production was cumbersome and quantities limited. Ordinary citizens were not granted access to these weapons, leading to the emergence of private factions among both the authorities and civilians, each researching their own methods to counter the alien threat. Sumion's body belonged to a typical family within the civilian faction. She had secured a spot within the official ranks alongside her companions during a mission. Overjoyed, she returned home to share the news, only to be met with the envious gaze of her younger sister. The last thing she remembered was eating a bowl of meat porridge handed to her by her sister Zhou Xinya. Feeling woozy and then spitting blood before awakening in a quarantine zone, she had barely managed to reach the isolation box at the intersection, clinging to her last breath. This kind-hearted girl, sensing something was amiss, had locked herself in the box to avoid endangering others, ultimately succumbing to loneliness and pain within. After Su Mion's arrival, her body had been restored, Yet the lingering pain felt as though it had seeped into her very bones. Even the recollection of it evoked a visceral response. System, what does it mean to resolve the alien crisis? I do not feel equipped to eradicate them all. Zhou Xinyue's understanding of the aliens was superficial. Su Mian was still unaware of their strengths and weaknesses, but she knew for certain that it would be more challenging than battling zombies. She could hardly manage to eradicate the zombies in her own world. Could she truly achieve such a monumental feat merely by adopting a different identity? Please trust yourself. Post. The tasks assigned are generated according to your capabilities. As long as you trigger the critical points. The system will provide appropriate prompts to assist you in safely completing the mission. Hearing the system provide such an extensive explanation, Su Mian felt an inkling that this task was not as straightforward as it claimed. This was the first time it had failed to mention the need to survive for a specific duration, implying that danger lurked at any moment, especially concerning those so-called critical points, unless the mission had shortcuts. What would happen in the event of a mission failure? Recognizing the host's negative mindset, the system announced, as punishment for your unconstructive thoughts, I will disable communication until the critical points are reached. Su Mian was taken aback. She was merely contemplating the worst-case scenario. How had her mindset become skewed? After realizing that no matter how much she called out, the system remained silent, she could only helplessly surrender. She hastily mended her torn clothing, found the key, and unlocked the door to escape. As she pondered whether to return home or seek information, she decided to find a player to see if they had any mission hints. Upon emerging, she found herself staring down the barrel of a gun aimed at her forehead. 5 meters away stood a slender boy, terror etched across his face, trembling hands struggling to maintain grip on the weapon as he faced Su Mian's calm gaze. As soon as Su Mian recognized the boy's features, memories of him surged forth, causing her expression to soften. Don't be afraid. I'm all right now. The boy, Wei Xingxing, remained unmoved, his eyes reflecting fear and inner conflict as he stubbornly held his gun aloft. Su Mian was not surprised by his reaction. Wei Xingxing was someone she had saved during a mission. Though he was already 13, he was gaunt and frail. He enjoyed following Zhou Xinyue on missions, but his timid nature often led him to hide at the back. Fortunately, he was clever and did not hinder the group, which Zhou Xinyue tolerated. This time, Zhou Xinyue had encountered him just before entering the isolation box and had entrusted him with her weapon, instructing him to remain 10 meters away from the box and to take action if anything seemed amiss. Half an hour ago, Wei Xingxing had witnessed an alien melt through the isolation box and escape. Leaving him terrified, before he could even fire his weapon, the alien lunged at him. In his despair, the creature suddenly paused, seemingly alerted to some noise, and abandoned him. When Wei Xingxing regained consciousness, he found himself in the present moment. Seeing someone he thought impossible to survive standing before him, he recalled Zhou Xinyue's instructions and attempted to shoot, yet his hand would not obey. Then, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Xingxing? The tone was unmistakably the same, and in the warmth of her gentle gaze, Wei Xingxing's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister, is that you? Su Mian, seldom patient with others, understood Zhou Xinyue's care for this temporary brother and knew she could not appear overly obvious in her demeanor. She explained that she had inadvertently overlooked the alien hiding within the isolation box. Though it had wounded her abdomen, her body had not been possessed. Wei Xingxing, still perplexed, recounted how the alien had abruptly fled when it had attacked him. From their conversation, it was clear he had accepted Su Mian's explanation. But I'm worried. You looked unwell earlier. Let us go to Team Lu for a scan. All right. If anyone else had said this, Su Mian might have assumed they were merely trying to rule out the possibility of her being parasitized by the alien. Yet, Wei Xingxing's concern for Zhou Xinyue was genuine. Coincidentally, Su Mian also wished to visit the management department. So she nodded in agreement that on their way, Wei Xingxing returned the gun to her and recounted the day's mission. Since Zhou Xinyue had gone home, he felt awkward following her, so he had joined the team on the mission, successfully clearing 3 residential buildings. He even proudly proclaimed to Su Mian that he would no longer need to hide behind them and was now bold enough to fight the aliens. Su Mian recalled seeing him trembling as he held the gun moments ago, deeming his statement to be less than credible. Nevertheless, she replied, "You're the best, Xingxing." This was Zhou Xinyue's favorite phrase, and Wei Xingxing adored hearing it. As expected, he broke into a joyful smile, and Su Mian observed the crescent shape of his eyes, her gaze sweeping over his face. Wei Xingxing was quite good-looking. He had a fair complexion and defined features, though the upward tilt of his eyes lent an unexpected softness to his appearance. However, His gaunt frame caused onlookers to overlook his attractiveness. The two engaged in conversation all the way to the management department, a small stronghold of the civilian faction, primarily responsible for assigning tasks to both formal and temporary members. The head of this department was Team Liu, also known as Liu Hongbing, a man in his 30s who had previously held a clerical position before being thrust into the field due to the alien crisis. After passing through the scanning door, they encountered Liu Hongbing, who waved them over, casually inquiring about her family. So, how is everyone at home? Are they overjoyed? Although the official sector was more stringent and potentially more dangerous, it offered better equipment, enhanced defense systems, and decent treatment. She would also be able to move into the inner safe zone. He jokingly added, I was thinking you might not come back, and I could miss out. Su Mian interrupted him, sensing Liu Hongbing's goodwill. Generally speaking, there was a subtle tension between the civilian factions and the authorities. However, the official side indeed possesses greater advantages in order to reassure Zhou Xinyue before her departure. Liu Hongbing spoke highly of her situation upon receiving the news. Indeed, Liu Hongbing paused momentarily. Why? Su Mian succinctly recounted her recent experiences, omitting the fact that her fainting spell was due to the porridge consumed from her sister. My identity card and achievement book have vanished. I suspect someone has stolen them. The registration process for the alien is fraught with shortcomings. The identity card is barely recognizable, while the achievement book relies on manual stamps and signatures, making verification exceedingly difficult once stolen, with many individuals adept at concealing their misdeeds. Zhou Xinyue had hidden well, yet she never considered the possibility concerning her family. After all, alongside the ambition to enter the official realm, Zhou Xinyue harbored the desire to relocate her family to a safer environment. Regrettably, this young lady was too naive, failing to grasp the complexities of the situation. Liu Hongbing, upon hearing this, was predictably enraged, exclaiming, Who did this? Do not fret. At worst, I shall provide you with proof. Your abilities are not insignificant. Though the adversary may have taken your information, their lack of your capabilities will surely be uncovered. Su Mian declined his generous offer, reasoning that such matters were exceedingly troublesome, and given the current circumstances, no one would care about someone whose achievement book had been stolen. Instead, they would perceive it as a reflection of inadequate abilities. Otherwise, why had others' records remained untouched? So what now? Should we simply accept this? Liu Hongbing pressed on, You've worked diligently for a long time, and within our team. You are the youngest and most industrious. Su Mian certainly could not acquiesce so easily, but she deemed it unnecessary to trouble others with her plight. She had a fair idea of who was responsible and felt confident in resolving the matter. However, Xingxing was concerned about her health recovery and hoped Liu would arrange for a thorough scan of her condition. This is a minor issue, Liu Hongbing remarked, observing her optimism, and ultimately refrained from imposing his will. He escorted the two into the medical room, instructing Su Mian to lie down in the scanning chamber. The staff activated the machine, and 5 minutes later, the results indicated that her health was impeccable. Are you reassured now? Su Mian addressed Xingxing. The latter nodded vigorously. As long as you're fine, sister. You have no idea how terrified I was earlier. He patted his chest, his dark eyes reminiscent of the obedient puppies Su Mian had seen at the pet store. Liu, since we cannot access the official sector for now, please continue to assign me tasks. I wish to further hone my skills. This was Su Mian's initial plan, as she intended to probe the depths of the alien situation. Although the system's tasks were exceedingly challenging, she could not afford to remain idle. Liu Hongbing readily agreed, calling for Xingxing to accompany him while he arranged the tasks, as he still needed to finalize the report for Xingxing's prior assignment. Left to her own devices, Su Mian resolved to return home. During the day, the alien presence was relatively subdued, and the streets were populated with a number of ordinary people. After about 10 minutes of walking, she arrived at the Zhou family's narrow and crowded apartment buildings, which, although compact, was fortified against alien incursions for the time being. Just as Su Mian was about to ascend the stairs, a familiar aunt at the entrance remarked in surprise, Yeah, why are you back? Didn't you just move away? Su Mian recalled that from the moment she had consumed the porridge and fainted to her arrival here, no more than 2 hours had elapsed. This meant that as soon as she left home, the Zhou family had already begun packing their belongings. Initially, she had only suspected Zhou Xinyue of foul play, but now she felt the entire Zhou family might be privy to something. Was she disheartened? Su Mian felt little, yet she understood that if Zhou Xinyue were still alive, she would certainly be suffering more than if she had perished at the hands of the alien. Su Mian confronted her fears to face the alien. Motivated by the desire to protect her parents and care for her sister, who was merely 10 minutes younger than she. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself in trouble, while her family had relocated, as if they had discarded her like worthless refuse. It was not a matter of guilt. Who would believe her? When had the aunt seen her leave, the woman had not pondered this deeply, recalling that it had been about half an hour prior when she had seen them hurriedly departing with their belongings. Mentioning that they had secured a spot in the official safe zone, but she had not seen Su Mion's sister. By the way, your boyfriend is quite handsome. I've never seen him so caring. Just earlier, he was carrying you to the car, saying you weren't feeling well. She also noted that she had seen Zhou Xinyue wearing a mask. The aunt expressed concern for Su Mion's health. Zhou Xinyue had always been gentle and well-liked by the residents of the building, as she frequently came and went, while they admired the Zhou family's acquisition of a safe zone spot. They understood that it was something Zhou Xinyue had fought tooth and nail for, and thus, they felt no envy. Only congratulations. Su Mion had not anticipated that the Zhou family's departure would come with such hidden revelations. Zhou Xinyue indeed had a boyfriend, 5 years her senior, who had been a sports student prior to the alien invasion. Due to his favorable family circumstances, he now worked directly with the authorities and had repeatedly encouraged Zhou Xinyue to expedite her tasks to join the official ranks. In her memories, Fan Wenxuan had had little to no interaction with Zhou Xinyue. Thus, she felt Zhou Xinyue was quite unfortunate, not to mention the physical differences between Zhou Xinyue and Zhou Xinyue. Even in their similarities, as Fan Wenxuan, being her boyfriend, could not possibly fail to recognize her. Su Mion could now assert with certainty that Fan Wenxuan was involved in this incident as well. None of these individuals were to be trusted. The aunt may have misunderstood. I was unaware of the move. The person you saw must have been my sister. After returning home this morning and consuming the porridge she made, I inexplicably fainted. In truth, I had just escaped. Displaying an appropriately somber expression, Su Mion uttered these words before feigning silence as she departed. Before turning away, she caught a glimpse of the shock in the aunt's eyes. Her expression one of astonishment at having heard such significant news. Indeed, such matters would astonish anyone. Although a bit of gossip would not wield much influence, Su Mion was unwilling to preserve Zhou Xinyue's reputation. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Regrettably, entry into the official safe zone required extensive verification. Even if she could force her way in, whether she could successfully locate the Zhou family remained uncertain. This meant that, in the short term, she would be unable to find them. The good news was that the safe zone was not perpetually secure. Given the heightened difficulty of this mission, she believed she would soon encounter that family. At that time, it would not be impossible to take some time to avenge Zhou Xinyue. As Su Mion retraced her steps back to the management area, she took a moment to survey her surroundings. Aside from the 5-kilometer radius around the apartment building, electrified barriers had been erected beyond that point. However, as the mission progressed, more areas became accessible. Alternatively, as long as one possessed sufficient audacity, traversing the city alone was not out of the question. With her newfound courage, Su Mion formulated this plan after surveying the vicinity. She understood that aliens preferred to emerge at night, with daylight presenting few opportunities for them to reveal themselves, even when encountering individuals evidently exhibiting parasitic traits. As long as one refrains from initiating an attack, safety can be assured. Presently, everyone still has a reliable source of supplies and lacks an overwhelming compulsion to hoard resources, which allows her to take advantage of the situation. The thoughts that crossed Su Mion's mind were also shared by other players. As she stealthily entered the city center, she observed players behaving similarly to herself, all tacitly ignoring one another while gathering the necessary supplies. Accidental encounters were met with friendly expressions of concern. After all, this was not a battle against nature. The only adversaries faced by the players were the alien creatures, rendering hostility upon first meeting unnecessary. Su Mion chose not to venture into the darker corners of the mall, focusing instead on the shops lining the main roads. The emergence of the aliens had been abrupt. Everyone had been summoned to gather with minimal gear. And most stores were well stocked with open doors. She first visited a grain and oil shop. Previously, Su Mion had not been particularly fixated on rice, yet after consuming it for over a month, she realized that humanity indeed cannot live without proper staples, and now she was eager to stock up. However, she pondered when she might encounter Yuan Hong, whose culinary skills she greatly admired, hoping that the boxed meals in her space would last until they met again. After perusing 4 or 5 shops, Su Mion paused at a seed store. This reminded her of the excessive rewards from this mission. As the system had indicated during her self-exploration. She instinctively checked her space and discovered that it had indeed changed. Within the boundless expanse, a separate plot of land measuring 200 square meters had appeared, its deep red soil appearing exceptionally fertile, with a dense white mist in the air, as if it had been prepared specifically for Su Mion's quest for seeds. Su Mion did not view this as mere coincidence, yet she was reluctant to acknowledge the system's thoughtfulness. She entered the seed store, where the seeds were all exquisitely packaged, likely intended for the urban populace. The selection of crops was minimal, primarily consisting of fruit and flower seeds. Su Mion also noticed several elegant, compact tool sets, along with various fertilizers and rooting solutions tailored for plants. She collected these into her space and found a corner to sit down. Attempting to use her consciousness to till the soil for planting, the operation was remarkably successful. She scattered rose seeds around the perimeter of the field, leaving the rest of the land untouched. The area for storing items in her space did not experience the passage of time, and the land would surely be the same. She wished to ascertain the growth cycle, hoping that the soil would provide some assistance. For she truly lacked the patience to wait several months for the flowers to bloom. Before darkness fell, Su Mion chose a car parked by the roadside to return. This time, her journey was less than smooth. As she approached the quarantine zone, traffic suddenly came to a standstill. Hearing commotion from the crowd, Su Mion surmised that an alien had appeared and decided to abandon the vehicle to move forward on foot. Others followed suit, but most remained stationary. 10 minutes later, Su Mion witnessed the source of the traffic jam. A gruesome scene that a young man had been disemboweled by an alien, and the occupants of the car had all been caught off guard, meeting a grim fate. Even worse, several newly birthed aliens had emerged from the ground, causing nearby individuals to scream in terror. Just as Su Mion arrived, a shadow lunged towards her face. She swiftly slashed with her knife, only to hear a sizzling sound. Looking down, she saw that the watermelon knife in her hand had been corroded, leaving a gaping notch. The alien she had cleaved in two writhed on the ground, emitting a shrill and unpleasant noise. Su Mion had no time to marvel at the corrosive power of the newborn's blood. She aimed the knife's tip at the alien's head and thrust downwards, silencing it completely. The aliens, much like zombies, only sustained fatal injuries to the head. However, unlike zombies, which do not die when limbs are severed but also do not regenerate, aliens were far more advanced, no matter how many times their lower halves were severed. As long as they had sufficient sustenance, they could instantly regenerate. Their tenacity stemmed not only from genetic traits, but also from the fact that a parasitic entity existed in their brains from birth. Upon the host's death, this parasite would awaken, seizing control of the body and rapidly enhancing its capabilities, unless one could deliver a decisive, fatal blow. This was the most effective method known to Zhou Xinyue. Though most individuals lacked the precision required for success, fortunately, the authorities had developed a type of firearm. As long as one aimed at the general vicinity, the bullet would explode in a small area upon impact, eliminating wastage of manpower due to poor aim. This realization left Su Mion feeling somewhat disheartened. Was this not merely a low-grade version of a demolition gun? Initially, she regretted her choice, but then she considered that expending a bullet consumed 1 point, which seemed excessive for dealing with a mere alien. The watermelon knife in her hand had been rendered nearly useless by corrosion, and she regretfully discarded it onto the ground. She possessed many similar knives in her space, but if this was the method of consumption, it would surely not suffice. The efficacy of her air whip against aliens remained uncertain, and she knew she must find a new weapon. "Miss, please help us. We can barely hold it off," came a cry for help from nearby. A group of humans was attempting to intercept two aliens. One had been injured and was pinned to the ground by several individuals using stones, while the other was circling beneath the feet of the group, and in the blink of an eye, it had lunged onto the face of one man. Recalling Zhou Xinyue's gun, Su Mion swiftly fired a shot at the alien on the ground. In the face of the alien clinging to the man's face, she hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Just as the man's companion attempted to pull it off, she no longer hesitated and fired again. 2 shots later, the alien was undeniably dead. The few who had been revived looked uncertain for a moment, waiting to confirm that the alien was truly lifeless before they gazed at Su Mion with admiration. "What impressive marksmanship. You must be part of Group A." Su Mion had never heard of Group A and suspected it was some kind of search team. She shook her head, glancing at the gun in her hand with a sigh. Initially, alien offspring could be killed with firearms, but once they entered the next growth stage, guns would be ineffective. Zhou Xinyue herself was not particularly skilled with firearms, yet she had carried this one with her, a privilege reserved for veteran members of the search and rescue team, allowing them to deliver a swift end to themselves should they be overtaken by aliens. Zhou Xinyue had been unwilling to meet such a fate, which was why she had given the gun to Wei Xingxing. Yet unfortunately, she had still perished. "Miss, could we exchange contact information? We are members of Group D, and we came out for a side job this time. We are grateful for your assistance, with all the aliens now dispatched." The group felt relieved and sought to establish a connection with Su Mian. "Apologies, but it's rather inconvenient," she replied. The group felt a tinge of disappointment, but showed little surprise. After all, capable individuals often exuded a certain pride, possessing the merit to do so. After leaving their names and locations, they reluctantly departed, urged on by the long line of vehicles behind them. Su Mian stood by, watching the cars drive away, feeling little curiosity about their identities. They had mentioned locations within the military secure zone, indicating that these individuals were part of the military search team. In truth, aside from Zhou Xinyue's strong desire to join the military, Su Mian herself had no inclination to enter the official ranks. The only thing that attracted her was that weapon. Beyond that, the rigorous training, strict management protocols, and the necessity of reporting every detail felt akin to imprisonment. In contrast, the civilian forces offered a more relaxed environment. Aside from the mandatory health checks to prevent alien parasitism, most of the time was self-determined. Although privileges were few, they provided assistance and resources to task members within their capabilities. Interestingly, rumors suggested that the civilian management was actually overseen by military personnel. Though few were aware of their identities, lost in thought, Su Mian followed the flow of traffic to the quarantine zone's main gate. Regardless of where one entered or exited, this grand entrance was unavoidable. Having already been scanned once upon exiting, Su Mian was now familiar with the process. She signed her name, approached the scanning portal, and was granted passage. Lu Haobing's management department was the closest to the quarantine gate, offering accommodations, though few were inclined to stay. Su Mian decided to remain here for the time being. She needed to swiftly understand the aliens, find a suitable weapon, and discover a way to trigger whatever critical point awaited her. Moreover, she had a premonition that the aliens, presently perceived as terrifying, had not yet reached their true danger level, hoping that the situation would not become too outrageous by then. Lu Haobing himself did not reside in the management department. But fortunately, Zhou Xinyue was acquainted with other staff members, and soon someone arranged a room for her. Aside from its proximity to the quarantine zone, there is hardly anything to criticize. After Su Mian tidied up, preparing to retrieve some food, she heard a knock at the door. Standing outside was Wei Xingxing, holding 2 neatly packaged small cakes. "Sister, this is the meal I saved for you. I intended to find you, but they said you had gone out. Next time you go out, could you take me along? I'm worried about you." The little one showed no intention of entering, primarily coming to check on Su Mian's well-being. Su Mian accepted the bread but did not promise to take him with her. She was contemplating how to navigate their overly familiar relationship. Taking a burden along on missions was Zhou Xinyue's habit, but it was not Su Mian's. She was rather cautious about her life in such matters. Reflecting on Wei Xingxing's aggrieved expression as she closed the door, she decided to speak with him the following day. With the water and electricity functioning in her room, Su Mian had her meal and, after waiting for half an hour, took a shower and changed into clothes prepared by Zhou Xinyue, having burned the tattered outfit that had a large hole. She mused that if only the alien could be directly incinerated, it would save a lot of trouble, planning to try it the next day. The following morning, Su Mian woke early and arrived at the mission hall, where the staff had just started their shifts. Yawning, they informed her which teams were still short on members. After making her selection, they added her name. Noticing there was still time, Su Mian resolved to find Wei Xingxing first. However, she had not walked far when the hall's phone rang. After the call, the staff called out to Su Mian, who was heading to the door. "Wait, your boyfriend is outside waiting for you. You should go see him. He's quite diligent," calling just after starting his shift. Ignoring the staff's murmurs, Su Mian's eyes flickered. How had this scoundrel come to her doorstep? She turned on her heel towards the main entrance. The quarantine zone's gates typically did not refuse entry to ordinary individuals. However, Fan Wenxuan had never entered before, explaining that he was an official and might be misinterpreted as expected. Fan Wenxuan stood 50 meters away under a tree, his back to Su Mian, tall and somewhat slender. Su Mian recalled his face, which held no allure for her. Upon hearing movement, Fan Wenxuan turned to look, fatigue evident in his eyes, but a smile appeared upon seeing Su Mian as he approached, reaching out as if to pat her head. "Hearing that you are all right puts me at ease." Su Mian evaded him. At this point, There was no need for pretense. If I were in trouble, wouldn't that be your design? I don't understand. It is merely a spot. If you simply discussed it with Zhou Xinyue, she likely wouldn't refuse. Why must it come to my demise? Fan Wenxuan gazed at her incredulously. Yeah, what are you talking about? How could I possibly wish for your death? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, I admit that visiting your uncle and aunt privately was my mistake, but I had no knowledge of your running away. Had it not been for Yaya feeling guilty and confessing to me, I wouldn't have known that you sisters had quarreled to such an extent. I came this time to bring you back. Seeing him approach again, Su Mian unceremoniously drew her gun and aimed it at him. But I advise you not to touch me again. Zhou Xinyue had always been gentle in front of Fan Wenxuan. In her heart, he was a unique source of warmth. Speaking so harshly and wielding a weapon was hardly characteristic of Zhou Xinyue. Fan Wenxuan was taken aback, his warm demeanor faltering. Oh, you know what you are doing. I will be responsible for my actions. But you, Fan Wenxuan, may not dare to take accountability. Su Mian was not the easily deceived type like Zhou Xinyue. Even though she sensed from their conversation that the truth deviated from her suspicions. Fan Wenxuan was undoubtedly not a good man. Her gaze was cold as she scrutinized him. Yesterday, after consuming the porridge sent by Zhou Xinyue, I fell into a stupor, only to awaken nearly killed by an alien. Upon my return, I learned that my family had relocated to the official quarantine zone. The aunt at the entrance even specifically informed me that Zhou Xinyue had disguised herself as me and was tenderly carried into a car by her boyfriend. How do you explain this? Initially angered by her actions, Fan Wenxuan's expression turned to one of shock upon hearing Su Mian's words. When he spoke of holding Zhou Xinyue, a rare hint of guilt crossed his face as he finally explained. This was all orchestrated by your uncle and aunt. They said you were eager to move and feared Yaya would be scared, so they had her use your name to settle in first. As for carrying her, she nearly fainted, and I was the only one available to assist. I'm speaking the truth. I admit my actions were insufficient. However, you should not doubt me so severely, nor should you point a gun at me. Do you have any idea how distressing this is for me? Whether he felt distressed or not, Su Mian was unsure, but she felt a wave of nausea rising within her. Fan Wenxuan, you are quite repugnant. Su Mian retorted bluntly. Zhou Xinyue is your girlfriend. In such a situation, you only remember her after hearing from someone else that she has run away. Ultimately, you've been too engrossed in your new romance to pay her any heed. You're talking nonsense. Yaya is your sister, and it's not that I wanted this. It was your father. As he spoke, Fan Wenxuan abruptly fell silent, but it was too late. He noticed Su Mian's gaze, which was both mocking and piercing, and for the first time, he felt uneasy under her scrutiny. Since we've reached this point, I'll be frank with you. The first time I visited your house, your uncle and aunt spoke to me privately, saying that you sisters could not be separated. Initially, I was reluctant. However, Yaya is too fragile. She needs someone to look after her. Besides, you are often not home. And every time I couldn't find you, it was Yaya who kept me company. Eventually, noticing Su Mian remained silent, he quickly halted, explaining, but I have always held a place for you in my heart. I do not know what is happening between you and Yaya, but you are sisters. You can resolve your quarrels. I believe Yaya would never harm you. Come back home with me. We can clarify everything face to face. As he reached out to take her hand, Su Mian swiftly drew a knife, severing his left hand. Her speed was remarkable. Blood flashed as his severed hand fell, and Fan Wenxuan remained dazed. Only when the pain registered did he realize what had occurred. His expression twisting in agony as he shouted, "My hand! Find a doctor, quickly." Su Mian quietly watched him collapse to the ground in pain, coldly stating, "Your desire to have both sides is your own affair. However, you should not bring harm to Zhou Xinyue. Her family will have their retribution. As for you, the instigator of all this severed hand is the price I demand. We shall have no further relationship." Zhou Xinyue, you lunatic, you've truly lost your mind. Realizing that Su Mian was indeed indifferent to him, Fan Wenxuan could no longer maintain his usual warmth, shouting frantically, "Someone help me. I'm an official. If something happens to me here, you'll all be implicated. Just take me to see a doctor." Su Mian paid him no heed. She collected her weapon and returned to the management area as if nothing had occurred. On her way, she encountered Wei Xingxing, who was running towards her, his eyes darting in panic. "I heard someone shouting. Has the alien come this quickly?" "There are no aliens, just a loud-mouthed fool." Su Mian gestured for him not to worry. Then, after a moment's thought, spoke earnestly. "Xingxing, I may be undertaking missions frequently in the near future that I hope during this time you can stay in the management area and train by yourself. When you have truly grown stronger, I will take you along. Sister, I don't want that. I just want to follow you. I want to be a burden. You will. Su Mian fixed her gaze upon him, her tone brooking no argument, after nearly dying this time. Ive reflected on much. I cannot trust my family. The only person I can rely on is myself. That I wish to grow stronger as quickly as possible and do not want anyone to hinder me. Wei Xingxing opened his mouth, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Yet, he recognized Su Mian's determination, which was different from usual. Ultimately, he lowered his head and nodded. I understand, sister, wiping away his tears. He forced a smile as he looked at Su Mian and promised. I know my sister won't abandon me, and I will strive to become stronger. Su Mian nodded. Xingxing was so capable, he would surely succeed. Gazing into her smiling eyes, where unreserved admiration sparkled, Wei Xingxing felt instantly appeased. Patting her chest and assuring herself of her commitment at 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Mian located the assembled team and boarded the vehicle designated for the mission. Her companions, a team of 6, were all familiar faces from past collaborations. Their task involved advancing 500 meters into the residential area that had been cleared the previous day. Lu Hongbing had assigned them to low-risk zones, where the likelihood of encountering alien entities was minimal. They were equipped with tranquilizer guns, ensuring that even if they were to face an alien, careful handling would mitigate any danger. After a 40-minute drive, they reached their destination. Su Mian partnered with a male teammate, and together they were responsible for providing support, marking the area, and leaving interference signals to prevent reinvasion by aliens. While it sounded impressive, in truth, the interference signals were only effective against juvenile aliens. Only the markers could connect to the satellite, sharing data with the monitoring screens in the management area, thereby recording the aliens' movements through real-time scans. According to the current surveillance findings, the cleared zones remained pristine. If all went smoothly, their mission could be completed within half a day. Su Mian, wary of the highly corrosive blood of the aliens, remained vigilant despite her logistical role. She observed her teammates' actions while integrating the memories of Zhou Xinyue to ensure no steps were overlooked. After more than half an hour of diligent work, the mission progressed exceptionally well. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mian occasionally collected useful supplies. At 12:30, as the sun peeked out, several teammates who had taken the lead sat down on the ground with a heap of food they had scavenged, inviting everyone to eat heartily before resuming their work. The spread was ample, including canned goods, biscuits, and bread, complemented by beverages like soft drinks and mineral water, all clean and unopened. As they relaxed, they engaged in light conversation. After a 15-minute break, they prepared to continue their tasks. Before assigning roles, a usually reticent yet observant female teammate voiced her concerns, questioning whether anyone felt that the day had been too smooth. Isn't smooth sailing a good thing? It suggests that we have seriously weakened the aliens, and their appearances have become less frequent, someone countered. The female teammate shook her head stubbornly. I'm not suggesting that smoothness is bad, but rather that it feels too unusual. That it's been 3 or 4 hours, and we haven't seen a single alien or even a corpse. Something feels off. Perhaps it's simply because the sun is shining brightly today. Aliens loathe sunlight, another chimed in. The others found this reasoning plausible. The sun had risen early and was noticeably warmer than usual, causing them to sweat. After being reassured by their teammates, the female teammate refrained from further objections. Nonetheless, they reiterated the importance of remaining vigilant, urging each other to call for help if danger arose, not only for their own safety, but to alert their companions as well. At by 1:10 in the afternoon, they were nearing the conclusion of their task. Upon completing the 500 meters, a collective sense of unease settled over the group, as they all felt the day had been unnaturally smooth. Su Mian noticed that the teammate who had expressed concern, Lily, appeared to be in a disconcerted state, frequently zoning out as if startled, glancing back like a frightened bird. As they moved toward the parking area, Lily, who had been in the middle, lagged behind and stood transfixed in front of a previously searched building, staring at something. Not perceiving any difference in the building, Su Mian called out to the others boarding the vehicle, alerting them that something seemed amiss with Lily. A close companion of Lily remarked, "She's probably just too tense. Earlier, she mentioned feeling as if someone was watching her, which made me uneasy too." Another added, "Lily is quite sensitive. She insisted she saw something fly over her head, but all I saw was a bat in an environment fraught with the potential for lurking monsters. It was natural for individuals to become more attuned to their surroundings." Such incidents were not uncommon, and the group did not find it particularly alarming. After a moment, Lily finally snapped out of her trance and began making her way toward her teammates. "See, let her calm down a bit," someone remarked. Yet before they could finish their reassuring words, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Lily abruptly halted mid-stride, her chest pierced by a black, sharp entity the thickness of a wrist. As the team scrambled to retrieve their weapons, Lily was already lifted high into the air by that very thing. Vanishing swiftly through the window of the building she had been observing, the surroundings fell eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired. What was that? Oh my God, can Lily still be alive? Her teammates frantically searched for signs, but aside from the blood left on the ground, there were no traces. Only Su Mian recognized the familiar scent that had accompanied the creature's arrival. It was the distinct, foul odor of aliens she had encountered in the isolation chamber upon her initial arrival. The stench not only lingered but intensified, as if drawing closer to them, recalling the momentary glimpse of the black, sharp protrusion. Su Mian estimated it to be at least 2 meters long, clearly beyond the size of a newborn alien. This suggested that hidden in the shadows was a mature alien entity. Feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Su Mian could not articulate the source of her feelings. However, she promptly conveyed her suspicions to the others. As expected, their faces turned pale with fear, and they proposed an immediate departure. Yet Su Mian sensed it was already too late. Just as she attempted to shout at one fleeing individual, the familiar horror recurred. A sharp protrusion suddenly manifested, piercing that person's neck. The gruesome spectacle sent the remaining teammates into a frenzy. This time, the entity did not withdraw. It brazenly approached, dragging the corpse towards Su Mian and her companions, revealing its full form. It stood over 3 meters tall, its body resembling an oversized version of a juvenile alien. Yet equipped with limbs, its skin a dark, slick hue, as if coated in viscous fluid. Its massive, oval head glinted ominously, unmistakably hard, adorned with an array of sharp teeth that suggested an ability to penetrate anything. The protrusion that had pierced 2 bodies served as its tail, appearing to be a weapon in its arsenal. Su Mian recalled images of adult aliens provided by the management department, but this creature was distinctly different. Realizing this was not the time for contemplation, she observed her stunned companions, and as the tail advanced, she pushed them back, narrowly avoiding the thrust of the sharp protrusion while urging them to take action. Fortunately, their shock did not render them paralyzed. The team leader reacted swiftly, aiming the tranquilizer gun at the alien's head and pulling the trigger. However, the tranquilizer dart did not penetrate. Instead, it ricocheted off with a resounding ding. Panic washed over the group as they realized the creature's head was impervious. As the alien drew closer, despair enveloped them, but suddenly, a whip-like strike passed in front of them, landing with a resounding crack on the alien's head. To their astonishment, a mark appeared on the seemingly impenetrable surface. The dent emitted a sizzling sound, prompting the alien to writhe in pain. "You all go ahead. I will keep it occupied," Su Mian declared, revealing that the whip had been her doing. Seeing their hesitation, Su Mian urged, "Staying here will lead to your demise. Hurry and escape." While her words held merit, they also felt somewhat selfish. Yet faced with the merciless alien, the teammates gritted their teeth and fled. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they departed, Su Mian's expression transformed from one of tension to calm resolve. She focused intently on the colossal creature before her, gripping her whip with eagerness. Having prepared herself for the possibility of the whip melting upon contact, she was pleasantly surprised by its resilience, especially when she attempted to ensnare the fire-based abilities without leaving any scorch marks. Su Mian felt a resurgence of confidence that it was the perfect opportunity to test the depths of her adult xenomorph abilities, prompting her to dismiss others to avoid any interference in her performance. The xenomorph, eyeing Su Mian with predatory intent, discarded the corpse it had treated as a toy and leapt before her. Its massive head bearing sharp teeth, droplets of viscous liquid fell to the ground, sizzling as they made contact, before it instinctively lashed out with its tail. With a flick of her wrist, Su Mian conjured a fire dragon that coiled around her whip, targeting the xenomorph's tail. The moment of contact, the xenomorph recoiled as if electrocuted. Human-like retreated slightly, its inhuman eyes seemingly assessing Su Mian, before it tilted its head back and emitted a howl, sharp appendages rapidly sprouting from its mouth. Though these soft tissue structures lacked the hardness of its tail, they moved with greater agility. After dodging several attacks, Su Mian seized the moment when the xenomorph attempted to evade her whip, hurling a fireball directly into its gaping maw. The searing glow of the flames caused the xenomorph's mouthparts to retract, producing a high-pitched, anguished scream as it thrashed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames, an effort that proved futile. Refusing to squander this opportunity, Su-Mion unleashed several more fireballs before ensnaring the xenomorph's slender neck with her whip, intensifying the flames. The fiery glow encircled the xenomorph's throat, simultaneously scorching its head, filling the air with its discordant cries. Despite its attempts to break free, dragging Su-Mion along in the process, it ultimately failed. Observing that no other companions were present, Su-Mion grew bolder, unleashing her abilities with abandon. Approximately 10 minutes later, the xenomorph's neck snapped. Seizing the moment, she pulled its head closer, igniting another fire for good measure. She watched as the thin skin melted away, revealing the bone beneath, and even glimpsed the curled parasitic entity within. Having successfully dispatched an adult xenomorph, Su-Mion felt little sense of accomplishment, primarily due to the time it had consumed. While she managed well in a one-on-one confrontation, the odds were still against her in a group assault. Quite frankly, she lacked an effective weapon. Preferring close combat over the distant strikes of her abilities and whip, she pondered this as her gaze fell upon the remaining portion of the xenomorph's head. Half an hour later, examining the thoroughly cleaned and gleaming skull in her hands, a bold idea took root in her mind. She found a clean, secluded room and shut the door, retrieving a machine from her spatial pocket. 2 hours later, after wasting several gears and sanding discs, the skull had transformed into 5 elongated daggers, with the fangs becoming serrated knives. Su-Mion secured the dagger handles to iron pipes with wire, crafting 5 varied length weapons. Finally, wielding the heavy-duty serrated knife, she demonstrated its effectiveness against the wall before equipping it with a handguard and heading to the xenomorph's corpse. With each downward swing, the serrated knife left deep, bone-exposing gashes on the xenomorph's thigh, continuing until she successfully severed the limb. Satisfied with her handiwork, this method proved far swifter than her abilities. While the range was somewhat limited, collecting enough teeth could potentially allow her to sever a xenomorph's neck in one blow. As for the skull, though its length was insufficient for refinement, it would suffice against newborn xenomorphs. Upon returning to the management department, Su-Mion noticed the grim expressions on everyone's faces. The registration staff was taken aback upon seeing her. Astonished that she had survived. A flurry of phone calls later, Lu Haobing arrived, accompanied by the 3 teammates she had previously dismissed. They expressed their joy and astonishment at Su-Mion's safe return. Apologizing for abandoning her and inquiring about her journey back, Su-Mion keenly sensed something amiss and, after pressing for details, learned that the occurrence of adult xenomorphs was not limited to their team. Strikingly, only they had returned alive. Realizing her performance stood out, she feigned rummaging through her belongings while discreetly retrieving the serrated knife and daggers from her spatial pocket. These are weapons I unwittingly obtained earlier. Today, I used them to fortuitously slay the xenomorph, which is why I returned alive. Seeing their curiosity piqued, she elaborated that she had acquired them from a xenomorph corpse that had turned to bone. Everyone says xenomorph bones are hard, so I wanted to see if using its bones to strike would be effective, and to my surprise, it truly was. As she spoke, Su-Mion suggested that Lu Haobing could apply for permission to dissect the xenomorph corpse in hopes of obtaining other useful materials. As soon as she finished, she noticed Lu Haobing's peculiar expression. When he mentioned he had just come up with the same idea, Su-Mion immediately fell silent. It was too coincidental. The 3 teammates, however, remained oblivious, curiously experimenting with Su-Mion's weapons while praising her ingenuity and questioning how many could be as fortunate as she in slaying a xenomorph. They noted the creature's massive frame and its various retractable, aggressive limbs, not to mention its corrosive blood, which could claim half a life before one even drew near. How would you know unless you try? I was lucky this time. Next time, it will be about skill. Do you really think you are inferior to me? Su-Mion intentionally provocatively stated, as it was necessary to explain her solo kill of the xenomorph. Her words reignited their fighting spirit. They agreed that without trying, one could never know. Lu Haobing stated, I have already applied for ownership of the corpse, but I've heard there aren't many available, and we might not get approval. The officials are rather domineering, prioritizing new species for their experiments. However, they possess superior machinery and equipment, so we must bear this loss. Su-Mion reassured him that with so many xenomorphs, they were bound to receive some, while also mentioning their plans to undertake missions again the following day. Lu Haobing had initially intended to pause missions, waiting for higher-ups to provide conclusions regarding the recent anomalies before assigning new tasks. But upon hearing Su Mion's willingness to retrieve corpses, he was tempted. Ultimately, he agreed to let her go on a mission, but insisted on personally leading the team to provide support. Knowing they would not interfere with her, Su Mion consented. She needed to quickly familiarize herself with the skills required to eliminate xenomorphs. Not for any other reason, but to ensure her own survival during large-scale xenomorph outbreaks. That evening, after resting, Su Mion contemplated her next move and sought out Wei Xingxing, handing him one of the daggers. Before she could finish, Wei Xingxing's expression shifted dramatically as he flung the dagger away. Su Mion was taken aback by his reaction, confusion etched on her face. Realizing he had overreacted, Wei Xingxing stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to." He mustered the courage to retrieve the dagger, trembling as if it might bite him. "It looks like a xenomorph." "I mistook it," surprised by his keen observation. Su Mion revealed, "This is made from a xenomorph's skull." Noticing Wei Xingxing's face grow even paler, she couldn't help but chuckle, adding, "You'll need to train hard and accompany me. How can you be afraid of a xenomorph's corpse?" "No, I just need to get used to it." When she mentioned it was for his self-defense, Wei Xingxing shot her a quizzical look before finally regarding the dagger in his hand with newfound composure. "Keep it safe, and spend these days learning self-defense. I will likely be too busy to check on you." Avoiding Wei Xingxing's pitiful puppy-like gaze, Su Mion reminded him not to venture out alone and not to feel obligated to bring her meals before returning. She needed to rest early to be in optimal condition for the fierce battle awaiting her the next day. By 8 o'clock the following morning, Su Mion informed the staff of her departure. Driving the management district's vehicle ahead to the location where other teams had encountered trouble the previous day, the management district's surveillance indeed captured thermal imagery of the marked xenomorphs. However, capturing the early-stage xenomorphs was manageable. The adult xenomorphs, with their astonishing speed, often vanished the moment they were detected by surveillance, rendering the monitoring efforts utterly ineffective. Furthermore, the limited scope of the surveillance meant many areas remained unobserved, making the previous markings essentially meaningless in the face of the adult xenomorphs. Yet, this also afforded Su Mion a degree of freedom, as she was not particularly fond of being under constant surveillance. Upon reaching the region where the first team had encountered trouble, she received a satellite call from Lu Haobing, who expressed concern that her early departure was overly audacious, assuring her that he would arrive as swiftly as possible. The vehicle was equipped with satellite positioning, allowing them to track Su Mion's route in real time, alleviating any fears of losing her. Ignoring his suggestion to remain in place, Su Mion parked the vehicle on a narrow path and ventured alone into the area of the incident. The ground bore witness to a substantial amount of blood. Yet no traces of bodies were visible. Following various drag marks, Su Mion arrived at a partially demolished passageway. The passage was shrouded in darkness, and a faint, acrid odor wafted through the air. If she were to hazard a guess, it was likely that a xenomorph was lurking within. With a specially designed dagger secured at her waist and a serrated knife in hand, she ignited a fireball in her palm to illuminate her path as she stepped into the passage. As she delved deeper, the debris scattered about increased, and bloodstains became more pronounced. Upon encountering the first corpse, Su Mion found it difficult to articulate the gruesome sight. It appeared as though it had been subjected to malicious torment. Its limbs were absent, its body a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, while the head remained, albeit unrecognizable, with only a remnant of skin hanging limply from the shoulders. Had she not witnessed countless corpses before, this sight might have left a lasting psychological scar. She maneuvered around it and noted the increasing signs of corrosion on the ground. After advancing over 50 meters, she halted before a small room at the end of the passage. The room was enveloped in darkness, measuring approximately 40 to 50 square meters. The iron door at the entrance was ajar, revealing an irregularly shaped hole near the lock. Aside from the distinctive stench of xenomorphs, a rich scent of blood permeated the air. She recalled having heard during a briefing that xenomorphs favored dark, damp locations and tended to congregate in nests. It was likely that this was one of their small outposts. Was she nervous? A tinge of anxiety lingered, yet it was overshadowed by excitement. Having grown accustomed to heightened tension during the apocalypse while facing the ever-looming threat of zombies, she recognized that, while xenomorphs may be faster, they lacked the nauseating density of the undead. She was not foolish enough to charge in recklessly. Instead, she calculated the area, retrieved a small bomb, ignited it, and deftly tossed it into the room before making a hasty retreat. 3 seconds later, a thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the ground around her. From her concealed position behind a pillar, Sumion witnessed the room erupt in smoke, accompanied by the frantic cries of the xenomorphs within. Several dark figures darted from the flames, their movements betraying a sense of panic. Sumion estimated there were at least 4 xenomorphs. With their nest destroyed, they bellowed for a time before scattering in different directions. Sumion casually chose one to pursue, and it was not long before the xenomorph detected her presence and turned toward her. Excluding its terrifying appearance, its behavior bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. And it was this uncanny similarity that lent an eerie quality to the encounter. Pretending to flee, Sumion reached a suitable intersection and, in a moment of stillness, felt the ground tremble beneath her as the pursuing xenomorph landed. It brandished its head with a menacing display, opening its serrated maw, with viscous saliva dripping to the ground, corroding the surface into a dark stain. Unbeknownst to it, Sumion gazed hungrily at its fangs. Upon closer inspection, she noted that this xenomorph differed from the one she had encountered the previous day. Its form resembled that of a spider, with a head shaped like a droplet, an absurd sight indeed. Faced with Sumion, its prey, it exhibited astonishing leaping ability, launching itself from several meters away in an attempt to overpower her, only for Sumion to evade successfully. "Come on, let me see your true strength," she taunted, raising her serrated knife. And to her surprise, the xenomorph did glance at her, revealing a reaction of apparent fury, followed by a more ferocious assault. The ground trembled as its massive body crashed down, sending debris flying, while its limbs flailed wildly, launching appendages from various parts of its body, creating a sense of imminent danger. Having discerned its attack patterns, Sumion resolved not to linger excessively. She leaped onto a stone pillar and aimed to strike at the xenomorph's head. Though the blow lacked significant force, it still inflicted damage. The creature, incredulous that a mere human could harm it, let out an enraged roar before retaliating swiftly. Sumion had already drawn her whip, using the beams of the room to propel herself into the air, delivering a second strike upon descent. Utilizing her agility, she repeated the decapitating maneuver, and while the xenomorph initially dismissed her efforts, it soon recognized the threat. As she delivered the final blow, this time enhanced by her fire-based abilities, the creature found itself with no escape. With a resounding crash, the xenomorph's body fell to the ground, and Sumion landed beside it, glancing at her watch to find she had completed the task 5 minutes faster than the day before. This time, she had navigated the encounter with ease, feeling no strain. Contemplating this, she turned her gaze in another direction, her eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. When Lu Hongbing and his team arrived, they hesitated for a long while before daring to exit their vehicle. The members accompanying him expressed that this operation seemed excessively perilous, yet they felt compelled to act when faced with a woman who had bravely ventured forth alone. They first located the vehicle Sumion had driven, finding it intact, and proceeded along the only path ahead. As they followed the trail of blood into the passage, the already anxious group recoiled in horror at the sight of corpses hanging above them. With some unable to suppress their nausea, with pale faces, they pressed onward, only to soon witness a chilling scene. They had arrived at the very xenomorph nest that Sumion had discovered. As the smoke cleared, it revealed an open room devoid of a ceiling, with the light casting a stark illumination over the grotesque tableau within. Countless mangled bodies lay strewn about, reminiscent of a massacre. The group, entirely unprepared, was rendered speechless by the horrific spectacle before them. Various muffled retching sounds filled the air, and all eyes were reddened with unshed tears, hearts heavy, fingers trembling. It was only when they heard the familiar cries of xenomorphs in the distance that they regained their senses. Exchanging tense glances that betrayed their collective fear. So many had perished. Could they truly contend with the xenomorphs? They even feared for the life of Zhou Xinyue, who had braved the journey alone. "Captain Liu, perhaps we should retreat?" one suggested, the urge to withdraw growing stronger. Lu Hongbing hesitated, overwhelmed by the impact of the corpses. He recognized several familiar faces among them, members known for their competence, if even they had fallen here. What chance did he, a mere novice, have? As uncertainty gripped him, the commotion in the distance intensified, accompanied not only by the cries of xenomorphs but also another sound. I think I heard Zhou Xinyue's voice. To their astonishment, she was still alive. Despite their fears, the group resolved to investigate. When they followed the sound to find Sumion, they beheld a remarkable sight. The young woman stood atop the corpse of a xenomorph, her serrated knife withdrawing from its skull, the once mighty creature appearing diminutive in her presence. Upon noticing the group, she greeted them calmly. "You arrived just in time. I just passed by a search team and managed to seize an opportunity. Let's take this corpse back for dissection. I'll check elsewhere." She exhibited no signs of panic in the face of the xenomorphs, appearing rather nonchalant. The others felt a wave of inadequacy wash over them. At a loss for words, Lu Hongbing pressed her. I hadn't heard of any other teams in the area. Were they official? I'm not sure. I didn't encounter them, but they seemed quite formidable, she replied, seemingly more convinced that they were military personnel. Even beginning to reassure her companions, don't be too frightened. The fact that the officials have arrived suggests the situation is under control, but Su Mion's words, however, seemed to backfire slightly. She quickly added, I overheard them mention that the number of xenomorphs nearby has increased. Aside from the perimeter, it's best if everyone avoids venturing inside. Lu Hongbing nodded at Zhang, clearly having absorbed the information to Su Mion, wary of their following her, mentioned the location of another alien she had slain, successfully diverting their attention. Since discovering the utility of weapons crafted from alien corpses, each individual eagerly yearned to possess one. Initially intending to call Su Mion to join him, Lu Hongbing, upon observing her unscathed return after such a prolonged absence, agreed to meet her at the parking area, advising her not to linger too long. Su Mion acknowledged with a nod and proceeded in a different direction. In total, she had dispatched 4 aliens, 2 of which she had stored in her space, while the other 2 were known to Lu Hongbing. She resolved to search further, confident in her abilities and sensing room for improvement. Half an hour later, Su Mion had scoured the vicinity for several hundred meters, yet she had encountered nothing, neither mature aliens nor even newborn offspring. She speculated that perhaps the 4 she had previously killed were the only ones present. Just as she was about to depart, a gunshot rang out nearby, followed by shouts, indicating a struggle, likely due to the discovery of an alien. As she hesitated on whether to investigate, the sounds drew closer. In plain view, a massive shadow darted towards her from the wall, akin to a gecko, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 50 meters away that a group of individuals clad in similar black combat attire followed closely behind, each wielding firearms, appearing to be well-trained soldiers. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed upon noticing the multitude of spent cartridges scattered about. They were likely merely trainees with questionable accuracy. What were they doing standing there? They needed to take cover. Upon spotting Su Mion, the group waved vigorously in her direction. As the alien barreled towards her, tension mounted among them, some even beginning to mourn for the girl, contrary to their expectations of seeing her overwhelmed. They witnessed her deftly sidestep the alien's assault while delivering a precise strike to its leg with an unknown object. Though initially thinking it a futile effort, they soon realized the alien staggered, its leg having been broken in half. With practiced ease, she prepared to evade the splattering blood, exuding an air of experience in dealing with aliens. One timid figure in the group inadvertently caught sight of this spectacle, and in an instant, his demeanor transformed. The previously hesitant individual began sprinting forward. His companions, astonished by this sudden display of courage, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind, Qin Xiao? The alien is right ahead. You're heading the wrong way." This wasn't merely a matter of concern for a comrade. Qin Xiao held a special status. Although a member of the combat team, he had influential backing, and with the same mission, they were tasked with an additional duty to protect him. Frustrating as it was, he had thus far managed to avoid trouble. Qin Xiao, oblivious to their protests, fixated his gaze solely on the figure battling the alien. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he finally turned back to shout, "Are you all foolish? Hurry and assist her. Don't let a girl face this alone." The admonishment caught the group off guard, their expressions darkening, yet they quickly remembered their duties and rushed to her aid. The overwhelming numbers and superior weaponry soon rendered the alien incapacitated. Su Mion observed the disheveled alien and the viscous fluid that now coated the ground, while the team appeared pleased with their successful operation. At a loss for words, she had initially hoped to salvage another corpse, but upon seeing them already selecting limbs, she relinquished that idea. She intended to retrace her steps, but had barely moved a few paces when a voice called out from behind. "Qin Xiao, where are you going?" Turning around, Su Mion noticed someone stealthily trailing her. He was reasonably attractive, albeit his movements were somewhat furtive, perhaps having been called out. He shot a glare at the source of the interruption before fixing his eager gaze on Su Mion. Following her like a devoted lapdog, the others in the group exchanged glances, unsure of how to react, while Su Mion herself felt perplexed, contemplating whether to brandish her knife to intimidate him into leaving. She was suddenly interrupted by his tentative and hushed voice. "Su Mion?" Her movement stilled, and upon seeing the assessing glint in his eyes, she hesitated only briefly before exclaiming, "Zhao Tian. Oh, it really is you." Qin Xiao, now revealed to be Zhao Tian, surged forward with unrestrained enthusiasm, nearly tackling her if she hadn't retreated in time. Disgusted, she kicked at him, saying, "Stand back." Despite being scolded, Zhao Tian appeared unfazed, regaining his composure while keeping his gaze glued to Su Mian. He murmured, "We had agreed that if we recognized each other during a mission, you couldn't just abandon me. Although I may not be skilled, I am trying my best." Su Mian felt a twinge of disdain for him. He was far too old to be crying like that. She gestured toward the approaching group, indicating, "Your idea of trying hard amounts to bringing a whole entourage of bodyguards," though they donned identical uniforms. Their evident protective stance toward Zhao Tian was unmistakable. The exasperation on his face only confirmed that there was likely some underlying issue at play. It's not that I wanted them to protect me. It's my mother, Qin Shao's mother, who worries about her son and secretly arranged this. He declared, swelling with pride. "I swear, since I arrived here, I have participated in every mission. Just yesterday, I even encountered an alien and contributed." Su Mian, unabashedly puncturing his inflated ego, retorted, "You wouldn't happen to have run into a newborn alien, would you? Contributing, as in merely stepping on one." Zhao Tian gazed at her with wide eyes, as though she had conjured a devil. Refusing to spare him any semblance of dignity, resorting to a childish stubbornness, he proclaimed, "Regardless, I am following you. Just tell me where you are headed, and I'll switch locations when we return." Qin Shao's father is eager for him to gain experience. Su Mian pondered for a moment. "Even if I am a member of the civilian faction, Zhao Tian instinctively thought Su Mian was so formidable that she would undoubtedly be part of the official team. Never considering this possibility, however, since it was Su Mian, a slight deviation from the norm was to be expected. After a brief internal debate, he nodded. "Although it might be a bit challenging, I can manage." "But can I follow you now?" "Absolutely not." Su Mian bluntly refused. "Your identity seems quite troublesome, and I prefer to avoid complications. Get your affairs in order before seeking me out. The team I'm with is managed by Lu Hongbing. Have them look into it." "Very well." Zhao Tian, though reluctant, could only watch as Su Mian departed. The others soon approached, noting Zhao Tian's gaze fixed on the retreating figure of the girl, none knowing how to address him. "Qin Shao, this area is still quite dangerous. Since the alien has been dealt with, we should leave." "I know," he replied, yet his feet remained rooted in place. He only stirred when Su Mian's silhouette disappeared from view, reluctantly following the group, much to the annoyance of those around him. Meanwhile, when Su Mian reunited with Lu Hongbing and the others, they had already prepared the alien corpses. Consequently, space in the vehicle was limited, prompting Su Mian to take the passenger seat while her teammates drove, each eager to leave the area swiftly. Upon reaching the management zone, a new complication arose. They were prohibited from bringing the alien corpses inside. With no other option, they applied for tools on the spot, opting to request the expertise of professionals to refine the weapons. Having sufficient weaponry herself, Su Mian was not interested in the corpses. Instead, heading to the lobby to complete her task and register before returning to her dormitory. She did not rush to freshen up. Rather, she cleared a space in her room, laid out a mat, and retrieved the alien skull from her space. Methodically, she extracted its teeth, polished them, and then integrated them into her serrated knife until no gaps remained. Testing the feel of the weapon, she noted that aside from the slight increase in weight, it was otherwise unchanged. The following day, Su Mian observed the weapons crafted by her teammates overnight. It must be said, the products of skilled artisans were indeed aesthetically pleasing. The identical daggers and serrated knives they produced boasted smooth lines, appearing as though they had always possessed that form. While her own weapon, though lacking in beauty, remained sturdy, she had no immediate plans to switch. As Su Mian prepared to depart, she noticed an evident increase in the number of companions joining her, all of whom were armed teammates. Despite the deliberate suppression, the eagerness evident on everyone's faces was unmistakable, akin to children yearning to play with their newly acquired toys. Su Mian initially contemplated the idea of acting independently but ultimately swallowed her words, opting instead to embark on the journey alongside the others. Their destination was yet another site of calamity. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by the sight of blood splattered all around, a grim reminder that echoed the horrors of the previous day. The somber scene weighed heavily on the hearts of the group, yet they pressed forward, following the dried trails of blood. Lu Hongbing, accompanied by a few others, awaited them near the vehicles, providing several small alarm devices that would alert them to the approach of any hostile entities. However, these devices could only indicate a rough direction and distance, necessitating caution on their part. The leader of the group was a tall male member, exuding a certain boldness, though he remained taciturn throughout the journey. He consistently ensured the well-being of the team. Su Mian, being one of the few women in the group, was naturally placed in the center for protection after nearly half an hour of searching. They still had yet to encounter any hostile entities, and the blood trails became increasingly sparse. The group murmured speculations about the possibility of the entities relocating when suddenly, the alarm devices emitted a series of beeping sounds. Quickly retrieving one, they observed a red dot on the screen, which flickered more intensely as they moved closer to a particular direction. No, it was not just one. In no time, the single dot multiplied into two. And then 5. A collective gulp echoed among them. Facing 5 seemed daunting. Everyone, remain calm. We have explosives at our disposal. Just follow the official protocol. You all hide, and I will throw the bombs. I suspect they are hiding in a room. Just like yesterday, announced the male leader, maintaining a composed demeanor as he swiftly mapped out their hiding routes. His instincts proved correct. The entities were indeed lurking in a dimly lit building. The entrance marked by pools of blood and the remnants of dissolved ground and walls serving as further evidence. 3 minutes later, the sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. Su Mian raised an eyebrow. This bomb was far more potent than the one she had used, and she noted to herself that she might collect some remnants. As smoke billowed and flames soared, several dark figures emerged from the wreckage and darted away. Do not scatter. We will confront them one by one. Stay vigilant and protect yourselves. Su Mian observed the leader's strategic mindset and chose to follow the group's lead. 10 minutes later, they encountered the first entity. Initially, the sight of the monstrous creature sent the group into a frenzy, rendering them unable to land a single blow. Only when Su Mian brandished her whip to restrain it did her teammates seize the opportunity to attack, overwhelming the creature with sheer force until it was left in tatters. Afterward, surveying the chaos around her, Su Mian smirked subtly and tucked away her whip, offering her teammates a reluctant nod of encouragement. This initial success seemed to invigorate the group's spirit. When the second entity appeared, they no longer required Su Mian's restraint, employing tactical maneuvers to bring down yet another foe. The good news was that the entity was dispatched relatively intact. But the bad news was that the encounter had taken 40 minutes, leaving 3 teammates with corrosive wounds from the entity's blood. However, no one felt disheartened. Instead, they grew more resolute. The subsequent encounters with the third and fifth entities followed suit. And after vanquishing all 5, Su Mian felt exhausted, having pushed herself too hard. To facilitate their transport, Lu Hongbing had arranged for 2 pickup trucks to accommodate the massive bodies of the entities, which, while cumbersome, could still be managed with some effort. Although the teammates were drained of energy, their spirits remained high, with Lu Hongbing himself expressing a keen interest, repeatedly inquiring about the ease of slaying the entities, hinting at a desire to test his own prowess the next day. Indeed, after several hours of combat, the group decided to retreat. Su Mian felt that suggesting they stay would be inappropriate. Glancing at the time and noting it was only a little past 2, they planned to return and assess the situation before potentially venturing out again later. Upon returning to the isolation zone, the corpses of the 5 entities undoubtedly drew a crowd, with fellow combatants eagerly questioning the details of the battle. Their enthusiasm palpable. Su Mian quietly withdrew from the commotion, signing in at the lobby, contemplating when she might venture out again, only to be confronted by an individual standing in her path. His gaze was inquisitive, yet his tone was decidedly assertive. Player, his direct inquiry took Su Mian by surprise, prompting her to look at him more closely. The man was none other than the leader she had observed earlier. During the previous skirmish, she had noted his impressive skills, and it suddenly dawned on her that he was indeed a player. No wonder she had sensed something amiss. He had concealed his abilities. Their exchanged glances confirmed their identities, and Xie Yurong regarded her with admiration, stating, "Yesterday, when I heard Lu mention you had taken down 2 entities, I began to suspect your identity. Upon examining the corpses, I only saw traces of your involvement, which only solidified my suspicions." Su Mian raised an eyebrow. Her deceit was easily unraveled, but few had the leisure to engage in such sleuthing. "You need not be wary of me. I merely wish to confirm our mutual status. I shan't disturb you further, but could you possibly include me in your next operation?" He offered amicably. My name is Xie Yurong, and I have enhanced my strength. As a member of the same team, I only wish to expedite our mission and assure you that I will not hinder your progress. Su Mian felt a stir of interest within her, nearly inquiring about his mission, but considering that players likely shared similar objectives, she refrained, recognizing that someone would reveal such information soon enough. She did not commit immediately but replied, "Perhaps when the opportunity arises." Xie Yurong, undeterred, nodded and took his leave, displaying a straightforward personality that Su Mian found quite likable. At 2:30, shortly after Su Mian changed her outfit and stepped outside, she ran into Lu Haobing, who was leading Zhao Tian in. Spotting Su Mian, he exclaimed, "Just in time. Xiao Qin mentioned that this is your friend who just applied to join our team, that I'm currently arranging his accommodation in the room next to yours. Why don't you show him up? I need to keep an eye on those weapons. Everyone is quite eager to get their hands on them, and I plan to select one as well." Lu Hongbing's personal involvement in escorting Zhao Tian was due to his availability at that moment. Without waiting for Su Mian to respond, he hastily finished his instructions and departed, clearly indicating the allure of the new weapons. Zhao Tian bounded over eagerly. "Su Mian, where will I sleep? It's broad daylight. Why would you sleep now? It's fortunate you're here. Let's go out and stretch our legs," Su Mian replied, assuming her idea of stretching their legs meant a stroll around the isolation zone. Zhao Tian quickly agreed. However, as they exited the main door and passed through the scanning checkpoint, even as Su Mian skillfully drove a vehicle, Zhao Tian finally realized she intended to take him outside. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he cautiously asked, "We're going to look for supplies, right?" Su Mian, driving, glanced back at him. Though she said nothing, her expression spoke volumes. Upon witnessing Zhao Tian's face fall, she raised an eyebrow. This day was bound to come sooner or later. "Have you been hiding all this time, thinking your mission would complete itself? Or do you intend to remain in this world?" Her words provoked a strong reaction from Zhao Tian. "I merely wanted to catch up with you and take a day off. Who said I wouldn't do my mission? Besides, there are so many entities to slay. Missing a day or two won't matter." "Right. There is no time limit." Su Mian felt a shift within her. This meant that the players' missions were also without time constraints, differing only in that their objective was to eliminate entities. Was it truly that simple? She seized the opportunity to ask, "How many do you still need to kill?" 100. Su Mian recalled that the zones of official operations differed from theirs. Perhaps the adult entities had already been encountered many times over. "How many have you killed?" After a prolonged silence, she turned to see Zhao Tian gazing nervously out the window, and she felt a jolt of realization regarding the improbable answer. After a long pause, she couldn't help but remark, "The later entities will be even harder to kill that you've been here for a few days and haven't considered this." Zhao Tian scratched his nose, admitting, "I have thought about it. I plan to leverage the Qin family's influence to mingle with them, waiting for others to do the hard work while I swoop in for the finishing blow. That way, I accomplish my mission. And they reap the rewards from the Qin family. It's a win-win situation." He hesitated, realizing the absurdity of his plan, and felt compelled to clarify, "I do intend to take action myself. I just haven't gotten used to it yet." Su Mian's eyes twitched again. Surrounded by a crowd, he would surely struggle to acclimate even after the mission concluded. She replied nonchalantly, "Then you can thank me later." "What?" Zhao Tian had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Su Mian's voice resonated once more, immersing him in a vivid reality. An hour later, the desolate streets bore witness to Zhao Tian's hasty flight for survival. As he ran, he frantically searched, spotting only the weapon he had inadvertently dropped nearby, with no trace of Su Mian to be found. However, the alien behind him offered no respite. A sudden leap blocked his escape route. Su Mian, "Help! I can't fend it off." Regrettably, no one heeded his plea. Faced with the towering monstrosity before him, Zhao Tian, overwhelmed with despair, grabbed his weapon and launched a haphazard assault. The dagger affixed to the iron rod sliced through the alien's outer layer, but he was met with a spray of scalding green liquid that made him yelp in pain, ultimately being flung away by the creature's tail. From her vantage point on the second floor, Su Mian shook her head in disapproval. Before the alien could pounce again, she leaped down, ensnaring its tail with her whip and forcefully yanking it back. Minutes later, the alien lay lifeless, while Zhao Tian remained on the ground, nursing a wound on his hand. Unable to bear the sight, Su Mian approached, hoisting him up and tossing him beside the corpse. "If you can't handle a living one, then perhaps you should practice on a dead one. If you fail to slay an alien today, you'll spend the night here alone." The exterior of Zhao Tian's current form appeared quite gallant, yet his actions betrayed a rather effeminate demeanor. For the first time, Su Mian considered the term wasting talent to be fitting in this context. Ignoring Zhao Tian's pleas for mercy, Su Mian ventured elsewhere. Having just spotted another alien. 15 minutes later, she dispatched the second creature and meticulously stored its remains before returning to find Zhao Tian. Upon her arrival, she found him tormenting the previous alien's corpse, stabbing it with a knife while shouting maniacally, "Who fears you? Just a mere alien. I am a player who has conquered numerous scenarios." If you have the ability, leap and bite me. Watch as I pierce you to death. Su Mian, appearing silently, tapped Zhao Dian on the shoulder. The once dominant figure let out a startled yelp, leaping back in fear. As the terror faded, he sighed in relief upon recognizing her, then pouted. Su Mian, could you please stop scaring me? Are you not the player who has conquered many scenarios, yet you are frightened by a mere human? Zhao Yan's face flushed crimson as he realized she had overheard his earlier bravado. Did I was merely motivating myself. Su Mian nodded. Her frustration dissipated. Now, shall we get serious? As Zhao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, Su Mian revealed the alarm device she had borrowed from the front desk and began making her way toward the shadowy residential building. Zhao Dian felt the encroaching darkness around him, as if an alien could emerge at any moment. Yet, he dared not flee, trailing behind Su Mian with trepidation. After 30 minutes, the alarm remained silent. An hour later, they had still found nothing. Gradually, Zhao Dian relaxed, even subtly suggesting, Su Mian, you must be tired as well. The sky is growing dim. Perhaps we should head back. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of beeping sounds pierced the air. Zhao Dian gulped, watching as Su Mian turned to him with a gentle smile. This time, it can truly leap and bite you. Show me the valor to pierce it to death. Could we refrain from discussing this matter any further? Zhao Dian protested. Su Mian had not strayed far, remaining close by as Zhao Dian gathered his courage to approach the alien's location. Within 5 minutes, the creature, drawn by the scent of food, revealed itself, catching Zhao Dian off guard. Fortunately, he was now aware of the need to resist as a player. His physical capabilities were significantly enhanced compared to an ordinary person. Although each encounter was fraught with danger, he managed to inflict several wounds on the alien. The corrosive acid had ravaged his clothing, leaving the once handsome youth looking like a refugee. After half an hour of struggle, Zhao Dian was panting heavily, and the alien, losing patience, began to strike harder. Su Mian, not expecting Zhao Dian to slay the alien single-handedly, intervened to restrain it by the neck, allowing Zhao Dian to attack. He did not disappoint, exerting all his strength to sever the alien's head, but in his weakened state. He failed to avoid the acid spray, which seared much of his shoulder. When they returned to the vehicle, he lacked the strength to even cry out in pain, allowing Su Mian to wash his wounds and apply ointment. Realizing that Su Mian had no intention of returning, and that he wouldn't die from his injuries, he surrendered to the experience. Su Mian did not continue her hunt for aliens, but instead made her way to the central street, where she saw a plethora of shops and decided to stock up on supplies. She parked the vehicle by the roadside, allowing Zhao Dian to rest while she visited the nearest pharmacy. After gathering the medications, she proceeded to a nearby herbal tea shop, followed by a clothing store, a shoe store, and finally, a gold shop. The abundance of shops and the lack of interruptions filled Su Mian with a sense of satisfaction as she accumulated supplies. Almost losing track of time, only when the sun began to set did she reluctantly depart. Upon returning to the vehicle, she found Zhao Dian fast asleep, likely exhausted. The car reached the quarantine zone without rousing him, and it was only Su Mian's gentle urging that finally awakened him. After the staff provided Zhao Dian with fresh bandages, Su Mian returned to her room to wash up and went to bed early. The following morning, before Zhao Dian even opened his eyes, he was abruptly lifted from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Su Mian, who was already prepared for their next venture against the aliens. Let us set off to slay some more aliens. Zhao Yan's handsome features contorted in distress. Having suffered such grievous injuries, he longed for a day of rest. And can we please avoid mentioning the phrase pierced to death? What Zhao Dian could not have anticipated was that this would not be the last of their encounters. As the subsequent days continued to unfold in a similar manner, the quarantine zone's personnel began to notice the frequent comings and goings of the duo. Lu Hongbing, upon learning that Su Mian aimed to train her timid brother, merely advised her to exercise caution, offering no further interference. With the recent uptick in alien encounters, he was preoccupied leading his own teams and could not attend to everyone's needs. Moreover, he regarded Su Mian as a level-headed individual, aware of how to evade danger. Zhao Dian, now somewhat desensitized by the training, instinctively approached any alien he encountered. Over the course of several days, his condition deteriorated noticeably, and he lost weight, yet he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his speed and strength. Despite living in a constant state of fear, he believed he could endure as long as he remained by Su Mian's side. On the 10th day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the quarantine zone. Su Mian, who typically rose early, was stirred by the sounds of crying from next door, louder than her own wakefulness. Alongside the cries were shouts. and she could faintly discern the sounds of many people moving about. After changing her clothes, she stepped outside to find Zhao Tian's room resembling a tourist resort, with 7 or 8 men and women gathered at the door, and the cries emanating from within. Moments later, Zhao Tian emerged from his room, looking disheveled, and upon seeing Su Mian, displayed a look of relief as if he had just been saved. I'm ready. Let us leave at once. You're not going anywhere. Before Su Mian could respond, a woman in her 40s stepped out from the room, impeccably dressed in a cheapao that seemed ill-suited for their harsh environment. Her face was contorted with anger as she addressed Zhao Tian. Did you not hear a word I just said? This place is filled with all sorts. What skills do you think you will learn here? I will speak to your father, from now on. You must remain at home. Others can handle the aliens. You need not play the hero. With that, she turned her gaze to Su Mian, scrutinizing her before deeming her acceptable, albeit with a condescending attitude. My son holds a unique status. Even if you were to look at him, it ought to be among the offspring of official families. I do not care what schemes you have. Do not meddle with my son any further. Zhao Yan's temper flared. What nonsense are you spouting? I am the one who wishes to stay here. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Stop pretending. I know the truth. Infatuation is but a facade. And there are far prettier girls than you. Just listen to your mother. At worst, I will not restrict your freedom after we return. Do you truly wish to end up like the son of Uncle Fan next door? A refined individual, yet he lost his hand to an attack, and now lies in a coma. Even Uncle Fan does not know who to blame. I have heard it was also an incident here in the quarantine zone. You are utterly reckless. Su Mian never anticipated the world to be so small. The individual who lost his hand, surnamed Fan, hails from the same place. It goes without saying that they were referring to Fan Wenxuan. To be honest, she had nearly forgotten about this person. Qin's mother continued to voice her discontent regarding the locale, and the men and women who had arrived with her joined in the chorus of persuasion. It was then that Su Mian realized these individuals were official taskers, concurrently employed by the Qin family with the primary objective of safeguarding their son. One must admit, Zhao Tian's status in this world is indeed quite advantageous. Had he not encountered her, the strategy he had devised for completing his mission could have proven effective. I implore you all, cease your incessant chatter. My head is on the verge of exploding. Zhao Tian could no longer tolerate the throng surrounding him. With a hint of exasperation, he declared, I possess hands and feet. I can handle the aliens myself. Even if your intention is to protect me, I should be granted the ability to defend myself, should the day come when you are unable to do so. Otherwise, would I simply be left to await my demise? He then patiently turned to Qin's mother. Mother, if even father understands this principle, why do you not? I am doing quite well at present. Should you persist in interfering with my life, I shall find a place to hide where you will never locate me. Furthermore, concerning the man surnamed Fan, he remarked, what a cultured individual he is. He is nothing but a scoundrel. I witnessed him dining with various women, and he brought this misfortune upon himself, instead of fretting over his predicament. Perhaps you should advise Uncle Fan to properly educate his son. I suspect his son's misdeeds have led to this retribution. After hastily voicing his thoughts, Zhao Tian, disregarding Qin's mother's astonished gaze, seized Su Mian's hand and dashed outside, all the while exclaiming, do not disturb me any further. Once I am capable of handling the aliens, I shall return on my own accord, and do not trouble others, lest I come to loathe you. While his words lacked any real threat, Su Mian could still perceive the impact they had on Qin's mother. It was evident that this mother genuinely loved her son, yet regrettably, her son was destined never to return. Once they entered the vehicle, Zhao Tian finally exhaled in relief, having successfully evaded them. You must have seen it too. Qin Shao's mother is suffocating in her affection. The crux of the matter is that I am not particularly close to her, and staying there would undoubtedly reveal my true identity. Su Mian mused that such affection was far from suffocating. Many would envy it. She inquired, how did you explain your presence here to your family? She sensed that Qin's mother held some misunderstandings regarding her identity. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tian replied, I simply stated that I had come to find someone very important and assured her not to worry. I would take good care of myself and would return home whenever possible if you made such a promise. Why have you now reneged on it? This, Zhao Tian, feeling guilty, instinctively touched his nose. He cautiously glanced at Su Mian before adding, I feared she would not agree, so I did not say it to her face. I only left her a letter. Su Mian then inquired about the Fan family, to which Zhao Tian promptly divulged all pertinent information. The so-called backing was merely a relative of the Fan family working in the weapons department. Given the significance of weapons, such development positions were highly sought after. making it unsurprising that Fan Wenxuan managed to secure the most comfortable administrative role in the management area. By the way, if the individual who severed Fan Wenxuan's hand is indeed within our quarantine zone, we should exercise caution. Although the person surnamed Fan may appear refined, their ability to sever limbs suggests they are not a good person. They might even be a violent player. I wonder if the Fan family will seek revenge once he awakens. They are not easy to deal with. That I have only just found you, and I sincerely wish to avoid their interference. He then proposed, what if we locate the culprit and expose them to the Fan family? This way, they can accurately target the individual without impacting us, and my mother will be at ease. Su Mian remarked, I doubt your mother will ever be at ease. Zhao Tian appeared puzzled. Why not? Perhaps it's because I am the very violent player you speak of, the one who severed Fan Wenxuan's hand. She spoke so casually that Zhao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing that Su Mian was not jesting, he swallowed hard and attempted to recover. Well, I was just joking. Please don't be upset. What is there to be upset about? Su Mian replied with a faint smile. Although I find the idea of revealing my identity to the Fan family rather appealing. Zhao Tian felt on the verge of tears. I truly did not mean it. Su Mian, can you please refrain from speaking in riddles? Do you think I would intentionally harm you? To be honest, he could not fathom how this situation could possibly relate to her. It was mere coincidence, was it not? This is not a riddle. Su Mian succinctly recounted the events surrounding Zhou Xinyue and concluded by detailing the incident involving the severed hand of Fan Wenxuan. Zhao Tian, who had been listening, found himself momentarily speechless, finally uttering, I realize that you have faced misfortune in every scenario. It seems that men are the cause of your demise. Su Mian did not deny this, accurately stating that the reasons for her deaths in the three worlds were all linked to men, albeit with different identities, originally perceiving the act of severing a hand as rather ruthless. Zhao Tian now believed Su Mian's actions to be too lenient. He comprehended why she would suggest he expose the truth, yet he remained uneasy about the possibility of the Fan family seeking vengeance on her after dealing with the Zhou family. There is no what if. They will undoubtedly come for me. You think I would hesitate to sever a few more heads after having already severed a hand, in the previous scenario, without encountering Zhao Tian? The opposing party remained oblivious to the player's perception of her. Consequently, after a moment of confusion, he eventually nodded, feeling that Su Mian might genuinely be capable of such actions, for reasons unknown. Despite the terrifying nature of the situation, Zhao Tian found himself devoid of any fear towards Su Mian. Upon returning tonight, I will have someone deliver a message. For the next few days, we shall continue our missions. It would be best if they were wise enough to strike outside the quarantine zone to avoid complicating matters for you. Su Mian regarded him with appreciation, recognizing that he was considering her concerns regarding the aftermath. They made an excellent team. Thus, after the two of them ventured out and eliminated 3 aliens, Su Mian escorted Zhao Tian to the official scanning point outside. Having spent a few days there previously, he was familiar with the surroundings and returned within 10 minutes, his expression brimming with excitement as he declared that he had executed the plan flawlessly. Although he had revealed Su Mian's identity, he cleverly redirected the blame onto the Zhou family. Even if the Fan family sought retribution, they would undoubtedly target those closest to them first. The Zhou family was truly despicable, willing to sacrifice a daughter for the sake of an alliance with Fan Wenxuan. As a result, once they learned of Fan Wenxuan's coma following the severing of his hand, they had taken to hiding. And as of now, no one knew of the connection between Zhou Xinya and Fan Wenxuan. Su Mian nodded, complimenting him. You handled this matter exceedingly well. I owe you a proper reward. Zhao Tian's lips curled into a grin, barely able to contain his joy. Really, what is the reward? You shall find out tomorrow. I assure you, it will bring you great joy. Su Mian spoke mysteriously, and Zhao Tian felt a surge of excitement. That night, he barely slept, pondering whether the reward would entail a few days of rest, a delightful meal prepared by Su Mian, or perhaps a leisurely stroll around the quarantine zone to strengthen their camaraderie. The following morning, brimming with energy, he awoke to find a small pickup truck parked beneath the dormitory. Su Mian leaned against the driver's window, waving at him with a radiant smile. Let's go. I'm taking you camping. Zhao Tian's face lit up with joy. Was this truly an opportunity to bond? He eagerly climbed into the vehicle, incessantly inquiring about their destination. Su Mian remained silent, tossing him a bag filled with various weapons. The weight of the bag surprised Zhao Tian. He assumed it contained another delightful surprise, but upon opening it, he found an assortment of weaponry, leaving him utterly bewildered. What do we need these for? Su Mian simply smiled mysteriously, Half an hour later, the vehicle veered away from familiar streets and onto a main road marked with a prominent red X dot. During this time, a newly emerged alien flew past, only to be struck by Su Mion's acceleration, sending it crashing against the side of the vehicle and leaving a trail of green residue. Observing Su Mion's expressionless demeanor, yet somehow in good spirits, Zhao Tian swallowed hard and instinctively tightened his seatbelt. Another half hour later, they arrived at a vast expanse of grassy land. When Su Mion called for him to disembark, Zhao Tian remained in a daze. Stepping onto the lush green lawn, he gazed at the tranquil lake nearby and the expansive forest behind him. It was indeed a splendid location. However, this sentiment was overshadowed by the fact that he had not noticed the adult alien pursuing them along the roadside. Numbly, he assisted in setting up the tent and arranging tables and recliners, ultimately being handed a bowl of fruit by Su Mion and instructed to sit on the recliner, his mind still in turmoil. This feigned calmness shattered when he learned they would be staying there for 3 days. Could I possibly forego the reward? Su Mion shook her head, expressionless. Too late. She, too, cradled a bowl of fruit while reclining on a chair. Relaxing as she inquired, "Do you not find this quite comfortable?" "Comfortable? Camping in an alien nest hardly qualifies as comfort." Zhao Tian felt as though he were under the scrutinizing gaze of the aliens. His expression morose as he lamented, "I certainly cannot sleep here." "Then let us slay more aliens and complete our mission sooner so we can return home," Su Mion suggested, savoring the crisp sweetness of a peach while admiring the splendid scenery around her. Feeling particularly content at a thought then struck her. "Ah, I have also found you a companion. He should be arriving shortly. Are there really other fools willing to come to a place like this?" Zhao Tian found himself torn between the joy of having a companion and the despair of possibly meeting his demise here. Initially, he had intended to resist, but upon realizing that Su Mion would not be leaving, he decided to follow her lead and relax, ultimately drifting off to sleep. He awoke to the sound of conversation. Opening his eyes to see Su Mion standing a short distance away with a man, both engaged in discussion, the man's brow furrowed in apparent displeasure. Just then, Zhao Tian's gaze met the man's, and he quickly discerned that the displeasure was directed at him. Shortly thereafter, Su Mion brought the man over, introducing him. "This is Xie Yurong, another player. We will be camping together for the next 3 days." Xie Yurong, 10 minutes later, found himself seated in a lounge chair, a packet of snacks in hand, gazing at the scenery, and began to question the validity of his choices. After having approached Su Mion for a collaboration for the second time yesterday, he had been surprised by her agreement and the provision of a landmark to meet at 8 o'clock. He regretted not asking more questions at the time. Now that he was here, returning would only waste time. However, he had made a discovery. What he initially thought was merely an impressive Su Mion possessed a spatial compartment, and it appeared to be quite substantial. Space signifies points, and points signify capability. This revelation eased Xie Yurong's initial anxiety about the potential dangers of staying here overnight. As they lounged through the afternoon, without any alien interruptions, Xie Yurong took the initiative to share his provisions, some biscuits and instant noodles. Unsurprisingly, they were met with disdain. He then observed a table laden with fruits, boxed meals, and beverages. Zhao Tian, witnessing his astonished expression, playfully nudged him. "Su Mion is remarkable. You will only be more amazed in the future. But I didn't anticipate you having a spatial compartment as well. Your abilities must be quite formidable. So do keep an eye out for me tonight should any danger arise." Xie Yurong shot him a glance but remained silent. He quietly opened his boxed meal, only to be taken aback once more by its exquisite presentation and arrangement. Although Zhao Tian had met with an unexpected setback, he found joy in witnessing Xie Yurong's naive astonishment. He recalled his own first encounter with such boxed meals. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary fast food container could hold gourmet dishes? Not to mention, the flavor was exquisite. Around 1 o'clock, the sounds of aliens stirred nearby. Su Mion was preoccupied surveying the terrain, engrossed in some design, so she instructed Xie Yurong to take Zhao Tian to investigate, handing Zhao Tian a whistle to use should he find himself in dire straits. Yet, within 5 minutes, the whistle echoed through the air. When Su Mion followed the sound, she was momentarily stunned by the sight of the two in distress. Zhao Tian lay on the ground, the whistle clenched in his mouth, resembling a worm as he evaded the approaching alien. Meanwhile, Xie Yurong stood, encircled by 2 aliens, devoid of weapons, engaging in a futile struggle against them with nothing but his bare hands, rapidly exhausting his strength without making any progress. With a swift motion, Su Mion lashed out, drawing one of the aliens that was about to pounce on Zhao Tian towards Xie Yurong. casually handing him a serrated knife. Xie Yurong, quick to respond, seized it and retaliated against the alien Su Mian had subdued, dispatching it in 3 swift strikes. The subsequent 2 aliens fell even more easily. Su Mian's involvement turned the tide, her long whip rendering the creatures unable to escape, and her strength allowed her to literally pull them closer. Xie Yurong watched in awe, grateful to know it was not a moment for inaction, that he and Su Mian coordinated seamlessly, and within 3 minutes, the remaining 2 aliens were dispatched as well. With 3 aliens slain, Su Mian stored them in her compartment before finally inquiring about the commotion at the mention of it. Xie Yurong's face darkened. He had been fighting quite well until Zhao Tian was kicked towards him, inadvertently causing him to drop his weapon, which, by sheer misfortune, landed in the mouth of an alien. The guilty party, Zhao Tian. With a look of regret, I rushed out and forgot to bring my weapon. It was not a deliberate toss. He had aimed for the alien's eye, but it had ended up in its mouth instead. Su Mian glanced at Xie Yurong. If it's gone, so be it. You can use this knife for now. I have another. Xie Yurong glanced at the serrated knife in his hand. He had been using a dagger, and it was clear that Su Mian's knife was superior. Having just wielded it, he felt he could sever an alien's neck with just 2 strikes. With more practice, perhaps he could do it with 1. Considering their earlier collaboration, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Mian. She truly was formidable, even more so than he had imagined. As afternoon turned to evening, the surroundings fell silent once more. Yet, Zhao Tian remained vigilant, ensuring he was always armed, unwilling to be complacent, especially after realizing Xie Yurong was superior to him, and that Su Mian held him in high regard. This seriousness intensified within him. After all, he was someone Su Mian had trained. He could not afford to bring her shame. During the afternoon, Su Mian had set up a circle of wooden stakes, each adorned with cloth strips soaked in oil. The 2 were perplexed by her actions until dusk approached, at which point she waved her hand, causing the stakes to ignite, illuminating the area with brilliant flames. Zhao Tian gazed enviously, while Xie Yurong was once again left in awe. Having experienced numerous instances and encountered many skilled players, he had felt from the moment he learned of Su Mian's player identity that she was no ordinary individual. However, he had not anticipated that in addition to her formidable abilities, she had also acquired the ability to conjure fire. Such short-term abilities were rare, given their high point cost, often yielding limited utility. Those with sufficient points tended to opt for permanent abilities, while those lacking points were usually reluctant to spend them, often choosing ice-based powers for their destructive potential. Thus, he arrived at a staggering conclusion. Su Mian must have exchanged for a permanent fire ability. Xie Yurong, who considered himself experienced in various instances, found himself once again underestimating someone. Perhaps it was due to Su Mian's youth that Su Mian had not ignited the circle merely for show. She was genuinely concerned that aliens might swarm, and she could not simultaneously guard the 2 while also allowing herself a moment's respite. After all, she had not ventured out merely to torment herself. Once these preparations were complete, she called Xie Yurong aside to discuss the plans for the night. She had briefly mentioned them during the day. And though Xie Yurong had been dissatisfied with the notion of allowing Zhao Tian to take the first alien head, after a day filled with various events, he felt he should not harbor any reservations. With Su Mian's prowess, she could certainly manage on her own, and this was also an opportunity for him. 2 days might not suffice, but waiting an additional 2 days would see the aliens emerge in greater numbers. They could not remain here. The information had been relayed by a player with early warning capabilities, which Xie Yurong had informed Su Mian about yesterday, thus leading to the 3-day plan that Su Mian stated. Let us first complete Zhao Tian's task. After all, whether he lives or dies upon completion is inconsequential. I intend for him to leave in a state of demise. Xie Yurong initially envied Zhao Tian for his fortune in receiving such attention from Su Mian. However, that envy swiftly dissipated, as this kind of attention was rather intimidating. He nodded in agreement. From the moment the 2 departed, Zhao Tian had been covertly observing, grumbling under his breath several times as he saw them engaged in lively conversation. Upon their return, he feigned indifference, shifting his lounge chair closer to Su Mian as he remarked about how he had practiced the moves she had taught him in the previous world, discovering a significant improvement in his physical abilities. As long as it's effective, you should continue training whenever you have the chance. Enhancing your physical capabilities will increase your success rate in any future instances. Zhao Tian, inadvertently adding to his own burdens, regretted his words. He awkwardly pivoted the conversation, casting a resentful glance at Xie Yurong, only to find him looking at him with sympathy. That gaze suggested a sense of impending doom. Leaving Zhao Tian utterly perplexed, at 8:40 in the evening, the sky had darkened completely, and the surrounding sounds had noticeably intensified. The area chosen by Su Mian was not in proximity to the city center, limiting the number of aliens that could be drawn in. A flicker of flame illuminated a shadow outside. This time, without needing to be prompted by Su Mian, both individuals instinctively dashed out. However, Su Mian remained seated, reclining in her chair as she retrieved a cookbook to peruse. After a few glances, she found herself unable to continue, having previously followed its recipes. The results had been rather mediocre, perhaps due to her lack of innate talent in this culinary domain. After enduring a bit longer, she exchanged the cookbook for a novel, one that revolved around the trope of a domineering CEO. She mused to herself that if the CEO were to become a player, he would likely lose his commanding demeanor. Although the narrative was somewhat cliché, Su Mian found herself engrossed, losing track of time for over an hour. Zhao Tian and Xie Yulong returned after nearly 2 hours. Their attire was slightly disheveled, yet there were no visible signs of injury. Once seated, they began hydrating and subsequently engaged in a discussion regarding the misalignment of signals and gestures while battling the aliens. Xie Yulong, visibly exasperated, was reluctant to join the conversation, while Zhao Tian, brimming with energy, expressed confidence in his ability to perform better next time and couldn't resist boasting to Su Mian about their recent conquest of 3 aliens. Having trained alongside Su Mian recently, and with today's 3 additional kills, Zhao Tian excitedly noted that his task progress was nearing 20 aliens slain. At this rate, he would complete his mission swiftly. Su Mian responded with a smile, stating, "That sounds quite commendable. Xie Yulong and I are not in a rush. You may take the lead on finishing off the remaining aliens. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Zhao Tian pondered. Although he was eager to complete his task and enjoyed Su Mian's company, he was not one to exploit others. If you feel that way, after you complete your task, just stay back and accompany us for the next mission, Su Mian suggested. Xie Yulong concurred, saying, "Su Mian is right. Only after you finish your task can we ensure your safety, alleviating our concerns." Zhao Tian, unfamiliar with this approach, was oblivious to the quick exchanges of glances between the two. He nodded, assuring them he would wait until their task was completed before departing from their world. Throughout the night, a few aliens would occasionally approach, deterred by the fire circle, resulting in only noise without confrontation. Su Mian would sometimes check, typically in collaboration with Xie Yulong, but on one occasion, Zhao Tian attempted to act alone, only to sound the alarm for help within a minute, despite having trained with Su Mian for some time. His abilities had improved, yet his nerves remained fragile, often leaving him paralyzed with fear. However, there were moments when he performed remarkably well, as if fueled by adrenaline. Su Mian, initially reluctant to be accompanied by someone she deemed inexperienced, felt a sense of relief seeing Zhao Tian's gradual growth. At 5 in the morning, Su Mian encouraged the 2 weary individuals to catch up on sleep while she took watch. She remained vigilant until around 9 o'clock. When the surroundings fell silent, the exertions of the previous night had rendered both men deeply asleep. As Su Mian called them to rise for breakfast, Xie Yulong appeared relatively refreshed, while Zhao Tian yawned incessantly. Upon learning they would venture out to actively seek aliens that day, he responded with a fatigued acknowledgement. Su Mian opted for a spacious commercial area with a plaza, where engaging in combat would be convenient. In the morning, she instructed the 2 to proceed with their whistles while she selected supplies from a shop, frequently checking their distance to ensure they remained close. It was only in the afternoon that she joined the fray. And with her assistance, Zhao Tian's task progressed at an astonishing rate. The most fortunate among them, Zhao Tian found himself exhausted from merely decapitating aliens throughout the day. However, witnessing the vibrant energy of his companions, he refrained from voicing his fatigue. It wasn't until dusk that they returned to their campsite, embarking on a new cycle of camping life. This routine continued for 3 days without any rest, culminating in the timely completion of Zhao Tian's task before nightfall. Hearing that familiar notification, he was overcome with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. Noting the time, Su Mian urged the group to board the vehicle, announcing that they would not camp that night, but rather return home first. She declined Xie Yulong's offer to drive, suggesting the 2 take the opportunity to rest. While the intensity might overwhelm them, Su Mian herself felt little strain. The journey proceeded without interruption as they neared the quarantine zone. Su Mian exhaled in relief. However, upon stepping into the scanning area, she sensed something amiss. Typically, when someone approached the scanning point, staff would emerge to conduct checks. Yet today, as the trio passed through the entrance. Not a single figure was in sight. Not only Su Mian, but even the oblivious Zhao Tian sensed the anomaly, discreetly drawing his weapon. Xie Yulong was the first to notice something awry upon entering the duty room. He opened the door only to have a bloodied corpse tumble out, its clothing barely indicating it belonged to a quarantined staff member. After inspecting the body, he turned to Su Mian, stating, "His abdomen has been hollowed out. The aliens have breached." The absence of personnel at the entrance suggested dire circumstances within the safety zone. As they proceeded, the gruesome scenes intensified. Blood splattered across the ground, and dismembered bodies lay scattered, while the once sturdy barricades were either crushed or corroded, exhibiting damage that could not have been inflicted by mere newborn aliens. Clearly, something catastrophic had transpired in the management area. Just ahead of the quarantine zone lay the management area where Su Mian and her companions had been stationed. Given the proximity, it was implausible that nothing had occurred. Su Mian remained silent, gesturing for the others to protect themselves as she brandished her whip, leading the charge. After walking for over 10 minutes without encountering any aliens, the number of corpses diminished, yet the ground bore more blood trails, a sight that was all too familiar to Su Mian. She recognized these as the remnants left by aliens after feasting, indicating that the unseen bodies had likely been concealed. Upon arriving outside the management area, the group was struck by disbelief. The once towering buildings had crumbled into ruins, the task hall and dormitories buried beneath layers of dirt, dust, and rubble, rendering them unrecognizable. This must have involved large-scale explosives, Xie Yulong remarked. Deducing that many aliens had invaded, Su Mian nodded in agreement, noting, "They may have evacuated. Let us check the nearest management area." Xie Yulong shared this sentiment. Su Mian retrieved the vehicle she had stored in her space. With Xie Yulong guiding their route, as they suspected, they encountered more corpses along the way, including those of aliens. The closer they approached the next management area, the heavier the signs of conflict became. Just as they neared, the trio simultaneously heard gunfire and alien screeches. Su Mian swiftly concealed the vehicle from a distance. They observed over 10 aliens barred from entering the management area, bullets raining down upon them, causing them to leap about. Yet the impact was insufficient to neutralize them. Some individuals wielded weapons to deliver finishing blows, struggling to prevent the aliens from breaching the rear. Seeing this, the trio rushed to assist. Su Mian lashed her whip, ensnaring an alien's neck, while Xie Yulong swiftly severed its head. Zhao Tian was not to be outdone, rescuing someone nearly overwhelmed by an alien, and alongside others, managed to slay another alien. With their involvement, the aliens dwindled rapidly, and upon witnessing this, those behind the barriers joined in to help. Within 10 minutes, every alien had been exterminated. The onlookers then turned their attention to Su Mian and Xie Yulong, their recent collaboration having been particularly striking, garnering admiration from the crowd. Just then, a figure emerged from the back of the crowd. Lu Hongbing, appearing quite disheveled, called out to Su Mian and the others. "Xiao Zhou, you're back. Have you seen Wei Xingxing? He insisted on looking for you, and I couldn't hold him back. He just disappeared when I turned around." Wei Xingxing came looking for her? Su Mian frowned, about to respond when a sudden notification echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a critical task point. Please resolve the alien crisis promptly to complete your mission." The long-dormant system's voice took her by surprise. Lu Hongbing had stepped forward, reporting that they had managed to escape in advance. Most of the personnel in the management area were unharmed, but those on the periphery had all perished. Su Mian was still trying to grasp whether the system's prompt was due to Lu Hongbing or the mention of Wei Xingxing. Raising her gaze, she spotted a familiar figure standing not far behind the fence. Upon noticing Su Mian's gaze, the individual averted their eyes shyly, only to muster the courage to approach moments later. "Sister," the voice was soft and sweet, just as she remembered. Instinctively, Su Mian almost responded, but she quickly restrained her impulse, maintaining an impassive expression as she regarded the person before her. It was none other than Zhou Xinya. The one who should have been in the official safety zone had ventured here, suggesting that the Fan family's retaliation had indeed commenced over the past 3 days. "I'm sorry, sister. I was in the wrong earlier. I realize my mistakes now. Can you forgive me?" Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhou Xinya, caught off guard, burst into tears, eliciting a sense of pity from most, particularly when compared to Su Mian's icy demeanor. In the face of grave peril, personal grievances seemed trivial. "You must be Zhou Xinyu, right?" The middle-aged man who stepped forward as a mediator remarked. "Sisterly disputes can be set aside for now. Our priority is to confront the aliens." He introduced himself as Zhang Jin, the head of the management area and a good friend of old Lu. With the situation in your area deteriorating, the higher-ups have decided to merge our teams. And I will be managing alongside old Lu. Lu Haobing shot him a look, but the man remained oblivious, cheerfully adding, I witnessed your impressive efforts against the aliens earlier. Now, given the circumstances, I would like to ask a few of you to help guard through the night. It may become even more perilous, and since reinforcements are delayed, I have no choice but to gather you here. Of course, there will be appropriate rewards afterward. Su Mian finally directed her gaze at him, acknowledging that everyone should contribute to the fight against the aliens. No, what I mean is, I hope you can lead the team. Lu Haobing interjected in dissatisfaction, pointing out that they had just completed a 3-day mission and needed rest. Old Lu, everyone requires rest. I'm not trying to be unreasonable. You saw how many alien attacks we faced today. I fear for tonight's safety. If the entrance is breached, what will become of all those innocent people behind us? Lu Hongbing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Su Mian halted Lu Hongbing, gesturing towards Zhou Xinya and addressing Zhang Jin. This young lady before you has passed the assessment to join the official team. She is certainly more suitable to lead than I. Zhang Jin's eyes brightened as he regarded Zhou Xinya, clearly impressed, and no wonder they are sisters. If the elder is so capable, the younger must be equally remarkable. Then it is settled. Zhou Xinya had not anticipated that in such a brief moment, she would find herself in charge, particularly when she learned that they were to guard against the aliens tonight. Her face paled. She cast a desperate glance at Su Mian, yet received no response in return. Meanwhile, Su Mian inquired about the direction to the lounge and called Lu Hongbing to lead the way. Also asking about Wei Xing. It was said that Wei Xing had retreated here and had been clamoring to find her. He had only gone missing half an hour prior. Su Mian did not recall seeing anyone upon her arrival and suspected that Wei Xing might still be inside the management area. Just then, Lu Hongbing chimed in. By the way, your parents have also arrived. I wasn't here at the time, but they registered under your name. Su Mian felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She could not comprehend how a family capable of causing their daughter's demise could shamelessly return under her name. Noticing her distress, Lu Haobing took the initiative to ask about their family situation. Although the management area provided shelter for ordinary people, it primarily accommodated taskers or their designated family members. As long as Su Mian objected, he had the authority to evict Zhou's family. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mian decided, let them wait at the entrance with Zhou Xinya. They do not deserve to occupy a space earned through the hard work of taskers. Recognizing that Su Mian had completely severed her feelings for her family, Lu Haobing refrained from urging her otherwise. After all, few parents would turn against their own daughter, and he had little respect for such individuals. 10 minutes later, Su Mian discovered the vacant room Lu Haobing had mentioned, took a shower, changed her clothes, and found her mind preoccupied with various thoughts. She lingered in the room for nearly an hour before emerging, just in time to see Zhao Tian scanning the area downstairs. Seemingly lost among the numerous rooms, unsure of where Su Mian was, upon spotting her, he approached excitedly to share the information he had gathered. Your sister is quite impressive. Within less than a day of arriving at the management area, she has garnered several admirers. I went to great lengths to find out that they were expelled by the officials. It was said they had offended someone, and many feel sorry for their family. He continued, after you left, some people went up to comfort her, saying you were too ruthless. I couldn't help but reveal what Zhou Xinya had done, but not a single person believed me. Zhao Tian chuckled. I'm just waiting to see the aliens emerge. Let's see how she continues to play the part. Su Mian was indifferent to others' opinions of her. Her sole focus was on how to accomplish the mission. According to her friend Xie Yurong, the large-scale emergence of aliens signified a comprehensive assault. They had initially anticipated this would commence tomorrow, yet it had begun today. This could only imply that today was merely an appetizer, and tomorrow would bring the main course. Su Mian did not underestimate these taskers. Just a handful of aliens had thrown them into disarray. That if more arrived, it would not only jeopardize the management area, but could also threaten the safety zone beyond it. As the clock struck 11 that night, an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Mian sat at the entrance of the lounge, where she could somewhat observe the situation at the main gate. Suddenly, distant lights flickered to life. Squinting, she discerned several large trucks approaching through the night. As the vehicles drew closer, the management area buzzed with activity. Lu Haobing and Zhang Jin emerged to greet them, soon followed by the descent of 50 or 60 individuals from the trucks. They were clad in identical uniforms armed with firearms, resembling the official taskers Su Mian had encountered before, though it was unclear what was said. Zhang Jin's expression soured. Yet the two parties shook hands, reaching some form of agreement. More intriguingly, Su Mian spotted a familiar face. Disguised, Fan Wenxuan embraced Zhou Xinya as if they were long-separated lovers. Zhou Xinya spoke animatedly, while Fan Wenxuan's expression twisted slightly. Before calling over a companion to whisper something, though their words were inaudible, Su Mian soon found out. Minutes later, the individual appeared before her, scrutinizing her before instructing, "Our team leader Fan requests your immediate presence." Su Mian shot him a glance, retorting coolly, "Tell him to come to me himself, or he can forget about using that other hand." The moment her words left her mouth, not only did the messenger freeze in shock, but Lu Hongbing also cast a surprised glance at Su Mian that he had just noticed the team leader's hand was amiss and never anticipated it was connected to Su Mian. Team leader Fan is here to provide support. The management area's control now lies with us, and your actions are insubordinate. Lu Hongbing, sensing the situation was escalating, hurriedly approached Su Mian to explain, "I don't know how the higher-ups arranged this, but we have reached a collaboration with the officials. And these individuals do have authorization that if you confront him openly, it may not end well for you." Furthermore, it was reported that a large-scale alien assault was imminent, and the safety zone had already begun evacuating. "We need their assistance now." This was Lu Hongbing's attempt to persuade Su Mian to yield temporarily. Unmoved, Su Mian reiterated, "As I said, he does not deserve my personal attention, especially someone who has never slain a single alien yet dares to assume the role of a team leader. I wonder what the officials are thinking. It seems it's merely a matter of whose connections are stronger." The stark reality laid bare. The messenger's face darkened considerably upon realizing that Su Mian was genuinely unafraid. He huffed and left with a parting threat. Lu Hongbing attempted to pursue him, but Su Mian called out, "Lu, I've also heard about the incoming aliens. The situation may be more dire than you surmise. While it's a good thing for the officials to come to our aid, I fear they may not be able to control the situation, so it's best to prepare accordingly. But I heard Zhang Jin communicating with the higher-ups. And among those sent to support us are many formidable individuals, renowned for their skills in combating aliens. They reached out for collaboration. Are you overly anxious?" Lu Hongbing responded. Su Mian, instead of persuading him further, said, "At the very least, keep some contingency plans. If they cannot manage, a few large-scale explosives might prove useful." Lu Hongbing fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Be cautious. I sense that team leader Fan is targeting you." As she watched the other party depart, Su Mian averted her gaze. The commotion at the entrance had subsided, with people forming several groups at the junction, their relaxed laughter and chatter still faintly audible. During this time, Fan Wenxuan remained seated at the entrance, exuding an air of calm, while Zhou Xinya stood beside him, not far from Zhou's parents, engaged in a seemingly sycophantic conversation. Su Mian noticed someone who had called her returning to report, and it seemed Fan Wenxuan had overheard her words, his expression shifting to one of anger. Zhou Xinya, attempting to console him, clung to his arm, while Zhou's parents chattered incessantly, their expressions betraying no kindness. Engrossed in the scene, Su Mian was interrupted by Zhao Tian's arrival. Su Mian, he exclaimed, "I just went down to inquire. I asked how it was possible that no players had been seen after such a long time. They are indeed all hiding within the official ranks, having learned of the alien outbreak and voluntarily stepping forward to undertake missions. No wonder Fan rushed over here upon waking. He must feel invincible. But when the conflict arises, will these players truly be concerned about him? Their ultimate objective is to slay the aliens, and as a native, he is surely the one to be sacrificed when choices are made. I suspect he is courting death." Su Mian found herself in agreement with his suspicions. Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of Xia Yurong, who had just awakened from a nap, appearing particularly refreshed. However, Zhao Tian forcefully inundated him with tales of Su Mian's familial grievances, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. As the clock approached midnight, Xia Yurong eagerly gripped his serrated knife, ready for action, while Zhao Tian wore an expression of confidence. Only Su Mian remained fixated on the distance, until she finally discerned something and whispered, "They are coming." As Su Mian's words fell, a shadowy figure leapt forth from the darkness. The taskers at the entrance sensed the disturbance, halting their conversations to ready their weapons against the inky blackness outside. When Fan Wenxuan was ordered to retreat, he initially protested, but when an alien suddenly materialized from the air, nearly grazing him, he screamed and bolted inside. This reaction astonished the management area personnel and drew disdainful looks from the fellow players. Zhou Xinya attempted to follow suit. She was seized by her female companion. who thrust a weapon into her hands, that you're Captain Fan's girlfriend, right? I've heard you possess considerable skills and have even applied to the official ranks through your missions, this time, as we fight together. You must perform admirably. We are counting on you. The speaker was a female player who, despite having come with Fan Wenxuan for the mission, had grown weary of the overly affectionate couple and was not about to let Zhou Xinya shirk her responsibilities. Meanwhile, Zhou's parents had retreated to a corner, awaiting their daughter's return. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they shouted that the female player was endangering others, only to be shooed away by other taskers, terrified for their safety. The couple reluctantly retreated to a safer area, muttering their discontent about their daughter fighting the aliens. Zhou Xinya, overwhelmed with despair, particularly as the number of aliens began to swell, stared at the terrifying creatures clawing through the night sky. Her complexion pale and her body trembling. An alien's long tail lashed out, sending Zhou Xinya sprawling, causing her to cough up blood. A female player, engaged in slaying aliens while glancing back, remarked disdainfully, "Seriously? This is pathetic." Zhou Xinya's already pale face grew even more as humiliation and anger coursed through her. She had intended to feign helplessness in hopes that the official taskers would instinctively protect her. But after lying on the ground for what felt like an eternity, she received no aid. One male player even inadvertently stepped on her, and upon seeing her tearful expression, he scolded her for being a hindrance. Urging her to rise and fight the aliens instead of being an eyesore, the taskers from the management area deemed the players excessively rude, yet the sheer number of aliens made it impossible for them to afford a glance away, lest they fall victim themselves. Zhou Xinya, feeling utterly stifled, stood up. She had no experience with weapons and inadvertently pulled the trigger, narrowly missing a tasker and startling him to the brink of falling into the jaws of an alien. Upon realizing it was Zhou Xinya, he felt a mix of anger and disbelief but ultimately remained silent, as he was also one of those tasked with her protection. Zhou Xinya continued to redefine their expectations, missing her shots twice in quick succession and nearly injuring her own allies. Eventually, she managed to aim, but, upon an alien approaching, she panicked and threw down her weapon, retreating in tears, disregarding the gazes of those around her. Such behavior hardly resembled that of someone who had ever undertaken a mission. The ongoing chaos of slaying aliens was enough to occupy everyone's attention, and they were left exasperated at the thought of Zhou Xinya causing further trouble. The players, unwilling to indulge her antics, expressed their irritation. The same female player from before kicked her away, ignoring Zhou Xinya's pained expression as she berated her. In the ensuing chaos, as players dodged aliens, they accidentally stepped on her multiple times, finally silencing her cries as she retreated into a nearby corner. Even so, the pressure on the players remained unrelenting, as they collectively observed the terrifying surge in the alien population. The taskers from the management area were nearing their breaking point, and soon one of them fell victim, having his neck bitten clean through. The aliens reveled in their brutal methods of tormenting humanity, deliberately scattering blood everywhere and tearing apart headless corpses to feast upon their innards. The taskers were splattered with bits of flesh and blood, and their already heightened anxiety reached a breaking point. The players managed to hold their ground for the moment, but could only ensure their own safety, with no time to rescue others. Within a mere 20 minutes, taskers fell one by one to the aliens. Meanwhile, Lu Hongbing, observing from the second floor, sensed the danger and, after a quick exchange with Zhang Jin, the group activated all the surrounding floodlights. The sudden illumination caught the unsuspecting aliens hiding in the shadows, and the sheer number of them left everyone speechless. Players could not help but exclaim in shock, "What the hell? There are so many. Did we poke the alien's nest?" Despite the shock, the players continued to fight, executing precision strikes and finishing off the stragglers. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not match the escalating pace of the alien onslaught. As the first alien broke through the defenses and charged inward, those hiding in the back screamed and fled. Lu Hongbing rushed to assist, but collided with Zhou's parents, who trembled as they drew closer to the resting area, wailing for help. "Save us. Who will protect us? We are just ordinary people." Unfortunately, the alien breach left everyone too preoccupied to respond to their pleas. That moment, the couple's eyes brightened as they spotted something. "Yeah, are you here to protect Mommy and Daddy? Please go save your sister. She can't make it. Aren't you capable of killing aliens? You must protect us." Sumion had just leapt down from the second floor. She had refrained from helping earlier because she had spotted a flying alien lurking in the back. After some effort, she managed to bring it down. Upon seeing Zhou's parents approach, she did not wait for their words, instead lashing out with a whip that struck them, eliciting cries of pain. Su Mion's eyes glinted coldly as she regarded them. You are truly fortunate to be alive after all this, yet you dare to ask me to save Zhou Xinya? Yeah, we are your parents. Are you angry with us? But it has always been this way before. Hasn't it? Indeed, they had always favored Zhou Xinya, growing increasingly brazen as they witnessed Su Mion's indifference. It became evident that their previous ignorance was deliberate. Su Mion scoffed. Zhou Xinya used to be foolish. Unwilling to abandon you ungrateful wretches. I am not her. Just wait and see how Zhou Xinya meets her end at the jaws of these aliens. Ignoring the couple's stunned reaction and their ensuing cries, Su Mion swiftly dispatched an alien with a whip, and Xia Yurong, quick on his feet, followed up with a finishing blow, all within the span of a minute. Zhao Tian soon arrived, deliberately spitting as he passed Zhou's parents. Muttering, favoritism and ingratitude, they deserve this. The couple seethed with anger, yet dared not act, their thoughts turning to Fan Wenxuan. Just as they intended to seek him out, they heard a scream from the resting area. It turned out that Fan Wenxuan, overwhelmed with fear, had hidden in a room, unaware that a small alien had slipped through the window and pounced on his back. Zhang Jin, who was meant to protect him, hesitated to strike for fear of injuring him, but the alien burrowed into Fan Wenxuan's lower back, causing him excruciating pain. Zhou's parents found themselves in a precarious situation, uncertain of where to go. When suddenly an alien appeared silently behind Zhou's father, he came to the realization. A sharp pain pierced through his chest, and lowering his gaze, he beheld the grotesque tail of an alien creature impaling his body. Fear rendered him speechless. He could only fixate on Su Mion's direction, silently hoping for her intervention. Yet, what met his gaze was a pair of emotionless eyes, embodying an indescribable despair in that moment. Zhou Mu was paralyzed with terror, sitting on the ground in a damp patch, her lips trembling as she watched Zhou Fu being dragged away like a mere skewer of meat, utterly devoid of any reaction. Su Mion paid them no heed, leading Zhao Tian and Xie Yurong forward. Initially, the players were oblivious to the trio's presence until they witnessed them effortlessly slaying an alien every minute with remarkable coordination, prompting curious glances in their direction. Upon realizing that the primary force consisted of the female Su Mion, their gazes shifted with newfound respect. With their involvement, a vacuum emerged amidst the densely packed aliens, prompting exhausted players to stealthily gravitate towards the trio. While the mission was undeniably crucial, preserving one's life took precedence. Although seeking refuge among others felt somewhat humiliating, pride was a trivial concern in such dire circumstances. Especially as Su Mion and her companions remained unfazed by the increasing crowd around them, more players began to congregate at their side. Ultimately, everyone found themselves encircling Su Mion and her companions. Some continued to draw fire and eliminate aliens, while others began to appreciate Su Mion's extraordinary close combat skills, providing support from the sidelines, while yet others kept a vigilant watch, ensuring no alien attempted a surprise attack. For instance, when no one was paying attention, an alien quietly approached from above, and it was the female player who had previously dismissed Zhou Xinya who sensed the danger. She swiftly raised her voice. "Boss, look out above!" As she pushed forward, firing at the creature above. Her aim was commendable, causing the alien to veer slightly, though it did not inflict significant damage. Su Mion cast a glance at the female player. Having completed 3 world tasks, this was her first encounter with a female player, and she recognized the calm demeanor in the face of danger as a mark of an experienced player. After dispatching the alien she was engaged with, she seized the moment when another alien dove at her, ensnaring its neck and yanking it down. Those nearby were taken aback by her swift action. Scattering to grant her space. As others attempted to assist, they witnessed her left hand move, and before anyone could comprehend, she had effortlessly severed the alien's head with a knife that had seemingly appeared in her grip. Remarkably, it was her left hand. While everyone understood the concept of using alien bodies as weapons, the execution demanded strength and proficiency, what they struggled to achieve with their dominant hands. She accomplished with her non-dominant hand. And evidently, she was not left-handed. The female player's eyes sparkled with admiration. Had the circumstances been different, she might well have whistled in appreciation, unaware of how her prowess had elevated the perceptions of the surrounding players. Su Mion inquired about the task's progress from Xie Yurong before plunging back into the fray, perhaps due to Su Mion's ferocity. Despite the continued influx of aliens, they were no longer as terrifying as before. "I can't take it anymore. I'm out of strength. These aliens are so tough to kill. My hands are giving out," Some began to voice their fatigue after prolonged exertion. At that moment, Lu Hong being squeezed through the crowd, announcing that the explosives were ready and urging everyone to assist in igniting the fuses. Minutes later, a series of explosions erupted, scattering alien remains across the sky, transforming the already corpse-laden ground into a veritable hillock. Indecisive between preserving the mission and depleting their energy, players eventually rallied their strength, some delivering finishing blows, while others found temporary respite in nearby spots. Xie Yurong, not needing Su Mian's assistance, dove into the alien den, wielding his knife with surprising prowess reminiscent of Su Mian. The carnage persisted until 3 in the morning. When the last alien collapsed, Xie Yurong fell to the ground, utterly spent. Many shared his plight, each appearing quite disheveled, yet in that moment, none were inclined to mock one another. The exhausting toll rendered everyone immobile, and within minutes, some had succumbed to slumber. Lu Hongbing, barely clinging to consciousness, came to check for any remaining survivors, only to find that most of the task force in the management area had perished, while player casualties had also mounted, their numbers a stark contrast to the initial count. Then he spotted Su Mian, seemingly unwearied amidst the carnage. She walked among the heaps of alien corpses, as if selecting something of importance in a place unseen by others. She gathered numerous alien fangs and skulls. After all, with her capabilities, she had no qualms about accumulating such items. They were undoubtedly more effective than a watermelon knife, and the consumption of them would not weigh on her conscience. The others regarded her with admiration, unable to fathom the vast disparity between individuals. At 3:30, Lu Haobing called the remaining awake individuals back to the resting area, while some who had previously handled logistics were summoned to keep watch. Notably, Fan Wenxuan had miraculously survived. The small alien that had burrowed into his body was dispatched by Zhang Jin just in time. Although Fan Wenxuan endured immense pain, he was rescued, attributing his fortune to the presence of doctors and medicine in the management area. Unperturbed by the news, Su Mian watched Zhao Tian and Xie Yurong return to their quarters before seeking a room to wash up and change. It seemed the night's crisis had been averted. Yet the system had remained silent save for its earlier alerts. And then, there was the matter of the missing Wei Xingxing. As Su Mian pondered whether to search for him, a knock echoed at her door. She heard a familiar, weakened voice call out, "Sister." Outside lay a bloodied figure, and upon turning him over, Su Mian recognized Wei Xingxing's youthful yet strikingly vulnerable face. He appeared exceedingly frail, and despite calling out to him several times, he responded not. Dragging him into the room, Su Mian borrowed Lu Hongbing's doctor, and the examination revealed that aside from numerous abrasions, he was otherwise unharmed. His weakness stemmed from blood loss and sheer exhaustion. Could it be that he had also been battling aliens? Su Mian was surprised by his newfound audacity. Listening to his gradually calming breaths, she quietly exited the room, setting up a reclining chair in the doorway, wrapping herself in a thin blanket to rest her eyes. Throughout the night, commotion persisted in the management area. Su Mian, naturally not one to sleep deeply, found a sense of security in the surrounding noise. As dawn approached, she stretched and prepared to check on Wei Xingxing's condition, only to observe several green military vehicles arriving at the entrance. A middle-aged man emerged from the lead vehicle, exuding authority, while those beside him saluted as they spoke. A group of men and women followed closely behind. Among the crowd, Su Mian spotted Qin Mu, someone she had met before. Were they here to retrieve Zhao Tian? Shortly after this thought crossed her mind, Su Mian caught sight of Zhao Tian's frantic figure attempting to hide at the base of the stairs, only to be caught red-handed. He appeared disheveled, his expression one of confusion, with Zhang Jin standing nearby, seemingly puzzled by the scene. It seemed he had received a call specifically to find Zhao Tian, but alas, he had emerged too late and was apprehended. Desiring no part in such irrelevant matters, Su Mian retreated to her room. Just as she pulled back the curtains, she turned to see Wei Xingxing staring at her with wide, pleading eyes. "Are you hungry?" Su Mian inquired. Wei Xingxing shook his head, his eyes slightly reddened. "I thought you were gone again yesterday when I couldn't find you," he said, lowering his head and rubbing his face before looking up again, relief washing over him as he added, "I'm glad you're okay, sister." Su Mian felt a tangle of emotions. She struggled to comprehend the bond between Wei Xingxing and Zhou Xinya. While the debt of saving a life was undeniably significant, his willingness to risk everything to seek Zhou Xinya was perplexing to her. She sensed an excessive reliance in him towards Zhou Xinya, and though this affection was not directed towards her, it left her feeling somewhat unsettled. "I'll fetch you something to eat. You should rest a bit more. The doctor mentioned you have many wounds that require ample time to heal." Wei Xingxing merely gazed at her. "Sister, can you stay with me?" For a fleeting moment, Su Mian nearly acquiesced, but she quickly regained her composure and gently declined. There are many matters to attend to in the management area. Once the situation is clarified today, everyone may need to evacuate, and there are tasks I need to handle. If you're feeling bored, I can find someone else. No, I don't want anyone else. You can go ahead and be busy. Sister, I'm just sleepy. Su Mian detected the despondency in his words, but feigned ignorance, nodding as she made her exit. Once she left, the room descended into darkness. Wei Xingxing gazed blankly at the closed door. His eyes glistening with unshed tears that he glanced down at the scars on his arm, lost in thought, and upon noticing the clean clothes nearby, he rose to change, pulling the sleeves down to envelop himself snugly before returning to his bed. After Su Mian departed, she entrusted the staff to bring her food while she sought out Lu Hongbing to inquire about the management area's next steps. The latter glanced outside and pulled Su Mian aside, saying, "You must have seen those vehicles that just arrived. The individual in charge is a general from the official military district. I only learned that he is Xiaoqin's father. Who would have thought Xiaoqin had such powerful connections? I suspect the official sent someone yesterday primarily due to Xiaoqin's influence. However, I overheard them discussing taking Xiaoqin away, but he is unwilling to leave. At this point, Lu Hongbing couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance her way. And then there's Captain Fan. His parents have also arrived. I can only imagine what they are discussing inside. And they even called your sister, and I suspect they may be seeking trouble with you." Su Mian couldn't restrain herself and asked, "Zhou Xinya is still alive?" Surprisingly, "Yes," Lu Hongbing replied. "She is quite fortunate, having evaded detection by feigning death, only to be discovered this morning. However, she is severely injured, and the Fan family won't allow doctors to examine her. So I'm uncertain if she can hold on." This inevitably led to a mention of Zhou's mother, who is also alive but rather mentally impaired. Fearing she might disturb others, Lu Hongbing arranged for her to stay in the innermost room. "Why don't you consider leaving early? As you can see, the task force in the management area has vanished, and we cannot summon reinforcements. We can only retreat. If you agree, I can provide cover for you shortly." He felt sympathy for Su Mian, a remarkable young woman caught in a whirlwind of chaos, and no need. She replied resolutely, "If anyone is to leave, it certainly won't be me, for they cannot harm me." Lu Hongbing was well aware of her exceptional abilities. He had even thought last night that she had been possessed by a war god. However, no matter how formidable she was, her opponents were not aliens but rather officials with backing. And the notion of civilians clashing with authority was one fraught with implications. Regrettably, his attempts at persuasion bore little fruit, and he merely cautioned, "Then do be careful. Bow when necessary. If not, seek Xiaoqin's assistance." Su Mian chose not to disclose that the Qin and Fan families were neighbors and inquired about the timing of the retreat. Lu Hongbing took a moment to compose himself, stating, "We initially planned to leave at dawn, but the reconnaissance team reported that the aliens have departed, so we postponed it until this afternoon." He added, "Our management area was rather fortunate yesterday, although you all eliminated numerous aliens. Other checkpoints faced far worse. I've heard they kept increasing in number until nearly dawn, and the official forces have nearly exhausted their weaponry. This led to a decision to integrate civilian task forces to collectively combat the aliens." He indicated that this information was first-hand from Zhang Jin, who had acquaintances within the official ranks and had communicated with them multiple times. Su Mian harbored no doubts about the veracity of this news. She was merely astonished by the stark contrast and the severity of the outbreaks. Nonetheless, the fact that the authorities could deploy such a multitude of players implied they possessed even more manpower, making last night's resistance less surprising. Lu Hongbing, meanwhile, lamented the prowess of the officials, remarking that even their average personnel outclassed their task forces severalfold, leaving him to wonder how such skills were cultivated. As they spoke, the commotion in the distance grew louder. Su Mian turned to see Zhao Tian leaping about like a monkey, while Qin's mother wept beside him. General Qin, though furrowing his brow, did not appear particularly angry. Shortly thereafter, Xie Yurong emerged, clearly entangled in Zhao Tian's antics, who clung to her arm stubbornly. Su Mian could see the veins on Xie Yurong's forehead throbbing, undoubtedly on the verge of losing his temper. Xie Yurong, utterly exhausted from the previous night, had been jolted awake by Zhao Tian, and he felt as if he were still dreaming, his steps unsteady. Upon grasping the situation, he rubbed his temples and patiently addressed General Qin. Everyone witnessed how Qin Shao dealt with the aliens yesterday. Given his self-defense capabilities, allowing him to gain more experience is not a bad idea. Qin's mother's sobs grew louder. She had spent the night anxious about her son's safety and had rushed over at first light, only to find him hiding. "Fine. If he doesn't want to return, so be it that we will retreat this afternoon anyway that I'll arrange for them to be placed in a relatively safe area closer to you, so you won't have to worry all day long. General Qin was indeed considering the well-being of both sides. His motivations were not solely for his son but also to assess the nearby management area, although he hadn't been on the front lines. He had viewed the live broadcasts and understood how dire the situation was. That his son survived and even contributed significantly in battle was beyond his expectations. Had it not been for Qin's mother, he likely would not have suggested bringing them back. As they finalized their plans, General Qin prepared to depart, but Qin's mother sobbed, unwilling to leave. At that moment, the Fan family rushed over, exclaiming, "Qin, good. You must stand up for Wenxuan. He just started to recover, yet he risked his life for the mission only to be nearly killed. That Zhou Xinyue is a disaster. She deliberately failed to protect Wenxuan. She has repeatedly harmed my son. And you must apprehend her." The accuser was Fan Wenxuan's father, and the resemblance between the two was striking, though the father's gaze was sharper. He had not neglected to emphasize his son's plight while presenting his grievances, prompting those unaware of the situation to feel immense sympathy for Fan Wenxuan. Zhao Tian, already simmering with anger, nearly exploded upon hearing this, and before Qin's father could speak, he confronted Fan's father. "If I didn't know the truth, I might have fallen for your deception. How dare you bully a young girl?" Qin's mother pulled him aside, advising him to speak more politely to Uncle Fan. "I haven't said anything wrong. Why should I be polite?" Zhao Tian retorted, showing no regard for decorum. After all, Qin Shao was typically brash, and no one found his demeanor inappropriate. What was Fan Wenxuan thinking? Instead of engaging in genuine relationships, he toyed with someone else's feelings and ended up harming two sisters. As far as I'm concerned, losing a hand is well-deserved. Seeing Fan's father's expression darken, Zhao Tian remained undeterred. "Why don't you bring Fan Wenxuan out for a confrontation?" he asked, the one lacking shame, deflecting blame onto a young girl. "I've never encountered anyone so shameless. With aliens lurking everywhere, those with any sense are contemplating how to resist them. That he waltzed in here yesterday to pursue romance. And when danger struck, he fled like a rabbit. It's pure luck he survived, while Zhou Xinyue fought off aliens all night. How can you dare to treat a heroine who saved so many with such disdain?" As Su Mian approached upon hearing her name, she was accompanied by Lu Hongbing, whose expression was one of excitement. Zhao Tian's words resonated deeply with him, but he lacked the courage to voice them himself. Unrelenting, Zhao Tian rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "I'm injured every day, yet he, a coward wielding a feather as a weapon, dares to file a complaint." The couple, initially taken aback by their son's harsh words, found themselves nearly breathless upon seeing the varying depths of Zhao Tian's wounds. Qin's mother, whose emotions had just begun to stabilize, burst into tears once more, while Qin's father wore a complex expression. He frowned at Fan's father and stated, "My son may have acted recklessly, but he would never lie. We are neighbors. If you have suffered injustice, I can offer assistance, but the fault lies with you. You should reflect on your own actions." Fan's father shouted, "But Wenxuan's hand is indeed severed. Regardless of how poorly he handled his emotions, violence is unacceptable. He is still young. How can he live without a hand? Please." With his cowardice, losing one hand wouldn't impede his ability to flee. Perhaps it would be better if he had none at all, Zhao Tian interjected, only to be met with a glare from Qin's father. Regardless of Wenxuan's faults, he is still a child with deep feelings that he must have been deceived. Otherwise, those who harmed him would not be hiding. Clearly, they are guilty, and that Zhou family is problematic. If they didn't entice Wenxuan, such a situation wouldn't have arisen. Ultimately, it's all about their desire to latch onto the Fan family. Qin's father was disinclined to involve himself in such matters, especially given the inappropriate setting. Observing the increasing crowd, he asked, "What do you believe should be done?" Fan's father had been waiting for this moment and promptly articulated his premeditated response, "I don't want anything else. Only her hand." "You truly dare to speak?" Zhao Tian gazing at him as if he were a madman. Fan's father felt that his demands were already quite modest, exhibiting a certain defiance. It was at this moment that Su Mian entered the crowd. Due to the events of the previous night, the people in the management area almost all recognized her face. The commotion had also drawn the attention of Qin's father and Fan's father. The former scrutinized her with a discerning gaze, while the latter merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his eyes, clearly unaware of who Su Mian with the, "Oh, you want me to take just one hand?" It was not until Su Mian spoke that others turned their attention back to her. That Fan's father glared at her fiercely. "Are you Zhou Xinyue? Indeed. I heard you wish to settle accounts with me. How fortuitous. Do you believe that by severing Fan Wenxuan's hand, he has suffered enough? Yet the Zhou family, having entered the official ranks through merit, was expelled by your fan family's mere words. Leading to my father's death last night and my mother's descent into madness. My younger sister, grievously injured and denied medical care by your family, has little time left. Surely, it is only just that you repay their lives. Su-mion approached, wielding a serrated knife she always carried, gesturing with it while assessing Fan's father, as if contemplating where to strike first. Initially, Fan's father dismissed her, but upon witnessing her demeanor, he realized she was the ruthless individual who had severed his son's hand. He instinctively took a step back. What do you intend to do? Do you plan to annihilate my entire family? Su-mion replied coolly, the debts to be settled are yours. I have already calculated them for you. Why do you hesitate to acknowledge your liabilities? You are speaking nonsense, Fan's father stammered, pointing at Su-mion, unable to articulate his indignation. It was evident to him that Su-mion was not jesting. With so many witnesses present, this woman dared to threaten him directly. Fan's father wished for Qin's father to intervene, but Zhao Tian, already wary of Qin's father potentially complicating matters, stood like a block of wood before him. Every time Qin's father attempted to speak, Zhao Tian would seize him, preventing him from interjecting. Zhao Tian, believing this insufficient, addressed the players. I find Zhou Xinyue's proposal to be quite agreeable. What do you all think? The players, naturally inclined towards their own, disregarded Fan's father's murderous glare, nodding in agreement. I too find it feasible. Fan's father, his face flushed with embarrassment, could only point at the crowd, rendered speechless. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Watch out! Quickly, get away!" Before anyone could comprehend the meaning of the warning, a shadow descended from above, swiftly seizing Fan's father and lifting him into the air. Su-mion had the ability to retrieve the creature. Yet she chose not to, merely watching the sudden appearance of the entity disappear into the sky. Once the creature was out of sight, everyone realized that there was indeed another creature present and questioned when it had arrived. Its arrival had been eerily silent, as though it had been lurking in the shadows, instilling a sense of dread among those present. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Tian finally remarked, such as retribution, only to be met with glares from Qin's parents. He rubbed his nose, inwardly adding, deservedly so. Upon discovering that Fan's father had been taken by the creature, the other members of the Fan family insisted that Qin's father lead a pursuit. However, the direction in which the creature had fled was towards an already fallen territory, and Qin's father could not risk sending anyone to their demise. The Fan family, incensed, turned their ire toward the Qin family, prompting Qin's mother to become quite agitated, urging others to ignore them. At this stage, no one was concerned with finding Su-mion. Even Qin's parents decided to remain behind, waiting for the others to leave together. Seizing the moment, Su-mion approached Zhou Xinyue, who still clung to life. Upon seeing her, Zhou Xinyue felt a flicker of hope, but when she realized it was Su-mion, her expression darkened instantly. Su-mion could see that even now, Zhou Xinyue had not recognized her own faults. After a moment of feigned calm, Zhou Xinyue began to mock. Are you not merely a bit smarter and more capable than I? If you wish to see me humiliated, just say so. After all, my parents will always side with me. What is there for you to be proud of? Just as she finished speaking, she coughed violently, noticing the blood in her palm, though she attempted to maintain composure. The panic in her eyes was unmistakable. Su-mion surveyed her from above. There is no need for further discussion with someone like you. I have come to inform you that soon, no one will protect you. Your father died last night, your mother has gone mad, and Fan Wenxuan is now a cripple. You likely do not have much time left either. The impact of her words was palpable. Zhou Xinyue's face turned pale. You lie. You are merely envious of me. No wonder Wenxuan chose me. That trash. Who cares whom he loves? I only pity Zhou Xinyue. Until her dying breath, she regarded you as her sole motivation for living. You, on the other hand, have enjoyed the benefits she provided while stabbing her in the back. If you encounter her below, remember to bow and acknowledge your wrongs. Zhou Xinyue wore an expression of disbelief. While Su-mion could not be bothered to spare her another glance, though not a doctor, Su-mion recognized that Zhou Xinyue was beyond saving. As expected, before departure, Lu Hongbing came to inform them that Zhou Xinyue had died. Her injuries were too severe, and without timely intervention, when the Fan family finally permitted a doctor to attend, Zhou Xinyue had already bled profusely, dying with her eyes wide open, her expression horrifying. Even now, Su-mion could not comprehend why a once happy family would forsake their peace for internal strife, culminating in their utter ruin. Fortunately, she was not Zhou Xinyue. Before their departure, the Fan family had already brought Fan Wenxuan out, his moans of ouch incessantly echoing. Su-mion observed as Zhao Tian was ushered onto Qin's military vehicle, while she and Xie Yurong boarded a nearby pickup truck. Beside her sat the female player from the previous night. who had been watching Su Mian since they got in. As the vehicle moved, she could not contain herself and struck up a conversation. Hello, I am Tao Fei Fei. Your name is Su Mian, right? I happened to overhear some things today. I assure you, I meant no intrusion. I simply admire your abilities. Tao Fei Fei, possessing a striking and graceful appearance, seemed somewhat rough and haggard due to the lack of proper grooming, but her bright eyes shone with enthusiasm. Su Mian found her quite impressive. You are formidable as well. The other woman continued excitedly. In fact, I have long heard of you. I should say I have admired your reputation. Noticing Su Mian's puzzled expression, Tao Fei Fei mentioned a name, Song Kaishan. He was a player encountered in the first instance. Su Mian was surprised by the smallness of the world. According to Tao Fei Fei, she and Song Kaishan were from the same realm. Having met other players from this world only after their respective instances concluded, they had not met often, but each time they gathered post-instance to share experiences. Song Kaishan had spoken of Su Mian several times, expressing admiration and respect, which led Tao Fei Fei to remember her. While there were many female players in the game, most struggled to succeed, whereas Tao Fei Fei had loved martial arts since childhood and excelled in combat, enabling her survival. She was drawn to capable individuals, regardless of gender, and sought to befriend them. Before encountering Su Mian, she had hoped to discuss combat techniques, but after witnessing the events of the previous night, she felt it would be a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, it was a rare opportunity, and she couldn't resist making an effort. Fortunately, Tao Fei Fei was not overly talkative. After expressing her initial excitement, she refrained from further interrupting Su Mian and ultimately fell asleep from exhaustion. Upon arriving at the newly designated management area, it was already evening. The entrance was littered with the uncollected remains of the creatures, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. Su Mian and the others were waiting in their vehicle to enter. The alarm bells at the management area's entrance rang out. Guards on the upper floors shouted warnings, indicating that the creatures were returning. Those with quick reflexes had already exited their vehicles, rushing towards the entrance, while others, oblivious to the situation, honked their horns. It was only when they saw a dark mass in the rearview mirror that they realized the gravity of the situation, abandoning their vehicles and fleeing. Hey, where are you all going? My son is still in the car. Don't leave. Fan's mother, sensing something was amiss, realized that everyone was running. She sat in the car, waiting for assistance. But even the driver had fled, leaving her without help or even a word. Upon hearing that the creatures were approaching, she panicked. Just as a relative of the Fan family passed by, she grabbed them, pleading for help in carrying her son, only to be brusquely rejected. I can barely run myself. Why should I carry your son? You can carry him yourself. If we wait any longer, no one will escape. Furious, Fan's mother exited the vehicle, cursing, but she quickly realized something was wrong. Turning back, she witnessed a creature yanking a person from the vehicle just a few meters away, and she saw that individual torn in half before her eyes, causing her legs to tremble in terror. Mom, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and pull me out, urged from within the car. Oblivious to the disquieting expression on his mother's face. It was not until the roof of the vehicle echoed with a resounding bang that he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In a sudden frenzy, he witnessed his mother scream and bolt away, ignoring his frantic calls. Consumed by rage, he prepared to exit the vehicle, only to be confronted by a grotesque visage mere inches away. An adult xenomorph had somehow positioned itself outside the window, its maw agape, teeth smeared with crimson flesh. It extended its tongue, which, upon contacting the glass, emitted a hissing sound, stunned into silence, erupted into a terrified scream. Desperate for rescue, yet all around him were either xenomorphs or the lifeless bodies strung up like macabre decorations. The only response to his cries was the increasingly frenzied screeches of the xenomorphs. Eventually, having had its fill of torment, one of the creatures wrenched open the car door, lifting as if he were a mere plaything. With a single bite, it severed his head from his body, tearing apart his form and extracting his innards, discarding the remaining limbs carelessly. Meanwhile, had assembled with others at the entrance, preparing to engage in combat. It was just 10 tasks away from completion. Success today was inevitable. He had expressed their intention to assist in her endeavors over the next few days, though remained silent, unable to divulge the uniqueness of her own mission. Soon, the xenomorphs launched a relentless assault. With players and task members from the management zone striving to fend off the creatures, the military contingent brought by opened fire in support, and it was at this moment that noticed his son's transformation. Along with the startling ferocity displayed by It became evident to all that the xenomorphs were not only numerous but seemed to gravitate towards and her companions as if sensing their heightened offensive capabilities. Even players who had fought alongside them the previous night were left in disbelief. Could it be that the xenomorphs sought vengeance? Just moments ago, they had barely managed to fend them off. And now they appeared to be targeting this group. To sense the peculiar behavior of the xenomorphs. Although they were advancing towards her, it seemed their primary intention was to assault, and had they misidentified their enemies? Attempted to assist alongside other players, but found herself unable to penetrate the fray. The bizarre scene left everyone bewildered. It had always been the case that they chose their targets. Yet now the xenomorphs were distinctly selecting their prey. From her vantage point atop the high wall, watched in horror as her son was besieged, wishing desperately for her protectors to intervene. Meanwhile, was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly flanked alongside, despite swift assistance. The xenomorphs managed to inflict several wounds upon them, a situation they had never encountered before, fortunately, and his forces joined the fray, effectively neutralizing the encroaching xenomorphs while directing the players to form a defensive perimeter. After nearly half an hour of combat, the situation finally stabilized, albeit temporarily. Both and were left utterly spent, with feeling more exhausted than during the previous night's drawn-out battle. As for the task at hand, the overwhelming number of xenomorphs had made it exceedingly difficult. Despite his efforts, he had only managed to slay 5 in the span of 30 minutes. Continued to confront the nearby xenomorphs, her brow furrowed in persistent concern. It was not merely the abundance of foes that troubled her, but a nagging sensation that something was amiss. The ferocity of the xenomorphs' attacks was markedly more intense than the previous day. A closer inspection revealed distinct alterations in their appearance and a notable increase in size. Yet, she sensed that their aggression was still insufficient, particularly in light of the aerial xenomorphs. Official studies had previously indicated that these creatures could dictate their evolutionary paths. So it was illogical for them to opt for the most rudimentary mutations while neglecting the more advantageous aerial transformations. This led her to 2 possible conclusions. Either their ability to evolve for flight was restricted, or they had yet to unveil their full potential. If it were the former, there was no cause for alarm. However, if it were the latter, she feared for humanity's survival. If the xenomorphs continued to grow stronger, could the beleaguered human faction muster the strength to avert this crisis? It seemed a fanciful notion. Once more, as despair crept into her thoughts regarding her mission, found herself hastening her actions. Time slipped away until a voice pierced the air, exclaiming, "Why are they retreating?" Indeed, the xenomorphs, previously relentless until the bitter end, had suddenly withdrawn as if on CUE.I in the blink of an eye. The area surrounding the entrance lay strewn with corpses. But not a single xenomorph remained active. As though the preceding battle had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Weapon in hand, the players stood in a daze, questioning whether this was some xenomorph ploy. After waiting for over 10 minutes without the return of their adversaries, they began to retreat into the safety of the building. Ordered the uninjured to maintain their vigil at the entrance while those wounded were escorted inside for treatment. Both bore significant injuries, leaving as the only one seemingly unscathed. As they gathered, discussions erupted regarding the recent events, with a multitude of theories emerging. Some even speculated that there was a puppeteer orchestrating the xenomorphs, as their behavior had been so uncharacteristic. Yet, remained detached from the chatter, lost in contemplation, pondering whether she had overlooked something crucial. But at 8 o'clock that evening, approached the group with alarming news. The xenomorph's sudden appearance and subsequent retreat were not isolated incidents. Other management zones had reported similar occurrences. Moreover, reconnaissance teams sent out had found no signs of xenomorphs lingering in the vicinity, indicating a complete withdrawal. It was becoming apparent that the xenomorphs had evolved to possess a form of intelligence, raising concerns about what sinister plans they might be concocting in secrecy. The prospect of powerful, indiscriminate killers gaining sentience posed a grave threat to humanity. The authorities had initiated live experiments on the xenomorphs in hopes of uncovering new insights. Although progress had been negligible, preliminary data suggested that the outcomes would not be favorable. This revelation cast a shadow over the group, enveloping them in trepidation. Expressed gratitude, stating, "Thankfully, my task is complete, and is nearly finished as well. How much longer do you require? As long as we finish our tasks before matters escalate, we shall be unscathed." After all, this was merely a game world. It would inevitably reach its designated conclusion, and they could do nothing to alter that fate. Though his words bore a harsh truth, they echoed the sentiments of all players present. No one felt pity or any emotional connection to a game world. Discussions circulated regarding the possibility of venturing into xenomorph territory. As long as they completed their tasks before meeting their demise, they were willing to accept the risks, even if it meant losing limbs in the process. "What are your thoughts?" both inquired. Their curiosity piqued. Shook her head, stating, "I have little left to accomplish, but I wish to observe further." The players, who had anticipated her alignment with their sentiments, were taken aback. puzzled by what she sought to witness. As the clock struck 9, the xenomorphs had yet to reappear. Exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone, prompting thoughts of resting for the day before strategizing for tomorrow. That night, they returned to their assigned quarters, had chosen to share a room with, seemingly at her own request. Once the lights were extinguished, enveloped in darkness, quickly succumbed to slumber, while found herself unable to drift off. Peering through a corner of the curtain, she gazed outside, where the management zone's floodlights illuminated the surroundings as if it were daylight, allowing her to discern the sentinels patrolling back and forth. A faint sound reached her ears, but upon closer inspection, she could discern nothing amiss. Convinced that her overactive imagination was to blame, relinquished her vigil over the window and returned to her bed. As her mind cleared, she felt herself growing drowsy. She was jolted awake by the sound of crunching nearby, intermittent and unsettling, as if it were occurring right next to her. Initially, she suspected had awakened to snack. But as she listened more intently, something felt off. Instinctively, she turned on the light, and the sight that greeted her caused her expression to shift dramatically. On the adjacent bed, sat facing her, a look of bewilderment in her eyes. Were it not for the blood coating her mouth and the mangled state of her arm, might have thought she had merely disturbed her slumber. Is there a bug biting me? Why does it hurt so much? Oh no, what has happened to my arm? Calmly observing, noted that appeared unchanged at first glance. However, as inquired, something writhed within her open mouth. What's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? My head hurts terribly. Could it be that I've exhausted myself from hunting xenomorphs these past few days? Oblivious to her own condition, touched her face and then her head, lamenting how restless her sleep had been. Akin to having worked overtime, especially upon rising, she found her legs weak and nearly collapsed to the ground as she attempted to stand. This stumble jolted her fully awake. I need to see a doctor and get this wrapped up. It is terrifying. Gazing at the gaping wound on her arm, Tao Feifei made to rush outside. I advise you to take a look in the mirror before deciding to go out, came Su Mian's voice. Accompanied by a mirror, Tao Feifei, puzzled, took it, intending to admire herself, but was startled by the bloodied visage staring back. What on earth is this? Simultaneously, screams echoed from another room nearby. Su Mian grasped Tao Feifei's arm, ensuring her lucidity before saying, "Stay here, I will check it out." Realizing the horror of her own reflection, Tao Feifei acquiesced. After Su Mian left, she summoned her courage to glance at the mirror again. Initially planning to mock herself for possibly sleepwalking, but upon opening her mouth, her eyes widened in terror as she instinctively hurled the mirror away. No, it couldn't be. In that fleeting moment, she saw several black, fuzzy tendrils writhing within her mouth. What was happening? Meanwhile, Su Mian entered the room from which the screams originated, just as a blood-soaked individual burst through the door. Oblivious to her presence, turning, he was met with the sight of her. And in fright, he collapsed to the floor, covering his mouth instead of rising. A heaviness settled in Su Mian's heart as she began to piece together the grim reality. Soon, more individuals were drawn by the commotion, many yawning and inquiring what was amiss, seemingly unaware of the grotesque appearance of their own mouths. When the corridor lights flickered to life, their gazes fell upon their companions, and before any words could be exchanged, a cacophony of gasps and shouts erupted. What is this? Oh my God, have I turned into a monster? Why am I covered in blood? Who did this to me? This is bad. We are doomed. Amidst the chaos, the initial shock gradually subsided. Only the man who had first collapsed on the ground realized he was not alone in his transformation and began to weep, clutching his head. I woke up feeling something was off and found him dead. I don't know what happened. I truly didn't kill him. As he spoke, the fuzzy tendrils in his mouth undulated grotesquely, eliciting waves of dry heaving from those who recognized their own similar afflictions. Many attempted to pry at their mouths with their fingers, only to recoil in horror at the first touch, shivers coursing through them. Su Mian waited until Zhao Tian and Xie Yulong emerged, observing that they too had not escaped this bizarre phenomenon before voicing her suspicions. You must have been parasitized by the creatures. They thrive in darkness. They must have emerged while you were asleep, drawn to your fresh flesh. The revelation that their wounds were self-inflicted ignited another round of retching. What do we do now? My task remains unfinished. Surely I cannot consume myself before it is completed. Su Mian shook her head. As you previously suggested, those with fewer tasks can attempt to finish them early. As long as you avoid the darkness and maintain your sanity, it should not be insurmountable. However, given the rapidity of the parasitism, it was clear that such sanity would not last long. Upon learning that completing their tasks was paramount to preserving their lives, the players' expressions turned grim. Their fear intensified when Su Mian mentioned her willingness to take on their burdens, igniting a deeper panic. That night, it was destined that none would find solace in sleep. The uproar could not remain concealed from the management area. and soon personnel arrived to assess the number of those affected. Determining that 80% were afflicted, just as Su Mian had stated, as long as they avoided darkness and stayed alert, they were akin to ordinary individuals. Similar occurrences were reported in other management zones. With several fatalities noted, the news that they could not sleep further deepened the collective despair. Some attempted to bind themselves in a bid to sleep, only to find their bodies overtaken by the parasites. Their bindings severed by the tendrils. Fortunately, being roused in time allowed them to regain their former state. This attempt revealed that the tendrils were not only retractable but also remarkably sharp, causing distress to the host if harmed. Additionally, once the parasites became active, the host exhibited symptoms of physical exhaustion. Is there truly any difference from being possessed by a ghost? A day or two might be bearable, but who can withstand prolonged wakefulness? The more they pondered, the less they could sit still, as discussions turned to strategies for completing tasks by dawn. But what of the ordinary taskers? Su Mian suspected her own mission was to resolve this dilemma, yet felt utterly lost as dawn approached. The players, including Xie Yulong and Zhao Tian, prepared to embark on their tasks. Su Mian did not refuse this time. She joined them in their venture to an area overrun by the creatures. Throughout the journey, the communication devices buzzed with calls from the management area, as Qinfu expressed disapproval of their decision to search for the creatures at this critical juncture. However, the players, fearful of their own demise, disregarded the orders, pressing the accelerator harder with each repeated call. Upon arrival, they eagerly disembarked, only to find no creatures in sight. Fatigue and fear set in, and one player, unable to contain their impatience, detonated a bomb in the street, inadvertently attracting attention. Yet when they beheld swarms of flying creatures overhead, they were struck dumb. Not a single creature remained on the ground. All observed had sprouted wings and circled in the air. In response to the intruding players, the creatures emitted piercing shrieks before diving down upon them. Su Mian swiftly wielded her whip to fend off the nearest attacker, but others fared less fortunate. A small fraction was seized and lifted into the air, their cries for help silenced as they were impaled. It rained blood and flesh from above as Su Mian's whip crackled with intensity, narrowly avoiding a deluge of gore. Damn these creatures! How are we to fulfill our tasks now? The excitement with which they had arrived was replaced by utter despair. Yet, despite the hopelessness, they still attempted to fight back. A few managed to collaborate and bring one creature down after a grueling struggle. Su Mian found herself comparatively unburdened, proactively confronting the oncoming creatures. Each lash of her whip brought one down, eliciting envy from her companions. Some contemplated seizing the opportunity to claim the kill, but the presence of Su Mian, along with Xie Yulong and Zhao Tian, dissuaded them. Once Xie Yulong completed her 5 tasks, Su Mian ceased to concern herself with who might deal the final blow. Only after dispatching the remaining creatures above did she finally lower her whip, breathing heavily. Others lamented their many unfinished tasks, while some, fortunate enough to be near completion, realized it was only a matter of time. Su Mian, your task is the last. Let us finish it and escape this world. Su Mian did not respond but instead posed a question. Do you think there is a shortcut to eliminating these creatures? The two regarded her as though she jested. I find that highly unlikely. If a shortcut existed, the authorities would have surely informed us. Moreover, these creatures reproduce too rapidly. They aren't like cockroaches, where one poison could take down the whole nest. In that moment, Su Mian felt a spark of understanding, her eyes gleaming with insight as she turned to the player who mentioned the cockroach analogy. I believe we should give it a try. Try what? Poisoning them. The player appeared bewildered, as though she were jesting. Su Mian was not suggesting she would poison the creatures, but rather contemplated the hierarchy among them. As is well known, every species has its leader. Humans aside, nearly all animals abide by this structure. If one were to liken the creatures to insects, there would undoubtedly be a ranking within their ranks, with the strongest occupying a dominant role. If she could identify the leader behind the creatures, not only might she be able to eradicate them all, but she could significantly diminish their overall strength. Though merely speculation, Su Mian felt in her heart that it was a viable approach. However, the challenge lay in locating this leader, and the native inhabitants were the only avenue she could consider. Su Mian shared her thoughts with Zhao Tian and the other players, receiving looks of admiration. I thought you were so formidable that you were unconcerned about leaving. I never imagined you wanted to eradicate all the creatures. That's something I wouldn't even dare to contemplate. Some individuals have also discovered a glimmer of hope, eagerly interjecting that since it is inevitable to kill, an additional head is of no use to you. Su Mian, how about this? We will follow your lead, you take on our tasks, and in return, we shall compensate you. It is certainly not feasible for them to assist without remuneration, yet the means of compensation poses a dilemma. However, in the face of life and death, one must attempt anything. Su Mion's interest was piqued. What kind of compensation? Hearing the intent behind her words, more people became intrigued. Tao Fei Fei was the first to push forward, stating, I received a reward from my last dungeon, a long-lasting shield. I am willing to exchange it. The shield not only protects against dust and rain but also deflects ordinary attacks. Initially, I intended to use it in this world. But now that my life is at stake, my priority is to survive. Upon learning that Tao Fei Fei had 20 remaining tasks, Su Mian agreed. The other party even took out the shield first. It was encapsulated in a bubble before use, quite petite, and its application was straightforward, relying solely on one's thoughts. The only drawback was that it required 100 points for a day's use. Fearful of rejection, Tao Fei Fei's expression turned pitiful. Su Mian, upon hearing about the points expenditure, found it somewhat steep, yet recognized that keeping it as a backup was undoubtedly worthwhile, thus she accepted it. Seeing Tao Fei Fei succeed, others were eager to try as well, though only a select few could present long-lasting items, most of which were not particularly practical. Our stored points were limited. Long-term items could only be obtained through rewards, with the most commonly used being time-limited items. Su Mian's heart stirred at the mention of time-limited ones, but she insisted on choosing for herself. Should they prove useless, she would not accept them. The moment it was mentioned that negotiations were possible, the crowd erupted in joyous anticipation, each eager to introduce their own exchanged items. Su Mian listened attentively, noting that several were quite impressive. Particularly, one player had exchanged for a wood-type ability seed. Initially fearing starvation and seeking self-sufficiency, but had not used it yet, and the store did not allow returns. Among the items were also a strength-enhancing pill, an automatically cleaning women's outfit, and a tang knife that could change sizes at will. The eclectic array of peculiar items truly opened Su Mian's eyes. To demonstrate sincerity, they presented their items to Su Mian first. While leaving behind the number of tasks, Su Mian made a mental note of these individuals and promised to assist them in completing their tasks as soon as possible. Those without items and unable to offer anything else could only shamelessly plead with Su Mian to allow them to follow along. After all, having a powerhouse among them would afford them some advantages. And slaying the aliens would be significantly easier. Su Mian did not decline. Zhao Tian was puzzled as to why Su Mian desired so many time-limited items, yet considering her ample points, he assumed she was not short on resources and refrained from questioning further. However, both he and Xie Yuyong rejected Su Mian's suggestion to end the game, expressing their desire to assist her in completing tasks. After all, their missions were reliant on Su Mian's prowess, and it would be unreasonable to take advantage of others after they had offered their items. Su Mian, realizing that their deaths would not impact reality, acquiesced. Thus, the group chose not to disperse, continuing deeper into the fray. Once again, they attracted a wave of aliens with explosives, and everyone centered around Su Mian, following her directives to first assist Tao Fei Fei with her task. This time, through collective effort, Tao Fei Fei's task was completed in less than an hour, and she opted to remain and continue assisting. The city was indeed teeming with aliens. Even after dispatching wave after wave, many still came to investigate. Su Mian organized the group to alternate their efforts, conserving energy, while she herself seemed tireless, repeatedly dragging down aliens for the players to deal with. The battle raged on for an entire day, and the repetitive movements left the players somewhat numb, yet the number of those completing their tasks continued to rise. As the last promised player's task was fulfilled, Su Mian withdrew, declaring, "Let us return." Should nightfall arrive, she would likely have to start eliminating players. Although she refrained from voicing this thought, those who had come to understand her character could discern it from her gaze. And one by one, they quieted, not daring to delay in the slightest. After nearly an hour of making their way back to the management area, they found the task handlers preparing for battle at the entrance. Upon seeing the disheveled group return, someone hurried off to report. Shortly thereafter, Qin's father emerged with a stern expression, chastising them for their disobedience and unauthorized excursions, which had cast a negative light on the management area. Zhao Tian's pleas fell on deaf ears as Qin's father firmly ordered the group into isolation. This was not mere overcaution. Darkness was swiftly approaching. Without unified arrangements, there was a genuine fear of a mutation occurring at night, jeopardizing the safety of the civilians in the management area. Before entering the room, Su Mian called out to Qin's father, "General Qin, we encountered aliens today that have all evolved into flying forms. Confirming your earlier suspicions, they have returned to their original plans. I hope you can pursue research in this direction, as it may reveal connections among the aliens." She proceeded to reiterate her concept of a leader. Qin's father's impression of Su Mian had deepened several times over the course of just one day. Observing the resolve and composure in the young girl's eyes, he nodded in agreement. If your hypothesis holds water, it indeed presents a breakthrough. I know you all are formidable, but today was excessively reckless. I will arrange for food to be sent to you shortly. Make sure to rest well. Su Mion watched him leave, returning to the isolation room to find everyone appearing drowsy and lethargic. The overhead lights were so bright that prolonged exposure made the temperature feel elevated. The staff on duty earlier had mentioned that other parasites also resided in such isolation rooms. She pondered whether Wei Xing had recovered. She had been too preoccupied this time and had forgotten about him. She hoped that when they next met, he would not be tearfully looking at her. That night, everyone sat uncomfortably, weary yet too fearful to sleep. Occasionally, when one could no longer resist the pull of slumber, their vigilant companions would deliver a slap to their face. Consequently, the night was filled with the sounds of slaps and expletives, creating a raucous atmosphere. Early the next morning, Su Mion heard hurried footsteps outside the door, and before long, she saw Qin's father enter with a complex expression. He sought out Su Mion privately, delivering 2 pieces of not-so-favorable news. The first was regarding her suggestion from the previous day. Last night, Qin's father had called the official research institute to inquire. After several hours of discussion, they confirmed that Su Mion's hypothesis was valid. However, the current data was scant, and they could only ascertain that there was a queen alien overseeing the entire alien cadre, responsible for birthing new aliens. The graver news was that based on the current alien population, the queen's size was undoubtedly exaggerated, and her power should not be underestimated. And the other piece of bad news, at this, Qin's father's expression grew more serious. We conducted experiments on those who have been infected and currently cannot decompose this transformation phenomenon. In fact, the aliens are gradually eroding the host's consciousness, controlling the body, and even infiltrating the host's thoughts for disguise. They are becoming increasingly intelligent, having learned to masquerade as humans. This meant that before the infection was detected, individuals might have already been completely assimilated, and the existing equipment was inadequate for a thorough examination of every individual. Su Mion felt her emotions grow more complex upon hearing this. The ability to perfectly disguise and merge with humans meant that one must be perpetually wary of everyone around them. Fearing betrayal at any moment. I have arranged for the machines to be updated, and today everyone will undergo a scan. We are concerned that the aliens might sense it and initiate a revolt beforehand. The thought of a chaotic massacre, where friend and foe are indistinguishable, is daunting, Qin's father lamented, finding the situation increasingly pressing. It seemed they were being driven into a corner with no escape. Qin's father indicated that during the examination, Su Mion would go first and assist in maintaining order, as he was already seeking the whereabouts of the queen. The research institute had stated that the queen, in order to control her subordinates, would not be far away. It is known that its massive form requires darkness and has a limitation on distance. Thus, the difficulty of the search would significantly diminish. Su Mion agreed. Once Qin's father departed, she confided in a fellow player about the matter of disguise, prompting an audible gasp from the group. Their first instinct was to glance at their companions, as if one among them might be the disguised alien. Anticipating this outcome, Su Mion proposed that they first conduct inspections for those who had completed their missions, subsequently assisting in supervising others, thereby streamlining the process. When the machines arrived, Su Mion was the first to undergo inspection, followed by the other players. Most of them had been partially parasitized by the aliens, with their mouths revealing the presence of the extraterrestrial entities. Hence, the management zone had implemented classification markings on them. Su Mion received a green safety tag, while those partially infected bore orange tags, and the red tags indicated humans on the brink of losing consciousness. Several hours later, the majority had completed their inspections, followed by the ordinary citizens of the management zone. Su Mion spotted Wei Xingxing being assisted over, his gaze scanning the crowd until it brightened upon finding Su Mion. He struggled to approach but was intercepted by his teammates, who guided him to the inspection machine. Su Mion walked over as well, hearing Wei Xingxing call out sister before obediently complying with the examination. A few minutes later, the results emerged, revealing that he, like Su Mion, had received a green tag. His supporting teammate expressed surprise, remarking, "I thought with so many injuries you would be parasitized. Yet it turns out you were the luckiest among us." He scrutinized the body scan of Wei Xingxing on the computer, adding, "Good fortune is indeed a blessing. Those chicken legs we feed you daily have paid off at this rate. You'll soon be a grown man." Wei Xingxing, blushing, retorted softly, "I am already a grown man." He discreetly cast a glance at Su Mion, who coincidentally noticed and smiled back at him. Indeed, he had grown up to be quite the young gentleman. By 2:30 in the afternoon, the ordinary citizens of the management zone had undergone most of their inspections. Chin's father reappeared after a half-day absence, informing Su Mian that he had a general location for the queen. However, before he could elaborate, Xie Yurong rushed over with a furrowed brow. General Qin, when will Xiao Qin shall return? You should advise Andy against restricting his freedom. Qin's father was taken aback. Hadn't he been with you all along? I did not permit her to intervene in this matter. She had agreed. How could that be? After completing the inspections this morning, Annie mentioned she needed to find him for something and took him away. I checked the family area, but he wants tea there, and now it's been several hours. He assumed Zhao Tian was merely slacking off, hence his inquiry. Sensing something amiss, Qin's father immediately summoned his subordinate to relay instructions. And the man hurried off. 10 minutes later, he returned, having searched everywhere with no sign of them. Another half hour passed, and a subordinate who had checked the entrance surveillance approached them with unexpected news. This morning at 10 o'clock, Qin's mother had driven away with her son, heading towards the city. At that time, the lady stated she was going to meet the general, so we did not stop her. However, Qin's father was unaware of this, connecting the dots with the alien's current mutation capabilities. Qin's father began to look increasingly troubled. Su Mian also sensed that something was terribly wrong and inquired about the direction of the queen's trace discovered by Qin's father. Upon comparison, it turned out to be the same direction the mother and son had departed. Qin's mother had a bit of courage, but she would not dare venture into dangerous territory alone, especially considering her concern for her son's safety. Now, reluctant to believe, the reality was laid bare before them. It seemed Qin's mother had been overtaken by alien influence. Qin's father remained in disbelief. I don't understand. If they were to capture someone useful, it should be me. What are they truly after? Who knows what the aliens intend, but it certainly cannot be anything good. Initially planning to gather the bulk of their forces to infiltrate the alien lair the following day. Qin's father could no longer wait. Su Mian glanced at the sky. There were still 3 or 4 hours until darkness fell, and a departure now would be feasible. Qin's father made a decision. I will mobilize the team now and send people to scout ahead. I will leave the management zone in your capable hands. I think it would be better to have someone else take charge, Su Mian countered, doubting Qin's father's ability to handle the aliens. In contrast, she and the players who had completed their missions were far more suited for the task. Surprised by Su Mian's resolve, Qin's father's gaze shifted slightly, but he insisted, then we shall go together. I will arrange for others to oversee the management zone. This time, I will take the lead. Su Mian did not contest this. The pair took half an hour, with Qin's father organizing the team while Su Mian notified the players. Upon hearing they were to venture to the suspected lair of the alien queen, a mix of tension and anticipation rippled through the group. Though apprehensive, they had completed their tasks and were not afraid to take another risk. Primarily, they wished to impress Su Mian, as any future encounters and subsequent missions could hinge on the relationships formed this day. At 3/10 past the hour, the team was ready, and as the vehicles prepared to depart, Su Mian spotted Wei Xingxing running toward them, insisting on joining the expedition. The players observed his small, pale face and felt he was heading towards certain doom. I beg you, sister, I can do this. Su Mian scrutinized him for a long moment before finally nodding. Stay close to me once we arrive. Wei Xingxing eagerly nodded, joy radiating from him. Leading the way, Qin's father's team moved cautiously. Yet they still attracted a few waves of aliens. Though few in number, they consumed considerable time. By the time they reached the marked range of the lair, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Qin's father disembarked and approached Su Mian, pointing to a nearby tunnel that had been blown open. This leads to most areas of the city. The alien lair is likely situated to the northwest. Beneath a church, however, due to the damage, we cannot proceed directly. This route is the quickest. As they gazed into the pitch-black entrance, an ominous sensation enveloped them, as if they were staring into the depths of hell. Yet they understood that any delay would plunge them into darkness, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Once more, Qin's men held their lights aloft at the front, with the players following closely behind Su Mian. Ever vigilant. It was only after entering that they noticed nothing unusual. Aside from the stench of refuse, there were no traces of aliens. After approximately 20 minutes, upon navigating a fork in the path, the situation began to change. The ground was slick with repugnant slime, black streaks marred the walls, and the corridor was suffused with a fetid odor. It cannot be far now. Everyone remain vigilant. A hushed warning resonated. And the group nodded in solemn agreement, tightening their grips on their weapons. Sister, this place feels very dangerous. Must we proceed? Wei Xingxing clutched the edge of her clothing, quietly inquiring. I in the dim corridor. Su Mian caught sight of his still bright black eyes, and she silently nodded in affirmation. Wei Xingxing refrained from speaking further, instead drawing closer to her side. Danger! Lower your heads! A sudden roar echoed from ahead, and the group heard the aliens' cries followed by gunfire. As a large shadow swooped overhead, accompanied by a heightened, foul odor, prepared, Su-Mion summoned a fire dragon from her palm, sending it spiraling toward the alien. Given her position, she only managed to grasp the alien's tail, yanking it backward. Reacting swiftly, the players leaped off the walls, knives drawn to strike, inflicting several wounds upon the alien, causing it to writhe in pain. Noticing the creature's struggle, Su-Mion intensified the flames, the scarlet glow illuminating the tunnel. Those witnessing Su-Mion's power for the first time were momentarily stunned, seizing the opportunity to finish off the alien. In a mere minute, the alien was vanquished, yet the group did not relax. The tunnel was too narrow to contain the alien, yet it constrained their movement. They were grateful to have such a formidable player as Su-Mion by their side. Otherwise, they would have been helplessly watching the alien zip overhead. Destined to become its meal. Chin's father, uncertain about the circumstances, was nonetheless surprised to hear of the alien's defeat. Yet, consumed with thoughts of his wife and child, he did not pause to inquire about the details. Hastening their advance, another 10 minutes passed, and the walls were now adorned with upside-down human corpses. Initially a few, they soon became densely packed along the walls. They were mostly ensconced within a viscous substance, with only fragments of their features discernible, their faces grotesquely corroded. More terrifyingly, a few of them were still alive. Upon hearing a noise, they silently gaped, their contorted expressions evoking a palpable sense of anguish in all who beheld them. Rescuing them would be futile, and anyone who witnessed this would opt for a swift resolution. Su-Mion was dissatisfied with the pace of their advance. She boldly stepped to the forefront. The alien beings could sense each other, and it was evident that most of the team had been parasitized. They were aware of our presence from the moment we arrived. They were merely biding their time for us to walk into their trap. Let us hasten our progress, she urged. This was not the most encouraging news, yet it was irrefutable. Qin gestured for everyone to comply, and they accelerated into a near jog. Perhaps Su-Mion's intuition was correct. This time, they encountered no aliens, as if a path had been deliberately cleared for them. Following the traces of the creatures, they soon arrived at a collapsed roadway. Someone tossed a glow stick into the inky abyss below, revealing something writhing within the inky depths. Before the glow stick could reach the bottom, a massive head suddenly emerged and devoured it. The sight left those present momentarily stunned. Did you all witness that? That is no alien. It resembles a dinosaur. Facing such a creature, this group would likely struggle to even breach its hide. Qin continued to survey the surroundings and, upon realizing that there were no other captured humans in sight, his spirits plummeted. Let us use explosives. Su-Mion glanced at him, aware that traversing from below would have been far simpler. However, Qin clung to the hope of finding his wife and child. And since Su-Mion also wished to test a certain matter, she refrained from voicing her objections. His current actions indicated a relinquishment of the search. The group began to set bombs around the cave entrance. Perhaps due to the noise they had created, rustling sounds echoed from below, and soon they beheld countless aliens pressing against the surface. This is bad. I do not wish to engage with these creatures right now. Let us detonate them swiftly, Su-Mion declared. Place the explosives haphazardly. I will handle the aftermath. As she spoke, she effortlessly dispatched an alien that had just crawled up, prompting admiration from Qin. He was about to ascend to assist when Su-Mion insisted. General Qin, you too. Take your people and leave. We will manage this. Noticing his frown, she spoke firmly. You should see that your presence here would not be of much assistance, and I possess sufficient confidence in our safe withdrawal. Now, go. With that, Qin had no choice but to acquiesce. Wait, he said. Having just seen Wei Xingxing observe Qin leading his team away, he stepped forward to call them back, but was abruptly silenced by a hand covering his mouth. Surprised, he looked up to meet Su-Mion's reassuring smile. General Qin is leaving to clear the entrance for our escape. There are aliens everywhere. It is no surprise that you see some. Stay close to me. I will ensure your safety. Qin did not dwell on it. He understood that the time remaining before the explosives detonated was limited, and he knew that the blast would make Su-Mion's situation even more perilous. Yet her confidence was infectious, and those around her exhibited no signs of fear, convinced that they would not willingly march to their doom. They complied with her directives. Only when Qin and his group were out of sight did Su-Mion release her grip. Wei Xingxing looked at him with a sense of grievance, perplexed. Sister, why did you stop me? General Qin was here to find people. I truly saw his wife and child. To substantiate his claim, he pointed toward one direction of the dark abyss. It's over there. The players were blinded by the darkness and could see no one. Only Su-Mion nodding, replying, so you saw them. That does not mean I intend to rescue anyone. Wei Xingxing's pupils dilated, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning of her words. But didn't we come to save people? Su Mian toyed with her whip. Indeed, we are here to save lives, but it depends on whom we choose to save. Tell me, Xingxing, how did you know we came to rescue General Qin's wife and child? I do not recall mentioning it to anyone else. The players, bewildered, found themselves surrounded by aliens, yet Su Mian remained calm. Engaging in conversation as if with a child. To avoid a grim fate, they could only take action themselves. Wei Xingxing explained, I overheard it. I know that person is important to you, sister, which is why I wanted to come and help. He cast a furtive glance at Su Mian, his voice thick with emotion. I came to assist you. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a weight in his hand, glancing down at the dark tube. What is this? You heard that we are about to detonate this place. This is my stash of explosives. Even if it doesn't kill whatever is beneath, it will surely incapacitate it. I may be too busy to manage this later. So I entrust it to you. Follow my commands. Can you handle that? Wei Xingxing instinctively tightened his grip on the detonator, his eyes resolute as he replied, I can do it. The players also noticed the detonator, which was of a model they had never seen before, and pondered the possibility of being blown to bits if they failed to escape in time. Some voiced their confusion about why Su Mian had left Wei Xingxing behind to face death. They were all players. Death was but a consequence. Wei Xingxing seemed to be a local, though they were not well acquainted. He appeared obedient and seemed to share a good rapport with Su Mian. He should have been sent with General Qin's group. Su Mian merely stated, I have other plans for him. To the others, it implied that she had a means to protect Wei Xingxing, and thus they ceased to inquire further. The explosives around them ignited at Su Mian's command, and the players instinctively began to rush toward the exit. Xingxing, yours can be thrown down too. Wei Xingxing, startled by the suddenly ignited fuse in his hand, hurriedly nodded and tossed the bomb into the depths, then grasped Su Mian's hand and turned to flee. We should hurry. Su Mian allowed him to pull her along, feeling the dampness and coolness of his palm, which was somewhat uncomfortable. The players had vanished from sight, and Su Mian could hear the vibrations beneath her feet and the cacophony of the aliens' cries. She glanced back, witnessing an innumerable horde of aliens pursuing them. Wei Xingxing squeezed her hand. Sister, do not be afraid. We will surely escape. As he spoke, a deafening explosion erupted behind them, sending tremors through the ground, which began to shift beneath them. Looking at Wei Xingxing, she saw determination in his eyes, and she could not help but ask, Did you throw down that bomb? Wei Xingxing affirmed, I did. I aimed it at that massive head. He then flashed a proud smile at Su Mian. Yet, she abruptly seized him. Then why is it still in your clothes? The dark tunnel was illuminated by the flickering flames in the distance, casting an unsettling glow on Wei Xingxing's face as he followed Su Mian's gaze to his pocket, where a red spark shone faintly through the thin fabric. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the air grew thick with tension. The aliens, having inexplicably halted, stood at a distance, their black and white, viscous eyes fixated on the humans nearby, emitting a series of unsettling sounds. Ultimately, Wei Xingxing spoke. Sister, I think we should leave this place first. He attempted to tug her forward, but Su Mian firmly grasped his wrist, pulling him close, her gaze lingering on his face as she scrutinized him. You have quite a handsome face. It is a pity. Wei Xingxing, feeling the weight of her stare, wished to escape, but he murmured, I can explain. But we need to prioritize our survival, right? As if to corroborate his words, the explosions continued to resonate, the ground behind them erupting in flames, the inferno rapidly encroaching upon them. The stationary aliens began to shift restlessly. Yet they hesitated to advance, as if wary of something. As the flames drew nearer, the aliens surged forward. However, Su Mian remained unmoved, watching the increasingly anxious Wei Xingxing, sensing something writhing rapidly at the place where she gripped his wrist. Sister, I do not want to die. You have always cared for me. Why are you treating me this way? His initial urgency morphed into desperate pleading, tears welling in his eyes, yet the situation remained unchanged. As the flames closed in, he felt the searing heat singe his skin, the pain enveloping him entirely, prompting his screams, Let go of me. Let go of me. Su Mian's hands remained as immovable as iron pincers. And curiously, the flames did not scorch her. Instead, the waves of heat swirled around her, engulfing the entire corridor. Amidst the cacophony of screams and explosions, the ground crumbled and the ceiling disintegrated, while the fire ignited everything flammable in its vicinity upon contact with the air. Several miles away, Qin's father, along with a group of people, was in a state of disarray as they fled from the licking flames, fortunate to have escaped the underground passage with their lives. Just as they turned back for a fleeting moment, the tunnel transformed into ruins. They witnessed countless alien forms encased in fire spiraling chaotically through the air, with ignited structures scattered everywhere. Before long, the surroundings morphed into a sea of flames. Someone inquired whether Su Mian and the others could truly escape. The only response was Qin's father's silence. The inferno raged on unabated for a considerable duration, long enough to attract the attention of the official headquarters, who dispatched personnel to extinguish it, yet the flames remained unquenched. They dared not forcefully douse the fire, fearing the aliens would not be properly incinerated. It was not until 3 days later that the flames on the surface finally extinguished, prompting officials to visit the entrance of the cavern. Sunlight streamed through the gaping hole above, revealing the massive corpse of the alien. Indeed, the alien, comparable in size to a dinosaur, had been effortlessly consumed by flames, its exterior appearing remarkably intact, save for the charred remains of its head, reduced to a hollow skeleton. Concurrently, the Research Institute discovered that the parasites occupying human mouths had crawled out on their own, exhibiting diminished aggression, easily dispatched by an ordinary person. However, the humans who had been parasitized suffered vocal cord damage, rendering speech significantly more challenging henceforth. The colossal corpse of the alien queen was relocated and displayed in the newly constructed square. As officials decided to preserve this trophy to commemorate the brief yet brutal and inexplicable battle that had ultimately concluded. In the endless void, Su Mian emitted a brief exclamation, "My item," during the explosion. She had activated the protective shield gifted by Tao Feifei, expending 100 points, only to receive a notification from the system that the shield had been rendered inoperative due to exceeding its capacity for absorbing damage. This was more distressing than the earlier ordeal of dragging a satellite through the raging inferno. She had rather liked that shield. As if to alleviate her regret, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your first world-saving mission. Reward, 100,000 points. Total balance, 102,800 points. It also identified that the host had an impending expiration of an item and prompted her to decide whether to extend its validity. Su Mian momentarily thought she had misheard. The system had generously rewarded her with 100,000 points. If she were to complete a few more such tasks, she could swiftly finish her mission and return to her original world. Kind reminder, the rescue missions are random. Please do not harbor illusions that may impede progress. Su Mian, she composed herself, deciding not to argue with the system. I need an explanation. How does the system determine success in the alien world missions? Moreover, this time I was forcibly ejected from the game. Could it be that the satellite star is truly that alien queen? Indeed, even now, Su Mian was not entirely certain of the satellite star's identity. Yet there was no doubt about the suspicions surrounding him. To be precise, from their very first encounter, Su Mian had harbored doubts about him. First, the alien that killed Zhou Xinyue had passed by him, yet inexplicably fled after close contact. Secondly, when she had first gifted the dagger to the satellite star, she noticed the fear in his eyes as he discarded the weapon. Su Mian had observed clearly that he was not afraid of the dagger itself, but rather of her. Additionally, when the satellite star appeared at her door, wounded, she had briefly examined him and realized that his injuries did not resemble those inflicted by an alien. Rather, they seemed to be caused by a human dagger. Finally, there was the inspection that everyone had to undergo. Su Mian had an excellent memory. She vividly recalled the satellite star's previous physical data, which differed significantly from the updated results provided by Qin's father. In merely a few short days, he had grown 7 centimeters. Even with superior genetics, that was quite extraordinary. Lastly, there were her deliberate tests. She had intentionally led an alien towards the satellite star during their first encounter, noticing that he did not exhibit fear. Rather, the alien had momentarily struggled to escape. Furthermore, the satellite star had feigned attempts to call out to Qin's father, even fabricating sightings of Qin Xiao and Qin's mother, including pretending to throw a bomb while concealing it on his person. Su Mian speculated that he merely wished to prevent the food from escaping, employing a deliberate ruse. Yet she remained perplexed as to why he would orchestrate such a convoluted rescue operation. Given the alien's current capabilities, there was no need for such trouble. The system was aware of Su Mian's thoughts, yet for some reason it remained silent. Only when Su Mian was mired in confusion did it finally speak. The satellite star is a parasite within the queen's mind, existing in a symbiotic relationship with her, and it occupies the dominant consciousness. In a humanoid form, it autonomously learns human emotions and habits. Evidently, its learning trajectory has deviated, resulting in a series of inexplicable actions. The forced exit from the game was to prevent unnecessary harm to the host. Upon hearing this, Su Mian felt a sudden clarity. So, does this mean I indeed burned him to death? After donning the protective shield, apart from the residual effects of the explosion, Su-mion had unleashed her fire abilities to their fullest, encasing the satellite star in flames. She recalled that the ensuing heat had become almost unbearable, revealing the satellite star's true form, a slender figure resembling a human skeleton. It was hard to imagine what would transpire if he continued to grow, potentially transforming into a flawlessly disguised human. The host need not dwell on this. They are all mere byproducts of the instances and should not be taken literally. Su-mion fell silent for a moment before voicing a long-held question. So, they are merely data, not truly existing? Even those worlds are fabricated? Please decide promptly whether to extend the validity of the impending expiration of the item. Su-mion. She had anticipated this. Speaking of items, Su-mion recalled the 8 items stored within her space. After careful consideration, she chose the seed of wood-based abilities, freezing the rest. Selection confirmed. The system will automatically deduct 100 points, and is now implanting the wood-based seed. Implantation successful. Congratulations, host, on activating the special wood-based attributes. Item freezing successful. The system has deducted 700 points. The host's current balance is 102,000 points. Given that the host had completed 3 world missions, the system would prioritize selecting a world more suitable for the host. Please look forward to it. Su-mion could not help but remark, didn't you say the worlds are random? If you can choose, then prioritize those with rescue missions. The task selection mechanism is distinct. Please refrain from interfering with or questioning any decisions made by the system. Su-mion, double standards. When the system inquired whether to initiate a task immediately, Su-mion hesitated, deciding to pause for a moment. This was her first time lingering in the endless void. Although it remained shrouded in darkness, the suffocating tension she had initially felt had dissipated. She reclined on the ground, feeling warmth beneath her. Devoid of discomfort. Perhaps the previous inferno had drained her energy. She had intended to calm down and reflect on the recent mission but had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Su-mion dreamed of the seaside base from the first instance. She once again beheld the room where Su Jiao's parents resided, hearing the sound of sobbing from within. She reached out to push the door, only to find herself stepping through it entirely. There, she witnessed Su's mother, gasping for breath amidst tears, Su's father attempting to maintain a facade of composure, and Su Chuan, frowning with a hint of anger. The trio was discussing her, or rather, Su Jiao. Su's father scolded his son for bringing up the matter again. Their daughter had been gone for far too long, her body already dealt with, yet the son insisted that things should not be this way. If you don't believe it, fine, but she returned. The damned medicine was given by her. Strangely, everyone I knew had an incident that same night. This is a conspiracy. Su's father had heard these words countless times, repeatedly emphasizing that he had personally seen it all. Their daughter's body had drifted at sea for a month. He no longer wished to dwell on the initial heartbreak of that discovery. He could not comprehend why his son was so fixated on this being false. Even if he could not accept that Zhao Jiao had met with misfortune, he need not drive himself to madness. The couple was aging, and the only one they could rely on was him. Watching his son spiral further into insanity was unbearable. Qin Chuan rubbed his throbbing temples, his pent-up anger finding no outlet. He could not fathom why, after merely sleeping, everyone seemed as if they had lost their memories. Was he truly the one with the problem? Suddenly, he appeared to have discovered something, directing his gaze toward a corner of the room. Su-mion, caught up in the spectacle, was unexpectedly singled out, instinctively retreating a step. In that moment, she experienced a sensation of weightlessness, jolting her awake as she sat up abruptly. Once her eyes adjusted to the surrounding darkness, she realized she had indeed been dreaming, and that it was an extraordinarily vivid dream. After an indeterminate period, she spoke. System, what does it signify when one experiences similar dreams 3 or 4 times? The system responded, dreaming arises from excessive contemplation. I advise the host to rest adequately, immerse in tasks, and refrain from unfounded conjectures. Su-mion, pondering, is this a realm of yin and yang? Acknowledging that she could extract no truthful words from the other party, she relinquished her inquiries and stood up, ready to engage in her mission. After a prolonged wait, the system's voice cheerfully announced, entering the mission world. When Su-mion awoke, an unsettling feeling enveloped her. She had never experienced anything like it before. It was a peculiar blend of hunger and fullness. Despite the clear need to nourish herself, her stomach felt uncomfortably bloated, as if anything she consumed would inevitably be rejected. Furthermore, she seemed to be lying on the floor. Unsure of how long she had been there, her entire body ached, and something was pressing down upon her, particularly around her abdomen, which felt as if it bore the weight of a heavy stone. She opened her eyes to a dimly lit room, the air thick with a musty odor. As she placed her hand on the ground, the sticky texture repulsed her, yet she gritted her teeth and grasped the bed leg nearby to pull herself up. Relying on her instincts to locate the light switch, The room illuminated, and Su Mian surveyed her surroundings, a modest 15-square-meter space, furnished with a bed and a desk, while the rest was cluttered with debris. The previously sticky floor was revealed to be coated in a thick layer of grime accumulated from neglect. To be candid, Su Mian had never encountered someone so untidy. As she turned to find a chair to settle into and absorb the memories, a sudden drop in her gaze nearly caused her to black out. Due to the heat, this body was clad in a simple floral dress, and her arms revealed the original owner's slender frame. Yet oddly, she possessed an extraordinarily large belly. Su Mian was not foolish enough to presume this individual had simply overeaten, particularly when her hand ventured toward her abdomen, and she sensed something writhing within. Panic surged through her, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. Was this what the system referred to as the optimal choice, transforming her into a pregnant woman? Her mind clouded. Su Mian struggled to discern whether this predicament stemmed from the original owner's circumstances or her own distress. Supporting her belly, she sank back down to absorb the memories. 5 minutes later, she opened her eyes once more, gazing at her pronounced abdomen, her emotions a tumultuous mix. She realized that every protagonist she had encountered in her previous worlds had endured considerable suffering, often meeting untimely ends. The original owner, Daimei, was a 22-year-old who had recently returned home from school following a family crisis, only to be thrust into a prearranged banquet, drugged by her family. She was delivered to the room of a 50-year-old bald businessman, and upon sensing something amiss, she attempted to escape, but only managed to flee to the adjacent room. The drug's effects took hold, leading her to an unfortunate encounter with the intoxicated second son of the wealthy Li family, Li Wenhao, who was also embroiled in a breakup with his girlfriend. Though he was inebriated, he remained conscious enough to permit the occurrence. Intending to provoke his ex. No one anticipated that Daimei would become pregnant under such circumstances. Upon learning of the pregnancy, the Li family insisted on keeping the child, and both parties agreed that if a boy was born, Li Wenhao would be obliged to marry her. The Dai family, seeing this as a turn of fortune, happily consented, never once considering Daimei's wishes, coercing her to abandon her studies and remain home to nurture the child. Now, over 9 months pregnant, Daimei was on the verge of giving birth, yet her frequent outbursts had alienated her family, leading them to confine her to this small room with a guard stationed outside. The Li family occasionally sent representatives to check on her, but they merely dropped off gifts and departed, with the father of the child, Li Wenhao, never making an appearance. Ultimately, Daimei succumbed to her despair and, under the pressure of her condition, died from asphyxiation. This meant she had been deceased for over an hour without anyone noticing. For the first time, Su Mian recognized that being born into a wealthy family devoid of compassion was hardly a blessing. She composed herself, retrieving a small piece of chocolate from her space, which she washed down with a bottle of milk, forcing herself to quell her nausea. The room lacked a bathroom. This was a deliberate ploy by the Dai family to compel Daimei to venture outside. Currently, she resided in the staircase of the Dai household. Without such qualms, Su Mian approached the door and knocked, informing the person outside that she wished to return to her room. Her current task sounded quite arduous, safely delivering the child, remaining for 6 months, and finding a suitable adoptive family, which posed a significant challenge for her. As someone who had never been married or given birth, she possessed no knowledge of pregnancy. Yet she was acutely aware of the pain of childbirth and the challenges of child rearing, compounded by the fact that she was still in a survival-oriented world, suggesting even greater dangers lay ahead. Adding to her dilemma, Daimei had been out of touch with the outside world for quite some time, leaving Su Mian utterly unprepared for what awaited her. The door swung open, and Su Mian directed, "Please prepare some hot porridge and bring it to my room. I need to take a bath and change my clothes first." The servant, taken aback, watched her ascend the stairs, deciding to report this development to the master and mistress. Su Mian paid no heed to the servant's thoughts, making her way to Daimei's original room on the 2nd floor. After rifling through the wardrobe for an extended period, she finally found a loose-fitting dress and entered the bathroom. Watching as the water transformed from black to crystal clear, she dried her body and changed into fresh attire. Her hair, resembling a bird's nest, had become tangled, and after discovering that even conditioner couldn't untangle it, she opted to cut it short and style it. Once dried, Daimei's long hair had morphed into a chic, androgynous lob, and thankfully, her fair complexion ensured she did not appear unattractive. When the servant delivered her meal, they couldn't help but steal glances at the rejuvenated Daimei. However, recalling her previous erratic behavior, they dared not utter a word. Su Mian sat beside the computer with her hot porridge, having already perused recent local happenings. After nearly 30 minutes of investigation, she began to discern certain patterns. For instance, monkeys from the Central Zoo had escaped overnight, injuring several nearby residents before being forcibly subdued with tranquilizers. Additionally, a 1,000-year-old tree in a scenic area had inexplicably bloomed overnight, drawing throngs of eager visitors. Lastly, the city's greenery had suddenly flourished, with relevant personnel attributing it to soil optimization efforts, believing recent environmental initiatives had borne fruit. To all appearances, it seemed a flourishing scene. However, having ruled out other possibilities, Su Mian suspected these incidents were the most likely to unravel into chaos. Consequently, she delved into some local forums by the time she finished her bowl of porridge and began on her fruit. She had gathered a wealth of valuable information. With a tentative conclusion forming in her mind, she set aside her bowl and plate. The immediate priority was not only to avert disaster, but also to prepare for the arrival of this child. To be frank, she harbored no fondness for children, yet given her mission, she was determined to ensure the child's safety. Unable to locate Daimei's phone, she resorted to using her payment account to order a batch of maternity and baby supplies online, directing them to the storage room adjacent to the Dai residence. With no one around to disturb her, she further educated herself on pregnancy and childbirth, researching reputable hospitals and doctors nearby and noting their addresses. She retrieved an old phone from her space, charged it, connected to the internet, downloaded a map of the world, and took screenshots of several large shopping malls and maternity stores. Finally, she discovered Daimei's bank card in a box on the bedside table. Just as she intended to step out, she realized that after sitting for so long, her belly felt heavy, and lacking any relevant experience, she could only lie back down on the bed to rest for a while. It was then that a knock sounded at her door. "Miss, young Masterly has come to see you." The servant referred to as young Masterly was most likely Li Wenhao, the father of Daimei's child. Given that he had not shown his face throughout her pregnancy, his sudden visit did not bode well. She feigned discomfort and instructed them to bring Li Wenhao upstairs, remaining on the bed without any intention of rising. The Dai family was eager to impress Li Wenhao, practically wishing to usher him into their daughter's room. The servant had long grasped the family's intentions. Before Su Mian could finish her instructions, Li Wenhao was ushered into the room by another servant, showing no regard for propriety. Upon entering, Li Wenhao brazenly surveyed the room, his gaze eventually landing on Su Mian. When he caught sight of her belly, which the dress struggled to conceal, a flicker of distaste crossed his features. "Uncle Dai said you miss me dearly, that you wish for me to visit you and the child every day. Now that I am here, you lie there like this. What does that say about your eagerness?" The words of Su Mian were laced with disdain as she retorted, "Whoever said that should be sought out by you. Do you truly believe I would entertain the notion of a man who exploits the vulnerable yet refuses to take responsibility?" Her critical gaze scrutinized him, lamenting her misfortune of encountering such scheming parents who sought to manipulate their own daughter. Yet, he was no better. Li Wenhao, unfamiliar with Daimei, recalled having seen her a few times, always presenting a demeanor of quietude blended with gentle timidity. He had come with the intention of venting his fury. But to his surprise, a single utterance from him was met with fierce rebuttal and insult. He found himself at a loss for words. This young master, who had never faced indignity, was now incensed. The strategy he had meticulously devised was abandoned as he coldly mocked. "Since you do not wish to keep this child, why not terminate the pregnancy now? To be frank, I have reconciled with my girlfriend, who has finally agreed to marry me. If she discovers you are carrying my child, all my efforts over the past year will be in vain." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Mian with a semblance of pity. "I am aware that terminating a pregnancy can be detrimental to one's health. If you agree to forego the child, I shall generously compensate you afterward. Your family seeks to align with mine out of financial need, and I assure you, I will ensure your family's satisfaction." Before he could finish, a lamp came crashing down upon him, causing him to see stars and feel a sharp pain in his nose. As he wiped his hand across his face, he discovered it stained with blood, and panic seized him. "How dare you strike me?" Su Mian had regained her composure and rose, cradling her belly, as she coldly glared at Li Wenhao. What of it? To suggest that a woman nearing childbirth should terminate her pregnancy, anyone with a modicum of common sense knows this could lead to fatal consequences. You wish to harm me and still expect civility in return. Since you have presented yourself as a target for my wrath, I shall not hold back. Li Wenhao had never regarded Su Mian with any seriousness. His arrival was his own decision, and he had sent the servants away upon entering the room, leaving only the two of them. When she approached, he had brazenly declared that she would pay a price. It was not until he found himself yanked by the collar and propelled toward the window by an overwhelming force that he realized the gravity of the situation. By the time he comprehended what was happening, his upper body dangled perilously over the ledge. He grasped Su Mian's hand in a futile attempt to regain stability. "Have you lost your mind? This is the second floor. If I were to sustain injuries, do you truly think the presence of this unknown child within you would protect you? I assure you, your entire family will bear the consequences. Li Wenhao was confident that Su Mian would not dare to act rashly. Yet, before he could complete his threats, a painful jolt in his palm caused him to instinctively loosen his grip, only to realize that his collar had also slackened. In a moment of shock and terror, he cast a desperate glance at Su Mian before he tumbled out of the window, upon hearing the commotion. The servants rushed out to witness Li Wenhao's fall, their panic palpable. Su Mian, seeing him sprawled on the ground, whether unconscious from fear or injury, seized the opportunity to shout to the servants, "He attempted to murder me. Call the police and an ambulance at once. I am experiencing severe abdominal pain and may be going into labor," with Li Wenhao lying unresponsive on one side and Su Mian feigning distress on the other. The servants, in a state of panic, relied on instinct to make the two necessary calls. Once the calls were made, the realization of her actions dawned on Su Mian, and her expression turned pale. With her objectives achieved, Su Mian leisurely returned to her room, locating a women's handbag, and pretentiously began to pack a few articles of clothing, then settled on the bed to await developments. The Dai family's residence was conveniently situated in the city, near kilometers from the city precinct and even closer to a private hospital with an excellent reputation. Within 15 minutes, 2 vehicles arrived in succession. Su Mian feigned labor pains, working up a sweat and collapsing to the floor in a dramatic display of exhaustion. 5 minutes later, 2 medical personnel ascended the stairs with a wheelchair, promptly assisting her into the seat before descending in the elevator. Li Wenhao had already been loaded into the ambulance, and Su Mian refused to share a vehicle with him, thus being placed in a police car instead. In truth, Su Mian felt an unusual sensation in her abdomen, but having never given birth before, she could not ascertain if it was normal. The arrival of Li Wenhao had prompted her to reconsider, wanting to expedite the birth. After all, she was already full term. Should disaster strike prematurely, she could not guarantee the child's safety on her OWNI in the car. She kept her head down and remained silent. And the officers, not wishing to agitate the expectant mother, assigned a female officer to comfort her. Upon arriving at the hospital, obstetric staff took over, measuring her blood pressure, drawing blood, and conducting an urgent ultrasound while administering oxygen. As Su Mian had anticipated, she was already experiencing noticeable contractions, albeit irregular ones, indicating that labor was imminent. The attending physician, alarmed by her apparent distress, complied with her request for induction, simultaneously preparing for a natural delivery while discreetly contacting her family. At this juncture, Su Mian's condition stabilized, and after a prolonged wait, the officers approached her to inquire about the situation. Eagerly, she recounted how Dai Mei had been deceived, how she had become pregnant, and the circumstances of her confinement. She also mentioned the stairwell of the Dai residence, assuring them that anyone who had seen it would undoubtedly believe her account. Indeed, as the female officer questioned her, others were already on the phone to arrange an investigation. To further inhibit the Dai family from meddling, Su Mian disclosed several transactions she was aware of involving Dai Mei and her accomplices, ultimately mentioning that Li Wenhao had been pressuring her to terminate her pregnancy and that, in a moment of panic, she had pushed him, resulting in his fall down the stairs. The officers interpreted Su Mian's revelations as the desperate actions of a young woman cornered, and upon learning of her fears for her safety, they arranged for the accompanying female officer to protect her until the case was thoroughly investigated. With her goals accomplished, Su Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, the Dai family, at their company, had initially been elated to hear that Li Wenhao was visiting their daughter and had planned to treat others to a meal. Halfway through their journey, the butler informed them that Li Wenhao had fallen from the 2nd floor and that their daughter was in labor and had been taken to the hospital. With police in attendance, they did not suspect anything amiss and promptly redirected their course to the hospital, only to encounter the officers who had just completed taking statements. The Dai family approached the officers, inquiring if they were responsible for Li Wenhao's case, hoping to prevent any disturbance to the Li family. However, this inquiry led to their immediate detainment for questioning. Upon hearing this news from the female officer, Su Mian felt no joy. She had only taken the police car to observe the surrounding roads, and perhaps her instincts had already begun to warn her, as she noticed several peculiarities along the way. The greenery at the hospital entrance appeared excessively dense and untamed, instilling a sense of unease within her. The induction process was slow, and during the ensuing hours, Su Mian borrowed the female officer's phone to order a fast delivery of a new SIM card. She also reserved a VIP maternity room, and once arrangements were made and she received the room number, the staff arrived to assist her in activating the SIM card. Without delay, She logged into her payment account to change the shipping address of previously purchased maternity supplies to her new room. In a flurry of activity, she ordered a significant quantity of formula, having calculated the amounts meticulously to avoid shortages, ensuring she had an extra 10 or so cans for each developmental stage. After all, any excess could be stored without spoilage, and the formula was not exclusively for infants. Additionally, she purchased a dozen bottles suitable for different ages, along with diapers and clothing for the newborn. For the first time, Soo-mi-yeon realized how abundant and varied baby items could be. Despite having followed a checklist provided by others, she still felt as though something was amiss. At this point, she began to feel the first stirrings of labor. This was what contractions felt like, mild and nearly imperceptible. Yet, she had heard that when true labor began, the pain would be several times more intense. And she hoped she could endure it. By 5 in the afternoon, the contractions grew more frequent, and the monitor displayed a consistent pattern. The doctor had prepared the delivery room and offered her pain relief, which she declined. She understood that while pain relief would provide comfort, it would also slow the healing process, and the delayed pain would be more unbearable than the act of giving birth. The doctor did not intervene further, but upon learning that her family could not arrive promptly, requested that the female officer sign the necessary documents to facilitate her transfer to the delivery room. Soo-mi-yeon had never felt time drag so interminably. She had anticipated that once she entered the delivery room, she would summon her strength and swiftly deliver her child, but she soon realized that her cervix was not dilated enough, requiring her to endure the pain without pushing prematurely. The intensifying discomfort felt as though her insides were being gripped by an unseen force, coming in waves. Despite her preparations, she found herself drenched in sweat. And the attending physician marveled at her resilience, noting that she had not cried out. Soo-mi-yeon, of course, would not shed tears. The pain of childbirth was undeniable, yet she steeled herself against it. However, she had endured numerous injuries during the apocalypse. Although the pain felt different from this, it was still unpleasant. Each time, she had managed to bear it and had grown accustomed to it. This degree of discomfort was insufficient to elicit cries of distress from her. Perhaps it was due to Daime's petite frame. Although the child was not large, the labor still lasted another 2 to 3 hours. By the time the child emerged, it was already past 8 in the evening. Soo-mi-yeon felt a wave of relief in her abdomen and then heard the baby's cries. She stared blankly at the infant, who had been cleaned and brought to her, wrapped in green surgical cloth. Feeling as if she were in a dream. It was a girl, fair and beautiful, just like her mother. Soo-mi-yeon glanced at the wrinkled skin of the child, which still bore a hint of whiteness, and found it difficult to see what was so beautiful about her. Half an hour later, she was wheeled to a waiting room, during which the nurse brought the baby to her for breastfeeding. Soo-mi-yeon promptly refused, yet still cradled the child in her arms. After another half hour, she was taken out of the delivery room, where her hired confinement nurse was already waiting at the entrance. Upon arriving at the prearranged confinement room, Soo-mi-yeon found it filled with items she had purchased. After expressing her gratitude to the female officer, she sent her back to rest. During this time, as the baby required a diaper change, Soo-mi-yeon took advantage of the nurse's busyness to store away most of the items in the room that were temporarily unnecessary into her space. When the nurse returned, she simply assumed that someone had come to assist with the cleanup and gave it no further thought. The VIP service was exceedingly attentive. The water in the thermos was prepped, and the air conditioning was set to a temperature suitable for both adults and children to rest. To ensure that the adults would not be disturbed, her room was a private chamber, fully equipped with everything she needed, including a large window. After the nurse brought Soo-mi-yeon her meal, she took the initiative to take the baby to the small bed outside. Seizing the opportunity, Soo-mi-yeon approached the window to survey the surroundings. The good news was that her room was situated quite high up, affording her a view of much of the hospital's scenery. The bad news was that there were more trees here. After gazing for a while, it felt as though something in her mind was straining to break free. She thought of her wood-based abilities, which she had never utilized. Thus, after quickly finishing her meal, she changed into another outfit, picked up a small potted plant from the room, and began to practice her abilities. The methods of utilizing abilities were all quite similar. Soo-mi-yeon had experience in this regard, and after only a few attempts, the potted plant began to stir. The once few centimeter-tall greenery started to grow under her influence, initially slowly, then accelerating in pace. Soo-mi-yeon dared not be too ostentatious. After confirming her capacity, she retracted her abilities just before the potted plant could transform into a giant tree. This attempt revealed to her that her wood-based abilities not only imbued plants with vitality, but could also reclaim consumed energy and even siphon vitality from the plants. This revelation surprised Soo-mi-yeon. She glanced out at the vast expanse of greenery and felt a bold idea forming in her mind. However, Having just given birth, she was hesitant to act recklessly. Lying in bed, she organized the useful information she had gathered and took the opportunity to examine the space she had neglected to manage. The supplies remained intact, save for a noticeably overvibrant patch of soil. The roses she had planted last time had sprouted the very next day, their dense buds forming a circle around the earth. Now, many days later, the flowers remained vibrant and lush, even more so than before. The few tomato seeds she had carelessly tossed in had also matured, with the red fruits exuding a rich aroma. Having tasted one, she found its flavor far richer than the supplies she had on hand. Now, she was nearly certain that the growth rate of the soil differed from that of the outside world. Regardless of the plant, as long as it was planted, it would surely mature within a day and maintain its optimal condition thereafter. Frankly, this phenomenon was quite extraordinary. Su Mian even felt it was somewhat wasteful to possess such power. Recently, she had been contemplating how to make the best use of it, but after much thought. Aside from growing some fruits, vegetables, and grains, she found little else to do with it. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the quiet night. Su Mian opened her eyes and first heard the faint whimpers of the baby outside. Upon seeing the nurse patiently comforting the child, she approached the window to investigate. To her astonishment, the greenery that had appeared normal before she fell asleep seemed to have grown. One of the branches had even stretched into the hospital room. The earlier sound of breaking glass was caused by the branch piercing through. Fortunately, the room was empty, and Su Mian could hear the nurse's gasp of surprise during her rounds, along with the murmurs of other patients drawn to the commotion. The unusual sensations in her mind began to stir again. Rubbing her temples, Su Mian focused on the unusually active branch, contemplating for a moment before descending the stairs. When she arrived at the room where the branch had broken through, a crowd had gathered, animatedly discussing the event. Recently, the rapid growth of plants had become a topic of conversation. Someone had mentioned that their family's fruit trees had bloomed prematurely, and their vegetables were growing larger than usual, leading many to declare this year a bountiful harvest. Indeed, another chimed in. Experts have stated that the soil quality has improved, which will accelerate the growth of whatever is planted. Initially, I was skeptical, but it appears to be true. In our neighborhood, the previously sparse soil has become noticeably greener in recent days. It truly is a pleasant sight. Yet, it raises some concerns, doesn't it? While rapid plant growth is a good thing, the trees in this hospital have been pruned. A tree that was perfectly fine during the day suddenly stretches into the room overnight. Doesn't that seem too swift? What's the worry? If they grow too quickly, just prune them more often. What's the big deal about a single tree? It won't eat anyone, will it? Laughter erupted among the crowd, as they were merely enjoying light banter and did not take the matter seriously. Once they departed, Su Mian entered the room alone. The intruding branch continued to sway at the window, and as she approached, the peculiar sensations in her mind became even more pronounced. She suspected it was her wood-based abilities alerting her to the tree's extraordinary nature. Reaching out to touch the branch, she felt no immediate abnormalities. However, when she began to absorb her abilities in reverse, the branch suddenly recoiled as if electrocuted. Su Mian's gaze sharpened. She could now confirm that this disaster was indeed related to the flora and fauna. Yet, as of now, there were no signs of the plants exhibiting aggressive behavior. Drawing from her experiences in the previous scenarios, she felt that she would soon witness something remarkable in the next couple of days. Upon returning to her room, she found the baby nursing. Glancing at the record kept by the nurse, she noted it was consistent with what she had learned. The child needed to be fed every 3 hours, starting with 30 milliliters at each session, gradually increasing as necessary. Observing the nurse's technique for feeding and burping, she learned the process and returned to her chamber. From her space, she retrieved several water boilers, filling them with bottled water and plugging them in to begin heating. To avoid excessive noise, she closed the door. Once the water boiled, she allowed it to cool to an appropriate temperature for formula preparation. Then took out 2 large 1,500 milliliter measuring cups, mixing the water and milk powder in the correct proportions before placing them in her space. She continued boiling water and allowing it to cool. It is often said that women are weakened after childbirth, but this was not the case for Su Mian. Perhaps her own robust constitution played a role, aside from the tumultuous experience of giving birth. She felt little discomfort upon returning to the confinement room after a nap. The previous pain seemed like a distant memory. Were it not for the nurse and the occasional checkups, she would have felt ready to be discharged. However, considering that the child needed various examinations in the past few days, and she required time to gather supplies while also avoiding disturbances from the Dai and Li families, she decided to remain for the time being. Nevertheless, she had already rented an apartment online at the fastest pace possible, awaiting only her arrival to sign the contract. the following day was calm and uneventful. The confinement nurse's diligence allowed Sue Mi-yeon to enjoy nearly complete freedom. Save for the moments she spent watching the baby while the nurse ate. Taking advantage of her limited time, she fervently devised plans. Around noon, she excused herself to take a stroll downstairs, disregarding the nurse's advice, and slipped out of the hospital through the public restroom after changing her clothes. The items she had pre-ordered online were ready for pickup. She loaded them into the rented car, transferring them into her space as she went. From small eateries offering soup dumplings and pan-fried dumplings to ton upon ton of bottled water, she purchased everything she deemed necessary for her living needs. Had it not been for the limited funds on Daime's card, she might have been even more extravagant. Ultimately, she retained a portion of her funds and made her way to the mother and baby commercial street. In the past, she would have never given such places a second glance. But this time she selected items with great care, ensuring the baby clothing was of good quality, leaving no color or size unexamined. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, she meticulously calculated the sizes, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Furthermore, larger shoes, socks, hats, and blankets were on her list. Sue Mi-yeon swiftly absorbed knowledge from the sales assistant while simultaneously calculating how many items to stockpile and whether she had overlooked anything. Ultimately, she also procured a few lightweight strollers, safety seats, and various carriers. Having exhausted her last bit of money, Sue Mi-yeon returned to the hospital. It had been nearly 2 hours since she left, yet no one knew of her absence. Shortly after changing back into her original clothes and returning to her room, the policewoman from yesterday came to see her. Noticing her improved condition, she broached the subject of the case. Li Wenhao had regained consciousness. He had sustained minor fractures in his legs and abrasions on his arms. But the bite mark was a result of Daimei pushing him down the stairs, complicating matters for the police. Furthermore, the Dai family denied any allegations of abuse towards their daughter, claiming instead that she was mentally unstable and that they confined her for her own protection. They asserted that the accusations of drugging her to induce pregnancy were mere fabrications of their daughter, aligning perfectly with the statements from both the Dai and Li families. Even the room they had found was attributed to Daimei's temper tantrums. As the Dai family insisted no one approach her, now, the Dai parents had hired a lawyer to handle the company's affairs, and their family member had been released, though it was unlikely they would visit the hospital in the coming days. As for the Li family, Li Wenhao had initially intended to hire a lawyer to hold Daimei accountable for his injuries. However, the eldest son of the Li family intervened, choosing to let the matter slide and offering to cover all expenses related to Daimei's hospital stay, on the condition that the two families sever all ties henceforth. It was evident that the Li family had learned of Sue Mi-yeon giving birth to a girl and had swiftly decided to abandon both mother and child. Sue Mi-yeon was not surprised by this revelation. In fact, she exhibited little reaction, while the policewoman cast sympathetic glances in her direction. Having witnessed numerous disputes among the affluent, she could sense the unfair treatment Daimei endured, as well as the machinations of her relatives. However, as a police officer, she could not act merely on intuition, especially in the absence of any evidence to support Daimei's claims. She could only urge the unfortunate girl to accept reality and care for her child. After bidding farewell to the officer, Sue Mi-yeon preemptively paid the confinement nanny's wages, ensuring her services would last until the following morning. That evening, Sue Mi-yeon discreetly ventured out once more to inspect the rented apartment. Signing the contract with the landlord and settling the remaining payment, she offered a small fee for assistance in cleaning and connecting utilities, preparing to move in at a moment's notice. Later that evening, another incident unfolded at the hospital. Sue Mi-yeon had just washed up and lay in bed when she heard someone downstairs exclaiming that someone had died. Rising to look out the window, she peered through the lush greenery and observed a large crowd gathered around a narrow path, where a person lay on the ground. The panic and deliberate distance maintained by the onlookers suggested a grim scene. Shortly thereafter, hospital staff arrived to remove the body. 10 minutes later, the confinement nanny entered, having successfully lulled the baby to sleep. She informed Sue Mi-yeon that news of the deceased had spread within their nanny group. The individual was a doctor from the hospital who had gone missing that morning, and the surveillance footage had yielded no clues to his whereabouts. It was now said that he had appeared out of nowhere, his body completely drained of blood. She conveyed this to caution Sue Mi-yeon to stay in her room and avoid going outside, as they suspected a murderer was lurking within the hospital. At 7:30, police vehicles arrived, lingering for nearly 2 hours before departing without uncovering any useful information. While the doctor's family mourned inconsolably, it was said that the couple had only recently married and were still in their honeymoon phase. Conversations regarding the incident circulated throughout the hospital, and Su Mian could distinctly feel a heightened stillness pervading the premises as night fell, likely due to the fear of a potential murderer among them. At 11:30 that night, Su Mian heard faint sounds outside her window. Turning her head to glance, she saw only darkness. Dismissing it, she was about to close her eyes and drift back to sleep when she suddenly recalled that the hospital walls were equipped with small lights, indicating that it could not be entirely dark. Instantly alert, she threw aside the thin blanket and padded barefoot to the window. Upon examining the scene, she could almost confirm that the window was overrun by some form of plant life. The vines were continuing to spread, and whenever Su Mian illuminated them with her flashlight, the tendrils would momentarily halt their movement, only to resume when the light was extinguished. It was as if they were not afraid of light but instinctively avoiding any prying eyes. She observed the foliage closely. It appeared to be an enlarged version of the climbing ivy, a plant that naturally favored wall domination. Seizing the opportunity, it was now growing wildly and unchecked. A peculiar sensation arose in Su Mian's mind. But she had grown accustomed to it by now. She quietly ventured into the outer room, where the child slept soundly in the stroller, and the confinement nanny was peacefully resting on a nearby cot. Glancing at the equally dark window, Su Mian dialed the front desk, succinctly explaining the situation and fabricating a story about nearly being harmed by the plants, urging them to send someone to handle the matter while ensuring the safety of the staff. The front desk, lacking a window and being nighttime, would have seemed like a prank if not for the call originating from a VIP room. After hanging up, she also alerted the security guard at the entrance, who agreed to investigate. Within 5 minutes, the guard called back, his voice frantic, urging her to call the police immediately, claiming he could not find the main entrance and had witnessed the plants moving with his own eyes. Leaving the nurse utterly bewildered, reporting such occurrences was no trivial matter. She hesitated, contemplating whether to report it or investigate herself, when she suddenly heard footsteps racing down the corridor. She saw her colleagues from the shift change rushing in, their hair disheveled and faces filled with panic, echoing the guard's claims about the moving plants. Soon, patients and on-duty nurses from the same floor, all appearing as if they had witnessed something horrific, began to rush toward the lobby. The nurses finally realized that this was not mere chatter and hastily dialed the emergency number, only to find it ringing endlessly with no response. Upon attempting to call again, the line had turned busy, the lobby filled with anxious individuals who had fled their rooms to inquire about the commotion, creating a cacophony of noise. As the phone remained unresponsive, the nurses urged their colleagues to join in calling, while one of them darted to the hallway window to look outside, only to find an impenetrable darkness. Instinctively, she opened the window, but in an instant, something squeezed through, and before she could react, a nearby man yanked her back, slamming the window shut with a forceful reprimand. "How dare you open the window?" The nurse stared in shock at the branch that had been severed and recoiled, realizing the gravity of the situation as cold sweat trickled down her back. Meanwhile, while Su Mian was on the phone in her room, the confinement nanny had awakened. Noticing the child was sleeping soundly, she quietly took out her phone to check the group messages. Initially, the group chat was quiet, but after a few minutes, messages began flooding in as if an explosion had occurred. Upon seeing the frantic messages, the nanny's complexion paled, and she hurriedly typed to gather more information. Mingming's mother, "You mentioned those plants hurt you. Should I get some medicine to disinfect it?" Before the nanny could retrieve the medicine, Su Mian stopped her, assuring her that it was merely a minor scratch and did not require disinfection. Observing the nanny's furrowed brow and worried expression, Su Mian continued, "The growth rate of these plants has surpassed natural limits. Tomorrow, I will take Mei Ming away. You should refrain from working and stock up on supplies at home to monitor the situation." Meng Meng was the name Su Mian had chosen for her child, as the experience of giving birth felt dreamlike to her, prompting her to select a name that resonated with that ethereal quality. The nanny nodded in agreement, still reeling from the shock of the plant-related incident, and it was undoubtedly a lot to digest for anyone in such circumstances. During the latter half of the night, Su Mian did not return to her inner room but instead lay on the sofa in the outer room, with the window nearby, allowing her to keep an eye on the outside while ensuring the child's safety. The nanny, worried, suggested she move further away, but Su Mian remained steadfast. The next morning, after the nanny shared essential tips for caring for the child and left her personal phone number, she departed. Once the nanny was gone, Su Mian gathered her belongings into her space, securing the child in a carrier against her chest. Ensuring the baby was safe and that her movements would not disturb her, she placed one hand protectively on the child's back and exited the room. The nurses were in chaos, and many patients had already fled through the main entrance. Su Mian's departure was uncomplicated. She merely needed to sign out. However, upon stepping outside the inpatient department, she hardly recognized the surroundings. The area was now awash in greenery, which had once been merely dense foliage but was now indiscriminately enveloping the nearby roads and buildings. A narrow path, half a meter wide, had been cleared by hand directly in front of the entrance. From the accumulation of branches and leaves on both sides, it is evident that the volume of work is considerable. Su-Mion stepped onto the crisp leaves and smoothly exited the hospital. During her departure, she observed numerous individuals hastening away from the hospital, their faces etched with concern and gravity, seemingly unnerved by the changes in the flora. The road outside the hospital was no better. An unknown plant had emerged, cloaking the main thoroughfare in a verdant layer. Workers toiled tirelessly, barely managing to clear a single lane, while impatient vehicles crushed the foliage beneath them, each occupant exuding a sense of urgency. After waiting for 10 minutes, Su-Mion finally hailed a cab, providing her destination while soothing her whimpering child and observing the surroundings. The entire city had transformed into a sea of green overnight. And a palpable sense of crisis gripped many. The streets were not less populated but rather more bustling, particularly around supermarkets and shopping malls. The influx of patrons rivaled that of a major promotional event. The journey to her rented residence, which typically would not take long, was delayed by half an hour due to the traffic congestion. Upon arrival, the driver stated he would no longer accept fares. Under different circumstances, even amidst the throngs of people, Su-Mion might have considered joining the fray. However, cradling her child and feeling adequately stocked with supplies, she opted to refrain from engaging in the commotion. Her rented home was the closest in proximity to the city center, located in a village where high-rises and greenery were scarce, and the atmosphere was relatively tranquil. Su-Mion had secured a spacious single-story house with a yard. The sturdy gate and high walls made it the most suitable option after her thorough search. The interior was already spotless, and after adding an old-fashioned lock to the door, she entered to retrieve the crib, gently lulling Ming-Ming to sleep within it. She then took out her phone to check for useful information on the forum, only to notice 7 missed calls from an unfamiliar local number. While she was perusing the notifications, the number called again. Su-Mion answered, but promptly hung up upon recognizing the voice on the other end. Having left her number at the hospital, she initially assumed it was a doctor reaching out to her. But instead, she was met with the voice of her father, who immediately sought to confront her, his tone dripping with animosity. Su-Mion had no intention of enduring his tirade. 5 minutes later, her phone buzzed incessantly with messages from various numbers, each purporting to be a different elder from the Dai family, chastising Su-Mion for her perceived selfishness and for bringing calamity upon the family, spouting nonsensical accusations that had plunged them into crisis. They even invoked the gratitude owed for having raised her for over 20 years, insisting she should comply with her parents' wishes and be a valuable daughter. The final message was from her mother, the family's stern figure, who implored Su-Mion to withdraw her accusations against the Dai family, arguing that the outside world had descended into chaos, and if she were to take a step back, they could still remain a family. Scanning through the messages swiftly, Su-Mion responded to each with a brusque "get lost" before powering off her phone and disconnecting the SIM card, connecting to the house's Wi-Fi instead to browse the forum. Numerous users had posted about their experiences. It seemed that, in addition to the rampant plants outside, many had faced troubles at home. Several flower enthusiasts had nearly suffocated in the night due to creeping vines. Unfortunately, those with herbicides on hand had sprayed them without hesitation, thereby averting disaster. Consequently, users began to share their weeding techniques, employing an array of tools from herbicides and insecticides to boiling water, fire, and even sulfuric acid. With many methods proving effective, Su-Mion followed the guidance to locate the original poster's collection of weeding posts. She concluded that such preparations were unnecessary for her, given the nature of the botanical crisis. The danger could not be likened to the mere drizzle of the previous night. Moreover, the plants her fellow users were dealing with were ordinary flowers with limited mutation capabilities and would not reach grotesque proportions. The true threat lay with the intricate, massive trees, akin to the one at the hospital whose branches reached up to the upper floors. Su-Mion had every reason to suspect that the doctor who had been drained of blood had met his fate at the hands of that very tree. However, since the plants had only recently mutated, most people found the idea of them being dangerous rather bizarre, never contemplating the possibility of them being lethal. Yet, some forum users did voice such suspicions, only to be dismissed by anxious commenters for various reasons. Even now, they continued to convince themselves that this was merely a case of plants growing out of control. Su-Mion even noted an official post reassuring the public not to worry, declaring that research institutions were hastily producing effective herbicides, which would soon be distributed to various neighborhood offices. The official statements seemed to have an effect. By the afternoon, Su Mian observed a decrease in foot traffic on the streets, with some even venturing out to stroll, daringly touching the mutated plants. The neighborhood offices acted swiftly as well. Around 2 o'clock, delivery trucks arrived with large barrels of herbicide, which were then added to water trucks for a widespread application on the roadside plants. Miraculously, the herbicide appeared to be effective, visibly causing the plants to wither as sanitation workers cleared them away, uprooting them entirely. It seemed as though everything was progressing favorably. Su Mian diverted her gaze from the window to her whimpering child. Suddenly realizing it was time for feeding, she cradled the baby to her breast, and after a brief bout of burping, gently laid her back down, watching as Ming quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Treating herself to a box meal, she indulged in a well-balanced selection and felt thoroughly satisfied. By evening, the streets had become immaculate, and Su Mian even heard the sound of fireworks, drawing many nearby residents outside. Choosing not to join the festivities, she resumed her browsing of the forum, where she stumbled upon an intriguing post titled Gathering of the Battle Axe Sisters. Those in the know, join us for warmth. It sounded rather enigmatic, prompting her to click in out of sheer boredom. Although the content was cryptic, the use of specialized terminology and tone revealed to her that this was a collective of players. Specifically female players. They had organized to gather members of the same game instance in this manner, and from their dialogue, it was clear this was not their first meeting. They appeared quite adept at organizing. Unperturbed by the possibility of being monitored, directly providing a rendezvous point. To Su Mian's surprise, the chosen location was in the same village she resided in. The leader of this group, referred to as Sister Qian, exuded strength and intelligence, clearly an experienced player. Despite residing in the same village, the area was expansive, and after checking the map, Su Mian deduced that as long as she did not make a move towards them, the likelihood of an encounter was minimal. As night fell, Su Mian set an alarm for 11 o'clock, placing her child by her side to sleep. After an indeterminate period, the alarm vibrated, and she glanced over at Ming, who remained deeply asleep, anticipating that feeding would still be necessary in half an hour. Rising quietly, Su Mian went to check the situation outside. Sure enough, the plants had once again spread. The ground, which had been thoroughly cleared during the day, was once more blanketed in green, and this time, it was even denser. The village was eerily quiet, so much so that Su Mian felt it was unsettling, even if she believed the plants posed no danger now that they had been cleared. The silence was too profound to ignore. Moreover, she recalled that 11 o'clock was typically a time when many contemporaries were wide awake, often staying up late, and anyone glancing out their windows would surely notice something amiss, causing a stir. Yet, she observed that lights in some homes were still on, with no one emerging, until her gaze fell upon an unusually large blossom, which seemed to pulsate like a creature. Its petals initially swaying before the center emitted a misty substance that quickly dissipated into the air. After 10 minutes of this phenomenon, the flower wilted, only for another identical bloom to silently open elsewhere, repeating the same actions. An instinctive alarm bell rang in Su Mian's mind. Something was off. Reflexively, she retrieved 2 masks from her space, one for herself and a folded one to partially cover Ming's mouth and nose. The additional layer prompted Ming to squirm in protest, but Su Mian gently soothed her back to sleep. Next, she took out the air purifier she had purchased from the maternal and infant street, which the staff had extolled as a marvel, claiming it could absorb dust and formaldehyde while assessing air quality and humidity. Initially, Su Mian had deemed it unnecessary, but the reasonable price and concern over air quality affecting Ming prompted her to buy one. And now it proved to be invaluable. Once plugged in, the device emitted a low hum, its noise barely perceptible, while the display indicated that the air quality was polluted and automatically adjusted to purify. As the pollution levels gradually decreased, it provided a visually reassuring effect, regardless of its actual efficacy. By midnight, the plant's encroachment accelerated, even reaching into the residences. The trees were rapidly extending their branches, and Su Mian heard the ominous crackling of electrical lines being overwhelmed. Then came the sound of an explosion from the transformer. She glanced back at the still operating machines, noticing that only the street across was enveloped in darkness. Perhaps the blast had startled some residents. Voices rose in a cacophony of shouts. Su Mian observed the branches that had intruded into her yard, leaping from the balcony to the ground below, her whip igniting as it struck the branches, causing them to recoil several meters. They seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, retreating momentarily before stealthily re-entering from other directions. Yet, each time, Su Mian detected and dealt with them, and after a repetitive struggle of about 10 occurrences, the branches finally ceased their encroachment upon her garden. She scaled the wall and followed the path from which the branches had retreated, discovering a vine with an unusually thick root system. A variety unfamiliar to her. She hurled a fireball towards it while simultaneously ensnaring the roots with her whip, pulling it outward. During this effort, she distinctly felt a force resisting her, albeit faint and fleeting. After a brief clash, it succumbed to Su Mion's strength. With one decisive pull, the vine, along with its roots, was uprooted. Before the roots could escape, Su Mion swiftly advanced and seized them with her bare hands. Attempting to reverse the absorption of its anomalous energy. As she did so, a warm current flowed through the vine into her body, enveloping her in a comforting sensation, though it was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds. When she looked down, the vine had inexplicably withered, becoming limp in her grasp, seemingly shrunk several times over. Concerned for Mingming's safety at home, Su Mion did not linger and retreated indoors. Remarkably, after eliminating one vine, an extended period passed without any greenery encroaching upon her yard. For safety's sake, after feeding Mingming and lulling her to sleep, she moved the infant's crib inside. Su Mion retrieved 4 or 5 surveillance cameras from her space, connected them to the room's television after establishing a network, and positioned them around the house. That night, through the monitors, she witnessed the growth of numerous trees. She rose 3 times, only once to tend to the plants. The other instances were to nurse Mingming and change her diaper. As dawn approached, the sound of horns echoed down the street. A pickup truck arrived, carrying 4 or 5 soldiers, each brandishing a horn. Urging every awake resident to gather at the front gate, Su Mion noticed that Mingming had been roused by the commotion. She strapped the child to her back and descended the stairs. When she emerged, she found a few weary individuals scattered on the street, their faces etched with despair. The soldiers disembarked, wielding electronic devices, and began documenting the survivors' information, taking photographs as they went. When it was Su Mion's turn, she feigned concern and inquired about the previous night's events. The soldier, perceiving her as a young mother living alone with a child, informed her that a proliferation of plants releasing tranquilizing pollen had plunged the residents into slumber, allowing the flora to invade, resulting in many being strangled in their dreams. He refrained from mentioning that a portion had perished from blood loss. They had received word of the situation the previous night and had embarked on a rescue mission. But due to limited personnel and the dangers posed by the nocturnal plants, they had been unable to save many, suffering significant losses themselves. Upon noticing the plants deliberately slowing their growth that morning, they had been dispatched in batches to tally the survivors. As for subsequent arrangements, the higher-ups had yet to provide clear directives. Official announcements would be made today, and she was advised to pay attention to village news. Su Mion thanked him and watched as they continued onward, preparing to return home. Just as she was about to enter, a neighbor from across the way suddenly called out to her, "Wait, you're the resident from Aunt Xiao's house. Aren't you? Last night, we lost power here. I spoke with Aunt Xiao over the phone, and she mentioned that if you're willing, we could temporarily rent a room on the 2nd floor from you for a few days. It's just my spouse and me. During times like these, it would be better for us to look out for each other. What do you think?" Su Mion furrowed her brow at the man, who appeared to be in his 30s. She recalled seeing him standing outside her yard for an extended period before dawn. It seemed he had been harboring intentions regarding her property. Surely, he thought she would be easy prey. Managing a small infant alone. I'm sorry, but I prefer not to share my living space with others. Please seek assistance elsewhere. Su Mion replied coolly. Hey, young lady, I must mention that Aunt Xiao is my relative. If you agree, I can have her reduce the rent by half. How does that sound? Ignoring him, Su Mion stepped inside and shut the door. She heard the man mutter something in frustration outside. Without hesitation, she flung the door open and, with a crack of her whip that echoed like an explosion, declared, "Enough talk. Are you leaving or not?" The man nearly found himself struck by the whip, his gaze shifting to the cold-eyed girl before him, apprehension flickering in his eyes. He ultimately retreated, trembling. Su Mion noticed the few lingering individuals on the street casting glances her way, and she returned their stares with an icy glare before shutting the door behind her. By midday, official news arrived, confirming that temporary safe zones had been established in areas deemed dangerous. Those willing to relocate could do so, though space was limited, and residents were encouraged to remain at home if possible. Su Mion observed through the monitors as the couple from across the street packed their belongings and prepared to leave. Before departing, they gestured rudely at her front door. Without hesitation, Su Mion opened the window and tossed a stone down from the 2nd floor, striking the man's forehead. He yelped in pain, rendered speechless, and hurriedly departed. By afternoon, nearly half of the villagers had fled, most from the street opposite. Around 3 o'clock, a considerable number of soldiers appeared, entering the silent houses and shortly thereafter extracting lifeless bodies. When they returned, The truck was filled to capacity with the deceased. Su Mion was afforded the grim opportunity to view the bodies up close. Shriveled forms with pallid complexions, reminiscent of the Dr.'s demise. It was evident that the plants were particularly fond of drawing blood, while the strangulation seemed an incidental act, perhaps due to the haunting sight of the bodies. Another wave of villagers departed by evening. Just before dusk, someone knocked on Su Mion's door. It was a representative from the village office, bearing news that the plants would once again undergo significant growth at night, raising concerns for those who might encounter misfortune. They urged all unwilling to leave to seek refuge in the community center for the night. When declined, they expressed astonishment at the young mother's boldness, but remained patient, urging her to consider her child's safety. Su Mion had considered the matter thoroughly, mentioning that she had surveillance to monitor the situation. Going to the community center would likely disrupt her rest. Thus, there was no need for unnecessary upheaval. The visitors, recognizing Su Mion's resolve, refrained from insisting further, but still provided directions to the community center, should she choose to go. That night, Su Mion did not rush to sleep. Rather, she kept a watchful eye on the exterior. This time, even before nightfall, the plants began their rustling movements. After a prolonged wait, she secured Ming Ming in her carrier and sought out the nearest mutated tree. The tree stood 4 to 5 meters tall. Its slender trunk initially appearing unaltered, yet Su Mion had previously witnessed its movement on her monitors. She cracked her whip against it, and indeed, the small tree trembled in response, assessing its capabilities as weak. Su Mion proceeded to absorb its energy. As the familiar warm current coursed through her body, she felt every cell within her awaken in delight. This time, the duration of the absorption surpassed that of the previous evening's vine. Yet it still fell short. Sensing a notable enhancement in her wood-based abilities, Su Mion returned to her house, carrying the withered tree. She attempted to reinvigorate it with energy, watching as its branches regained vitality. An extraordinary connection formed within her mind, effortlessly transmitting her intentions, and upon receiving the tree's response, Su Mion smiled. She had always yearned to control mutated plants, but her recent fusion of powers had left her apprehensive about potential backlash due to her low level. This success had granted her a taste of what was possible. She believed she could leverage this ability to navigate this ordeal with ease. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the lurking threats posed by animals. With the plants already exhibiting signs of mutation, it was highly probable that the emergence of animals would incite considerable chaos. Currently, the survivors seemed to harbor 3 distinct mindsets. One group remained indifferent, believing the government would resolve the situation. Another, like startled prey, began stockpiling supplies while seeking refuge under governmental protection. And the third group, feeling there was nowhere left to escape, chose to surrender. Su Mion preferred not to crowd herself among others. As the necessities of caring for a child required ample space, managing a few items was feasible, but producing an array of strange objects would likely attract unwanted attention from the locals in no time. She resolved to remain in her current abode, albeit with the prerequisite of enhancing her living conditions. The man who had attempted to move in had served as a warning. Her yard was too pristine. And if she continued in this manner, the likelihood of being coveted would only increase. Fortuitously, the success of her small experiment that night made Su Mion feel she had stumbled upon the right approach. She continued to survey the surroundings, deliberately avoiding the robust trees, and instead selected several of different varieties. However, they were all vines with large leaves. She first absorbed vitality by mimicking their patterns and then returned it, thereby instilling a sense of reverence in the plants towards her, allowing them to heed her simple commands. She observed the clean walls becoming overrun with vines, which even thoughtfully left space for her surveillance. Although it might not appear aesthetically pleasing at first glance, it provided a sense of safety. Another advantage of these plants was their ability to deter any small, unwelcome flora that might encroach upon her territory. Only the more formidable specimens dared to intrude, but once they clashed with the vegetation in front of the house, Su Mion could sense it immediately more swiftly than her surveillance systems. In her arms, Ming Ming continued to slumber sweetly, even inching closer to Su Mion. In just 2 days, the little one's cheeks had turned a rosy hue, making her appear undeniably adorable. As Su Mion gently pinched that little face, a subtle smile gracing her features as she adjusted the straps of her carrier and surveyed her surroundings. By the time she confirmed that no formidable mutated plants lurked within a 500-meter radius, it was already 3 in the morning. As Su Mion conducted a final check of the front door, imparted a touch of her abilities to the plants, and ascended to the upper floor. After attending to Ming Ming's needs, she placed the child in the crib and returned to her own small bed. She still was quite accustomed to having someone lying beside her, and she feared becoming too accustomed to it. After all, such a habit did not suit someone like her. who frequently ventured into perilous situations. This time, Su Mian slept soundly until dawn, and Ming Ming, too, managed a rare 4 to 5 hours of sleep. Upon awakening, the little one did not cry but instead lay in bed, bouncing her legs and emitting incomprehensible sounds. Su Mian had become quite adept at this, especially with the formula already prepared. The child, weighing less than 8 pounds, felt lighter than her serrated knife. Ignoring the need for meticulous care, Ming Ming's presence had little impact on her. The key factor was Ming Ming's cooperation, which had inadvertently bolstered Su Mian's patience. At 8 in the morning, the village office once again broadcast reminders through loudspeakers, urging everyone to remain vigilant against the plants and retain their electronic devices to avoid missing any notifications issued by the state regarding the current dangers. Su Mian chose not to descend. Instead, she browsed forums, where netizens were even more active than before, sharing a wealth of information that surpassed her previous inquiries. For instance, no province had escaped the recent mutations. Yet the authorities swiftly established protective bases and distributed various protective tools, albeit to a limited number of recipients. Some individuals extolled the comforts of the bases, noting that while they were crowded, there was no need to worry about safety issues, an encouraging sentiment for the general populace. Su Mian even acquired numerous images from local shops and streets. Due to the untimely cleanup, greenery had overtaken the city center, resembling a remote forest at first glance. It was said that the individual who took the photos had only managed to capture this set before their drone was shredded by the plants, leading to a flurry of posts expressing their frustration. Additionally, Su Mian stumbled upon the battle-axe sisters she had previously encountered. To her surprise, they had not evacuated. They organized nightly plant-clearing operations. And while there had been no casualties, complaints about inadequate rest and insufficient food began to surface, prompting discussions about whether to relocate to the official base. A figure referred to as Sister Qian continued to rally players, seemingly intent on rotating them out to gather supplies. This made sense, as players, accustomed to hardship, were not inclined to be governed, preferring to roam freely outside rather than remain in the presence of currently non-threatening plants. However, Su Mian observed that their growing numbers would pose significant challenges for future resource collection, and they likely would not endure for long. That afternoon, the mutated animals Su Mian had been monitoring showed signs of emergence. A local resident, while clearing the greenery near his home, was bitten by a rabbit. The post was met with ridicule, accumulating dozens of snide comments, but when he shared images of the wound, everyone fell silent. The injury was gruesome, featuring 2 large tooth marks that prompted exclamations about the rabbit's formidable dentition. Doubts about the poster's credibility arose, but half an hour later, he shared a photo of the rabbit's corpse, which clearly revealed its significantly larger size, with its once soft limbs now adorned with sharp, hooked claws. Most alarmingly, its head had grown disproportionately large, with teeth that could no longer be described as ordinary, resembling the tusks of a wild boar, and its eyes glowed a disturbingly crimson hue. As the authenticity of the images became evident, the forum erupted in chaos. Initially, many believed that the soil had altered the plants, leading to mutations. However, the emergence of the mutated rabbit revealed another unsettling possibility. Animals could also undergo mutations. While the exact channels of these transformations remained unknown, it was certainly not a favorable development. Some individuals immediately contacted the authorities, who reassured them that they were aware of the situation and urged the public not to panic. They confirmed that the animal mutations were due to ingestion of mutated plants, not a result of air or water contamination. Although this news was far from comforting, it provided a degree of relief. The path forward was not entirely closed. After all, Su Mian did not leave her house until 5 o'clock. She borrowed a neighbor's electric bicycle and navigated through the lush greenery along the main road towards the city center. Ignoring the dense vegetation, the plants along the main thoroughfare were primarily non-aggressive, and with the aid of a sensory alert system, Su Mian encountered little resistance, swiftly arriving at the commercial street she had previously scouted. This area boasted the highest consumer traffic in the vicinity, with a variety of shops. Su Mian had marked her route well during her earlier visit and had even studied several maps at home. Although the signs were obscured, she found it easy to locate her desired destinations. She first visited the bakery directly across from her, recalling the long queue on her last visit. Now, the glass doors were securely barred. Su Mian unlocked the door, creating an entryway just large enough for her to slip through. She quickly gathered all the bagged bread that had been left behind. The commercial street had been among the first areas to lose power, rendering surveillance systems useless, so Su Mian had no concerns about being observed. Upon discovering that there were still plenty of freshly baked loaves that had not yet expired, she adhered to her principle of waste not, want not, and collected them all, including trays and display cases. Before leaving, She noticed a few plush toys on the cash register and went back to grab them for Ming Ming to play with later. The neighboring coffee shop appeared to have little left, and as Su Mian was not fond of coffee, she only took a box of fresh milk, along with some coconuts and lemons from the kitchen. Next was the snack shop, which seemed to have been untouched, likely because the scavengers prioritized supermarkets. Su Mian swiftly collected a display rack along with its contents, creating the illusion that she had opened her own snack store. After visiting over a dozen shops, with only a few showing signs of being rummaged through, the majority remained well-stocked. After gathering a selection of medications from the last pharmacy, she turned the corner towards the maternity and infant street she had previously visited. The once pristine floor tiles had succumbed to the encroachment of plants, giving her the sensation of standing in a forest. She collected an assortment of baby blankets of various sizes and weights, stuffing them into bags, and also selected several high-quality strollers. Anything detachable or portable was fair game, before finally gathering some clothing. Although she had enough clothes for the child, these items would only deteriorate if left unattended for too long. With ample space at home, she saw no harm in keeping them. Adjacent to her was a shop selling infant accessories, including cleaning kits, swimming gear, a comprehensive collection of baby snacks, and an entire wall dedicated to milk powder. Su Mian chose the most expensive formula touted online, which had been sold at a premium in the baby store, and was pleased to find it available here as well. She also collected a variety of other brands. Knowing that milk powder would never go to waste. As evening approached, with an increasing number of alerts registering in her mind, Su Mian wisely ceased her activities and began her journey back. Along the way, she encountered several individuals burdened with large bags, most of whom traveled in groups, some on bicycles like her, others in vehicles, appearing to be locals. By the time Su Mian returned home, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and she discovered that her own residence had also lost power. The noise from the engine was quite loud. Thus, Su Mian was not concerned about attracting unwanted attention, but she worried it might disturb Ming Ming's sleep, prompting her to abandon that option. She gathered some lamps and placed them in dimly lit areas, stowed away her surveillance equipment and purifier, and once Ming Ming was settled, she descended to the lower floor to light a small stove and boil over 10 liters of water in a large iron pot. Although she had plenty of stored warm water, it was better to be prepared. Once the water had cooled, Su Mian mixed a fresh batch of formula, then sanitized the emptied bottles and large cups with hot water before filling them with 2 days' worth of milk. Putting the rest away as night fell, familiar sounds began to emerge once more. This time, Su Mian chose not to venture outside, as numerous noises echoed from nearby, indicating they were not far off. However, after a while, there would be a sudden sound as if something had exploded. Ming Ming was not sleeping soundly, so Su Mian could only stay by her side. As the noise became more frequent, she simply placed the child on her lap, gently patting her, until eventually she too succumbed to slumber. When dawn broke, Su Mian heard the sounds of running and shouting, faintly accompanied by the howls of wolves, followed by the chilling screams of terror. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Ming Ming, Su Mian quietly rose and stepped onto the balcony to take a look. In the street below, a pack of wolves, larger than those typically seen, was gathered, tearing into something. They swiftly resumed their pursuit, and soon Su Mian heard the familiar sounds of screams, indicating that someone had inadvertently stumbled upon the wolf pack and had not escaped their chase. Returning indoors, Su Mian extinguished the lights. Noticing that Ming Ming showed no signs of waking, she settled onto the sofa to explore her new phone. Just the day before, while passing a renowned brand store, Su Mian had taken several dozen of their newly released phones and collected all the power banks from the accessories, along with a few tablets, computers, and other electronic devices. Fortune smiled upon her as she also discovered a wireless device meant for staff use. She had initially thought it unnecessary since her residence had internet access, but upon returning, she found the power had gone out. Now that she was connected to the network, Su Mian continued to browse the forum for updates. Indeed, the outbreak of mutated animals had commenced since the previous afternoon. Reports indicated that in the dead of night, residents had been attacked in their homes by nearby creatures, which had become exceedingly aggressive, drawn to blood and flesh, and with a ferocity unmatched. Many had realized too late, and the strength of these beasts had increased significantly. Those fortunate enough could manage to fend them off. It was said that a particular neighborhood had been ravaged by a pack of mutated tigers, leaving no survivors. The authorities had also issued urgent messages, urging those without means of self-defense to quickly form groups and head to the nearest base, clearly indicating that they could not control the situation. It was then that Su Mian grasped why wolf packs had appeared in a village that had nearly emptied of people. It was likely that those who could not wait for dawn to reach the base had encountered the wolves and were pursued. She had observed the size of those wolves, and they were indeed formidable. However, the high walls surrounding her home should deter them. Nevertheless, caution was necessary. Once the sun had fully risen, she ventured out again with Meng Meng. Returning with a bag of mutated cacti, she placed the cacti atop the wall and infused them with her abilities. Before long, a thorny barrier had sprouted along the top. The mutated cactus spines were a menacing yellow-black, clearly capable of inflicting pain and of substantial size. Any creature daring to approach would likely face severe injury, if not death. She also added several more cacti along the wall. After completing this task, Su Mian paid a visit to her nearby neighbors. Within a mere day, the mutated plants she had cleared had begun to flourish once more, and even the previously weak plants had shown signs of enhanced abilities. She could even sense a particularly strong mutated plant 5 meters away, which she estimated was beyond her capacity to absorb, though she was confident she could defeat it. Taking a small harvest, she basked in the warmth of her growing abilities, coveting the distant plant, yet ultimately returned home. After feeding Meng Meng, she gave the child a brief bath and changed her clothes. Su Mian herself enjoyed a meal, brewed a pot of tea, and set up a lounge chair on the balcony, moving Meng Meng's crib nearby. The nanny had advised that children should be exposed to sunlight, and as Su Mian had never cared for a child before, she endeavored to do her best. Fortunately, there had been little sunshine lately, making it a suitable time for the child to bask in the light. During this time, she sipped her tea while gazing at the greenery outside, resting for a while before scrolling through her phone, occasionally glancing at the peacefully sleeping Meng Meng, finding a rare moment of contentment. Aside from her lingering thoughts about the mutated plant, Su Mian felt quite comfortable simply lying there. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by the distant sound of gunfire. Startled, Meng Meng twitched her hands and feet, prompting Su Mian to furrow her brow. Acting swiftly to prevent the child from crying, she picked her up and placed 2 small, soft pieces of cotton near Meng Meng's ears to muffle the noise, then looked toward the source of the gunfire. A group of people was sprinting down the street from the southwest, pursued by a large pack of mutated wolves, estimated to be at least 10 in number. Those who ran slowly were swiftly caught, their necks bitten, their screams echoing as they were torn apart and devoured by the wolves, the entire ordeal occurring in less than 5 minutes. Just as Su Mian had gathered her lounge chair and stroller, she noticed the man leading the charge glance in her direction. Upon seeing Su Mian on the upper floor, his gaze lingered momentarily before he turned to lead his group toward her. This group consisted of both men and women, yet surprisingly, most of those lagging behind were men. The women appeared agile and determined. Despite their fear, they never looked back, gritting their teeth as they followed the leader. The howling wind drew nearer, and Su Mian's expression darkened as she realized the man's intentions. She watched as he sprinted closer, seemingly producing pieces of flesh from thin air, which he then tossed onto the cacti standing on her wall. Stimulated by the blood, the cacti began to writhe, instinctively absorbing the blood. The wolf pack, likewise drawn to the scent, charged toward the wall, during which 2 individuals were torn apart and consumed by the ravenous wolves. Su Mian quickly retreated inside, securing the straps of the carrier and placing Meng Meng inside before returning to the balcony. The man used the cacti on the wall to lure the wolves, who recklessly leaped toward them, while he and his companions skillfully dispatched the lone wolves nearby. The wolves, seemingly newly mutated, were driven to a frenzied state by the blood. Su Mian witnessed one wolf leap to the top of the wall, as if on a stimulant, only to overestimate its own toughness and underestimate the cactus thorns. Although it managed to bite into the flesh, it was impaled through the jaw, emitting a howl of pain as it writhed and fell from the wall, pulling the cactus roots down by half a meter. Realizing the danger of the thorns, the man continued to produce flesh, cleverly evading the attacking wolves, and hung the meat on the cactus spikes. This tactic proved effective, as the majority of the wolves became fixated on the blood-soaked flesh, significantly alleviating the pressure on the group. However, the sheer number of wolves soon overwhelmed the cacti, which were quickly pulled down to the ground, their thorns piercing the wolves' flesh. The wolves writhed in pain on the ground, yet they refused to relinquish their prize. At that moment, another man spotted Su Mian on the 2nd floor. This woman was remarkably bold, hiding with a child, presumably unable to escape due to the mutated cacti blocking her way. He cast her a look that conveyed an ambiguous mix of sympathy and regret, in the midst of their ongoing battle. One young woman in the group frowned and remarked, expressing concern about what would happen to the child if the wolves got inside. "She's just a local. Do you really believe she's worth saving? Aren't you all seasoned players? I can't believe you still have such kindness." No wonder people say female players are weak and overly nurturing. This remark incited simultaneous glares from the women in the group. What is wrong with female players? Do you look down on us? You come all this way to discuss cooperation with us.